Chapter 1. Assisting in the Journey. Xiao He hurried to the grand hall of the sect. It's about to commence. The round-faced youth called out to his companion. Understood. Xie Yunhe sluggishly tidied up his tools and, with a final gesture, performed a minor spirit rain technique over the spiritual field. A small cloud drifted above the field, gently showering it with a soft drizzle. The rice stalks within the field swayed contentedly. Xie Yunhe hastened to catch up with the round-faced youth before him. Why the rush, Xiaoming? It's not like they'll choose us anyway, he remarked lazily. The round-faced youth, Jiangming, cast an exasperated glance at Xie Yunhe. Even if we aren't selected, it would still be worthwhile to glimpse the legendary senior brother Qin, he replied, unable to suppress his curiosity. I've heard that senior brother Qin possesses an otherworldly grace. Everyone who meets him is captivated by his beauty. According to the latest ranking of young talents from Yunlin continent, our senior brother Qin is ranked 3rd. This ranking takes cultivation levels into consideration, and typically, only those at least at the golden core stage make the list. Yet, senior brother Qin, at just the foundation establishment stage, has achieved this rank. Jiang Ming concluded, therefore, senior brother Qin must be extraordinarily handsome. You're absolutely right, Xie Yunhe replied with a perfunctory nod. He had heard Jiang Ming recite these words daily, to the point where his ears felt calloused. Xie Yunhe mused internally, what's so remarkable about it? This senior brother Qin Yu, is the protagonist of this world. If he is not handsome, then who could possibly be? Xie Yunhe was not originally from this world. A month prior, he had been a joyful recluse in the modern world. Perhaps he had been too content one bright morning. After an all-nighter gaming session, he abruptly passed away and found himself transported to this realm. Upon his arrival, he bound himself to a system, which elucidated that this was a world derived from a novel. The novel was titled Long Ao Tian, a tale centered on cultivation with a romantic twist featuring the main character, Qin Yu. In the narrative, Qin Yu is a figure of extraordinary talent, destined to become the foremost genius of his generation, eventually saving the cultivation world from peril and ascending to a higher realm. However, this tale is also a stock market narrative, and the protagonist, Qin Yu, is a heartthrob. Everyone from the aloof senior brother to childhood friends and rival heirs all succumb to his charm, pleading to become his partner. Regrettably, as the title suggests, Qin Yu remains oblivious to romantic advances, singularly focused on cultivation, and evades confessions from admirers with remarkable finesse. Even upon his ascension, he remains a solitary monarch. The readers of this book harbored deep grievances, as the stock market narrative culminated in an NOCP ending, causing their investments to plummet, leading them to vent their frustrations in the comment section. Such intense discontent has destabilized the novel's world, prompting the system to declare that unless the protagonist, Qin Yu, finds a partner, the world is on the brink of collapse. Thus, it bound the recently deceased Xie Yunhe to assist in this endeavor. System: as long as you aid in helping Qin Yu find a partner, or even multiple partners, I shall grant you resurrection in the modern world. Xie Yunhe, deal. The prospect of returning to the modern world and being revived was an opportunity he could not decline. Wasn't it merely about playing the role of a matchmaker? How difficult could that be? This renowned narrative of chaotic pairings had captured Xie Yunhe's attention, largely due to his sister's enthusiastic endorsement, especially since there was a supporting character sharing his name, Xie Yunhe. Before being transported, he had only read half of the novel. Yet, even within that half, there were already over 10 individuals who harbored affections for the protagonist. Self-proclaimed as a straight man, Xie Yunhe found himself cringing at the unfolding interactions. While most readers were dissatisfied with the final NOCP conclusion, Xie Yunhe relished it and admired the protagonist's unwavering dedication to cultivation. After all, what could be more enjoyable than the pursuit of immortality? However, the odds were against him now, and begrudgingly, Xie Yunhe resolved to assist. In his heart, he silently lamented, "Forgive me, dear protagonist, for sacrificing you for the happiness of the entire world." He believed that the task would not be overly arduous. Qin Yu's allure was indeed substantial as long as Xie Yunhe selected a fortunate candidate and subtly nudged the relationship along. He was confident that assisting Xie Yunhe in finding a partner would be a straightforward endeavor. Thus, Xie Yunhe found himself in this world, becoming a miscellaneous disciple of the Tianjin sect, patiently waiting for an opportunity to align himself with the protagonist. His visit to the Grand Hall of the sect was merely a minor plot point. At this juncture, Xie Yunhe had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, on the cusp of forming his golden core. The realms of the cultivation world are categorized as chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, great ascension, and tribulation, although no one in the cultivation community has ever attained the tribulation stage. At the tender age of 18, Xie Yunhe was nearing golden core formation, undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. According to the Tianjin sect's regulations, disciples who form their golden core are permitted to establish their own cave abode, no longer required to reside in the disciples' hall. However, these abodes still necessitate caretakers, typically requiring the recruitment of several miscellaneous disciples, offering compensation to become permanent residents of the cave. Xie Yunhe understood this. It was merely a matter of selecting a few servants. Yet in the original text, Xie Yunhe did not seek out miscellaneous disciples, as he preferred solitude in his cave. This selection process was initiated by Xie Yunhe's master, the carefree sword master, who, in his whimsical nature, believed that a touch of liveliness would benefit his disciples' caves and unilaterally organized this audition event. The miscellaneous disciples, upon receiving the news, were beyond excited. Not only could they catch a glimpse of the legendary senior brother Qian's beauty, but this also presented an opportunity for a highly lucrative position. To put into perspective, Xie Yunhe tended to the spiritual field, which demanded daily labor and yielded a meager, monthly compensation of 10 spirit stones. In contrast, becoming a miscellaneous disciple in Xie Yunhe's cave would afford a monthly wage of 30 spirit stones. Surely, this was preferable to the grueling task of caring for a spiritual field. Moreover, being in the presence of the striking senior brother Qian daily would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Xie Yunhe respected and understood the sentiments of his peers. Yet he disagreed. He firmly believed that cultivation was far more enjoyable than romantic pursuits. Having been in this world for a month, aside from tending to the spiritual field, he had dedicated his time to cultivation. For someone from the modern era, the prospect of cultivation was exhilarating, especially for Xie Yunhe, who had once been an avid gamer. It was truly captivating. In just a month, he had progressed from the initial chi refinement stage to the pinnacle of chi refinement, achieving full mastery. Today, he finally encountered a pivotal moment in the plot and ambled into the grand hall of the sect. He was eager to see what the illustrious Long Ao Tian, who had captivated countless youths within the cultivation realm, truly looked like. Chapter 2. He shines. When Xie Yunhe and Jiang Ming arrived, the main hall of the sect was already teeming with people. Despite the crowd, everyone was orderly lined up in several queues. While some onlookers gathered outside to witness the commotion, Jiang Ming tugged Xie Yunhe to the end of one of the lines inside the hall. Before long, a beam of sword light streaked down from the sky, landing in the courtyard of the hall, from which descended a small old man. With white hair and a youthful face, he appeared quite amiable. He smiled as he sheathed his sword, glancing down at the queue of servant disciples with a satisfied grin. "Everyone, I am looking for a few servant disciples to guard my disciple Qin Yu's residence. He will be arriving shortly, so please remain calm. This man must be the whimsical master of Qin Yu." The carefree sword sovereign. It was hard to believe he was a mighty figure in the god transformation stage. Xie Yunhe observed this scene from a corner, feeling a twinge of anticipation himself. Eager to see if Qin Yu truly embodied the stunning beauty described in the books, the text exaggeratedly claimed that anyone who beheld his appearance for the first time would be left in shock. Staring for at least a full minute, Xie Yunhe wondered if there was any truth to that. If so, it would certainly be advantageous in confrontations that wasn't that akin to a natural control spell. Perhaps a petrification skill, he mused quietly. Moments later, another beam of sword light approached. Unlike the carefree sword sovereign, this sword light emanated an imposing aura. As it passed overhead, the crowd instinctively lowered their heads. Refraining from gazing at the figure upon the sword, the light halted next to the carefree sword sovereign, and a young man clad in a flowing robe of white and silver descended. His black hair partially tied back, with the rest cascading down. He turned to face the crowd and Jiang Ming, who had been chatting with Xie Yunhe, suddenly fell silent. The previously noisy environment fell into an abrupt hush. Xie Yunhe's view was obstructed by a tall senior brother in front of him, preventing him from seeing that he tiptoed, craning his neck in curiosity. What does he look like? At last, the figure came into view. And Xie Yunhe's eyes widened in astonishment. There was no heavenly beauty before him. Instead, the person's face was shrouded in a radiant light. A brilliant, glowing aura enveloped the protagonist's face, illuminating the somewhat dim hall. Xie Yunhe's mind momentarily stalled. He glanced around at the other onlookers, all wearing expressions of awe as if they had encountered an unparalleled handsome figure. Am I seeing things? Or do you people in the cultivation world have a preference for glowing faces? He pondered, seeking an explanation for this holy light. To Xie Yunhe, a habitual anime enthusiast, the concept was all too familiar. Holy light often appeared in comics or animations, obscuring inappropriate scenes with a vague, glowing area. A phenomenon affectionately dubbed holy light by otaku. Its function was akin to pixelation, but while pixelation consisted of blurred color blocks, holy light rendered the area completely blank. So why was Xie Yu's face radiating such light? Xie Yunhe was filled with a desire to complain. And by the way, to prevent the host from being captivated by Long Out Yin's charm and hindering the completion of the support mission. We have installed a beauty filter system for the host. Individuals of excessive attractiveness will be automatically blurred to the host. Please be advised. Must it be this holy light? It looks so strange. Xie Yunhe conversed internally with the system. This is essential. Otherwise, there is a 95% probability the host will fall for the protagonist, leading to a decline in productivity. Surely not. I'm a straight man. Regardless of how handsome he is still a guy. Besides, he resembles a glowing light bulb. It looks bizarre, and it's too dazzling that I can hardly bear to look at him, regardless of how soft the holy light may be. It is still light. Staring at the protagonist Xie Yunhe felt his eyes strain within mere seconds, akin to gazing at a light bulb for too long, unable to endure any longer. He turned away, rubbing his eyes, which were suffering from light pollution. He wished for this plot point to pass swiftly. Xie found the situation peculiar. He had originally intended to disperse the crowd, a situation concocted by his whimsical master. He had no intention of selecting servant disciples. He preferred to cultivate alone, as the presence of others, especially those who gawked at him, disrupted his training. Xie was aware of his striking looks. It was common for people to be captivated by his appearance, often leaving them in a daze. However, he believed that cultivators should not be preoccupied with appearances. While he appreciated beauty, he understood that physical allure was fleeting. Only the path of cultivation could endure. Yet today felt different. Among the crowd, one individual stared at him with a distinct expression of disbelief. While everyone else was lost in admiration, this person was the first to react. Displaying a somewhat disdainful expression, Xie Yu's previously dull mood was instantly lifted. A smirk crept onto his face. He had encountered someone interesting. In an instant, he appeared before Xie Yunhe, leaning in for a closer look. Noticing the unmistakable air of rejection on Xie Yunhe's face, Xie Yu nodded in satisfaction, seized him, and brought him before his master. Master, I want him. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Could it be? Someone was indeed fortunate enough to be chosen. Although all present were there to audition as servant disciples for Xie Yu, given his reputed temperament, many believed he was more likely to select no one at all. After all, everyone was merely there for amusement. To witness the spectacle, Xie Yu was known to detest individuals who were overly infatuated with his appearance, and thus far, no one had managed to resist his charm. He typically ventured alone, accompanied only by fellow disciples. No one expected him to actually choose a servant disciple this time, especially since they would now share a residence. All eyes turned to Xie Yunhe, scrutinizing what qualities had attracted Xie Yu to him. Xie Yunhe was equally bewildered. As he continued to mentally criticize the situation, a radiant figure flashed before him. From a distance, the glow was dazzling, but up close, it was blinding. Xie Yunhe staggered back, only to be caught and swiftly transported out of the crowd. Moments later, he found himself in front of Xie Yu, who was requesting him from his master. He was more bewildered than anyone. This was not how the plot was supposed to unfold. In the storyline, Xie Yunhe had fortuitously obtained a herb needed by Xie Yu, presenting it to him in exchange for protection, thus becoming one of Xie Yu's subordinates. How had he inadvertently become a subordinate ahead of time? Xie Yunhe struggled to comprehend the turn of events. Chapter 3. A bit of light pollution. The peak of the Qi refinement stage. Impressive. What is your name? The carefree sword sovereign was taken aback by his disciple's choice, but was pleased nonetheless. He had hoped Xie Yu would no longer be alone, and seeing him choose a servant disciple brought satisfaction. He scrutinized Xie Yunhe with surprise. This servant disciple was at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Arguably the most accomplished among the servant disciples present. My name is Xie Yunhe. Xie Yunhe replied, his heart in turmoil. Then I shall trouble you to look after Qinyu. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me. The carefree sword sovereign handed Xie Yunhe a communication jade pendant. Then, like a carefree shopkeeper, he laughed heartily and soared away on his sword, leaving Qinyu and Xie Yunhe alone in the grand hall. Qinyu turned to Xie Yunhe. Let us go. The light bulb spoke. The light bulb spoke. The light bulb spoke. The phrase echoed in Xie Yunhe's mind incessantly. Where to? He instinctively asked the steward hall to register your identity and update your monthly stipend. Qinyu replied, as he pulled Xie Yunhe onto his sword. Let us go. The sword soared into the sky, lifting the two individuals aloft. Xie Yunhe instinctively reached for the waist of the person before him. But upon recalling the terrifying tales of this individual's battle achievements, he settled for grasping the sleeve instead. Fortunately, Xie Yunhe harbored no fear of heights and soon adapted well to the experience of flying on a sword. The sensation of gazing down from the clouds was utterly enchanting. He had previously only experienced such a perspective while aboard an airplane, and now he found himself soaring through the skies on a sword of his own. Sword flight is a skill that every cultivator can master, with variations like blade flight and gourd flight depending on the weapon, yet it can only be attained upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Xie Yunhe felt a deep envy for Qinyu. Yearning to ascend to the foundation establishment stage himself, the two arrived at the Hall of Stewards, heading straight to the counter. Upon seeing Qinyu, the attendant was momentarily stunned. Not just her, but the entire hall fell silent for a few seconds in response to his presence. Once Sister reacted, her cheeks flushed, and she promptly assisted Xie Yunhe with the task acceptance and monthly stipend changes. Coincidentally, Xie Yunhe had also completed his previous task of tending to the spiritual field, and thus settled the payment of 10 spirit stones. Observing the exaggerated reactions of those around him, Xie Yunhe truly experienced the extent of Qinyu's charm. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the two ascended together once more on a single sword. The sight of them sharing the same sword sparked even more lively discussions among the onlookers. Within half a day, news of Qinyu taking on a miscellaneous disciple had spread throughout the Heavenly Sword sect. Unbeknownst to them, the two remained blissfully unaware of the commotion they had caused. Qinyu guided Xie Yunhe to the cave dwelling he had reserved, located on the adjacent Shaoyao Peak beside the main peak of the Heavenly Sword sect. The sect boasted numerous peaks, with disciples able to apply for their own cave dwellings upon reaching the Golden Core stage. Qinyu, being a prodigy, enjoyed certain privileges, and as he was on the brink of reaching the Golden Core stage, his master worried that he might become so engrossed in cultivation after a breakthrough that he would neglect relocating. After all, the spiritual energy at the place he resided during the foundation establishment stage paled in comparison to that of the Shaoyao Peak. Thus, it was prudent to prepare his cave dwelling in advance, allowing him to enter meditative seclusion immediately upon reaching the Golden Core stage. Consequently, arrangements for his dwelling had been made ahead of time. The cave had already been established, situated halfway up the mountain, and it was fully equipped, complete with a small spiritual field for cultivation. Qinyu set Xie Yunhe down from the flying sword. Still slightly dazed, Xie Yunhe felt a sense of unreality wash over him. Host, what a splendid opportunity. This is your chance to draw closer to the protagonist, which will facilitate your assisting plan. The system was elated. Sensing a favorable turn of events, Xie Yunhe reflected that he had previously racked his brain to devise ways to approach the protagonist, and now, it seemed he would be sharing meals and accommodations. Suddenly, Qinyu turned sharply, leaning in closer to Xie Yunhe's face. Startled by the radiant light so near, Xie Yunhe stumbled back several steps. As he retreated, Qinyu advanced, creating an odd dance-like exchange between them. Is something the matter? The peculiar interaction would likely lead any observer to think the two were engaged in a waltz. Xie Yunhe found himself against the wall, with no further retreat possible. Qinyu leaned in, intently studying Xie Yunhe for several moments. Satisfied that the person before him displayed no signs of being awestruck, he noted the surprise in Xie Yunhe's eyes, which had turned away in shyness. Choose a room, Qinyu instructed. I primarily devote my time to cultivation and do not oversee the affairs of the cave dwelling. Should you need anything, you may contact me through the communication jade pendant. You can cultivate the spiritual field as you see fit, and I expect you to practice diligently. I see you have already achieved the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. The foundation establishment stage is within reach. If you wish to depart after reaching that stage, simply let me know. To Xie Yunhe's surprise, Xie Yu was remarkably easygoing, seemingly a departure from the straightforward and acerbic personality depicted in the novels. Readers adored his candidness, often relishing his blunt remarks that would infuriate his admirers, only for them to swoon at his visage moments later. Xie Yunhe had no inkling that Xie Yu detested those who were swayed solely by looks. Often perplexed by how few normal individuals he encountered, being handsome was indeed a joy, yet excessive attractiveness could become a source of distress. As they prepared to part ways, Xie Yu could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Do you think I am unattractive? How could one respond to such a question from a being of radiant light? Xie Yunhe internally screamed, your face is a beacon of divine light. I can't even judge if it's ugly. Yet, he maintained his composure and replied, how could senior brother Qin harbor such a misconception? You possess an otherworldly grace and unparalleled beauty. Feeling pleased with his flattery, he believed he had taken a step closer to becoming the protagonist's loyal subordinate. That's a lie. Your face practically screams. Where did this ugly creature come from? If you were truly as handsome as you claim, why did you just now shy away? Xie Yunhe mentally retorted, attributing his earlier reaction to being dazzled by Qin Yu's brilliance. A clear case of light pollution. However, he could find no counter-argument to Qin Yu's words, for there was a kernel of truth in them. He did find Qin Yu's visage somewhat overwhelming. The sheer brightness emanating from Qin Yu enveloped even his hands, obscured by a veil of divine light, leaving Xie Yunhe unable to perceive his beauty beyond the resonant timbre of his youthful voice. It had morphed into an assault of light pollution, making conversing with this radiant being a test of Xie Yunhe's self-control, compelling him to suppress the urge to cover the light bulb with a sack. As Chapter 4 unfolded, Ling Jiaojiao observed Xie Yunhe's silence, and Qin Yu offered no further commentary. The world is vast and filled with wonders. It is entirely possible that some might perceive their own appearance as unattractive. Just as the demon race views humanity as nothing more than hairless monkeys, each possesses their own aesthetic standards. Beauty is subjective and varies from person to person. Some may find him appealing, while others might deem him unattractive. It simply happened that throughout his life, Qin Yu had encountered someone like Xie Yunhe. After a moment of astonishment, he thought little else of it. Parting ways, Qin Yu returned to his chamber to cultivate. While Xie Yunhe chose a room to serve as his own sleeping quarters, preparing to engage in his own cultivation, Xie Yunhe was a fervent practitioner, and having witnessed the awe of sword flight, he felt an even greater urgency to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The night passed in silence. Upon rising and stretching from his bed, Xie Yunhe realized that since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had found that practicing could entirely replace sleep, leading him to forego it altogether. However, after meditating for an entire night, he found himself somewhat fatigued. The Qi refinement stage still lay within the realm of mortals, subject to the vicissitudes of life, aging, illness, and the necessities of existence. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage could one truly claim to have embarked on the authentic path of cultivation, having been hastily taken away the previous day. Xie Yunhe intended to return to the disciple hall to pack his belongings and, if time permitted, visit the sect's marketplace to procure a few items. As he pondered this, he cast a wind-enhancing spell upon himself. Once the spell was cast, a gentle breeze enveloped him, making his every step feel remarkably light. The invisible wind lifted his feet, and when he ran, it felt as though he were gliding through the air. Of course, this was merely an illusion. The wind-enhancing spell was simply a minor technique for expediting travel. Yesterday, Qin Yu had brought him to Xiaoyao Peak on his flying sword. But today, Xie Yunhe had to make the journey on foot. The trek from Xiaoyao Peak to the disciple hall took him the better part of an hour. Thankfully, Xie Yunhe's spiritual energy kept pace, and with the aid of the wind-enhancing spell, he was able to hasten his journey. Otherwise, it would have taken much longer. This only reinforced Xie Yunhe's determination to cultivate. Once he reached the foundation establishment stage, he would be able to fly, significantly reducing the time spent on travel. Upon arriving at the disciple hall, he found Jiang Ming there as well. The moment Jiang Ming spotted Xie Yunhe, he erupted with excitement. Little he, you're back. I can't believe you were actually chosen by senior brother Qin as a miscellaneous disciple. Brother, let us not forget our humble beginnings. Jiang Ming flitted around Xie Yunhe, chattering animatedly. Xie Yunhe felt a twinge of exasperation. Packing his belongings as he conversed. It's just becoming senior brother Qin's miscellaneous disciple. It's not like I've become an elite disciple of the sect. Is it really that remarkable? Jiang Ming regarded Xie Yunhe with incredulity. You don't understand how fortunate this is. You saw yesterday how stunning senior brother Qin is. There are people lining up from the sect's main hall to the furthest towns just to become his miscellaneous disciple. At this, Xie Yunhe felt a flicker of curiosity. Just how handsome was senior brother Qin? Jiang Ming's face flushed as he stammered. Of course, he is extraordinarily handsome. I've never seen anyone with such poise and grace in my life. His eyes shimmered with admiration and bashfulness. Xie Yunhe felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine at the sight of Jiang Ming's bashful expression. He is just good-looking. Is it really that significant? He pondered. Do you think senior brother Qin is unattractive? Jiang Ming retorted, somewhat indignantly. I suppose he is just average. Xie Yunhe replied nonchalantly. Xie Yunhe candidly expressed that, under the radiant light, he could hardly discern the appearance of the individual approaching. Based on the system's description and the reactions of those around, Qin, you must be a remarkably handsome figure. Just that. I refuse to believe there exists anyone in this world more attractive than senior brother Qin. Jiang Ming could scarcely fathom that someone like senior brother Qin was merely regarded as average in Xie Yunhe's eyes. Peering through the window of the room, Xie Yunhe caught sight of a crimson figure drawing near. The newcomer was clad in a vibrant red robe, the flowing fabric resembling blooming red roses as they walked, leaving a trail of exquisite and vivid roses in their wake. A half-mask obscured the left side of their face. Yet the revealed right side exuded a breathtaking beauty. Even the pair of anger-filled eyes glimmered with vitality. A petite beauty from the realm of cultivation. This is what true beauty should resemble. Xie Yunhe gestured for Jiang Ming to look behind him. Turning around, Jiang Ming was met with the daunting silhouette of a fierce deity. Who is she? Jiang Ming stammered in shock. Xie Yunhe too felt a flicker of curiosity. Xie Yunhe, you come out this instant. The visitor stood in the center of the courtyard, unsheathing her soft sword and slicing through the air with a few swift motions. How dare you find this lady appealing? Little he, are your eyes malfunctioning? Jiang Ming lamented in despair. Realizing the newcomer bore ill intent, Xie Yunhe lost his playful demeanor. Stepping forward, he inquired, I am indeed Xie Yunhe. May I ask who this enchanting fairy is? Upon hearing that Xie Yunhe did not recognize her, the red-clad beauty's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger prompting her to wave her sword menacingly in the air. I am Ling Jiao Jiao. Ling Jiao Jiao. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Xie Yunhe felt he had heard it before, yet the details eluded him. The system, unable to bear the suspense, interjected, Ling Jiao Jiao is the daughter of the sect leader of the Tianjin sect. One of the early story's canon fodder, a spoiled young lady, and also one of Qin Yu's admirers. Xie Yunhe recalled that to accentuate Qin Yu's allure, many were infatuated with him within the Tianjin sect. Ling Jiao Jiao had a few lines of description in the narrative. She adored wearing red, but reportedly donned a half-mask for fear of damaging her beauty. She was one of the protagonist Qin Yu's devoted admirers. However, as this was a damn novel, female characters had little market appeal, and her proud and arrogant demeanor made her unlikable to many readers, resulting in her early exclusion from potential romantic pairings. Her primary role in the story was to complicate the pursuits of other admirers and add fuel to the fire in romantic rivalries. It is worth noting that her disruptive antics had thwarted the icy demeanor of Qin Yu's senior brother on multiple occasions, interrupting several declarations of love. Eventually, the detested Ling Jiao Jiao met her demise as cannon fodder, with the protagonist avenging her and furthering the plot. Xie Yunhe regarded Ling Jiao Jiao with newfound sympathy. So, you two are merely cannon fodder. Chapter 5. The Indistinction of Beauty and Ugliness. Oh, it is senior sister Ling. May I inquire what brings you here? Ling Jiao Jiao scrutinized Xie Yunhe from head to toe. Snorting in disdain that I do not know what tricks you employed to ensnare senior brother Qin into allowing you into his abode. But I warn you, do not harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards him. Ling Jiao Jiao declared vehemently. Why would I ever have such thoughts towards senior brother Qin? Xie Yunhe responded, perplexed. It was peculiar that everyone appeared quite normal until the topic of Qin Yu arose, causing them to act in such a frenzied manner. A heartthrob he may be, but surely he can't be that captivating. If he is so formidable, why not send Qin Yu to unify the realm of cultivation? Humph. Anyone who has encountered senior brother Qin has been captivated by his charm. I have seen many like you who speak one way yet think another, secretly fantasizing about senior brother Qin. Ling Jiao Jiao clearly did not believe Xie Yunhe's words. Xie Yunhe found himself at a loss for words. Senior brother Qin's grace pales in comparison to that of senior sister Ling. If I were to become infatuated, it would undoubtedly be with you, senior sister. Moreover, I have no inclination towards such proclivities. It is you who aligns more closely with my preferences. Upon hearing Xie Yunhe assert that Qin Yu's allure was less than a mere fraction of her own, Ling Jiao's eyes widened in astonishment. When he further declared his admiration for her, the soft sword she held nearly slipped from her grasp. Admiring senior sister Ling, admiring senior sister Ling, admiring senior sister Ling. Ling Jiao had never been addressed in such a manner throughout her life. Having approached with the intention of reprimanding the infamous servant disciple, she now found her mind clouded by his words. Once she regained her composure, Ling Jiao's face flushed crimson with indignation. What a brazen individual you are! Xie Yunhe watched as a vivid blush spread from her neck to her entire face, even her ears turning bright red. How dare you utter such impertinent words in public? You have no shame. With a huff, Ling Jiao retrieved her soft sword from the ground, casting Xie Yunhe a furious glance before turning on her heel and fleeing. She dashed away as if pursued by a ferocious beast, disappearing in mere moments. The onlookers nearby curiously peered out, astonished that a confrontation that seemed inevitable had dissipated into thin air, leaving Xie Yunhe standing alone in the courtyard. Senior sister Ling just left like that. Jiang Ming cautiously peered out from behind the door. What do you mean she just left? Xie Yunhe was equally bewildered by the girl's abrupt departure. What was her purpose in coming here? To issue threats. Those who had previously crossed paths with senior sister Ling had usually been summoned to the sword duel platform, and unless they were left with several holes in their bodies, they would not easily escape her wrath. Jiang Ming recalled the rumors and spoke with trepidation. Many who admire senior brother Qin hesitate to approach him precisely because of Ling Jiao. She must have intended to come and give Yo Peiyuan Dan, Jinny Wan, and a bottle of Shirling stone. Xie Yunhe wandered through the sex market, feeling as though he were amidst a bustling vegetable market. His primary purpose for visiting was to seek out the opportunities belonging to the original owner. According to the narrative, the original owner stumbled upon a rare thunder essence grass at the sex market, which he offered to Qin Yu, thus becoming Qin Yu's subordinate. The thunder essence grass flourishes in the vicinity of grasslands struck by lightning, and it can only manifest from a thunder calamity of at least the nascent soul stage, making it an exceedingly rare spiritual herb. The cultivation world categorizes spiritual herbs and other resources into grades, with the lowest being first-grade spiritual herbs and the highest being the legendary 9th-grade spiritual herbs, which have long since vanished from existence. Currently, the highest grade available is the 8th-grade spiritual herb. Due to its rarity, the thunder essence grass is classified as a 3rd-grade spiritual herb. For Xie Yunhe to have found it himself would indeed be a stroke of luck. While the thunder essence grass holds little value for most cultivators, it is immensely beneficial for Qin Yu, who possesses a thunder spiritual root, as it could enhance his chances of forming a 9-pattern golden core. Therefore, after presenting the thunder essence grass to Qin Yu, the original owner rendered him a significant favor, and in return, Qin Yu bestowed upon him a foundation establishment pill. This is precisely the elixir that Xie Yunhe desires most at present. Although the foundation establishment pill is merely a 2nd-grade elixir, its ability to assist cultivators in breaking through from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage renders it highly sought after in the cultivation world. Given the sheer number of cultivators, the demand for foundation establishment pills undoubtedly surpasses that for breakthrough pills of other realms. This has made it exceedingly difficult for low-level cultivators to acquire a single foundation establishment pill. Xie Yunhe plans to follow the original owner's path, seeking out the thunder essence grass once more to exchange it with Qin Yu for a foundation establishment pill, thus expediting his own breakthrough to that stage. He recalls with some clarity that he has a slight impression of this namesake cannon fodder. The original text briefly mentions that he discovered the thunder essence grass in the sex market, having found a uniquely shaped herb that no one else recognized, allowing him to purchase it at a low price. However, the specifics of its uniqueness were left unelaborated upon, leaving his success to chance. Chapter 6. The sex market. Xie Yunhe primarily fixates his gaze on the stalls displaying spiritual herbs. The issue is that these herbs appear exceptionally ordinary, and he cannot discern which one might be the thunder essence grass that the original owner chanced upon. Had he known, he would have visited the library pavilion to familiarize himself with the characteristics of spiritual herbs before embarking on this treasure hunt. Xie Yunhe feels a twinge of regret. System, do you have any means of locating the thunder essence grass? Host, I am at a loss as well. The original text does not specify, and the world's consciousness has automatically filled in the gaps. I am uncertain of the specifics. So the thunder essence grass obtained by the original owner is simply lost. Rest assured, host, it cannot elude you. Perhaps you could come here daily to browse. It seems you wish to browse for your own enjoyment. Xie Yunhe cannot help but chuckle at the system's exclamation within his mind upon entering the sex market. Could it be that the system within his mind is rather youthful? However, his attention is soon captivated by a small stall nearby. It is a miscellaneous goods stall, featuring an array of items. talismans, spiritual herbs, elixirs, fragments of magical tools, and more. Xie Yunhe is particularly drawn to a black wooden stick on the stall, for reasons unknown. Upon seeing the stick, he experiences an intense impulse. Buy it, buy it, buy it. Xie Yunhe is filled with uncertainty. Could this be the power of the narrative? He is now convinced to a degree that this is likely the thunder essence grass sought by the original owner. As for why the thunder essence grass manifests as a wooden stick, that is beyond his consideration. The original text also mentioned that the thunder essence grass had a unique appearance. Simultaneously, Xie Yunhe's gaze is attracted by a black stone among the stall's assortment, which evokes a feeling akin to that of the wooden stick. What are the prices for the items on your stall? 3 spirit stones for a talisman. The elixirs have their prices labeled, and the spiritual herbs are 1 spirit stone each. Noticing that Xie Yunhe's attention lingers on the black wooden stick and the black stone, the stall owner hastily introduces the items. As for this collection, I found them during my travels. Feel free to inspect them. If you purchase something from my stall, I would be willing to throw in one for free. What do you think? Purchasing only the black wooden stick and the black stone would be too conspicuous. In the end, Xie Yunhe spent 9 spirit stones to acquire a concealment talisman and 2 explosive talismans. He then selected the black wooden stick, the black stone, and a small mirror from the pile of freebies. The talismans are undoubtedly useful and could prove advantageous during future trials or battles. As for the items in the freebie pile, there is little of value, so to avoid making his intentions too apparent, he casually took the small mirror as well. Handing over the spirit stones, Xie Yunhe felt a pang of regret. This represented a month's worth of wages. The stall owner, quite pleased, welcomed Xie Yunhe to return again. I won't be coming back. Having successfully acquired what he desired, Xie Yunhe made his way back home, feeling a sense of reassurance as he touched the items he had just purchased. The Foundation establishment pill was within reach. After about half an hour, Xie Yunhe returned to Shaoyaofeng.at. This time, the cave-dwelling in Xieyafeng remained quiet. It seemed Xie Yunhe had yet to conclude his cultivation, after organizing his belongings in his room. Xie Yunhe took his tools and the spiritual grain seeds to the spiritual field outside. He was ready to put his month's worth of 30 spirit stones to good use. He must attend to all matters within the cave, one of which involves cultivating the neglected spiritual field. He began by using tools to turn the soil before planting the spiritual grain seeds. Finally, Xie Yunhe performed a small spiritual rain technique over the freshly planted seeds. Familiar clouds began to drift in once more. Perhaps due to the abundant spiritual energy of Xieyafeng, the clouds appeared more substantial than before. A gentle rain fell upon the soil, and under the nourishment of the spiritual rain, the seeds would soon take root, sprouting and thriving. Xie Yunhe was well aware that he would likely witness the seeds breaking through the soil by the following day. With daily watering, he could reap the spiritual grains 3 times a month. Initially, Xie Yunhe was amazed by the frequency of harvests. However, as he grew accustomed to it, he realized that in a realm where mortals traverse 1,000 miles in a single day, it was quite normal for rice to mature swiftly and for harvests to occur rapidly. Thus, 3 days passed. Juggling cultivation with tending to the spiritual field, the spiritual grains had begun to grow. Xie Yunhe finally awaited Qin Yu's exit from seclusion. As Qin Yu possessed a slightly higher cultivation level, Xie Yunhe could only remain in seclusion for a day, while Qin Yu could afford to be secluded for a more extended period. Upon exiting, Qin Yu was intercepted by Xie Yunhe. "What's the matter?" Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. Having become somewhat accustomed to his radiant demeanor, Xie Yunhe hurriedly presented the black wooden stick to Qin Yu. "This is something I fortuitously acquired. I believe it resembles the thunder essence grass described in the texts. I wonder if Brother Qin is interested in purchasing it." In the days that followed, Xie Yunhe had visited the library pavilion to consult ancient texts, which suggested that while the thunder essence grass is classified as a grass, it could also manifest as branches or other plants, not necessarily resembling grass in appearance. Furthermore, its essence remains concealed, making it easily confused with ordinary plants. Qin Yu took the black wooden stick, examining it carefully. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly released a surge of spiritual energy, shattering the outer shell of the black wooden stick. As the charred exterior crumbled away, it revealed an interior glowing with the radiance of lightning. Inside lay a jade-white branch, entwined with blue and purple lightning. It truly is the thunder essence grass. Qin Yu was taken aback. He had been searching for the thunder essence grass recently, as it would significantly benefit his upcoming golden core formation. With the help of the thunder essence grass, his chances of forming a 9-pattern golden core would greatly increase. However, this rare herb had proven elusive. He had not expected to acquire it today from his miscellaneous disciple. What do you wish to exchange for it? Spirit stones or something else? Xie Yunhe inquired. Upon hearing this, Xie Yunhe's heart leapt with joy. I desire a foundation establishment pill. Xie Yunhe did not respond immediately. Instead, he retrieved a wooden box and a bottle of elixirs. While the value of a foundation establishment pill is somewhat low, it pales in comparison to the value of the thunder essence grass. He preferred not to owe anyone a favor. Here is a foundation establishment pill, along with a bottle of second-grade Peiyuan Dan, which can rapidly restore spiritual energy. Together, these two exceed the value of the thunder essence grass. Xie Yunhe was quite satisfied. Trading with the protagonist never leads to loss. Thank you, Brother Qin. This thunder essence grass is yours now. Xie Yunhe bowed respectfully. In this exchange, both parties reaped rewards. After observing the flourishing spiritual grains outside, Qin Yu found his miscellaneous disciple increasingly likable. That he regarded Xie Yunhe with a smile, feeling inclined to engage in casual conversation. Once you establish your foundation, you can enter the outer sect. Will you choose to join the outer sect or remain here to assist me? I can offer you a higher monthly stipend. Xie Yunhe could not perceive the smile on Qin Yu's face. Had there been others present, they might have been utterly enchanted by the radiance of his smile. It was truly captivating, akin to sunlight breaking through clouds, and considering how infrequently Qin Yu smiled, even his fellow disciples and masters seldom witnessed such a natural demeanor. Alas, before Xie Yunhe stood only a radiant aura, rendering him oblivious to Qin Yu's expression. Chapter 7. Foundation Establishment. If I remain here with Brother Qin, what would my monthly stipend be? He internally shouted, fervently wishing to stay. The systems differ. Xie Yunhe places considerable emphasis on tangible benefits. Within the Tianjin sect, even the most menial disciples have the potential to ascend to outer disciples, or even to inner and elite disciples. Although the likelihood is quite low, it is not impossible. Generally, during the recruitment of disciples every 5 years, those who are successfully admitted are designated as outer disciples. Even the protagonist, Qin Yu, was once an outer disciple. Those with lesser qualifications, or those who, despite passing the entrance examination, ranked lower, have the option to become menial disciples of the Tianjin sect, and may transition to outer disciples upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. The original character fell into the latter category, having ranked poorly in the assessment, and subsequently became a menial disciple. During his tenure as a menial disciple, he could only accept internal tasks within the sect, which were mostly devoid of danger, but offered meager rewards. Upon becoming an outer disciple, he could undertake a broader array of sect missions, earning greater amounts of spirit stones, and even venture outside the sect for tasks. Remaining in the cave dwelling offered a comfortable existence, yet it precluded him from engaging in tasks beyond the sect. The monthly stipend amounted to 50 spirit stones. Qin Yu replied. Xie Yunhe was somewhat inclined to decline, as he preferred the prospect of undertaking various tasks. As for assistance missions, if the plot remained unchanged, he would have the opportunity to accompany the protagonist into the same secret realm, thereby also having the chance to complete tasks that I will not hinder you from accepting sect missions. As long as you take care of the internal affairs of the cave dwelling. I notice your spirit field is flourishing, Qin Yu leisurely added. Xie Yunhe was taken aback. Was there any difference between Qin Yu's offer and giving him money for nothing? Such a favorable arrangement was hard to come by. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yu mentally nodded. Individuals aligned with his thoughts were indeed rare. Xie Yunhe not only refrained from staring blankly at him, but could engage in normal conversation, which, in Qin Yu's eyes, was already a remarkable talent. Heaven knows that normal individuals were exceedingly scarce in his vicinity, and having encountered one, he must seize the opportunity. He understood that without the latter part of his statement, the individual before him would likely foolishly refuse to remain in the cave dwelling. Qin Yu had already discerned that Xie Yunhe was genuinely indifferent to the coveted position of an outer disciple. Thus, he had to offer additional incentives, and indeed, Xie Yunhe was swayed. After receiving the foundation establishment pill, Xie Yunhe actively prepared himself. Firstly, he needed to optimize the spiritual energy within him, following the teachings in the cultivation method. Xie Yunhe adjusted his spiritual energy accordingly. He then opened the wooden box and retrieved the fragrant foundation establishment pill. The pill was brown, and upon inspecting it from various angles, he could faintly discern the intricate patterns upon its surface. With the protagonist's involvement, it was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Even a single foundation establishment pill bore the exquisite craftsmanship of a perfect grade elixir. Xie Yunhe swallowed the foundation establishment pill, which dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that coursed through his internal circulatory system. He concentrated, guiding the surging spiritual energy along the prescribed pathways of the cultivation method, ultimately converging and compressing it within his dantian. A full day passed. The spiritual energy within Xie Yunhe had entirely transitioned from gaseous to liquid form, creating a small lake within his dantian. After successfully refining the last vestige of spiritual energy, he felt as if a shell binding him had shattered. He had broken through the bottleneck from the Qi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage. Surrounding spiritual energy re-entered his body, instinctively flowing into his internal circulatory system, ultimately becoming a drop of water in the lake within his dantian. The lake continued to expand. Xie Yunhe opened his eyes. He had reached the foundation establishment stage. The liquefaction of spiritual energy was one of the hallmarks of this stage. Although the spiritual energy within him no longer surged with abundance, having accumulated entirely in his dantian, he sensed a notable enhancement in its quality. Observing the impurities on his body, he executed a purification technique. A gentle breeze brushed over him, and Xie Yunhe felt rejuvenated. The dirt upon him had been whisked away by the purification technique, and he sensed that the energy expenditure for performing the technique was less than usual. No, upon careful reflection, it was not merely less. His total spiritual energy had indeed increased compared to before. In gaming terms, it was as if his mana cap had risen. Xie Yunhe was elated. Cultivating immortality was indeed delightful. Host, do you recall your assistance mission? A mournful voice echoed in his mind. The system had watched its bound host languish in idleness. Engrossed in cultivation, feeling utterly powerless, host, completing your mission sooner will allow you to return home sooner. The system attempted to entice Xie Yunhe. You make a valid point, Xie Yunhe acknowledged, remembering that he indeed had a task. Reflecting on his parents and younger sister still in the modern world, Xie Yunhe became serious. It seemed he had to play the role of a matchmaker earnestly. As he adjusted his clothing, he stepped out of his bedroom. Upon exiting, he spotted an individual clad in a moon-white robe standing outside. Startled, Xie Yunhe almost jumped in surprise. Once he regained his composure and recognized the familiar aura of holy light emanating from the figure, he realized it was Qin Yu. Qin Yu appraised Xie Yunhe, exclaiming, "Congratulations on your successful breakthrough. It is thanks to Senior Brother Qin's foundation establishment pill," Xie Yunhe sincerely replied. Were it not for obtaining the foundation establishment pill from Qin Yu, he would have had to exert considerable effort to procure one himself. Such elixirs, beneficial for breaking through realms, were seldom sold openly in markets. The prices at specialized elixir shops were beyond what Xie Yunhe could afford at present. Qin Yu had alleviated a significant burden for him. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Yu departed. Xie Yunhe found himself puzzled. What had prompted Qin Yu to stand at his bedroom door? Host, perhaps Qin Yu was guarding you. While the risks of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage were minimal, they were not non-existent. What was he thinking? This was the protagonist, a heartthrob adored by many. Why would he guard a mere menial disciple he had only met a few times? The system began to doubt its own judgment. While the host was oblivious to the situation, the system was aware that ever since the host entered seclusion, Qin Yu had remained at the door without moving, which certainly appeared to be a form of protection. The system shook its head in confusion. Could it be that Qin Yu was merely enjoying the view outside the cave? Spending an entire day gazing at the scenery was not outside the realm of possibility for a cultivator. Thus, the system felt it had unraveled the truth. Xie Yunhe, unaware that Qin Yu had lingered at his door for so long, assumed the latter was simply passing by to offer his congratulations. Chapter 8. The principal faction. After finally reaching the foundation establishment stage, Xie Yunhe was eager to try the sword flight that was now within his grasp. He ventured to the spirit field outside the cave dwelling, first watering the crops to ensure their robust growth. He then withdrew the standard long sword from his waist. The Tianjian sect primarily focused on sword cultivation, with approximately 80 to 90% of its members being sword cultivators. Hence, each disciple was issued a standardized longsword upon entry, a uniformly crafted weapon made of fine iron, which, while not a magical artifact, was nonetheless a formidable sword capable of slicing through metal with ease. Xie Yunhe unsheathed his sword, silently recalling the sword flight technique he had previewed. The fine iron sword levitated before him, and Xie Yunhe leapt onto it, attempting to fly. His aptitude proved satisfactory, as he quickly maneuvered the sword with ease. After practicing briefly, he directed it to carry him from the spirit field to the front of the cave dwelling, ultimately stopping before the protective barrier surrounding the dwelling. Qin Yu's cave dwelling was safeguarded by a barrier. To exit, he would need to press a jade token against the barrier to dispel it. Thus, Xie Yunhe merely practiced sword flight in the vicinity of the cave. Suddenly, a figure descended before him. The newcomer sheathed his sword behind him and approached. Xie Yunhe looked up and, upon seeing the familiar aura of holy light, almost exclaimed, "Senior brother Qin." However, he abruptly sensed something amiss, while the individual before him radiated a similar holy light. Their stature and appearance differed slightly from Qin Yu. Qin Yu typically favored wearing moon-white robes, while this individual donned an entirely black outfit. He appeared to stand nearly 2 meters tall, significantly taller than both Qin Yu and the comparatively shorter Xie Yunhe. Xie Yunhe felt a twinge of annoyance as he gazed upward at the figure. Why must he be so tall? It was truly enviable. In comparison to this black-clad individual, he felt like a mere child. Xie Yunhe's pride took a hit. The newcomer regarded Xie Yunhe with a momentary pause. "May I inquire your name, fellow Taoist?" he asked. "I am Xie Yunhe, the steward in senior brother Qin's cave dwelling. May I ask what brings you here?" Xie Yunhe introduced himself. A foundation establishment stage menial disciple could no longer be considered merely a menial disciple if one served in another's cave dwelling. They could be called a steward. "I am Jiang Han, a fellow disciple of Qin Yu. I have come to seek him today." Jiang Han stood outside the barrier, a long sword strapped to his back. Answering candidly, "It is the esteemed Ice Mountain senior brother Jiang Han, one of the key disciples of the main palace. Host, quickly assist him." "Go for it." Senior brother Jiang Han. Xie Yunhe has some recollection of him. While immersed in his reading, he found this protagonist's senior brother to be a person of icy exterior yet warm heart, always stepping forward to help the protagonist whenever trouble arose. Although the original text depicted him as cold and unapproachable, appearing rather indifferent, Xie Yunhe felt a certain fondness for him. While reading, he perceived Jiang Han as a masculine maternal figure, perpetually caring for the protagonist. Of course, the straightforward Xie Yunhe failed to notice Jiang Han's affection for Qin Yu as he read the novel. It was only after the system's subtle hints that he realized the senior brother was, in fact, playing the role of a silent, devoted admirer. Should Xie Yunhe be called upon to assist, he would undoubtedly choose to support senior brother Jiang Han, for he held him in high regard. Second only to the protagonist, Xie Yunhe used a jade token to open the barrier, allowing Jiang Han to enter the cave dwelling. Inside the hall of the cave, furnished with tables and chairs, the two sat facing each other, exchanging glances. An awkward silence enveloped the air. Xie Yunhe suddenly realized he had not prepared any tea or cups, leaving the hospitality feeling rather barren. He racked his brain, pondering what to say. "Senior brother Jiang, have you come to see senior brother Qin regarding something important?" he inquired about Jiang Han's purpose. Xie Yunhe could glean no expression or reaction from Jiang Han. All he perceived was a gentle, radiant aura. After a moment of silence, he began to wonder if he had overstepped. Jiang Han finally spoke. "I have a task I wish to undertake with junior brother Qin." He awkwardly followed up with a question. "Has junior brother Xie been serving at junior brother Qin's cave for long?" Xie Yunhe responded honestly. "Not for long, probably less than half a month." Jiang Han nodded and then asked, "Do you find it to your liking?" "This is junior brother Qin's first time having someone manage his cave. It's satisfactory. Senior brother Qin offers generous compensation that I only need to oversee the spiritual fields. And I have ample time for my own cultivation," Xie Yunhe replied. Jiang Han nodded again, falling silent once more. In just a few exchanges, Xie Yunhe sensed Jiang Han's social anxiety. The towering figure before him, nestled in the somewhat constricted chair, with legs awkwardly positioned, appeared rather pitiable. He mused. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Qin Yu emerged. Surprised to see Jiang Han, he remarked, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Qin Yu showed no signs of awkwardness, taking a seat as well. Noticing that the two had yet to drink even a cup of water during their idle sitting, he found their lack of social grace amusing and chuckled lightly. He rummaged through his storage pouch, retrieving tea sets and leaves. Upon witnessing Qin Yu's smile, Jiang Han's demeanor subtly stiffened. He was shy. Jiang Han was undoubtedly shy. The system, serving as Xie Yunhe's eyes, faithfully relayed the dynamics of the protagonist group, emitting vague, nonsensical sounds akin to a fan's excitement. Observing the two before him, Xie Yunhe scrutinized earnestly. One clad in moon-white robes and the other in dark attire, they sat across from each other, radiating harmony, especially with the luminous aura gracing their faces. It truly felt like an overwhelming display of light. Xie Yunhe slightly averted his gaze to shield his eyesight. Suddenly, a cup of tea was pushed toward him. It was the tea Qin Yu had just poured, offering each seated individual a cup. Reminded by the system, Xie Yunhe decided it was best not to linger as an unwelcome presence and aimed to exhibit the poise of a supportive ally. He took the cup, drank it down in one go, and then placed it down with a decisive clap. I shall not disturb the conversation between the two esteemed brothers any longer. I will attend to some personal matters at the affairs hall. Without waiting for their responses, he swiftly exited. Once beyond the barrier, he summoned his flying sword and took off. Junior brother Qin, your manager appears to be quite an amiable person, Jiang Han remarked, glancing at Qin Yu. Indeed, senior brother, you should now share the task you mentioned, Qin Yu replied. Chapter 9. The task of Xiaoxi Town. As Xie Yunhe soared through the air on his sword, he engaged in conversation with the system within his mind. Why does senior brother Jiang Han also have a halo of radiant light around his face? I had thought it was exclusive to the protagonist, Qin Yu. In recent days, aside from Qin Yu, everyone else seemed ordinary. I nearly considered the glow a hallmark of the protagonist alone. Host, this filter is applicable to individuals of high attractiveness. If we were to quantify their looks on a scale of 100, those who activate the filter must possess a minimum score of 80. According to our assessments, Qin Yu's beauty has reached an astonishing 99, while senior brother Jiang Han boasts a commendable 90, making it entirely reasonable for them to be shielded. Perhaps human beings truly are creatures of aesthetics. Once the filter obscured the appearances of the protagonist group, Xie Yunhe no longer perceived them as striking figures. It seems that physical appearance holds significant weight. Conversely, without the advantage of looks, they appeared as ordinary as anyone else. At that moment, Xie Yunhe recalled Ling Jiao from before. What about senior sister Ling Jiao? She is exceptionally beautiful, yet her score did not surpass 80. The system pulled up historical data for review. Ling Jiao. She wears a standard mask. Any concealment of facial features results in a deduction of points. While her other half is indeed appealing, it still falls short of 80. The filter system assigns her a score of 78, which is still quite acceptable without the filter. But what if someone uses a disguise? In such cases, the score will be reassessed based on the appearance presented, and if it exceeds a certain threshold, the halo will activate to protect the host's eyes, reflecting on that radiant glow. Xie Yunhe felt somewhat exasperated. Thank you all, but could we lower the brightness of the holy light a bit to better protect my eyes? Time flew by swiftly. With his sword flight, Xie Yunhe arrived at the affairs hall in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Upon entering, he queued at the counter to process his identity change. The sister at the counter recognized him, expressing surprise at his quick return. Last time you were still in the chi refining stage, and now you have already reached the foundation establishment stage. Truly a prodigious youth. This junior is merely 21 years of age. This rate of advancement rivals that of many inner disciples. How did you end up as a servant disciple before? Indeed, I would appreciate your assistance in converting my status from servant disciple. Additionally, I will be staying at senior brother Qin's cave as a manager, so please record that as well. The sister, taken aback, processed his request while indulging her curiosity. Junior brother Xie, is senior brother Qin not exceedingly handsome? How fortunate you are to see him daily. Sister, those who cultivate should not overly concern themselves with appearances. Beauty is fleeting, Xie Yunhe replied earnestly. The sister rolled her eyes at him playfully. You are blissfully unaware of your fortune. Countless people envy you. Senior brother Qin is not one to approach easily. After completing the identity conversion and recording his monthly stipend, the sister presented a thick ledger before Xie Yunhe. Junior brother Xie, would you like to take on a sect task? Here are some tasks that have yet to be accepted. Feel free to take a look. Xie Yunhe opened the notebook, which contained tasks of greater peril than those previously assigned to the care of Ling Tian. For instance, missions such as the eradication of 10 flame tigers, the investigation of the mysterious disappearances in Xiaoxi Town, and the collection of 30 Tianqing herbs. Both outer and inner disciples of the sect were now eligible to undertake more challenging tasks. Most of these involved gathering materials from various creatures, collecting spiritual herbs, or eliminating ferocious beasts that threaten villages. Upon seeing the task regarding the investigation of disappearances in Xiaoxi Town, Xie Yunhe promptly accepted it. In the original narrative, the protagonist had successfully leveraged this task to secure a spot in the subsequent expedition into the secret realm. Xiaoxi Town lies in the most remote area under the jurisdiction of the Tianjin sect, making it a prime target for nefarious cultivators and demonic practitioners. By the time this task was announced, numerous young adults had already gone missing from the town. Strangely enough, all of the missing individuals were young adults. rather than the elderly, weak, or children. This task had already been undertaken by another group. However, that team of Tianjin sect disciples had vanished without a trace. Consequently, the task was reissued, calling for disciples to investigate the situation in the town and, if possible, rescue the previous team. The expedition was to be led by 2 Golden Core disciples, accompanied by 5 Foundation Establishment disciples. With such a formidable configuration, the success of the mission seemed virtually assured. Yet, Xie Yunhe was acutely aware that this team would meet with disaster. They mistakenly believed their adversaries would be limited to those at the early stage of the Golden Core, unaware that they would face a late-stage demonic cultivator. The madman engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in mutual destruction. In the end, only 2 Foundation Establishment disciples managed to escape, marking a devastating loss. One of them was the original protagonist, while the other was Ling Jiaojiao, whom the protagonist fortuitously saved. It was precisely due to rescuing Ling Jiaojiao that the protagonist earned a free entry into the secret realm. As for why Ling Jiaojiao was there, the plot reveals she had secretly ventured out to gather rare Thunder-type treasures to present to her senior brother Qinyu, only to find herself ensnared in the chaos. Therefore, at present, no one was aware of Ling Jiaojiao's presence. Otherwise, the sect would not have dispatched such a meager number of individuals. The mission indicated that the participating cultivators were to convene at the sect's entrance 3 days hence. After accepting the task, Xie Yunhe made another visit to the sect's marketplace to see what wares were available. Ultimately, he purchased several vials of mint extract with a single spiritual stone, as for other treasures. His purse was too light to afford them, so he let them be. The following 2 days were spent solidifying his cultivation and diligently practicing swordplay. The sword technique was the foundational art of the Tianjin sect, known as the Wenyang Shursen Jian. The more Xie Yunhe pondered this technique, the more intriguing it became. Through his own insights and the original protagonist's memories of sword practice, he was able to execute the moves with considerable finesse. The 2 days passed in a flurry of sword training and cultivation. As for Qinyu, he was not in the cave dwelling. Xie Yunhe surmised he must have gone out with Zhang Han. In the original narrative, such heroic rescues were hardly the purview of cannon fodder. To be precise, Xie Yunhe was half a savior to Ling Jiaojiao. In the end, it would be Qinyu and Zhang Han who fortuitously passed by and annihilated the beleaguered demonic cultivator, seizing the spoils left behind. This encounter would lead Ling Jiaojiao to develop a deeper affection for Qinyu, who would effortlessly acquire a new treasure. Meanwhile, the supporting character, Xie Yunhe, would also be saved, pledging his unwavering loyalty to Qinyu, ready to stand by him through thick and thin, a quintessential tale of the hero's journey. Chapter 10, The Task Force on the morning of the 3rd day. As the mist dissipated, sunlight illuminated the mountain peaks enshrouded in fog, imparting a remarkably refreshing ambience. Xie Yunhe soared through the mountains on his sword, taking a deep breath and feeling his spirits lift. It was truly a natural oasis. The clearing in front of the sect was already occupied by a few waiting figures. A female Golden Core cultivator was present, accompanied by 2 women and 2 men of the Foundation Establishment stage. Xie Yunhe descended gracefully and introduced himself to the group. Among them were a brother and sister pair, Su Xing and Su Yu, with cultivation levels of mid and early Foundation Establishment, respectively. They were exceedingly warm and promptly introduced Xie Yunhe to the others. Another female cultivator, Feng Wei, also at the mid-Foundation Establishment stage, appeared rather shy and merely nodded at Xie Yunhe. The last was Luo Zifeng, a late Foundation Establishment cultivator, dressed in lavish attire, exuding an air of intimidation. The Golden Core cultivator, clad in gray, silently stood to the side. Clutching her sword, Su Xing discreetly informed Xie Yunhe that the silent figure was Sister Shangqing, an inner disciple, with 2 Golden Core cultivators leading. The 5 Foundation Establishment disciples were now assembled, yet 1 Golden Core cultivator had yet to arrive. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the tardy individual finally appeared, accompanied by a streak of blue sword light. Clad in a blue robe that shimmered like the ocean under the sun, the newcomer was indeed a striking figure, handsome and fanning himself with a handkerchief. Shangqing's expression soured. This individual had arrived nearly half an hour late. In essence, everyone had been waiting for him for almost an hour. I apologize, everyone. I overslept, he said, retrieving a vial of elixirs and distributing several to each person. Xie Yunhe glanced at the elixirs, unable to discern their nature. So you examined the elixirs and gasped in astonishment. This is the illusory face pill, she exclaimed, turning to him excitedly. Are you brother Chu Yuanzhou? Xie Yunhe raised an eyebrow in surprise, retracting his fan with a smile. Indeed, that is I did not expect my junior sister to recognize my name. Brother Chu had created the illusory face pill, earning the title of a third-tier alchemist. How could they not have heard of him? Xie Yunhe was aware that the illusory face pill was a concoction that allowed one to alter their appearance, making it exceptionally convenient for disguise while traveling. Remarkably, the pill's toxicity was nearly non-existent, leading beauty-conscious women to sometimes consume it like candy to enhance their appearance. A single vial of illusory face pills could fetch 20 spiritual stones, and the few Xie Yunhe had could be worth 10 spiritual stones. He quickly sought a spare vial to store them, realizing that for certain beauty-loving female cultivators, their value could exceed 10 spiritual stones, potentially trading for even better items. With such a generous gesture from Xie Yunhe, no one could remain irate. Even the usually stern Sang Qing found it challenging to maintain her displeasure. The sincerity of his apology, coupled with the gift of elixirs, diffused any lingering resentment. The 7 of them confirmed the location of Xiaoxi town and prepared to set forth. Xie Yunhe had anticipated they would all fly on their swords, readying himself to draw his weapon. To his surprise, Sister Sang Qing produced a small boat. Tossing it into the air, the spiritual vessel rapidly expanded, becoming a small craft capable of accommodating 10 individuals. Please board. It is best to conserve our spiritual energy until we reach Xiaoxi town, ready for battle at any moment. Xie Yunhe was taken aback by the unexpected ride and joined the others on the spiritual boat. Finding a seat, once aboard, each individual began to meditate and recuperate, while Sister Sang Qing stood at the helm, guiding the vessel. The spiritual boat soared swiftly towards Xiaoxi town. Chapter 11. Mayor Wu. At this moment, Xie Yunhe felt a weighty sense of foreboding. While reading the novel, the gravity of the situation had not truly resonated with him. But now, immersed in the reality of it all, he felt the pressure mounting. Beside him, Su Xing and Su Yu continued to converse in hushed tones, their excitement palpable. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this was a mission from which few would return, aside from the fortunate escapees, the original protagonist, and Ling Jiaojiao. The rest would meet a grim fate. The majority aboard this spiritual vessel would not come back. Whether it was the reticent Sister Sang or the jovial Brother Chu, the 4 Foundation establishment disciples were destined to perish in this endeavor. Xie Yunhe began to contemplate whether there was a possibility of rescuing them. He consulted the system, which bluntly stated that with the world on the brink of destruction, the fates of these few individuals were of no concern. The loss of a few lives would not significantly impact the narrative as long as the protagonist, Qinyu, can find a partner in the end. The trivial matters surrounding it will not disrupt the workings of this world. After 2 days of flight, the spirit vessel arrived at Xiaoxi town. Xiaoxi town is a small settlement, situated at a considerable distance from the Tianjin sect, which means the sect's influence is limited here. Surprisingly, the last group of disciples who came did not return, prompting the arrival of the second group, led by Xie. As the spirit vessel descended, the group disembarked and approached the entrance of Xiaoxi town. Sang Qing presented the sect's jade token to the guard, who, not daring to be negligent, hurried off to find the town mayor. The others waited at the entrance. Although Xiaoxi town is small, it is bustling with activity. People walk the streets, some carrying burdens, some shopping, and others selling snacks. The inns and shops along the roadside are operating normally, giving the impression that the town is thriving, wholly unaffected by the missing persons incident. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that few able-bodied men are seen on the streets. Most of the populace comprises elderly individuals, women, and children. Standing at the entrance, Xie Yunhe felt a chill run down his spine. If he could, he would prefer to keep everyone away from this den of danger, but persuading them was beyond his means. How could he explain that he was aware of the original plot, which revealed this town as a perilous trap? Who would believe him? For now, he could only observe and seek to uncover the secrets of Xiaoxi town. The mayor soon arrived, a plump and amiable elderly man. Ah, esteemed sages, my apologies for not welcoming you sooner. The mayor rubbed his hands together as he approached the group. Please, follow me. I have prepared accommodations for you at the residence. He continued, by the way. My surname is Wu. I am the mayor of Xiaoxi town. You may simply call me Mayor Wu. After introducing himself, Mayor Wu warmly invited the group to rest at his residence. Xie Yunhe was acutely aware that the mayor's residence was the lair of the malevolent practitioner. In the original story, the group had entered the mayor's house without caution and had been captured en masse. They could not go to the mayor's residence now. Thus, the usually reticent Xie Yunhe finally spoke up. Sister sang, "Is it appropriate to trouble the mayor so? Perhaps we should find an inn to stay in town instead." Sang Qing had initially intended to accompany Mayor Wu to his residence. But upon hearing Xie Yunhe's words, she hesitated. Although Xie Yunhe had been taciturn throughout the journey, it was evident he was a prudent and decisive individual. The recent disappearances in Xiaoxi town were indeed suspicious. The previous group of disciples had not been heard from since, and if it weren't for the intact life tokens in the sect, everyone would likely assume the worst. The lack of any news already indicated that something was amiss in Xiaoxi town. It was indeed unwise to visit the mayor's residence. Who knew if the mayor had ulterior motives? Sang Qing cast a thoughtful glance at Xie Yunhe, then turned to Mayor Wu and said, "There is no need to trouble you. Mayor Wu, we shall find an inn to stay at ourselves. Thank you for your kind offer." Mayor Wu's expression faltered momentarily, seemingly taken aback by the refusal. No matter if the esteemed sages prefer an inn, there are many affordable and quality options in our town. After regaining his composure, Mayor Wu smiled apologetically and began to introduce the inns in town. Sang Qing seized the opportunity to inquire about the disappearance incidents while observing the town. "I heard that people in your town go missing every few days. Is there any truth to this?" "Yes, indeed. The families of the missing report to the authorities, but we have been unable to locate them. However, Xiaoxi town is not particularly close to the wilderness, and there haven't been any wild beasts returning. We simply do not know where those people have gone," Mayor Wu lamented, displaying an expression of deep concern to outsiders. He appeared to be a compassionate official truly invested in his people's welfare. Sang Qing asked further questions regarding the missing individuals, and Mayor Wu answered willingly and thoroughly, demonstrating a remarkable degree of cooperation. Xie Yunhe observed with a cold gaze, well aware that Mayor Wu was one of the primary culprits behind the turmoil. As the group walked towards the inn, a ball suddenly bounced toward them. Striking Su Xing, he did not take offense, tossing the ball back to the child. The child, upon receiving the ball, resumed playing without acknowledging Su Xing at all, neither apologizing for hitting him nor thanking him for returning the ball, as if he were oblivious to Su Xing's presence, lost in his own world. "Look at that child. How rude. He hit someone and doesn't even say sorry." Su Xing, though not overly sensitive, felt a pang of displeasure. "I should apologize on behalf of that child. Children can be mischievous and shy around strangers." Mayor Wu, witnessing this scene, hurriedly offered apologies, his demeanor smooth and evasive, leaving no room for reproach. No harm done. It's just a minor incident." Su Xing waved dismissively. Xie Yunhe glanced at the child and then entered the inn with the others. This inn was named Xiangfa Inn. Upon seeing Mayor Wu, the innkeeper greeted them warmly and assisted with their check-in. After securing their rooms, Mayor Wu bid farewell, indicating that they could find him at his residence if needed. The group ascended to the second floor, not immediately heading to their own rooms, but gathering in Sang Qing's guest room. Once settled, Sang Qing cast a soundproof barrier around the room, ensuring that their conversation would not be overheard from outside. "Now, let us discuss. What are your thoughts on Xiaoxi town? I sense something amiss." Chapter 12. The peculiar town sister sang, "I too feel that something is not right with Xiaoxi town." The first to speak was Xie Yunhe. Tapping his folding fan, "Isn't it said that the disappearance incidents have caused quite an uproar? Yet, the townspeople appear utterly unaffected. I just saw someone performing acrobatics in the street, creating quite a lively scene. There's no sign of panic whatsoever." Xie Yunhe pointed out the oddity lurking beneath the town's bustling facade. "Indeed, wasn't it reported that the disappearances escalated to the point of reaching our sect? And why has the previous group of disciples gone silent? If Xiaoxi town is truly this calm and peaceful, they shouldn't be without any news at all." Xie added his perspective. Sang Qing contemplated for a moment before turning to Xie Yunhe and asking, "Did you notice anything unusual? Why did you suddenly interrupt my conversation with Mayor Wu and advise against visiting his residence? Do you suspect that Mayor Wu may have ulterior motives?" Caught off guard, Xie Yunhe realized this was an opportunity to highlight the unsettling nature of Xiaoxi town. In response to Sister Sang, "I have been observing Mayor Wu closely. When he learned we chose not to visit his residence, his expression darkened significantly. He appears to be prepared for something. The previous group of disciples has gone missing, likely falling prey to the same fate. Hence, I dare to speculate that Mayor Wu may indeed be suspicious, and his residence could be a den of danger." Pausing for effect, Xie Yunhe continued, "Moreover, there is something off about this town. I've noticed that the behavior of the townspeople seems unnaturally rigid." "What do you mean?" I see nothing wrong with the townspeople aside from their peculiar attitudes, Su Xing remarked, unable to contain his curiosity. Xie Yunhe turned to Sang Qing with anticipation. Sister Sang, you possess the highest cultivation among us. Have you discerned anything from the townsfolk? Sang Qing shook her head. I have used my spiritual sense to scan the town. There appears to be no issue. The townspeople show no signs of malevolence, and Xiaoxi town is devoid of demonic or monstrous energy. It's too clean that it seemed that even Sister Sang could not uncover any clues. It was regrettable that the malevolent practitioner's cultivation was likely too high, requiring at least the strength of the nascent soul or transformation stage to perceive the town's true nature. Xie Yunhe sighed inwardly. Aware from the original plot that this so-called bustling town was devoid of any living souls, Xiaoxi town had become a lair for the malevolent practitioner. He had to find a way to subtly reveal the town's situation to the group. I recently noticed something unusual. Could you all come take a look? Xie Yunhe approached the window of the guest room, beckoning the others. From this vantage point, they could see children playing in the alley below. Among them was the very child who had struck Su Xing with the ball. Isn't that the rude child from earlier? Su Xing recognized him immediately. Without further ado, Xie Yunhe produced a small stone and aimed it at the ball in the child's hand. The keen eyesight of someone in the foundation establishment stage proved advantageous. The stone struck the ball, sending it flying from the child's grasp, where it rolled across the ground. The group was momentarily startled. But before they could inquire, they witnessed an even stranger phenomenon. The child appeared oblivious, continuing to play with the ball. Except now he was merely batting at thin air. What on earth is happening? Su Xing stammered, the eerie scene causing the hairs on the back of their necks to stand on end. The most unassuming member of the group, Feng Wei, suddenly spoke up. They are puppets. These people have all become puppets. Xie Yunhe was taken aback to discover that someone was aware of this matter. She immediately cast an encouraging glance in that direction. Feng Wei suddenly became the focal point of everyone's attention. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she nonetheless mustered the courage to speak. I have encountered individuals like this before. Feng Wei seemed to drift into reminiscence. My hometown village was just like this. Overnight, everyone turned into puppets. I was merely 10 years old at that time. Due to my playful nature, I ventured into the mountains and narrowly escaped a calamity. Upon my return to the village, I sensed something was amiss. Why were the villagers still harvesting rice in the dead of night? Terrified, I fled. Later on, I observed many cultivators arriving at the village. They informed me that an evil practitioner was at work, transforming the villagers into puppets, rendering them living corpses and beyond salvation. Eventually, I was taken back to Tianjin's sect to cultivate, and I have remained there ever since. Feng Wei spoke. She could not suppress her trembling. Clearly, the events of that time had left an indelible scar on her psyche. Those who became puppets share a common trait. Their pupils are unusually dark and devoid of life, and when not under control, they repeat the same actions incessantly, Feng Wei added. Indeed, I suspect that the people of this town have been transformed into puppets, Xie Yunhe declared. From the moment I entered the town, I sensed something was off. I overheard the vegetable seller and buyer haggling 4 times, each time at the exact same price, and children tripped in the same spot 5 times. Each individual exhibited repetitive behavior, while it may not seem apparent when viewed collectively. A closer examination reveals the discrepancies. Xie Yunhe recounted the hidden truths from the original text. However, Mayor Wu was different. Everyone noted that he appeared no different from an ordinary person. He was either an evil practitioner himself, under the control of one, or a willing accomplice, rendering him far from innocent. Upon seeing these puppets, I recalled the relevant texts I had perused in the library. There was an evil practitioner known as Spider Lady, who excelled in such puppet techniques, but the last time she appeared was during the late stages of the Golden Core period. I believe this issue surpasses our capacity to address. It would be prudent to summon reinforcements from our sect. Xie Yunhe was aware that the evil practitioner plaguing Xiaoxi town was a formidable late-stage Golden Core entity, nearing the pinnacle of that stage. Cunning by nature, she had already inflicted harm upon many. Wherever Spider Lady went, she would transform the locals into her puppets, establishing her lair, a distinctive mark of her infamy in the cultivation world. Indeed, that evil practitioner is called Spider Lady, and I harbor a deep-seated vendetta against her. As Feng Wei spoke, her fists clenched, her eyes reddening. The others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Sang Qing swiftly made a decision. A direct confrontation would be futile. They needed to call for help. Chapter 13. Missing. So you proactively volunteered to seek assistance. The cultivation technique I practice possesses stealth capabilities, allowing me to traverse certain protective barriers undetected. The others regarded her with a peculiar gaze. Was this not the technique favored by those unscrupulous cultivators who engaged in petty thievery? In the cultivation world, some notorious thieves were known for using such techniques to spy on female cultivators during their baths. Xie Yune's face flushed with embarrassment, yet after a moment, she regained her composure. We were once rogue cultivators. This technique is perfectly suited for evasion and proves invaluable in critical moments, rather than merely for thievery. Thus, Xie Yunhe set off to return to the sect for assistance, ensuring that she would clearly convey the events that had transpired. Sang Qing handed Xie Yunhe a token, instructing her to seek out her master. Yue Zuanzhang. In the cultivation world, those of the transformation stage are revered as Zuanzhang. I had no idea that senior sister Sang Qing had such a significant background, a master at the transformation stage. Xie Yunhe carefully stored the jade token, feeling the urgency of the moment, and departed stealthily. Observing the plot unfold in a different direction, Xie Yunhe felt a sense of relief. In the original text, the group was led directly to the mayor's residence upon entering the town, only to find themselves ensnared in the lair of the evil practitioner. Moreover, the group did not realize the peril they were in until 3 days had passed. By then, it was too late. They ultimately fled to the dungeon, only to discover the whereabouts of their fellow disciples, with only one, Ling Jiao, still alive. The group fought desperately, but ultimately fell short against the evil practitioner. 2 of the Golden Core seniors perished alongside the evil practitioner, buying precious time for the remaining members to escape. However, only 2 managed to flee. Their current situation was already significantly better than that portrayed in the narrative. Upon recognizing the oddities of the small town, the group felt a strange sense of unease enveloping the townsfolk. Xie Yunhe suggested several precautions, urging everyone to refrain from separating and to avoid consuming the town as food and water until reinforcements arrived. The group unanimously agreed to this counsel and decided to continue their daytime activities, feigning ignorance of the truth. Chu Yuanzhou distributed some fasting pills, which theoretically allowed those at the foundation establishment stage to absorb spiritual energy without food. However, Chu Yuanzhou suspected that the spiritual energy here might be tainted and deemed it safer to consume the fasting pills. Xie Yunhe distributed the peppermint concentrate he had procured for everyone. Spider Lady was an evil practitioner capable of transforming into a spider. Some speculated whether she might be a demon practitioner, but those who had investigated her knew she was indeed human. Thus, Spider Lady exhibited certain spider-like traits, such as an aversion to strong scents. Recalling this detail from the narrative, Xie Yunhe prepared some peppermint concentrate, thinking it might aid in their escape during a critical moment. However, everyone believed that Xie Yunhe had merely prepared these items in advance, admiring his foresight in bringing various pest repellent supplies. Luo Zifeng maintained his usual haughty demeanor as a young master, yet upon hearing the group's conclusions, he too felt a surge of anxiety. Initially believing that their task would be manageable with 2 Golden Core seniors accompanying them, he had not anticipated stumbling upon the evil practitioner's lair. Who could say what level of cultivation the evil practitioner had reached? If she were already at the nascent soul stage, would they not be walking to their doom? Luo Zifeng crushed his jade rescue token. As soon as he did so, his clan uncle would be alerted and would surely arrive within 3 days. The group then realized that he was from the Luo family. In the cultivation world, alongside the numerous sects, there existed many cultivation families. The Luo family was a mid-sized clan under the Tianjian sect, primarily serving as a vassal to it. Many members of the management in Tianjian sect hailed from the Luo family. This development provided an additional layer of assurance. Xie Yunhe was well aware that Long Aotian and Qin Yu would also come, effectively granting them 3 layers of protection, with the impending arrival of reinforcements from Tianjin sect. Luo Zifeng's clan uncle, Long Aotian, and his senior brother Zhang Han, they should be able to safeguard this group from the clutches of the evil practitioner. However, plans often fall victim to unforeseen circumstances. Just as the group prepared to remain on standby, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. After their discussions, in order to avoid raising suspicion, everyone returned to their respective guest rooms to rest. Moreover, their rooms were interconnected, allowing for immediate calls for help if necessary. The following morning, they intended to feign casualness while exploring the streets. Su Xing sought out Luo Zifeng, only to find that his door went unanswered. Sensing something was amiss, Su Xing forcefully opened the door. The room was utterly empty. Luo Zifeng had vanished. How could this be? In the room of Luo Zifeng, the crowd searched for clues. The tea and refreshments showed no signs of having been consumed, indicating that Luo Zifeng was indeed quite cautious. He had absorbed everything that was said. However, his outer robe still hung on the coat rack, suggesting that his disappearance was abrupt and without warning, as if he had been taken away by someone. Furthermore, there were no signs of a struggle at the scene, which implied the adversary was particularly formidable, whether Luo Zifeng had been incapacitated or simply too fearful to resist. The group, gathered in Luo Zifeng's guest room, felt somewhat disheartened. Just yesterday, they had spoken of caution, and now one of their companions was gone. Xie Yunhe was equally troubled, as the current turn of events had deviated entirely from the narrative he was familiar with, leaving him perplexed as to how Luo Zifeng had been taken. However, it seemed likely that he had been brought to the mayor's residence. The spider lady, now under pressure, was likely to act hastily. Despite her usual discretion, she had previously managed to remain unnoticed after occupying a village. This time, however, the stir caused by Luo Zifeng's disappearance was a result of her dissatisfaction with merely using mortals for her cultivation. She yearned for a quicker path to power and had set her sights on cultivators. The disappearance was deliberately reported by her to attract disciples from the Immortal sect, hoping to lure in waves of them. To avoid alarming them, she had kept those disciples dangling by their lives, though their time was limited. With more powerful prey at her disposal, her insatiable desires became increasingly difficult to control, leading her to act impulsively as soon as Xie Yunhe and his companions arrived. Moreover, Xie Yunhe glanced out the window at the sky. Tonight was a full moon night, a time when the spider lady would be vulnerable and in need of sustenance to replenish her energy. The full moon brought both crisis and opportunity. Chapter 14. The spider lady. Why was the spider lady weakened on a full moon night? This was typically a flaw associated with half-breed demon cultivators. The spider lady was a human evil cultivator, not a demon cultivator. Her spouse was the demon. According to the background mentioned in the original story, the spider lady was not always known by that name, and her true name remains a mystery. She had a handsome husband, a spider spirit. However, one day, during his tribulation, he failed and perished. In her frantic attempts to save him, she discovered a method that involved sacrificing half of her own body for his revival. Thus, the spider lady was born. This secret was ultimately revealed to the protagonists. Returning to the point, on a full moon night, the spider lady, akin to half-breed demon cultivators, would enter a state of weakness. Her husband would fall into a deep slumber, and if his spiritual energy was insufficient, he might not awaken. Therefore, during this time, the spider lady would stockpile blood and cultivators in preparation for her needs. Thus, tonight presented the best opportunity. If Luo Zifeng was not rescued this evening, it was highly likely that he would fall prey to the spider lady, making tonight a perilous occasion as well. Xie Yunhe was acutely aware of this. However, the dilemma was that rushing into the mayor's residence to rescue someone would undoubtedly lead to their capture. Xie Yunhe pondered this dilemma while the others continued discussing how Luo Zifeng had been taken. He lay back on the bed, attempting to simulate Luo Zifeng's state at that moment. At that instant, he sensed something amiss about the sound of the bed frame. To confirm his suspicion, he knocked on the wooden bed. It echoed hollowly. As he fumbled around the edge of the bed, he discovered a button and pressed it firmly. Suddenly, the bed frame flipped 180 degrees, sending him tumbling down into a hidden passage. A gasp escaped his lips as he fell from the guest room into a secret tunnel. It turned out that there was a mechanism beneath the bed frame that could be triggered to reveal a passageway. He tried to leap back up and emerged from the mechanism once more. The others gathered around him, astonished. "Xie Shidi, you startled me. How did you vanish so suddenly?" exclaimed Su Xing, clearly shaken. Chu Yuanzhou and Sang Qing approached the edge of the bed frame to investigate. It was now certain that Luo Zifeng had likely been taken through this secret passage. As for whether he had gone willingly, that seemed implausible. Even after only a few days together, it was evident that Luo Zifeng valued his life too much to take unnecessary risks. He would not have fled without a word, especially knowing that there were problems in this small town. That I'll explore the secret passage and see if I can sneak Luo Shixiang back, Xie Yunhe declared. "Xie Shidi, that's far too dangerous. I should go instead." Sang Qing disagreed. "But Sang Qing Shiji, you still need to guard this place. I'll go," Xie Yunhe insisted, taking a deep breath and telling a small lie. "Moreover, I have a life-saving talisman that can ensure my safety in dire moments. Recently, I became the steward of Shixiang Qin Yu's cave dwelling, and his master, the carefree sword master, bestowed upon me a life-saving artifact." Upon hearing this, The expressions of those present varied. Xie, so you are the legendary Xie Yunhe. I thought it was just a coincidence of names, but it truly is you. Su Xing exclaimed, always eager for gossip. The curiosity had eased his feared T.O. face Shidi Qin Yu without flinching. Xie, you are truly remarkable, Chu Yuanzhou added, having heard the gossip as well. Even Feng Wei looked over with curiosity. Xie Yunhe felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Qin Yu was indeed the pinnacle figure of the Heavenly Sword sect. Anyone could engage in conversation about him. Did they forget that they were currently in a crisis? In truth, Xie Yunhe possessed no life-saving artifact. He merely felt that if it were him, he could likely enter the mayor's residence and come out alive. However, the same could not be said for those fellow cultivators who had perished in the narrative. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. He would go instead. After all, he bore the mission of saving the world and playing matchmaker for the protagonists. Surely, fortune would favor him. Will you assist me in a critical moment? System, host, sob. I'm afraid, Xie Yunhe. I knew that useless system would be unreliable. Before entering the secret passage, Shangqin gifted him some stealth talismans, akin to those he had seen in the sect market, for 3 spirit stones each. Chu Yuanzhou provided him with some essence-replenishing pills. Before departing, Xie Yunhe shared all the information he had about the Spider Lady with the group, mentioning that the source of this knowledge was from the sect's texts. Upon learning that the Spider Lady was a half-demon cultivator, Chu Yuanzhou produced some spirit herbs that were detested by demon cultivators and distributed them to Xie Yunhe, holding a handful of fiery red fire velvet grass. He tucked it into his bag and set off. Xie, be careful. The group bid farewell to him. If I do not return, find a place to hide in town until help arrives, Xie Yunhe cautioned. Feeling an uneasy premonition that if his companions entered the Spider Lady's territory, they might not survive, the group nodded. Understanding the gravity of the situation, be prudent. Xie Yunhe affixed a stealth talisman to himself. While keeping explosive talismans and other offensive talismans within easy reach for immediate use, descending into the underground passage, Xie Yunhe cautiously advanced. Fortunately, the tunnel was a single path with no forks, and he encountered no one along the way. After navigating through the passage without incident, he arrived at the exit. Xie Yunhe gently pushed open the exit, only to find himself beneath another bed frame. Noticing the room was empty, he crawled out from beneath the bed. It was an ordinary chamber, presumably belonging to a servant. The room was dimly lit. Xie Yunhe held his breath and moved carefully, his hand resting on his refined iron sword. At that moment, a group of people passed outside. That kid must have run this way. Search. Xie Yunhe felt a surge of uncertainty. Who had fled? Hearing the footsteps approaching the room, he had no time to ponder further and sought a place to hide. The underground passage would not suffice. It was a one-way route, and if he entered it again and became trapped, capture was inevitable. Surveying his surroundings, he decided to climb up to the beams, as this area would typically be a blind spot for anyone. For a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, leaping to the beams was effortless. Without even using spiritual energy, Xie Yunhe ascended to the beams and found a spot to crouch. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him. Quickly raising his eyes, he met the stare of a pair of swollen eyes. Xie Yunhe? Chapter 15. Li Yi. The situation was peculiar. People were bustling outside. The 2 individuals in the room exchanged glances. One was crouched opposite Xie Yunhe, clad in what appeared to be a purple robe, now so dirty that its original color was indiscernible. Their face was swollen like that of a pig, and their eyes, clearly puffy from crying, stared at Xie Yunhe with a dazed expression. Who is this person? Were they just here? How did I not notice? Xie Yunhe was astonished by the remarkable stealth skills of the individual before him. Had he not fortuitously chosen a position that directly faced this person, he would have remained oblivious to their presence. It was perplexing, the host mused, but the individual was truly unattractive, resembling a pig's head. Inquiries to the system yielded no insights, a reality to which Xie Yunhe had grown accustomed. The 2 exchanged glances, perhaps cognizant that they were not adversaries, thus remaining silent. Suddenly, the individual with the swollen eyes tossed an object in his direction. Reflexively, Xie Yunhe caught it, only to be drenched in a cold sweat that he realized he had been overly unguarded. Despite spending considerable time in the realm of cultivation, his mindset still clung to that of a modern individual. What if the object had been a concealed weapon or a bomb? Fortunately, it was neither. In his hand lay a small stone, which faintly shimmered with a radiant glow. This was no ordinary object. Xie Yunhe discerned that moment. The door to the room was flung open with a resounding bang. Search everywhere. I refuse to believe we cannot find that rascal. Under the bed, in the cabinets, through the secret passages. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, Xie Yunhe had sensed a hint of familiarity in that voice and discreetly peered down that it was none other than Mayor Wu. Were they searching for the swollen-eyed figure clad in purple? Holding the small stone, Xie Yunhe felt its power to enhance concealment. He surmised that the purple-clad individual must be concerned about his own stealth capabilities. It was of little consequence if he revealed his location. However, he was positioned directly opposite the purple-clad figure. Should he be discovered, the individual in purple would undoubtedly face peril as well. Reluctantly, he was compelled to keep the stone. Xie Yunhe cautiously nestled himself deeper into the shadows of the beam. He was uncertain whether the searchers below occasionally glanced upward, but astonishingly, they seemed to overlook their location entirely. After a stick of incense had burned, the searchers, having found nothing in the room, retreated. Silence enveloped the space once more. Yet, Xie Yunhe dared not relax. The two continued their game of stillness atop the beams. After another stick of incense had passed, the searchers unexpectedly returned. They pushed the door open and resumed their search. Xie Yunhe silently commended his own caution. Mayor, we found no one. Wu's face flickered between shades of blue and red, and he beckoned his men to search elsewhere. Where could that little rascal be hiding? Hurry and find him. If you cannot, you shall take his place. The clamorous crowd gradually faded away once more. The two atop the beams bided their time. It was not until half an hour later that the purple-clad figure finally exhaled a sigh of relief, indicating that no one remained. Clearly unable to contain his curiosity, the individual spoke. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Xie Yunhe cast a glance at the purple-clad figure. My companion has been captured, and I infiltrated to seek any clues regarding his whereabouts. It had already been nearly a day since Luo Zifeng had gone missing, and his location remained a mystery, although it was presumed he was within the mayor's estate. The presence of so many individuals was apparent. To describe it in gaming terms, it resembled a map filled with red names. Furthermore, Xie Yunhe was unfamiliar with the terrain and routes, forced to navigate step by step. I might know where the person you're searching for is, the purple-clad figure ventured, leaning forward slightly. Xie Yunhe was intrigued. How do you know, friend? The purple-clad figure, who was actually named Li Yi, replied while applying ointment to his face. I was captured there myself, but they were about to send me to be devoured by a monster when I managed to escape. Recalling the throng of searchers, Xie Yunhe nodded in understanding. So, you intend to rescue him? Head southeast. There is a fake mountain with a stone that serves as a mechanism. Follow it to the end, and you will find a dungeon where some individuals have been imprisoned. The ointment evidently caused Li Yi discomfort, and he winced as he spoke. Xie Yunhe had long wished to inquire, friend, was your face injured by those individuals? No. It was stung by the 1,000 flower bees. Speaking of which, Li Yi, amid his tears and frustrations, recounted, I heard that the dense forests near Shaoxi town were inhabited by 1,000 flower bees. That I needed their honey, so I traveled a great distance. Whether it was good luck or bad luck, I found the bees in their nest, along with the honey, which I managed to steal. However, as I retreated, I was discovered by the bees. How could they let the honey I painstakingly collected be stolen? Enraged, they launched a frenzied attack. Despite the 1,000 flower bees possessing merely the cultivation of the 3rd level of qi refinement, the sheer number of them could overwhelm even an elephant. Thousands of bees were unbearable for anyone. I employed all my skills, yet I was still stung until my face was swollen like a pig's head. The damage was minimal, but the humiliation was profound. The stinger of the 1,000 flower bee contains toxins that can paralyze living beings. I collapsed at the edge of the forest and was fortuitously discovered by the puppets near Shaoxi town. They carried me back to the estate and imprisoned me in the dungeon. Not long after, during my transfer to be fed to the spider matriarch, I managed to injure a few guards and escape. Subsequently, I hid atop these beams and encountered you, another stealthy individual. As he spoke, Li Yi scrutinized Xie Yunhe. The youth wore a plain gray robe that appeared clean and unpretentious, his handsome visage resembling a poised leopard ready to pounce. Li Yi was convinced that had the searchers seen him, he would have lunged forward, silencing them for good. He seemed a steady and serious individual, yet not lacking in ferocity. After hearing Li Yi's tale, Xie Yunhe mused, it is difficult to assess this person. If one were to deem him unlucky, he did obtain the honey. Yet, if one were to call him fortunate, merely being in this den of danger is itself a misfortune. Xie Yunhe recalled that in the storyline, Xie Yunhe and his companions had opened the dungeon after defeating the spider matriarch, discovering the remains of both their fallen sect members and some scattered cultivators. Surely this individual before him was not among the deceased. However, upon further reflection, perhaps he had managed to escape today. After all, this room was connected to the exit. With a meticulous search, he might uncover the secret passage and flee. I am Li, a member of the Xixiao sect. And you are? Xie Yunhe, of the Tianjin sect. After exchanging names, Xie Yunhe wasted no time. Li Dao you. There is a hidden passage beneath this bed that leads directly to the peaceful inn in Shaoxi town. You can traverse the passage, and my fellow disciples await there. If you encounter them, please convey my safety. Shaoxi town has become the lair of the wicked spider matriarch, turning everyone into puppets. We have sent a plea for help to our sect. You can join my fellow disciples and await rescue. Xie Yunhe relayed all the information. Li pondered for a moment before rejecting the suggestion to flee through the hidden passage. I will not go. I've never suffered such a loss. I was nearly devoured. I must witness the demise of that wicked cultivator. Xie Yunhe admired Li Ye's spirit, but did not hesitate to pour cold water on his enthusiasm. The spider matriarch last revealed herself at the late Golden Core stage. This time, she may have advanced to the nascent soul stage. As two Foundation establishment cultivators, we would stand little chance. My infiltration was solely to investigate the whereabouts of my missing companions. I do not intend to confront them directly. Xie Yunhe's reasoning was sound, yet Li Yi remained unsatisfied. His face, now smeared with brightly colored ointment, appeared quite comical. I can guide you. The mechanism to the dungeon is not easily found. Besides, he added with a twinkle in his eye, 2 heads are better than 1. In case of any trouble, you will have an additional ally. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Xie Yunhe had no choice but to acquiesce. The two remained silent until the din of the crowd faded into the distance, cautiously stepping out of the room. Previously, Li Yi had informed Xie Yunhe that the small stone he had tossed to him was a prop designed to enhance stealth. Developed by their sect, the Xixiao sect. Fortuitously, it came in handy this time, and Xie Yunhe borrowed the stone for his use. With the aid of props and talismans, they gradually approached the artificial hill that Li Yi had mentioned. By now, evening was descending, and it had been half a day since they arrived at the mayor's residence. The moon was faintly visible, casting a distant gaze upon the setting sun, yet night had not fully enveloped the sky. The mayor's residence was exceptionally exquisite and grand, indicating that before it was overtaken by the spider lady, its master was a wealthy and influential figure. Within the meticulously arranged courtyard stood an intricately crafted artificial hill. Composed of oddly shaped stones, its surface adorned with moss and weathered marks, Li quietly pointed to the side of the hill, where a seemingly inconspicuous protrusion could be discerned, likely the hidden mechanism. The two approached, and Li Yi reached out to press the mechanism. The dull sound resonated as the artificial hill slowly cracked open, revealing a deep, shadowy passage. The stone walls of the passage were damp and cool to the touch, coated with slick moss, and the air was thick with an unpleasant odor. The dimly lit passage was illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps, barely sufficient to light their way. Xie Yunhe glanced around, recognizing that this must be the place where the disciples of the Tianjin sect were imprisoned within the plot. You can still turn back now, he kindly warned, recalling the intense battles that awaited them in the original storyline. As he did not wish for innocent lives to be lost in vain, I am not afraid. Sooner or later, I will make that evil cultivator pay, Li Yi declared boldly, stepping into the passage first. Having been imprisoned here before, he was somewhat familiar with the dark corridor, which descended in a twisting, winding manner, seemingly endless. After some time, they encountered 2 diverging paths. Which way should we go? Xie Yunhe inquired. Let us take the right path. Li Yi recalled being escorted out through the right side of the secret passage. As they turned right, the foul odor intensified, now carrying a hint of blood, damp earth, and decay. Upon reaching the end of the passage, they finally laid eyes upon the dungeon. Hearing footsteps, the prisoners within the dungeon raised their heads slightly. Xie Yunhe was taken aback by the scene before him. Although the novel had described it, the reality was far too grim. The prisoners were shackled by iron chains, their clothing in tatters. Many were missing limbs, their faces etched with despair. The only silver lining was that they were all still alive. Xie Yunhe approached to inspect, noting that most were barely clinging to life, with only a few retaining consciousness. You are a disciple of the Tianjin sect. One person recognized Xie Yunhe as sect robes. a glimmer of hope flickering in their eyes. Yes, senior brother, you are among the group of disciples who accepted the mission in Xiaoxi town, aren't you? Xie Yunhe fed this individual a nourishing pill to replenish their spiritual energy. He had noticed that the prisoners appeared to have their spiritual energy drained, rendering them gaunt and weak from prolonged starvation. The mayor of Xiaoxi town, Wu, is a lackey of the evil cultivator. He deceived us into residing in the mansion, taking advantage of our unguarded moments to drug us. This senior brother, regaining some strength, began to mobilize their spiritual energy, explaining their dire circumstances to Xie Yunhe. Bitterness evident in his tone as he mentioned Wu. They also fed us dispersing pills, preventing the gathering of spiritual energy, making it impossible to break these chains. Moreover, they periodically came to butcher our flesh for the evil cultivator's blood offerings. It is utterly despicable. Thankfully, the chains binding them could be shattered from the outside. Most of the Tianjin sect disciples were weakened by the drugs, with some missing limbs, but the nourishing pills revitalized their spiritual energy, and their withered meridians gradually began to recover under the effects of the elixirs. After helping them break free from their chains, Xie Yunhe discovered a pile of bones within the dungeon, likely remnants of previous victims. Scanning the area, he successfully located Luo Zifeng, who had fainted in the corner. That he released a sigh of relief. In terms of overall condition, Luo Zifeng appeared the most intact among the recently arrived. Xie Yunhe roused Luo Zifeng, who groggily failed to comprehend the situation. It wasn't until Xie Yunhe explained that he had gone missing at the inn and that they were now in the mayor's dungeon, surrounded by the disciples who had vanished during the previous mission, that Luo Zifeng was jolted into realization. He had nearly lost his life without understanding what was happening. Gazing at Xie Yunhe, who had risked danger to find him, gratitude welled in Luo Zifeng's eyes. That I am endlessly grateful for your rescue, junior brother Xie, but we cannot dwell on this now. We must find a way to get our fellow disciples out. In order to restore the strength of the sect's disciples as swiftly as possible, Xie Yunhe distributed all the nourishing pills he had on him. The personal belongings of the others had long been confiscated. With the precious healing elixirs in hand, they began to meditate and recover. However, a pressing concern lingered. Xie Yunhe repeatedly scanned the dungeon for any sign of Ling Jiaojiao. Where is she? Chapter 17. The boy in red. Xie Yunhe's heart sank. Ling Jiaojiao should also be in this dungeon. In the original plot, Xie Yunhe had inadvertently stumbled into the dungeon, and at that moment, Ling Jiaojiao was the sole survivor among the captured disciples. Without time to ponder, he had taken her and fled. How could she possibly be missing now? She was the cherished daughter of Master Ling. Nothing could happen to her. Could she have been taken to the spider lady like Li Yi? With that thought in mind, Xie Yunhe immediately inquired among the fellow disciples in the dungeon if any others were imprisoned here. Before Xie Yunhe's arrival, there were few conscious individuals left in the dungeon, one of whom was Cheng Ming, the first to ask Xie Yunhe a question. That he was in the later stages of foundation building. Had he not been caught off guard, he wouldn't have fallen into their trap. After contemplating, he recalled, besides the previous disciple who had been taken, it appeared that another had also been captured. Cheng Ming gestured toward Li Yi, having recognized him as the one taken away earlier that day. The commotion surrounding Li Yi's capture had been significant. He recalled the fervent curses directed at the puppets, which had startled the prisoners enough for them to glance up in surprise. Cheng Ming strained his memory. It seemed to be a boy in red. A boy? I thought it was a girl. Xie Yunhe queried, puzzled. No, it was indeed a boy, around 17 or 18 years old, like us, who had also been administered the dispersing pills. And he was taken before this disciple, Cheng Ming affirmed. That boy in red was most likely Ling Jiaojiao. Xie Yunhe mused as for why he was referred to as a boy. It was not uncommon for girls to disguise themselves as boys while traveling. Xie Yunhe recalled his sister mentioning similar tropes in novels, internally confirming his suspicions. Having found Luo Zifeng and the other disciples, everything was progressing smoothly. Yet, the originally prioritized rescue of Ling Jiaojiao was now thwarted. With the passing of time, the moon continued its ascent, increasing the likelihood of her encountering danger. Xie Yunhe felt a growing sense of urgency. If anything were to happen to Ling Jiaojiao here, not only would he feel a profound sense of guilt, but he would also be unable to navigate the subsequent plot of the secret realm, jeopardizing his ability to assist Qinyu. At this moment, his mind began to whirl that if not in the dungeon, then surely with the spider matriarch. Xie Yunhe recalled the alternative path at the fork of the secret passage he had just traversed. Given the unfolding narrative, It was highly likely that this passage led directly to the lair of the spider matriarch. Xie Yunhe had been exceedingly cautious, precisely to avoid a direct confrontation with her. He had initially thought that by stealthily infiltrating the dungeon, he could rescue everyone without incident, but unexpectedly, he found himself compelled to storm the stronghold of the nefarious cultivator. Surveying the dismembered brethren around him, he realized they could offer no assistance at this juncture. Taking them to confront the spider matriarch would merely serve as a death sentence. He sought out Luo Zifeng and Cheng Ming, explaining how he had navigated through the secret passage from the bedboards and how he had arrived at this dungeon. He elaborated on the route he had taken and the observations he had made regarding the guards stationed at the estate. He hoped that Luo Zifeng and Cheng Ming, both of whom had recovered considerably, could help discreetly escort their fellow disciples out of the passage, where Senior Sister Sang and the others would be waiting to assist. They readily agreed. Having undergone a period of treatment and meditation, the effects of the dispersive spirit elixirs having waned. Originally, the elixir's potency lasted merely a day, with puppets arriving regularly to administer the medicine. Perhaps due to the ongoing manhunt for Li Yi and the chains securing the dungeon, they had not been fed the elixir today, allowing a few disciples' conditions to gradually improve, enabling them to muster some spells. It should be noted that the weakest among them were at the initial stage of foundation establishment, while the strongest had reached the latter stage, though they appeared somewhat lethargic. If they fully regained their strength, their capabilities would be formidable. However, the foes they faced were undoubtedly at the late stage of golden core cultivation, with some suspected to be at the nascent soul stage, so it was prudent to bide their time and conserve their energy. After arranging for everyone, Xie Yunhe resolved to venture into the lair of the spider matriarch. In the original text, after becoming half human, half demon, the spider matriarch had turned exceptionally malevolent and bloodthirsty, relying heavily on blood offerings. Each day, she required at least a severed limb to satiate her hunger. He genuinely feared that if he delayed, he would be left only to collect Ling Jiao's remains. Going alone was not an option. Despite appearing confident, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What if he inadvertently failed? After all, this was a genuine world of cultivation. The recent gruesome state of his fellow disciples weighed heavily on him. Although he maintained a facade of calm, internally, he felt an acute sense of disorientation. He was acutely aware that as a mere foundation establishment cultivator in this realm, he was but a small fry, easily crushed if he slipped up. Thus, he must become stronger. If he were sufficiently powerful, today would not require such meticulous caution. The spider matriarch would be nothing more than a foe he could dispatch with a single strike. An unprecedented desire to grow stronger ignited within Xie Yunhe's heart. Back to the matter at hand, he could not confront the ultimate boss alone. However, was there not someone eager to hunt down the spider? He glanced at Li Yi, who was idly squatting in a corner of the dungeon, toying with some straw. Approaching him, he inquired, "Li Daoyu, would you be interested in joining me to confront that evil cultivator's lair?" Upon hearing this, Li Yi immediately discarded the straw, excitement sparking in his eyes. "Are you finally ready to go after that nefarious cultivator? I've been waiting so long. I could grow mushrooms," he smirked, but as he grimaced at the pain from his facial wounds, he winced again. Having waited here for Xie Yunhe to attend to their fellow disciples, and then to relay information about the secret passage, he noted that the person with the lowest cultivation seemed to act with the gravitas of a seasoned elder brother. Meticulously detailing everything over and over, it was evident to him that Xie Yunhe was unfamiliar with the others here, save for that Luo fellow. Yet, Xie Yunhe even went so far as to personally fund their treatments. He had never encountered such a naive benefactor before. Li opened his mouth, intending to voice further complaints, but upon observing the fellow disciples supporting one another to stand, he hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. He scratched his head, finally managing to say, "You're not so bad, after all." Chapter 18. A war of words. Xie Yunhe was oblivious to the label of naive benefactor that Li Yi had unwittingly affixed to him. Once they assessed that the people in the dungeon were mostly self-sufficient, they retraced their steps along the secret passage to the previous fork. This path to the left most likely leads to the spider matriarch's lair. Xie Yunhe stated gravely, "What's there to fear? If we encounter her, we'll just fight. I have my secret weapon." Li Yi exclaimed with enthusiasm that a question that had lingered in Xie Yunhe's mind for some time surfaced. "Weren't your items confiscated when you were imprisoned in the dungeon? Where have you hidden your belongings?" Li Yi regarded Xie Yunhe with an incredulous expression, clearly seeing him as a novice lacking in worldly experience. When traveling, one must take care to conceal valuable items. Aside from the storage bag on my waist, I've hidden a few others. With that, he removed his shoes and produced a storage bag from within. He then began to unfasten his belt. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Xie Yunhe exclaimed, his eyes widening as he rushed to stop him. Brother, while this may be a hidden passage, it's not a deserted area. Li Yi deftly loosened his belt, exposing his white inner robe, and reached into his trouser pocket, retrieving yet another storage bag. Xie Yunhe was astounded. To conceal a storage bag in one's groin, wasn't he that uncomfortable? As Li Yi prepared to dig further, Xie Yunhe urgently intervened. All right, I get it. You're clever, Li Daoyu. You understand the wisdom of not putting all your eggs in one basket. No need to search any further. Having spent some time with Li Yi, Xie Yunhe had begun to discern the nuances of interacting with him. Yi possessed a domineering personality. If one challenged him, he would argue until dawn. However, if one flattered him, he was quite agreeable. Indeed, flattered by Xie Yunhe's praise, Li Yi beamed. Heh, no need to praise me. I know I'm brilliant, no one can rival me. Ha ha ha. Xie Yunhe interjected. Prepare your stealth items. Let us go. He abruptly shifted the topic. Li, reminded of their purpose for being there, quelled his desire for further flattery and joined him. The two stealthily entered the left passage. This route was longer and deeper than the right, subtly inclined upwards. After a while, they finally spotted an exit. To their surprise, the exit was positioned above them, and the air within the passage carried a sickly sweet odor. Xie Yunhe cautiously approached and peered upward. What he beheld was a spacious hall, elegantly designed, with curling wisps of smoke, clearly from incense burning, though it could not mask the foul, sweet stench that a beguilingly dressed woman in a fitted black gown had her back turned to Xie Yunhe. His gaze flitted away instantly, refusing to linger, fearing she might sense his scrutiny. This woman was undoubtedly the nefarious spider matriarch. She intermittently raised her hand, casting spells in a particular direction, but a sultry, deep voice resonated. I advise you to surrender. Wouldn't it be better to enter my belly sooner rather than later? Sacrifice yourself, and I promise to spare the others. Her words dripped with temptation, yet her greed was unmistakable. As she spoke, she couldn't help but lick her lips in anticipation. The spider matriarch's avaricious gaze fixated on a cocoon-like entity in the corner. With each spell she cast, the light emanating from the cocoon grew fainter. Xie Yunhe could discern several human bones scattered across the floor of the hall, casting a sinister pall over the otherwise exquisite setting. This was not a place for refined tea drinking, but rather the Shura hall of the King of Hell. Vile creature, I will never submit. Shut your foul mouth, Xie Yunhe retorted defiantly. How dare you commit such heinous acts within the jurisdiction of the Tianjin sect? They will not let you go unpunished. The spider matriarch remained unfazed. The individual before her was far superior to other blood offerings. She sensed that if she succeeded in devouring this one, it would undoubtedly facilitate her smooth ascension to the nascent soul stage, potentially even purifying her demonic lineage. Thus, her partner would no longer have to suffer alongside her on the night of the full moon. Perhaps she could even help him forge a new body, allowing them to be together forever. As she pondered this, her greedy eyes continued to survey the cocoon in the corner. My dear, don't be so quick to refuse. You're still young and unaware of the allure of a mature woman. I wouldn't mind offering you a taste of ecstasy and merging our beings as one. The occupant within the cocoon seethed with indignation. Disgusting. You ugly hag. You're delusional. I spit on you. A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Allure? You can't even compare to a single hair of Brother Qin. The spider lady was enraged, exclaiming that she was neither old nor ugly. In her prime, she was renowned as a beauty, and even now, she retained an enchanting allure. How ungrateful of this blood food. She flung her hand gestures towards the light cocoon as if they were worthless. It was infuriating that her opponent seemed to be hiding within a turtle shell. The person inside the light cocoon was unable to inflict significant damage on the spider lady, while she too could not shatter the light cocoon. For the time being, neither side could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Xie Yunhe had already concluded that the voice emanating from the light cocoon belonged to Ling Jiaojiao, without a doubt. Although they had only met once, Xie Yunhe still had some recollection of Ling Jiaojiao's voice, albeit the sound from within the light cocoon now seemed more androgynous. It was possible that the distance and the light cocoon's barrier obscured the clarity of her voice. She was a senior sister from their sect. He must find the opportune moment to rescue her. Xie Yunhe turned to Li Yi and silently mouthed, "Senior sister? Are all the senior sisters from your sect this fierce?" Li Yi responded with an incredulous look. Even though he had been eavesdropping, he had still managed to catch their conversation. Lie was momentarily stunned by the verbal battle between the two women, which had devolved into a cacophony of insults, even extending to familial curses. The air was thick with profanities, and Li Ye's respect for women surged dramatically. His master had spoken the truth. Beautiful female cultivators were indeed tigers. This was utterly terrifying. That moment, a deep male voice unexpectedly resonated throughout the hall. "Spider Lady, it seems a little mouse has infiltrated." Chapter 19. The confrontation. Where did that masculine voice come from? Xie Yunhe and Li Yi were taken aback, yet they remained outwardly composed and did not shift positions. What if their opponent was attempting to deceive them? Upon hearing this, the Spider Lady ceased her verbal assault on Ling Jiaojiao, her eyes glinting with a newfound intensity. A wave of pressure, indicative of a late-stage golden core cultivator, surged across the grand hall. "This is bad." Xie Yunhe realized that the Spider Lady was beginning to probe the entire hall with her spiritual sense. It wouldn't be long before they were exposed. He hoped to pull Li Yi into the hidden passage, as there was still some time before the night of the full moon, but they needed to stall for a little longer. Just as they intended to retreat into the hidden passage, a horrifying scene unfolded. Without turning around, the Spider Lady's head gradually manifested a man's face behind her. What the hell? Voldemort and Quirrell. Xie Yunhe felt a wave of nausea wash over him at this sight. Have you ever seen conjoined twins? At that moment, the Spider Lady and her consort appeared as if they were conjoined back to back. The man's body became visible. It seemed as though the Spider Lady was unsealing a transformation. Her lower half was mutating as well. Her human legs vanished, replaced by 8 fearsome spider limbs. Despite this grotesque transformation, the Spider Lady's aura was steadily amplifying. Her consort had already locked on to the entrance of the hidden passage. "Spider Lady, the little mice have been found, and there are 2 of them." He licked his lips hungrily as he spoke. It seemed today would be a feast. Xie Yunhe and Li Yi realized it was too late to retreat, for they noticed a cacophony of scuttling sounds emerging from the previously quiet passage. One by one, spiders crawled out from the corners. It was unclear whether they had always been there or had been summoned. Regardless, the two found their escape route now swarming with spiders. These spiders scuttled. They left behind trails of corrosive slime. The already uneven passageway became even more treacherous, with no way to retreat. They resolved to charge forward. The two swiftly lifted the stone slab at the exit of the hidden passage and leapt out. Jia, the little mice have already come out." The man behind the Spider Lady gazed at the two. Revealing a greedy expression, he emitted a rustling sound from his mouth, and soon, the grand hall was teeming with tiny spiders. These minuscule arachnids began to encircle the two. It appeared that all these spiders were under the control of this man. The slime left by the spiders corroded the once resplendent hall, making it pockmarked and uneven. Xie Yunhe drew his fine iron sword, ready to strike at a moment's notice. However, he was not foolish enough to test the corrosive nature of the slime with his precious weapon. It was evidently toxic. He instinctively wrapped his remaining bottle of mint essence in his other hand and hurled it into the mass of spiders. The scent of mint wafted through the air, immediately causing the spiders to scatter in all directions. Xie Yunhe recalled a crucial detail. The Spider Lady had become a half-spider spirit, possessing both the powers of a spider spirit and certain spider-like traits. She was inclined to weave webs and build nests, but most importantly, she detested pungent scents. Hence, he had purchased some mint essence from the sex market before arriving here, and it seemed to be proving invaluable. Both the Spider Lady and her consort grimaced, retreating a few steps as they waved their legs. "Consort, this stinks." Not only was the Spider Lady repulsed by the odor, but her consort also found it unbearable. He lost his desire to continue tormenting the little mice and instead resolved to crush them. "Little mice, you are doomed." Realizing the imminent danger, Xie Yunhe threw the explosive talisman he had been holding. The talisman expanded in the air, igniting into flames. As it reached the vicinity of the Spider Lady and her consort, it erupted like fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. The flames roared like a small dragon, incinerating numerous tiny spiders along a straight path. The explosive talisman truly lived up to its reputation as one of the most popular talismans in the cultivation world. Its clearing capability was truly exceptional. The flames evidently exerted some pressure on the Spider Lady, singeing much of her hair. Enraged, the spider lady unleashed a spell towards Xie Yunhe and Li Yi. The two quickly dodged, rolling awkwardly on the ground. The spell struck the stone sculpture behind them. Boom! The sculpture shattered into smithereens. Had it hit a person, it would have surely resulted in death. The two shuddered at the thought. Xie Yunhe glanced at the light cocoon in the corner, which was desperately resisting the spider lady's other spells. This, Ling Jiaojiao's protective talisman, is incredibly formidable, capable of withstanding so many attacks. When the time comes, he too would seek to acquire a turtle shell talisman. Yes, they dodged. The two made their way toward the exit of the Grand Hall. Xie Yunhe subtly approached the light cocoon, hoping to rescue Ling Jiaojia. Yi also unleashed his true prowess, wielding a grand and imposing blade that cleaved through the air, sending a stream of tiny spiders flying. The blade measured a substantial 1.5 meters, yet in Li Ye's hands, it felt weightless. He wielded it with astonishing speed and precision, forming a defensive net that repelled incoming attacks. He appeared far from a mere foundation establishment cultivator. From Xie Yunhe's perspective, Li Yi must also be an elite disciple of his sect. Xie Yunhe hurled a second explosive talisman, pushing their adversaries back further. He then unleashed the Tianjin sect's questioning heaven's 13 swords that prevent his fine iron sword from being corroded by the omnipresent spider slime. Xie Yunhe instinctively enveloped the entire blade with his spiritual energy. Remarkably, as his spiritual energy enveloped the sword, it not only remained uncorroded but also became even sharper. The two fought and retreated, with the spider lady and her consort's attacks hot on their heels. Unfortunately, all were thwarted by their blade and sword net. Liu even deployed a talisman, forming a glimmering blue shield in front of them for added protection. Just then, the moonlight intensified, the moon finally rising to its zenith. Chapter 20. The vital point. The moon was full and radiant, casting an ethereal glow in the courtyard. It was the moment of the full moon. The movements of the man on the spider lady slowed. He gradually closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. Consort, the spider lady called out. Tonight was the night of the full moon, and she had prepared numerous blood offerings. These were all foundation establishment cultivators. If she were not newly emerged, she would not have been able to capture so many blood offerings. Additionally, there were some unexpected surprises, such as the cultivator within the light cocoon. Moreover, it seemed another group of cultivators had arrived in the town. She had already instructed her puppets to keep them under watch, intending to capture them later to nourish her consort. Originally, this night of the full moon should have passed without incident. Little did she expect that the cultivator she deemed a nourishing feast would be so difficult to handle. For a full hour, she had been resisting. The light cocoon had proven elusive, yet under the relentless barrage of spells, it was finally on the verge of collapse. Just as victory seemed imminent, two little mice appeared from nowhere to create chaos. For the time being, she and her consort were unable to subdue them. It seems that the young man wielding the dagger possesses an eccentricity. The talismans he casts are far more than mere protective charms. The spider matron can sense that with each attack upon these talismans, the spiritual energy within her grows increasingly obstructed. Truly, this is most peculiar. Otherwise, as a fully realized golden core cultivator, she should not find herself incapable of dealing with these two foundation establishment youths. Now, on this night of the full moon, Zhilong has succumbed to slumber. The spider matron perceives that, due to Zhilong's excessive use of spiritual power, his current state of sleep is even more feeble than before. How infuriating! Those two humans must perish. As Zhilong sleeps, the spiders gradually become unmanageable. However, the spells unleashed by the spider matron multiply. The incantations strike against the azure shield, causing ripples to cascade forth. Her spiritual energy also begins to wane. Yet she pays no mind to this, fixated solely on claiming the lives of these two humans. If only she could shatter that shield. Xie Yunhe recognizes that Li Ye's artifacts are indeed formidable. They can transcend realms to deflect the enemy's assaults beyond the shield. The two have now positioned themselves near the cocoon of light. Senior sisterling, are you well? Xie Yunhe calls toward the cocoon. A disciple of the heavenly sword sect, a voice emanates from within. Indeed, senior sisterling, Xie Yunhe responds, using his iron sword to swat away some small spiders that had slipped through the shield. After a moment of silence, the voice bursts forth in fury. Have you lost your mind? How dare a foundation establishment cultivator come seeking death? Ling Jiaojiao can sense that outside the cocoon are two cultivators of the foundation establishment stage. Yet, upon hearing one claim to be from the heavenly sword sect, she is infuriated. Even in peril, she would never allow the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect to risk their lives to rescue her. Perhaps it is due to her father being the sect leader that she, though not voicing it, possesses a strong sense of collective honor to outsiders. Ling Jiaojiao appears to be a spoiled and arrogant young lady, somewhat infatuated with love. However, unbeknownst to many, she is also deeply invested in her sect. She harbors feelings for senior brother Qin, captivated by his appearance, yet her love for the Heavenly Sword sect surpasses all. Thus, Ling Jiaojiao cannot tolerate the thought of Heavenly Sword disciples facing danger on her behalf. Unable to restrain herself, she begins to berate the one outside as a fool. Xie Yunhe, taken aback by the scolding, wears an expression of innocence. He discerns the protective intent in her words and chooses not to heed her insults. After all, during their first encounter, she had already exhibited a somewhat domineering disposition. The pressing question now is how the three of them might escape the clutches of the spider matron. Xie Yunhe senses that her mental state is becoming increasingly unstable, which is a common affliction among demon cultivators. For instance, wolf demon cultivators cannot help but howl at the moon on full moon nights. As a half-demon, the spider matron exhibits similar quirks. This manifests in her fear of fire, light, and pungent odors, as well as an inability to conceal her true form. Moreover, during the full moon, her demon form reveals a crucial weakness. This weakness, known as the life gate, represents the critical point of a cultivator's vulnerability. In other words, it is a point of critical damage. Xie Yunhe aims to exploit this notion. According to the narrative in the tome, the spider matron possesses a life gate on her demon form, which typically remains hidden, but during the full moon, a circular pattern appears on her second leg from the left among her 8 limbs that appears inconspicuous. Yet it is the very life gate of the spider matron. Aside from her and Zhilong, no one else is privy to this knowledge. Furthermore, compared to others, the life gate that appears solely on the night of the full moon is virtually unknown. Who could have anticipated this? The spider matron harbors no concern regarding this moment. The life gate has already manifested. Xie Yunhe gazes forward and spots the circular pattern on the spider matron's leg. Striking this life gate would not only ensure her injury, but could also lead to her demise. This is their opportunity. He has already discreetly shared this information with Li Yi before setting out to confront the spider matron. As for how he learned of it, Xie Yunhe, sect secrets, Lie. I see. Observing that the life gate has appeared, Xie Yunhe casts a knowing glance toward Li Yi, directing his attention to the spider matron's second leg from the left. Li picks up on the cue and turns to look, confirming the presence of the circular pattern. This makes their task considerably easier. Xie Yunhe raises his sword, and with a thought, it soars forth. The sword technique not only facilitates flight for sword cultivators, but also allows for deft maneuvers in combat. Liberating the sword from distance constraints to engage the enemy with ease. The iron sword darts straight towards the circular pattern on the second leg of the spider matron. Simultaneously, Li Yi produces an object resembling a dart, skillfully launching it toward the circular pattern. The prolonged tug-of-war has rendered the spider matron unable to react in time. Both the sword and the dart strike her life gate simultaneously. Ah, damned scoundrels. Upon impact with her life gate, the spider matron appears as if struck by a heavy hammer, abruptly halting her assaults. The life gate is a cultivator's most vital area, typically well guarded. Having practiced for many years, the spider matron had never anticipated that her life gate would be discovered today. Instantly, her internal spiritual energy becomes chaotic. Vivid crimson blood flows from the corner of her mouth as she coughs uncontrollably, then collapses limply. Taoist Xie, we did it, Li Yi exclaims, brimming with excitement, eager to approach. This is but a temporary victory. We must flee quickly. Xie Yunhe interjects. He understands that striking the spider matron's life gate does not guarantee your death. In the storyline, Xie Yunhe and Ling Jiaojiao inadvertently struck her life gate. Shortly thereafter, the spider matron pursued them, only to be rescued by the sudden appearance of Qin Yu and Zhang Han. Thus, this is not the time for celebration, but rather for escape. Xie Yunhe approaches the cocoon of light, which has been battered by numerous spells during the recent battle and now teeters on the brink of collapse. With a pop, it shatters. Chapter 21. The lecherous scoundrel. The cocoon bursts apart, akin to a hatching egg. Xie Yunhe scarcely has time to exchange pleasantries with Ling Jiaojiao before he is met with a blindingly bright expanse. His gaze locks onto a somewhat flustered young face within. Ling Jiaojiao, as ever, dons a half-mask, her exposed visage exquisite as if carved from jade. evoking a sense of pity. However, this time she is adorned with a male's hairpin. The delicate femininity previously observed has vanished entirely. Dressed in male attire, she now possesses an air of gallantry. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The focus lies on her tattered garments. Perhaps the prolonged confinement within the cocoon or its ineffectiveness against physical assaults has resulted in her clothing being corroded by the small spider's secretions. Xie Yunhe observes that a significant portion of her shoulder is exposed, and her waist is riddled with holes. The red fabric clings to her, resembling a wind-tattered sack, accentuating her already modest figure. This attire is certainly not protective clothing. Its defensive capabilities are woefully inadequate. No inappropriate gazes. Xie Yunhe instinctively diverts his gaze to the ground. Then, in a moment of chivalry, contemplates shedding his outer robe to drape over her. After all, she is a lady, and with Li Yi present, he cannot allow another male to behold her form. Xie Yunhe begins to fumble with his clothes. This action is evidently misconstrued. Ling Jiao. The figure before her is none other than the errant disciple Xie Yunhe, a most reckless individual. Having recently been sheltered within the cocoon, she is unaware of the true identities of those outside. Assuming they are merely ordinary disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect on a mission, little did she expect it to be Xie Yunhe, with whom she shares a contentious history. Why does he start undressing upon seeing her? What are his intentions? The memory of their first encounter floods her mind, with his reckless declarations echoing vividly. Infatuated with senior sister Ling. Infatuated with senior sister Ling. Infatuated with senior sister Ling. Ling Jiao's complexion flickers between red and pale, her thoughts racing as she realizes her current disheveled state. He delivered a resounding slap to the other party. Ling Jiao donned her outer robe. Attempting to conceal her tattered garments, a belated sense of shame surged within her. She had struck the wrong person. Ling Jiao glanced at Xie Yunhe, who, clad in a white disciple-esque inner robe, was slightly turned away, his gaze fixed on the floor, as if something there held his utmost fascination. A conspicuous red handprint marred the side of his youthful face. Ling Jiao felt an indescribable guilt. Had her strike truly been so severe? However, Xie Yunhe seemed unfazed by the incident. As a cultivator at the foundation building stage, the minor slap was but a trivial bruise, destined to fade within a day. Their immediate priority was to make a swift escape. Oblivious to the hesitant expression on the face before him, when it came to serious matters, Xie Yunhe spoke plainly, succinctly outlining the situation to Ling Jiao. The three of them resolved to flee immediately. Li Yi, who had only caught a glimpse of the earlier commotion, now approached Xie Yunhe. His curiosity piqued. What just happened? He inquired, eager for gossip. Nothing much, Xie Yunhe replied, but Li Yi's eyes reflected skepticism. After a moment of contemplation, Xie Yunhe added, when purchasing clothes in the future, ensure you buy magical robes. Though they are pricier, they are durable and resistant to wear. Upon hearing the subject shift to magical robes, Li Yi, though perplexed, seized the opportunity to respond. All my garments are magical robes, starting from the Xian grade. He boasted, his tone dripping with arrogance. Xie Yunhe immediately lost interest in the conversation. Magical robes, unlike ordinary attire, were inscribed with formations and crafted from unique materials, akin to magical artifacts. These specialized tools were generally referred to as magical artifacts, categorized as robes, flying artifacts, and so forth. They were ranked into 4 grades: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. Each grade further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Li's assertion that his robes were of the Xian grade was already a sign of considerable luxury. After all, those wealthy enough to afford magical artifacts typically preferred acquiring weapons with offensive capabilities rather than defensive robes. As for Xie Yunhe, aside from a few communication jade pieces bestowed upon him, he possessed no magical artifacts. It was not that he did not desire them. He had inquired and discovered that even the most basic magical artifacts commenced at 300 spirit stones, a sum he could not yet afford. Nevertheless, he did not overlook an intriguing detail. He scrutinized Li Yi's soiled purple attire. Magical robes. Generally, magical robes also served the function of self-cleaning, as cultivators typically abstained from bathing and often traversed various environments, making the cleanliness of their garments paramount. Li, full of himself, tugged at his belt, intending to show off his magical robes to his companions once more. Xie Yunhe maintained a stoic expression. There is a senior sister present. Ling's senior sister. Look, "This is a true dandy," Li Yi exclaimed, only to halt his actions in disappointment. "The one outside is merely a disguise. My magical robe is on the second layer, or else it would have been stripped off long ago." Regarding the likelihood of his clothing being taken, Xie Yunhe nodded in understanding. Indeed, if he were to stumble upon someone adorned in magical robes on the roadside, he too would be tempted to snatch them. After all, it was all spirit stones. During their conversation, Ling Jiaojiao had already prepared herself. Upon noticing her new crimson attire, Xie Yunhe realized she possessed a storage bag. How infuriating! A wealthy individual once again. Chapter 22. The mysterious branch. Although storage bags were commonplace in the cultivation realm, they were not universally accessible. Typically, disciples of sects had to undertake missions to earn sect points, which could then be exchanged for resources. For instance, Xie Yunhe's recent mission reward included not only spirit stones, but also 50 sect points. The price of a storage bag was 600 points, and he hoped to survive this ordeal and complete simpler tasks to accumulate points for a storage bag. On this mission, Xie Yunhe had brought a small package with him. Su Xing and Su Yu were in the same situation, but Sang Qing, Zhu Yuanzhou, Feng Wei, and Luo Zifeng had arrived empty-handed, clearly possessing spatial storage tools. Realizing that Ling Jiaojiao had changed into new clothes, Xie Yunhe understood she, too, had a storage bag and was not lacking in attire to cover herself. That it seemed he had unnecessarily meddled. Now, the secret passage was blocked by the debris from the recent battle, and continuing through it could lead to unforeseen dangers. The three of them decided to exit through the main entrance of the Grand Hall. Should they encounter anyone along the way, they would fight. As they witnessed the eyes of the spider lady darting rapidly, signaling her imminent awakening, the trio immediately retreated. They ran. The full moon hung high, casting a gentle luminescence upon the ground. The three of them dashed through the corridors of the mansion, uncertain of their whereabouts but determined to move away from the Grand Hall. However, the layout of the Lord's residence was labyrinthine, with winding corridors that often left them disoriented. After a period of aimless running, they finally halted. Ling Jiaojiao's expression turned grave. "There is a formation here." A formation that was beyond Xie Yunhe's knowledge. While formations existed within the cultivation realm, akin to alchemy and artifact forging, they belonged to the realm of technical skills. Any cultivator could learn them, provided they had the aptitude. Generally, they involved concepts like the 8 trigrams and Qi Menduanjia, reminiscent of the metaphysics of his previous life. However, this held no relevance for him, as he had no understanding of formations. Xie Yunhe looked up at the courtyard and corridor, finally comprehending why they felt as if they were running in circles. It was not a ghostly phenomenon, but rather an entrapment within a formation. He turned to Li Yi. "I don't understand formations. Do you have a way out?" The impression left by Li Yi's assortment of tools lingered in his mind. Perhaps he had a solution? Li Yi hesitated. "I don't know formations either. I have a method, but I hope the formation is not too advanced," Ling Jiaojiao interjected. From her sleeve, she produced a branch-like object tied with a fine string to as she grasped the string. The branch began to spin wildly in the air, seemingly propelled by an invisible force. After a brief moment, the branch stilled, its tip pointing in a specific direction. Seeing this, Ling Jiaojiao breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems this formation is below the 3rd tier. Let us follow its guidance." How astonishing! For Xie Yunhe, who had only recently arrived in the cultivation realm, such phenomena surpassed his previous understanding. Li Yi, possessing some knowledge, observed the branch and pondered, "Is this the mysterious branch?" Ling Jiaojiao finally cast a glance at her companion. Indeed, it is the mysterious branch. As they followed the direction indicated by the mysterious branch, Li Yi began to explain. Xie Yunhe learned that the mysterious branch was a twig from a tree known as the mysterious tree, which was processed through human refinement into a magical artifact. The mysterious tree was said to thrive in fog-laden locales, and branches taken from it could guide one through the mist. Moreover, the branches were rumored to possess the ability to act as a compass and to avert calamity. The level of the mysterious branch varied according to the tree's grade and the proximity of the branch to the tree's core, making it an excellent material for formations. Unfortunately, the mysterious tree was exceedingly rare, typically found only in perilous environments, rendering mysterious branches scarce and valuable yet difficult to obtain. Additionally, mysterious branches possessed a feature that formation masters loathed. They indicated the direction of exits within formations. Imagine, formations were the forte of formation masters. If everyone had access to mysterious branches and could navigate formations, What purpose would formation masters serve? Fortunately, mysterious branches generally could only decipher formations of the first to third tiers. Whether a mysterious branch capable of breaking formations of higher tiers existed remained uncertain. Those who could acquire such rare treasures would likely not be ensnared by lesser formations. According to Ling Jiaojiao, the mysterious branch she possessed could unravel formations below the second tier, which coincidentally aligned with the tier of the formation surrounding the mansion. Skills in formations, qi refining, alchemy, and similar arts corresponded to cultivation levels. Classified into 7 tiers, with 7 being the highest and 1 the lowest. For instance, the senior brother Xie Yunhe was a third-tier alchemist, capable of refining pills suited for the golden core stage. If he could skillfully master pills for the nascent soul stage and successfully create a unique concoction, he would be considered a 4th-tier alchemist, irrespective of his cultivation level. However, crossing tiers in alchemy was generally arduous. Such prodigies were rare. With the guidance of the mysterious branch, the trio felt a sense of relief. Through their newfound knowledge, Xie Yunhe gained greater insight into the cultivation realm. At this moment, they had exited the labyrinthine corridors and buildings. Seemingly breaking free from the formation, the mysterious branch ceased its horizontal pointing and gradually returned to its natural drooping state. As the scenery around them shifted, Xie Yunhe felt a sense of familiarity. This was the very spot where he had initially entered the Lord's residence. It was, in essence, the vicinity of the room where he and Li Yi had sought refuge. If only they could return to that chamber and take the secret passage, they could escape, or perhaps directly make their way to the entrance of the city lord's residence. As Xie Yunhe pondered this, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, raising the hair on the back of his neck. A terrifying presence was swiftly approaching. There was no evading it. His feet felt as though they had been ensnared by an enchantment of sluggishness that a wave of oppressive terror descended upon them. What loomed before the crowd was none other than the spider matron, a mid-stage nascent soul spider matron. Impossible! How could she have broken through from the golden core stage? Xie Yunhe's pupils dilated in shock. In the original narrative, the protagonist group had merely encountered a perfected golden core spider matron. How had the boss upgraded in his presence? Curse it! Why was the cannon fodder being targeted? Chapter 23. Reinforcements arrived. The spider matron materialized in midair behind the group. Her hair billowing, her visage grotesque. You are all doomed. The crowd sought to flee. Yet, under the weight of the spider matron's oppressive aura, they found themselves immobilized. The sense of impending doom enveloped them. Whoa, my dear host. My unfortunate host. Silence. Xie Yunhe snapped, exasperated by the incessant chatter of the system in his mind, which had begun to perform rituals on his behalf. How had the spider matron ascended to the nascent soul stage? Just moments ago, she had been grievously wounded. I don't know. Host, my perspective aligns with yours. What you see, I see, and what you cannot see remains beyond my knowledge. Whoa, all I can do is strike the wooden fish and pray. The system in his mind began to take form. A glowing orb that commenced its rhythmic chanting and bowing to a deity. Xie Yunhe thought, must everyone perish here? The unpredictability of the plot was astonishing. Everyone had exhausted their ultimate resources. Ling Jiaojiao shattered an artifact, summoning a cocoon of light reminiscent of their earlier encounter. Hope flickered in their eyes, but a mere second later, the cocoon shattered, extinguishing their hope. An attack ensued. Li Yi produced a jade tablet and crushed it. A spectral hand materialized, engaging the spider matron in a fierce clash. The confrontation was inconclusive. Hope rekindled in their hearts. However, the spectral hand vanished after the exchange. Snuffing out their hope once more, the spider matron let out a chilling laugh before launching another ferocious assault against the group. After enduring one blow, there was no guarantee she wouldn't unleash a second. The crowd found themselves bereft of options. Beside them stood a second-generation immortal, alongside another who appeared to be one as well, both similarly outmatched. Xie Yunhe was even more disadvantaged. A mere cannon fodder with his most valuable talismans already expended in the earlier battle against the spider matron. Let us wait for death. Just then, movement emanated from the room where Xie Yunhe and Li Yi had previously taken refuge. A figure abruptly surged forth from the chamber. This newcomer collided with the spider matron at an incomprehensible speed, revealing themselves as a nascent soul cultivator. The newly arrived cultivator, evidently of a higher cultivation level than the spider matron, momentarily gained the upper hand. Only now did Xie Yunhe dare to breathe easier. Phew, for now, we are safe. The newly arrived nascent soul cultivator was a middle-aged man in white robes, his long beard swaying rhythmically with the ebb and flow of battle, while the middle-aged cultivator was indeed more powerful than the spider matron. The two were still evenly matched. The spider matron let out a piercing shriek, functioning as a summoning signal. The rustling of movement ensued, and shadows emerged from the darkness. The group found themselves encircled by a throng of shadowy figures. Upon closer inspection, they recognized these as puppets controlled by the spider matron. These puppets were vastly different from the one Xie Yunhe had encountered upon his initial arrival in the town. When he first arrived, the puppets had exhibited rigid behavior but lacked any ominous aura, appearing entirely human. However, now, the sight of the puppets was unmistakably sinister. They were shrouded in dark demonic energy, each sporting the same expression. Xie Yunhe even spotted Mayor Wu among the puppets that moment. Mayor Wu lacked the vibrant expression he had displayed during their first encounter. Noticing that some of the puppets seemed to pursue Li Yi, he deduced that a portion of the puppets retained some semblance of individual consciousness, most likely those who had collaborated with the spider matron, like Mayor Wu. However, any trace of their humanity had vanished. What had transpired? How had all the puppets become demonized? As they were gradually herded towards the center by the encircling puppets, the middle-aged cultivator was preoccupied with battling the spider matron, unable to assist Xie Yunhe and his companions. They could only continue to wield their weapons in a desperate struggle. Just when they were on the brink of despair, Xie Yunhe sensed something luminous streaking across the sky. He looked up to behold two meteors. Indeed, they resembled swiftly descending celestial bodies against the night sky. The two streaks approached the group. No. Wait, that wasn't right. Those were two individuals. Seeing the familiar radiant light, Xie Yunhe's eyes brimmed with tears. He could no longer dismiss their holy glow as mere light pollution. Just look at how conspicuous it was in the darkness. Before the two figures even reached the scene, an attack had already fallen that a razor-sharp sword wind swept through the throng of demonized puppets. Precisely avoiding the combatants engaged in battle, some puppets were cleaved in half, while others were sent flying to the distance, creating a vacuum in the chaos. The pressure on the crowd diminished significantly. Xie Yunhe recognized that the one who had unleashed this attack was the man in black. It had to be Jiang Han, for he was known for his preference for dark attire. The system shrieks confirmed Xie Yunhe's suspicions. Host, you were saved. Perhaps all my prayers have borne fruit. It's the protagonists, Qin Yu and Jiang Han. After Jiang Han repelled the puppets, he joined the fray against the spider matron and the middle-aged cultivator. Notably, Jiang Han, the esteemed elder brother of the Heavenly Sword sect, had now reached the nascent soul stage. In the original narrative, he had always been the most formidable cultivator among the protagonists. It was only later that Qin Yu's cultivation caught up to Jiang Han's. Previously, due to his overwhelming combat prowess and taciturn demeanor, along with his penchant for heroic rescues, Jiang Han had garnered immense acclaim among the novel's fans, with a dedicated following shipping him with the protagonist. Jiang Han had consistently maintained his status as one of the key figures. In this moment, Xie Yunhe finally grasped the weight of heroic rescues. He felt an overwhelming desire to repay Jiang Han's life-saving grace. Brother, I truly thank you. Rest assured, I will ensure that Jiang Han wins over his beloved. In this instant, Xie Yunhe transformed into an ardent admirer of the elder brother. When one encounters an attractive and powerful individual, how could one not smile? Qin Yu, the second figure, leaped off the flying sword, making their way towards Xie Yunhe. Li Yi, in the battlefield with the puppets, raising his hand, he too wielded a sword. But unlike Jiang Han, Qin Yu did not strike with a single blade but unleashed 1,000. With a single swing, his sword seemed to split into countless blades, saturating the entire area. The onslaught of sword shadows was not merely an illusion. They bore tangible destructive force. Every puppet that came into contact with the sword shadows was obliterated. With a single stroke, 1,000 swords converged. The puppets were entirely annihilated. Xie Yunhe and his companions stood in stunned silence, bewildered by how swiftly the previously overwhelming number of puppets had been vanquished by Jiang Han and Qin Yu. Xie Yunhe gazed at Qin Yu, who, even in the night, radiated an unmistakable brilliance. Adorned with a halo of divine light, a whirlwind of questions filled his mind. Was Qin Yu truly at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage? How could he perceive the protagonist's attack as rivaling that of a nascent soul cultivator? They were all at the Foundation establishment stage. Surely, the disparity could not be so vast. Chapter 24. Abyssal demonic energy. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the two figures. One repelled the puppets, annihilating the majority, while the other eradicated the remainder with a single strike. Who were these two? Senior Brother Qin. Ling Jiaojiao's eyes lit up as she recognized the newcomer, immediately calling out. After unleashing a powerful attack that obliterated the puppets, Qin Yu finally had the opportunity to survey the situation. Qin Yu and Zhang Han had originally set out to complete a mission while simultaneously searching for rare herbs in the vicinity. However, they had been drawn by the overwhelming demonic aura emanating from the town in this direction. This area still fell under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword sect, even if it were outside their domain. As cultivators, witnessing such occurrences would compel them to intervene. Moreover, given that this was within the sect's territory, the happenings in the town were of great significance. The two individuals swiftly turned around, making their way towards the small town. Along the journey, they encountered numerous individuals whose minds had been corroded by demonic energy. Initially, the duo mistook them for ordinary townsfolk, but upon capturing one for inspection, they discovered that these were no longer living beings. They were mere puppets. The current predicament indicated that these puppets had been transformed by demonic influence, and the source must lie with their manipulator. Without delay, they proceeded towards the area where the demonic energy was most potent. Upon arrival, they witnessed a fierce battle between a formidable spider creature of the nascent soul stage and a group of demonized puppets, with some individuals seemingly struggling to endure within the encirclement. Qin Yu had a fair understanding of the malevolent cultivators within the realm of cultivation. It is the spider creature, he remarked to Zhang Han. Understood. Zhang Han nodded in acknowledgement. To him, nothing mattered more than confronting those who dared to challenge the Heavenly Sword sect. With a single stroke, he would vanquish them. Qin Yu pondered. There are rumors that she is a demon cultivator. I did not expect her to be linked to demonic entities. As the battle intensified, the two ceased their conversation and descended to offer assistance. Qin Yu only recognized that the individuals in distress were mostly acquaintances after vanquishing the puppets. One was his persistent junior sisterling, and another was his newly appointed steward. When Qin Yu turned to face the trio, Xie Yunhe remained unperturbed. However, Ling Jiao and Li Yi reacted dramatically. Senior Brother Qin, it truly is you, exclaimed Ling Jiao in excitement. While Li Yi, visibly shaken by the disparity in appearances, added, how can someone look like this? It was evident that Li Yi had been considerably affected. Xie Yunhe, however, was indifferent to such matters. When Qin Yu approached, he merely clenched his fist and greeted, Senior Brother Qin. His attention was soon captivated by the clash occurring on the other side. He intently observed the two combatants engaged with the spider creature. For scenes of high-level cultivators battling were rare. Zhang Han, a quintessential sword cultivator, wielded his sword with effortless grace, each stroke of his sword energy eliciting anguished cries from the spider creature, the middle-aged man. A magic cultivator quickly performed hand seals while chanting incantations, unleashing successive bolts of lightning upon the spider creature. Under the combined onslaught of their attacks, the spider creature was soon defeated, with a cry of defiance. She let out a guttural roar at that moment. She had lost the elegance and beauty that Xie Yunhe had initially perceived. Shrouded in demonic energy, she appeared both sinister and grotesque, now collapsed on the ground, devoid of the strength to move. How do you possess abyssal demonic energy? Zhang Han demanded, placing his sword against the spider creature's neck. Here, the abyssal demonic energy referred to the dark energy enveloping the spider creature. In the realm of cultivation, there existed demonic cultivators, distinct from those who indulged in nefarious paths and harmed others. Demonic cultivators practiced ruthless techniques, unlike the righteous sects that adhered to principles of integrity and tranquility, prioritizing inner cultivation and striving for harmony between heaven and humanity. In contrast, demonic cultivators pursued power without constraints, often resulting in violent tendencies and extreme emotions, leading to a higher likelihood of their downfall compared to righteous practitioners. The righteous sects scorned their kind, designating them as demonic cultivators to distinguish them from ordinary practitioners. Fundamentally, both righteous and demonic paths were forms of cultivation, as all practitioners absorbed spiritual energy. The difference lay solely in their methodologies. However, abyssal demonic energy was a different matter altogether. It embodied true malevolence. Xie Yunhe recalled reading about demonic entities in novels. These beings resided in other realms, not human, but humanoid in nature. The narrative had mentioned that the abyss was the origin of these demonic beings. What havoc these entities could wreak, Xie Yunhe was uncertain. He had only glimpsed half of the tale. The protagonists had only begun to encounter abyssal demonic energy in the later stages of their journey. Why had it manifested so early now? As Xie Yunhe observed the interrogation scene, he could not help but ponder. The spider creature remained silent, merely gazing at the crowd with a cold smirk. Zhang Han's sword was now embedded deep in her neck. The spider creature finally stirred, cackling as she lifted her head. "Humans, my demonic army shall." Suddenly, the middle-aged cultivator noticed the pulsating veins beneath the spider creature's skin. A sign of imminent self-detonation. Such an act entailed the cultivator detonating their dantian, typically resorted to when one believed they could no longer fight and sought mutual destruction. It must be said that this technique wielded immense power. A nascent soul cultivator could be gravely harmed by a golden core cultivator's close-range explosion. Hence, this was deemed a last resort for cultivators, as its use would result in their demise, should the spider creature self-detonate. All present would perish, and the entire brother Zhang Han was the first to step forward to attend to the injured fellow disciples. Ling Jiaojiao followed suit. Xie Yunhe, however, was curious about why this group of people found themselves here. Upon inquiry, he was both amused and exasperated to learn that they were all directionally challenged. Although he had indeed explained the map to them, he had not anticipated that they would all be so hopelessly lost. When they finally realized something was amiss and attempted to retrace their steps, they inadvertently stumbled into a formation. Indeed, it was the very maze that Xie Yunhe and his companions had encountered previously. While the three of them had the means to find a way out using their tools, this group lacked both the necessary artifacts and individuals with knowledge of formations. It is well known that the Tianjin sect predominantly cultivates sword practitioners. Their offensive capabilities were formidable, yet their understanding of other cultivation techniques was quite limited. Individuals like Brother Chu Yuanzhou, who had made strides in alchemy, were rare gems within the sect. Most disciples focused primarily on their own cultivation and the maintenance of their swords. Faced with such a predicament, Luo Zifeng and Cheng Ming found themselves at a loss, especially since the majority of their belongings and storage bags had already been confiscated. Even those who once possessed artifacts found themselves powerless in this situation. Trapped within the maze, they retreated to a room to await their fortunes. Their astonishment, help did indeed arrive, upon hearing that Xie Yunhe and his party had dealt with the spider matriarch. Everyone felt a sense of relief. When the spider matriarch perished, the formation that enveloped the town lord's mansion ceased to function, leaving no maze in sight. Suddenly, Cheng Ming recalled a detail while wandering within the maze. They had discovered a nearby warehouse, protected by a barrier. Perhaps it contained something sinister? A warehouse. Xie Yunhe suddenly remembered that in the original storyline, Qin Yu and Zhang Han had found some treasures in this very warehouse, which was also the spider matriarch's lair. It seemed prudent to visit this warehouse, as the protagonist group had acquired numerous valuable materials from within. Although the plot had deviated somewhat, they could not afford to overlook this warehouse. It could very well be the treasure trove of the spider matriarch. Xie Yunhe highlighted this, urging the protagonist group to take note. A treasure trove? I am intrigued. Only Li Yi seemed particularly interested. Xie Yunhe noted that it was relatively safe for the moment, and the group was eager to plunder the spider matriarch's lair. They divided into two teams. Luo Cheng and Zhang Han would escort Luo Zifeng's party back to the inn to regroup, while the remaining agile members would investigate the sinister warehouse. Ling Jiaojiao chose to return to the inn as well. Ultimately, only Xie Yunhe, Li Yi, and Qin Yu remained to search for the warehouse. Fortunately, perhaps due to the protagonist's halo, the three quickly located the site of the warehouse. Cheng Ming had mentioned that moment. The barrier around the warehouse had dissipated along with the formation. Nevertheless, the lingering traces of a powerful barrier were still perceptible. Without the barrier, accessing the doors was a trivial matter. Qin Yu swung his sword, and the door fell with a resounding crash. Immediately, the trio was dazzled by a brilliant flash of golden light. Was that gold? Xie Yunhe was astonished. Was this warehouse truly a humble repository of gold? Upon closer inspection, he noticed an abundance of paintings, antiques, and jade artifacts. Xie Yunhe discerned that rather than belonging to a sinister practitioner, this was more akin to a mundane treasure trove. Goodness, it was likely the property of Lord W. It appeared that this individual had amassed quite a fortune during his tenure as town lord. Just look at the wealth on display. On one side of the warehouse, the three finally spotted items related to cultivation: a collection of bottles filled with elixirs, jade boxes containing medicinal herbs, and various talismans haphazardly stacked nearby. This portion likely constituted the spider matriarch's possessions, her so-called wealth. The text does not elaborate on the specific items Xie Yunhe discovered during this incident involving the sinister practitioner, but it seems to have been mentioned in passing later on, which is why Xie Yunhe had a vague impression of it. Such occurrences were simply too common. Perhaps the author deemed it unnecessary to detail every single item. Hence, Xie Yunhe remained unaware of the specifics. At that moment, he surveyed the shelves of goods, hoping to find something that appeared particularly extraordinary. However, nothing caught his eye. Lie glanced around, clearly unimpressed. These are all mundane items. This sinister practitioner is rather impoverished. A slender hand emerged from the clutter, extracting an object. Was it indeed a slender hand? Xie Yunhe pondered uncertainly, as Xie Yu's hand was enveloped in a halo of sacred light. In any case, Xie Yu reached into the pile and retrieved a black stone. It looked somewhat familiar. Chapter 26. The Inn's Inhabitants. Familiar. Xie Yunhe stared at the stone Xie Yu had extracted. Did it not resemble the black stone he had picked up during his previous visit to the sect market while searching for Lei Yuanchao? This stone certainly piqued his interest. Xie Yu remarked. Could it be that the black stone I purchased as an afterthought last time is actually a treasure? Xie Yunhe couldn't help but speculate. Upon returning, he would burn that stone to see if it reacted in any way. Xie Yu then returned the black stone to the pile of miscellaneous items. He then produced a recording stone and captured an image of everything within the room. The recording stone, akin to a camera, is essentially a magical stone that can retain images, allowing for subsequent viewing. Once finished, Xie Yu stored all the items from the treasury into his storage ring. This bounty belongs to everyone, but given its connection to demonic entities, I will keep it for safekeeping until we return to the sect, at which point we can distribute it. Noticing Xie Yunhe's eager gaze fixed on the sinister practitioner's belongings, Xie Yu felt compelled to clarify that he was not hoarding anything. There was no need to look at him like that. After a pause, Xie Yu added, moreover, my storage ring has a larger capacity, making it more convenient for safekeeping. Xie Yu's words prompted Xie Yunhe to glance at his hand. In the midst of the soft, sacred light, he could make out a ring located approximately where the index finger was. Was that the storage ring? Xie Yunhe felt a pang of envy. Storage rings are considerably rarer than storage bags. This is easily understood, as storage rings, compared to storage bags, are not only smaller and more convenient, but they also typically offer a larger storage capacity. Rare and hard to find as a currently impoverished individual, Xie Yunhe dared not aspire to a storage ring. For now, it would be more practical to secure a storage bag. Xie Yunhe had no objections to Xie Yu's assertions. Unlike typical adventures where one keeps everything for themselves, this was a task undertaken by sect disciples, and generally, rewards were distributed based on merit. If there were items among the collected goods that one found unappealing, they could always turn them into the sect in exchange for sect points. Such arrangements were quite advantageous. In the original storyline, Xie Yu ultimately submitted the collected items to the sect, which granted him corresponding points for having eliminated the ultimate culprit. He then used those points to exchange for items he desired from that batch. The three continued to scour the other rooms within the mansion. As they passed by the courtyard where they had previously fought, they once again beheld the remains of the spider matriarch. The severed black remains lay sprawled on the ground. Who could have imagined that this had once been a formidable nascent soul cultivator? Now, as they gazed upon it, Xie Yunhe maintained an impassive expression. He had begun to acclimatize to the harsh realities of the cultivation world. The law of the jungle prevails, and the strong dominate. Even in a fictional realm, as the system suggested, it was indeed a tangible world. Previously, Xie Yunhe had remained sheltered within the sect, which had done an admirable job of protecting its disciples. However, flowers grown in a greenhouse tended to be too fragile. Perhaps that was why the sect consistently encouraged its disciples to venture out for training. Traveling in groups mitigated the risks of death. Ultimately, however, learning how to survive in the brutal cultivation world was a lesson that these disciples needed to ponder during their various trials. Xie Yunhe reflected on his earlier compassion. When he had severely wounded the golden core spider matriarch in the Grand Hall, he questioned himself. Was there truly no way for him to bring her to her end? If one were to gamble with their life, there might still linger a glimmer of hope. He is simply afraid of death, and equally terrified of being stained by the blood of others. Ultimately, he opts for the more prudent course of action, mirroring the escape depicted in the narrative. Yet, had the reinforcements not arrived, none of the three would have escaped. One must never extend sympathy towards one's adversaries, nor show mercy to them. Furthermore, the spider matron has already wreaked havoc upon many lives. She is deserving of her fate. The thought of the townsfolk of Xiaoxi, now turned into puppets, ignites within Xie Yunhe a desire to rend the spider matron into pieces. However, as they pass by, the trio refrains from disturbing her lifeless form, maintaining their composure as they walk past. Previously, Jiang Han had cautioned that these fiends might retain traces of demonic energy after death. So it is best to avoid contact. The sect will send someone to handle the matter. They successfully exit the mayor's residence without incident. Two of them ride swords while one wields a knife. Soaring towards the peaceful inn they had previously visited, along the way, the three observe an unsettling absence of people. The former puppets have seemingly vanished. The entire town is shrouded in an eerie silence. Where is everyone? Li Yi murmurs. The other two offer no response. The trio quickens their pace, relieved that Xie Yunhe still remembers the general direction of the inn. Before long, the inn's sign appears before their eyes. Accompanied by a plethora of puppets strewn about. No wonder they couldn't find anyone. It seems they were all gathered at the peaceful inn. They land gracefully. Sang Qing, still busy clearing the scene, spots the junior brother Xie. She exclaims, a rare smile gracing her usually stoic features. However, her expression shifts as she glances aside and sees Qin Yu, her eyes widening slightly. Qin, junior brother Qin is here as well? Qin Yu greets Sang Qing. Sister Sang, I happened to pass by and noticed some demonic energy, so I came to investigate. Upon hearing the mention of demonic energy, Sang Qing's expression darkens. Xie Yunhe, curious about the strange circumstances, promptly inquires of Sister Sang. As she leads them into the inn, she begins to explain the situation. The scene shifts back to when Xie Yunhe first entered the secret passage. At that time, the remaining occupants of the inn included Sang Qing, Zhu Yuanzhou, Su Xing, and Feng Wei. Zhu Yuanzhou, feeling a storm brewing, had taken to alchemy, believing it prudent to prepare more pills. Su Xing was resting, cultivating his energy, while Sang Qing sharpened her blade, and Feng Wei gazed absent-mindedly out the window. For safety, the four had remained in one room, and thus far, nothing had transpired. However, as the moon reached its zenith, Xie Yunhe had yet to return from his search for Luo Zifeng. The four even convened a small meeting. Sang Qing expressed her concern. Should I go take a look? Zhu Yuanzhou replied, and then lose another person? Remember what junior brother Xie said? We must not make unnecessary sacrifices. What Zhu Yuanzhou did not voice was his lingering sense of foreboding. His instincts had always been sharp, and throughout this mission, he felt an ominous cloud hanging over them, as if he were destined to perish here. How could that be? He scoffed at his own morose thoughts. After all, I possess the protective talisman bestowed by the ancestor. I shouldn't perish so easily. Zhu Yuanzhou chastised himself mentally. I'm not thinking about anything. Su Xing interjected. This won't do, nor will that. What should we do? The trio continued to deliberate, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Feng Wei remained silent, sitting quietly, perhaps the peculiar circumstances of the town resonating with her. Just then, they felt someone approaching rapidly in their direction. Chapter 27. Puppet Demonization. The four peered out the window of the inn. A middle-aged cultivator dressed in white was soaring towards them, holding a compass in his hand. While flying, he was studying the device, which seemed to indicate the inn's location. The newcomer soon spotted the four and vaulted through the window into the room. Sang Qing tightened her grip on her sword. May I inquire who you are? The visitor's cultivation surpassed theirs. The two who had yet to reach the foundation establishment stage felt nothing. But Sang Qing and Zhu Yuanzhou, both in the golden core stage, immediately sensed the difference. The man was a nascent soul cultivator. Upon seeing the four clad in the garb of the Heavenly Sword sect, the tension in his face eased slightly. Young friends, do not misunderstand. I am Luo Qing, the uncle of Luo Zifeng. I shattered a jade token here. May I inquire as to his whereabouts? Is he in any danger? Luo Cheng produced the jade token as proof of his identity. Zhu Yuanzhou took it, examining it closely. Indeed, it was a token from the Luo family. The four exchanged glances and briefed Luo Cheng on the current situation. Sang Qing began. Esteemed elder, here is what transpired. She recounted the events since their arrival in Xiaoxi town, detailing the peculiar occurrences, Luo Zifeng's disappearance, and Xie Yunhe's secret exploration of the passage. After listening, Luo Cheng grew anxious. Eager to locate his nephew as a nascent soul cultivator, he possessed far greater strength than the four combined. Soon they directed him to the location of the secret passage. Elder Luo, if you find junior brother Xie, please look after him as well. Sang Qing requested. Of course, Luo Cheng affirmed. He then entered the passage, leaving the four once more as a trio. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the surroundings had grown eerily silent. This silence was not the tranquil quiet of a small town at night. It was a deathly stillness, as if even the leaves were devoid of life. Rendering the entire town a mere shell of existence, the cicadas had ceased their song, the silence becoming unsettling. Something is amiss, it's too quiet. Shang-Qing, being the most powerful, was the first to sense the anomaly. At her words, the others became alert. Could it be that the evil cultivators have discovered us? Xie Yunhe speculated. Come quickly and see. These puppets are behaving strangely. They are emitting black smoke. Su Xing, with a bit more courage, edged closer to the window to observe the situation outside. To their astonishment, the street, which should have been deserted save for the patrolling guards, was now teeming with figures. The puppets, once bound by the rhythms of their former lives, were now wandering the streets at night. The street vendor, the uncle selling candied hawthorn, the butcher at the alley's mouth, and the children playing with balls, all emerged one after another from their homes, converging upon the now crowded street. Even more bizarrely, they were enveloped in a swirling black mist, rendering them ominous in appearance. Upon hearing Su Xing's observations, the remaining three rushed to the window to peer outside. That is demonic energy, Shang-Qing stated gravely. As a disciple of a transformation stage master, she was privy to more information than the average person. The black mist enveloping the puppets was the very essence of the abyssal fiends her master had warned her about. Yet, during the day, while those puppets exhibited rigid behavior, they appeared entirely human, devoid of any aberration. What on earth had transpired? As they pondered, Su Xing's trembling voice broke the silence. Sister sang, those strange puppets are heading this way. Shang-Qing focused her gaze. After the puppets had crowded onto the street, they initially wandered aimlessly. However, for some unknown reason, they began to converge upon the inn, and it wouldn't be long before they surrounded it completely. Could they sense the presence of the living? Conceal your aura, Xie Yunhe urged, prompting everyone to deploy various talismans and artifacts to minimize their presence. Once the talismans took effect, the puppets indeed ceased their relentless advance towards the inn. It appeared they were searching for the living. The group shuddered at the thought of what might happen should the puppets discover them. Conversing with them would be the least of their worries. Under the radiant moonlight, the street was illuminated, casting shadows amongst the throngs of figures. The atmosphere was eerie, silent, yet punctuated by the rhythmic sound of footsteps. They remained hidden, hoping to endure until dawn. Typically, as day breaks, many creations related to dark sorcery would be weakened. Come morning, their safety would increase considerably. Moreover, a nascent soul elder had just ventured to the mayor's residence. They were not entirely without allies in this town. Shang-Qing contemplated silently. Who could have anticipated that accepting a mere task would lead to such perilous circumstances? Watching the puppets, suffused with demonic energy, Shang-Qing felt a chill run down her spine. The puppets themselves were not frightening. At worst, they were simply more challenging to combat. What truly terrified her was the demonic energy itself, a force that emanated from the fabled abyss, a realm her master had always approached with trepidation. Shang-Qing wished to avoid experiencing the true power of such energy. She recalled her master's teachings on how to evade contact with beings imbued with demonic energy, emphasizing the importance of avoiding direct contact with the demonic essence. She conveyed her recollections to the others, underscoring the horrors of the demonic energy. The group listened intently. Initially, everything seemed manageable, but they were trapped within the inn. The puppets outside had yet to detect their presence. A rare moment of calm enveloped them. But soon, that tranquility was shattered. Feng Wei suddenly rushed to the window from her hiding spot, staring blankly outside. Shang-Qing, alarmed, urgently transmitted a message. Sister Feng, what are you doing? Feng Wei seemed unable to hear the whispers directed at her, maintaining her position by the window. It was only when Shang-Qing and her companions resolved to render Feng Wei unconscious that she trembled and cried out. Father, mother, little brother. Initially, her words were but a murmur, but they soon escalated into a loud exclamation. Just as she was about to leap from the window, the quick-witted Xie Yunhe swiftly struck her down, rendering her unconscious. The remaining three exchanged glances, comprehending Feng Wei's predicament. For reasons unknown, she had just glimpsed her family, seemingly transformed into puppets by the spider matriarch. Her outcry had drawn the attention of the puppets on the street. The onlookers were horrified to see the puppets halt in their tracks, collectively turning to face the direction of the inn. They then reversed their steps, approaching the inn with alarming intent. At this point, concealment or stealth was futile. The puppets had already detected the presence of living beings. The puppets, tainted by dark energy, now possessed a rare fixation in their vacant minds. Living beings, living beings, living beings. Eat, eat, eat. Chapter 28. Everyone survives. The puppets had reached the entrance of the Xie Yunhe Inn, already beginning to batter against the doors. Moreover, the puppets inside the inn were also making their way towards the room occupied by the four. With no other option, they prepared for battle. The three, burdened with the unconscious Feng Wei, burst forth from their chamber. After all, they were two gold core cultivators and one foundation establishment cultivator. Sang Qing wielded her sword with formidable energy, while Chu Yuanzhou twirled his folding fan with dexterity. The puppets within the inn were soon dispatched with ease. The trio barricaded the entrance with heavy objects. There were not many puppets inside, making them relatively manageable. However, the puppets outside the inn seemed endless. They would conserve their energy for as long as possible. Sang Qing reminisced about her arrival in Xiaoxi town. Had it not been for Xie Yunhe's timely warning, she might have unwittingly sought refuge at the mayor's residence with her team. A sense of relief washed over her, having narrowly escaped a calamity. Who could have anticipated that what began as an investigation into a missing persons case would unravel into such a significant affair? From the moment she detected the dark energy emanating from the puppets, Sang Qing understood that this was beyond the capabilities of their gold core and foundation establishment ranks. If it were merely evil cultivators, the situation would not be overly concerning. However, if it involved the abyss, the entire sect would take it very seriously. What lay ahead was a war of attrition. The trio prepared various supplies and medicinal herbs. Fortunately, Chu Yuanzhou had been prudent, having concocted additional yuan cultivation pills in their room prior to the commotion. These were now distributed among them to maintain their combat effectiveness in the impending battle. As for Feng Wei, to prevent her from causing chaos in her dazed state, she had been securely bound. Reflecting on Feng Wei's earlier actions, the group was filled with confusion, even upon seeing her family transformed into puppets. Feng Wei's impulsive nature seemed out of character. She would not usually expose their position so recklessly. Although they had only recently met, it was evident to all that Feng Wei, despite her seemingly timid demeanor, acted with caution and composure. As an orphan, her achievement of becoming a foundation establishment cultivator at such a young age within the Tianjin sect was no trivial feat. She understood that speaking out impulsively would alert the puppets. Yet she acted nonetheless. Recalling her trance-like state, the group leaned towards the belief that she had been influenced or controlled. The specifics of the situation would have to be addressed by the sect's higher-ups. Before long, the puppets' relentless assault overwhelmed the inn's doors. Creak, bang. The doors collapsed. The battle commenced. Fortunately, the surrounding areas were constructed of concrete walls. The group defended the inn's entrance, managing to handle the influx of puppets within their capabilities. Just as they were on the verge of exhaustion, Jiang Han, Luo Cheng, and Ling Jiaojiao returned through the secret passage with the injured. Upon emerging, they were met with the chaos of battle. Stunned, they quickly joined the fray. With the addition of Yuaning cultivators Jiang Han and Luo Cheng, the battle concluded swiftly. Ultimately, these puppets were merely extensions of the spider matriarch. Before their transformation, they had been ordinary people, and though their speed and resilience had increased, they were not invincible. The real challenge lay in the dark energy surrounding the puppets. This peculiar energy greatly enhanced their abilities and accelerated their healing. With the puppets streaming in ceaselessly, the trio nearly faltered. Fortunately, reinforcements arrived promptly. Although the puppets were formidable, they paled in comparison to the spider matriarch. With two Yuaning cultivators present, the eradication of the puppets was a manageable task. The aftermath of the battle was what Xie Yunhe and the others witnessed. As they tidied up the remnants of the conflict, they spotted the trio's return. Sang Qing, delighted to see Xie Yunhe, approached to explain the current situation, perhaps due to the continuous support from her junior. Sang Qing regarded Xie Yunhe with particular fondness, seeing him as a younger brother. Little did they expect that the inn would face such perilous circumstances. Xie Yunhe was equally taken aback. This was not part of the original narrative. Not only had dark energy manifested, but Sang Qing and her companions had also come dangerously close to death. Nonetheless, relief washed over him as he scanned the faces of Sang Qing, Chu Yuanzhou, Su Xing, Luo Zifeng, and the bound Feng Wei. Although the journey had been fraught with danger, those who were supposed to meet untimely ends in the original plot had survived. Xie Yunhe reflected on his own objectives for this venture. Rescuing Ling Jiaojiao had been accomplished, saving the remaining team members had been achieved, slaying the spider matriarch had been fulfilled. Delivering treasures to the protagonist had been completed. Perfect. Everything had been accomplished. Moreover, he had saved some members of the previous sex task team who were originally doomed. The figurative child within Xie Yunhe danced with joy, celebrating the vibrant presence of Shang-Qing, Chu Yuanzhou, and the others. He felt an indescribable warmth in his heart, a sensation unlike any other. Though these characters were merely sketches in a narrative, to Xie Yunhe, they felt like living, breathing individuals. Shang-Qing, with her cool exterior and warm heart, the lively and clever Su Xing siblings, and the laid-back, carefree Chu Yuanzhou. Their survival brought immense joy at that moment. Several streaks of sword light flew across the sky. Reinforcements from the sect had arrived. The sword light descended, revealing Suyu, who was accompanied by several others dressed in the Tianjin sect's robes. Following a striking figure clad in green, a female sword cultivator. This woman, with her striking features and stern demeanor, exuded an aura of power. Who is she? Master, you've come, Shang-Qing exclaimed in delight, realizing that this was her master. The revered Yue Zuns, a formidable cultivator at the transformation stage. Chapter 29. Yue Zuns. The arrival of Yue Zuns felt like a stabilizing anchor amidst the chaos. Everyone present experienced an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Yue Zuns first assessed Shang-Qing's condition, relieved to find her merely exhausted and drained of spiritual energy. For reasons unknown, she had felt a lingering unease over the past several days at the Tianjin sect. At her level of cultivation, ordinary physical ailments were no longer a concern. The source of her disquiet must have been a matter of great significance related to her. Su's arrival confirmed her vague apprehensions. Shang-Qing was in trouble. Yue Zuns had only 2 disciples. Her eldest disciple was often away, leaving Shang-Qing as her only pupil. Yet, Shang-Qing was a modest individual who rarely proclaimed her status as a disciple of a transformation stage cultivator. To the casual observer, she appeared to be just another ordinary inner disciple. Yue Zuns was a pillar of strength within the Tianjin sect, often preoccupied with numerous responsibilities, although she cared deeply for Shang-Qing. Opportunities to spend time together were rare. Fortunately, her second disciple was diligent and hardworking, seeking her guidance only when necessary. Such a remarkable pupil was hard to come by, and though Yue Zuns rarely voiced it, she felt immense pride in Shang-Qing. Little did she know how close her disciple had come to peril. Prior to her arrival, Yue Zuns had prepared for the worst, sensing that the depth of Shang-Qing's unease was not typical of a mere injury. Many years ago, the diviner Qin Lao Dao from Feishing Valley had foretold that Shang-Qing would face a life-threatening calamity during her gold core stage. Consequently, Yue Zuns had been particularly vigilant. Although Shang-Qing had reached the gold core stage and theoretically could explore beyond the sect's territory, Yue Zuns had refrained from allowing it. Shang-Qing had obediently complied, as there were plenty of tasks available near the sect, and with the resources provided by her master, she had smoothly advanced to the gold core stage. During this period, everything had been tranquil. Shang-Qing had not encountered any significant troubles or dangers, just as Yue Zuns pondered whether the divination had been erroneous and that perhaps there was no impending calamity. This incident had occurred. The esteemed Yue harbored profound worries within her heart, her inner turmoil particularly vibrant, yet her exterior remained inscrutable, maintaining an air of solemnity. Those around her could not help but feel the formidable presence of a deity, a force so potent that it deterred direct gaze. Upon reaching her master's side, Shang-Qing shed her previous composure, revealing a hint of youthful charm and dependence typical of a daughter towards her elder. Observing this, the onlookers recognized the genuine bond shared between sister Shang-Qing and her master. When Yue learned that the matter at hand was connected to the abyssal demonic aura, a shiver coursed through her. She meticulously inquired about the specifics, and upon hearing Shang-Qing's heartfelt gratitude towards Xie Yunhe, her gaze unconsciously lingered upon him. Before her stood a strikingly handsome youth clad in the robes of a disciple from the outer sect of the Tianjin sect. His eyes clear and spirited, appearing no older than 20. A brief probe revealed that he was already at the foundational stage of cultivation. Shang-Qing mentioned that Xie Yunhe, having risen from the ranks of a menial disciple, had remarkably cultivated himself to the foundational stage to gain entry into the outer sect, an impressive feat indeed. Yue herself was not a prodigy, and few knew that she had once begun her journey as a menial disciple. Her ascent to the present was intertwined with extraordinary encounters from her youth. Consequently, she held a deep appreciation for those who cultivated through their own efforts. Furthermore, the fact that he had saved her second disciple. Shang-Qing, brought an involuntary sense of admiration to Yu Yue's regard for Xie Yunhe. When Xie Yunhe was introduced to Yu Yue by Sang Qing, he felt a surge of nervousness, performing a respectful bow. Only to be scrutinized by Yue's enigmatic gaze, he too felt a twinge of apprehension. Fortunately, Yue soon averted her gaze, turning her attention to tidying up the aftermath. Her accompanying disciples were tasked with examining the corpse of the spider lady and investigating the evidence left at the scene. Matters that did not require Xie Yunhe's concern in a matter of mere moments. The group was whisked away by a flying vessel conjured from Yue's sleeve, returning them swiftly to the Tianjin sect. By the time they arrived, the sect's master, Ling, had already gathered in the grand hall, having anticipated news of the demonic creatures. However, upon their entrance, he was taken aback to learn of his beloved daughter's involvement. A blend of anger and fear surging within him. His ire stemmed from Ling Jiao's reckless venture out, purportedly to collect rare resources for Qinyu. How presumptuous of that lad. Unlike most, Ling harbored a certain disdain for Qinyu, whose charming appearance had ensnared his precious daughter's affections. With his vast experience, Ling understood that Ling Jiao could never truly win over Qinyu. The young man, though appearing affable and carefree, possessed a heart of stone, wholly devoted to his cultivation, seemingly indifferent to matters of romance. How could someone of such a background be deemed worthy of his daughter? Alas, Ling's counsel had fallen on deaf ears. As Ling Jiao obstinately pursued her path, that Ling's fear lay in the near loss of his daughter. Despite his frustration, as a parent, he desired nothing more than his child's happiness. The thought of nearly losing her to the void was chilling. Thus, upon hearing of a disciple who had bravely ventured into the lair of evil cultivators, rescuing not only others, but also his precious daughter, he could not help but regard Xie Yunhe with renewed interest. Within a single day, having garnered the attention of several influential figures, Xie Yunhe found his emotions tangled. After recounting the events to each individual, Master Ling allowed everyone to return and rest. Xie Daoyu, let us exchange contact information. Do you possess a communication jade? Li Yi grasped Xie Yunhe to prevent his departure. Communication jade? Xie Yunhe mused. Realization dawning upon him. Li Yi, a mere bystander caught in the fray, had also been brought back to the Tianjin sect. Master Ling arranged for him to stay in the guest quarters nearby the outer disciples' residence, though it lay in a different direction from the cave where Qinyu resided. Before parting, Li Yi seized Xie Yunhe's arm, producing a communication jade. Recognizing it as somewhat familiar, Xie Yunhe retrieved the one previously gifted to him by the carefree sword sovereign. Rarely utilizing this communication jade, he had almost forgotten its existence. How does one add another's contact? Li Yi demonstrated by pressing his jade against Xie Yunhe's. Xie Yunhe's jade vibrated, and upon focusing his mind on it, he discovered not only the presences of the carefree sword sovereign and Qinyu, but now also that of Li Yi. Instinctively understanding that this was how contacts were established, he marveled at the jade's capabilities. Was this not akin to a mobile phone in the world of cultivation? The advancement left him astounded as the others lingered. Witnessing Li Yi exchanging contact information with Xie Yunhe, they eagerly approached. I want to exchange contacts too. Me too. Not only Sang Qing and her companions, but also those fellow disciples rescued from the dungeons joined in the fervor. Ultimately, Sang Qing prevailed, stepping forward first. Xie Shidi, let us exchange contact information. Xie Yunhe had no objections. Sang Qing had been exceptionally kind and nurturing towards her juniors, proving herself a remarkable individual. The second to approach was Zhu Yuanzhou. Xie Shidi, should you require any assistance with alchemy, do not hesitate to seek me out. Zhu Yuanzhou, half his face obscured by a fan, revealed a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes. He hesitated, anxious that his slightly flushed cheeks would betray him. As a distinguished prodigy of the Tianjin sect, it was his first time proactively seeking someone else's contact information, leaving him somewhat bashful. Upon returning to the Tianjin sect, the lingering sense of unease dissipated. Zhu Yuanzhou began to comprehend why he had been late initially. He typically was not one to lose track of time due to excessive training, yet this occasion was an exception. Perhaps it was a form of instinctual warning against participating in this task, which seemed fraught with peril. He felt a profound sense of gratitude towards Xie Yunhe, believing that his safe return was largely thanks to him. Without Xie Shidi, it was uncertain how many would have made it back. Zhu Yuanzhou's thoughts were a whirlwind, unbeknownst to Xie Yunhe, as after exchanging contacts, he was swiftly swept away by the crowd, vanishing from sight. The third to break through the throng was the sibling duo of Su Xing and Su Yu. Xie Shidi, thank you for your timely intervention. You saved us all. Suyu recalled the harrowing moments, her heart still racing, though she had been seeking aid and had not participated in the later events. She felt a deep sense of dread upon hearing Su Xing's account of their close encounters. Had it not been for Xie Yunhe's astute observation and swift action, they, as foundational and golden core cultivators, would have been no match for the nascent soul evil cultivators that threatened them. Surprisingly, everyone had survived, including the previous sect team caught in the chaos. She wished to exchange contact information with Xie Shidi to express her gratitude and perhaps send him a token of appreciation. The fourth to step forward was Luo Zifeng, who approached with a hint of shyness but quickly composed himself. Let us exchange contact information. Xie Yunhe also raised the communication jade pendant in his hand to lightly tap against Luo Zifeng's. Exchanging contact information, Luo Zifeng never anticipated that a mere trivial task would nearly cost him his life. To his astonishment, it was none other than Xie Yunhe, whom he had initially held in disdain, who had ventured alone into the secret passage to rescue him. Heaven knows how ecstatic he felt upon seeing someone come to his aid as a scion of a prestigious family. Luo Zifeng had seldom faced hardship. Perhaps being accustomed to a life of luxury fostered within him a peculiar sense of superiority, leading him to look down upon the grassroots cultivators of the Tianjin sect. He felt utterly insignificant compared to the likes of Sang Qing and Xu Yuanzhou, both golden core cultivators. However, upon encountering grassroots practitioners like Su Xing, Su Yu, and Feng Wei, he couldn't help but harbor a touch of disdain. Of course, he possessed a modicum of emotional intelligence, displaying only a hint of his contempt. Yet, who among them was not perceptive? Thus, Su Xing and Su Yu reciprocated his indifference. Luo Zifeng was not lacking in cultivation resources. His mission this time was primarily for sect points, which could not be exchanged for spirit stones. This was his first time experiencing such a severe setback. Who could have guessed that a peaceful slumber in his guest chamber would end with him being drugged and abducted? And yet, Xie Yunhe, the very grassroots disciple he had previously scorned, had taken the initiative to save him. Upon realizing this later, he felt a swell of gratitude. He had always believed that those grassroots cultivators were merely sycophants, unreliable in moments of crisis. Little did he know that there existed benevolent souls like Xie Yunhe among them. It was evident that Xie Yunhe genuinely wished to save him. Unaware of his esteemed lineage as a member of the Luo family, he was different. The very thought of what might have befallen him without Xie Yunhe's intervention was unfathomable. Falling into the hands of malevolent cultivators and meeting a swift demise would have been the most merciful end. After exchanging contact information, Luo Zifeng's fellow disciples, including Cheng Ming, soon gathered around Xie Yunhe. Compared to Luo Zifeng, they were even more grateful to Xie Yunhe. They had been subjected to a dispersing spirit pill and had languished in the dungeon for 3 or 4 days. Mere breaths away from death, their gratitude upon being rescued was beyond words. For the first time, Xie Yunhe experienced the warmth of being welcomed. Was this the everyday existence of Qinyu? The sheer throng overwhelmed him, leaving him dizzy. Let me go. After a while, the crowd dispersed, leaving behind a despondent Xie Yunhe, who felt as though he had lost his dreams. For the first time, his communication jade pendant was filled with the contact information of so many individuals. Xie Yunhe found himself unaccustomed to such fervent attention. In modern society, he was but a reclusive individual, unaccustomed to such grand displays. Host, I am so moved. The little waste system had not crossed his mind until now. Host, I initially thought these individuals were inconsequential, unable to fathom why you would save them. Now, I feel so happy. Though I can't help but sense a slight warmth emanating from the cord. A mechanical sound of overheating echoed in his ears, and Xie Yunhe could almost smell something burning. Oh no, system. Don't overheat your CPU. You should stop dwelling on it. Overthinking could lead to a meltdown of your core. That humans' thoughts should not be probed too deeply. Xie Yunhe still intended to complete his mission and return home. That if the system malfunctioned, who would escort him back? Alright, host, just a reminder. Your mission progress is still at 0. The protagonist Qin Yu currently has no romantic interest. Woo-woo, what should the host do? Reflecting on this, Xie Yunhe finally recalled his original intention for coming here, to play the role of a matchmaker. While deep in thought, an arm reached out, blocking his path. Who is it? Chapter 31. Sword practice. Snapping back from his internal dialogue with the system, Xie Yunhe looked up to see a figure clad in crimson. Ling Jiaojiao had somehow changed out of her tattered garments into a new fiery red outfit. Standing as a striking presence within the Tianjin sect, her gaze fixated on the floor, avoiding eye contact with Xie Yunhe. I will compensate you for your clothes. I've spoken with my father about your situation. The sect's rewards will be distributed in a few days. Her gaze shifted slightly, her cheeks flushing, conveying an awkwardness. And thank you for saving me. Xie Yunhe listened patiently, reflecting on how unexpected it was that this very person had once slapped him upon their first meeting. No need to thank me. We are all disciples of the same sect. Helping one another is only natural. After waiting for a moment longer and seeing that she seemed to have nothing more to say, he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to depart, she pulled him back. Let's exchange contact information. Ling Jiaojiao successfully acquired his contact details. Xie Yunhe remained momentarily astonished. Was this truly the matter that had caused her such distress earlier? Why did she appear so peculiar? When alone, the system was Xie Yunhe's best companion for conversation, always available and never lacking in topics. Perhaps she is grateful for being saved. After all, it is a matter of life and death. The system speculated. That makes sense. Xie Yunhe conceded he too had his suspicions. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Although he was somewhat oblivious, he had played his fair share of dating simulation games. However, having read the original novel, he was aware that Ling Jiaojiao was a devoted admirer of the protagonist, Qin Yu. Thus, this notion seemed improbable. I must be overthinking it. Xie Yunhe shook his head, convinced he had been influenced by his sister's obsession with romantic games. Host, what are you pondering? What is a paper character? Do not pry into human psychological activities too much. Be wary of burning out your core. Whoa, host, I shall refrain from such thoughts. However, having rescued Ling Jiaojiao according to the storyline, the opportunity to enter the secret realm was now secured. Initially, Xie Yunhe had intended to follow the narrative precisely for this coveted entry point 4 months later, above the 10,000 Beasts mountain range south of the Tianjin sect. The ancient Lan's secret realm would make its appearance once every decade. This secret realm was exclusively open to cultivators below the nascent soul stage and under the age of 50. In essence, the highest cultivation level permitted within was that of a perfected golden core, with any higher cultivation being expelled from the realm. The ancient Lan's secret realm was reputed to be abundant in heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with legends of celestial inheritances concealed within. Each time it opened, the disciples who entered would invariably gain something of value. Most remarkably, the mortality rate within this secret realm was notably low, making it a rare opportunity for significant gains with minimal risk. Currently, the ancient Lan's secret realm was dominated by the 5 great immortal sects, with each sect possessing designated entries, while the remainder was allocated to smaller sects and rogue cultivators. That it was within this very secret realm that Qin Yu obtained a crucial inheritance, laying the foundation for his future path in cultivation. Likewise, this secret realm provided an exceptional backdrop for Xie Yunhe to play the role of a matchmaker. Throughout this journey, Qin Yu's various romantic interests would make their appearances, allowing for ample interactions as long as Xie Yunhe positioned himself within Qin Yu's circle and facilitated sparks of romance. Success would be all but assured. Host, I already have a plan. Allow me to elaborate. The system exclaimed, brimming with excitement as it began to outline its strategies within Xie Yunhe's mind. Ultimately, Xie Yunhe, engrossed in his cultivation, found the incessant chatter tiresome and commanded the system to cease its ramblings. Where he would abandon the role of matchmaker altogether, the system was taken aback, promptly halting its discourse, remaining silent in reverence. At this juncture, 2 days had elapsed since Xie Yunhe's return to the cave dwelling at Shaoao Peak. Upon his arrival, he immediately tended to the spirit field, noticing that the spirit grains had wilted somewhat in his absence. His heart ached for them. Who could resist the charm of nurturing one's own creations? Xie Yunhe swiftly employed the little spirit rain technique. That a sphere of spirit rain floated down, transforming into a gentle drizzle that fell upon the listless spirit grains. Instantly, the previously drooping plants revived, brimming with vitality. Observing the rejuvenated spirit grains, Xie Yunhe nodded in satisfaction. Having received a salary for his efforts, upon reaching Qin Yu's cave dwelling, he soon discovered that many of Qin Yu's affairs required little to no management. The cave was impeccably tidy, free from the need for cleaning. The protective barrier was secure with no wild beasts to contend with, and there were scarcely any visitors to entertain. He began to suspect that Qin Yu had simply sought someone to placate his master. However, only the spiritual field is neglected by Xie Yunhe, yet it remains a useful asset. Xie Yunhe has cultivated the spiritual grain within the cave, making full use of waste, and it cannot be said that he is remiss in his duties while receiving a salary. After tending to the spiritual field, Xie Yunhe immersed himself once more in his cultivation endeavors. Although this mission was fraught with peril, it also marked his inaugural participation in the confrontations of the immortal cultivation world. Previously, he had practiced his sword techniques solely on level ground. This battle deepened his understanding of the sword path, and he became increasingly proficient with the foundational sword technique of the Tianjin sect. The Tianwen 13 swords. Originally, Xie Yunhe had some uncertainties regarding the transitions within the sword techniques, but after engaging in a genuine combat experience, those questions were effortlessly resolved. The battle required less contemplation and more instinctual reflexes. The sword techniques he had diligently practiced over the days were employed in the heat of the moment, in the areas where he had been perplexed naturally unraveled through continuous application during the fight. Now, when he executed the techniques from the Tianwen 13 swords again, they no longer seemed formless and devoid of spirit. In the open space beside the spiritual grain, the young man wielding a fine iron sword practiced his sword techniques. Demonstrating a solid foundation and executing the basic sword technique, Tianwen 13 swords, with remarkable precision, if that were all, one might merely regard him as a diligent disciple. Gradually, the young man's swordsmanship began to shift. The orderly Tianwen 13 swords coalesced into a seamless flow, gradually taking on an enchanting essence. He no longer practiced the Tianwen 13 swords in sequence, but began to dismantle and connect them, as if an adversary were attacking before him. His sword entwined in combat. Each stroke and every move began to possess its own soul. Observing the young man practicing sword techniques, at this moment, felt as though he were soaring freely, moving with grace and mystery akin to an antelope's horn. Those who beheld this scene in the shadows sighed inwardly. This young man was indeed a prodigy. That it was only when the young man had finished his sword practice that the figure in the shadows turned to leave. Chapter 32. Quota for the Secret Realm. Xie Yunhe practiced his sword techniques as usual. Feeling particularly fluid today, he practiced vigorously for 3 hours, and upon stopping, his clothing was somewhat damp. Xie Yunhe sheathed his fine iron sword and closed his eyes to regulate his breath. Preparing to return to his cave residence. Today's sword practice task was accomplished. Just then, a peculiar wave resonated. Xie Yunhe's ears perked up. Someone was touching the barrier, akin to ringing a doorbell in the immortal cultivation world. How curious. Who could it be? Xie Yunhe had not been present in the cave for the past few days. Ever since returning to the Tianjin sect, he had vanished without a trace, possibly engaged in other inquiries. In any case, Xie Yunhe was the sole occupant of the cave. He took out his jade token and approached the entrance to see who was outside. A flash of fiery red caught his eye, and a figure was soaring on a sword at the entrance. Without the need for further words, Xie Yunhe already knew who it was, the esteemed young lady of the Tianjin sect. Ling Jiaojiao. The frequency with which he encountered Ling Jiaojiao these days seemed to surpass even that of the protagonist, he thought with a hint of exasperation, as he walked over to open the barrier with his jade token. Senior Sister Ling, what brings you here? Xie Yunhe initiated the greeting. Senior Brother Qin has not been in the cave these days. If you are looking for him, you might check the main hall of the sect, he added. The fiery red figure turned around, revealing the familiar visage of a beauty wearing a half mask. I am not looking for Senior Brother Qin. I have come for you, Ling Jiaojiao replied. Gazing at Xie Yunhe. Come for me. Could it be the sect's reward has arrived? In truth, it indeed was. Once Ling Jiaojiao entered the cave and both settled down, Xie Yunhe pulled out his newly purchased tea set to brew some tea. Meanwhile, Ling Jiaojiao produced a storage bag and began to extract its contents one by one. First, she revealed a jade token. Due to your team uncovering clues about the abyssal demons, this is an additional sect contribution reward from the sect, amounting to 200 points. Please take out your sect jade token. Xie Yunhe promptly retrieved his sect jade token. In recent days, he had taken the opportunity to visit the Elder Hall for task exchanges, and he had already completed his tasks, accumulating 50 sect points in his token. He had originally planned to take on a few more tasks in the coming days, but now, as if a pillow had been delivered just as he had felt drowsy, his sect points had increased further. Ling Jiaojiao tapped her jade token against Xie Yunhe's sect token. Similar to exchanging contact information, The data within the sect tokens was altered as Xie Yunhe's consciousness delved into his sect token. He discovered he now had 250 points. Ling Jiaojiao then produced an iron token. This is the token for the Gulen secret realm, scheduled for 4 months from now. Also an additional reward from the sect. Xie Yunhe accepted the token, his heart racing with excitement. The plot had not changed, and he had indeed secured a spot in the secret realm. He understood well that this was not merely an additional reward from the sect for the disciples. This coveted spot in the secret realm was highly sought after in the original storyline. Xie Yunhe had gained entry as a token of gratitude from sect master Ling for saving his daughter. Each high-ranking cultivator within the sect held several spots for the secret realm, which they could sell or bestow upon individuals they favored. Sect master Ling had decided to grant her spot to Xie Yunhe. Perhaps out of a desire to prevent him from feeling overwhelmed or due to other considerations, Sect Master Ling had not disclosed this matter. Ling Jiaojiao was privy to the underlying circumstances but chose to remain silent. Merely stating it was a reward from the sect system. What if I assist Ling Jiaojiao? Originally, Xie Yunhe had stood firmly with the pairing of Zhang Han and Qin Yu, but now he felt a hint of wavering. He believed Ling Jiaojiao was a commendable individual. If Qin Yu could harbor feelings for her, then Ling Jiaojiao would have her wishes fulfilled, and his own task would be accomplished. Was that not a win-win situation? Host, that is highly improbable if they were meant to be. It would have happened long ago. Furthermore, this is a boys' love novel. Even if it ultimately remains without a pairing, the protagonist Qin Yu's romantic interest is likely to be male. Xie Yunhe recalled his impression of Qin Yu. He had never sensed that the latter preferred men. What if he could also be attracted to women? Qin Yu had never stated his preferences, and one could observe that there were female cultivators in the narrative who were infatuated with him. It would be erroneous to assume that just because more male cultivators pursued him, it meant he preferred men. What if he remained somewhat unconvinced and presented examples to the system? Considering this perspective, it is indeed plausible. The system conceded, slightly swayed by Xie Yunhe's argument. What if Qin Yu is actually attracted to both genders? The original author did not assign him a specific partner, and he has never expressed feelings for anyone. So what you propose holds a degree of possibility. Xie Yunhe began to contemplate assisting Ling Jiaojiao. He had come to perceive her as a commendable person. Although rumors painted her as willful and capricious, Xie Yunhe believed otherwise. She was simply someone who loved too deeply. Who could blame her? Moreover, compared to the male-male pairings favored by others, a male-female pairing was more congruent with his worldview. Xie Yunhe's straightforward thoughts led him to this conclusion. Conversations with the system appeared lengthy, yet they transpired in the blink of an eye. Mere seconds passed after he received the secret realm token before Ling Jiaojiao, seated before him, sipped her tea in silence. The atmosphere fell into a lull. Xie Yunhe assumed she had completed her delivery of rewards and was preparing to leave but felt hesitant to speak up. So he intended to take the initiative. Ling Jiaojiao broke the silence. This is my compensation for using your clothing last time. Your clothes were too worn out. I couldn't find anything similar, so please wear this new one. Ling Jiaojiao stammered through her explanation and produced a set of black and gold garments from her storage bag. Xie Yunhe immediately recognized that this attire was extraordinary. The black base was interwoven with golden threads that shimmered faintly. This was a piece of magical attire, evidently of considerable quality. Before he could fully process it, the figure opposite him produced a vial. This is 10 drops of century-old spiritual liquid. My father said to give it to you. Century-old spiritual liquid? Xie Yunhe gasped in shock, his eyes widening slightly. Spiritual liquid, distinct from spirit stones, contained abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing spirit stones in concentration. While that alone would not be particularly remarkable, the key advantage was that spiritual liquid was significantly easier to absorb than spirit stones and contained fewer impurities, making it highly beneficial for nourishing the meridians. Spiritual liquid typically started at a 10-year mark. The older it was, the more valuable it became. A century-old spiritual liquid was quite rare. Xie Yunhe had no knowledge of its exact value. But as a penniless individual, he could not afford it. Yet this century-old spiritual liquid was evidently a treasure Ling Jiaojiao had acquired during her recent outing. Why was she claiming it was from Sect Master Ling? Chapter 33. Mid-Foundation Establishment. Xie Yunhe gazed intently ahead, his eyes brimming with clarity. Do not attempt to deceive him. It was evident that this was the treasure of heaven and earth you had procured for Qin Yu. In the original narrative, Ling Jiaojiao sought treasures related to thunder techniques but failed to find any. Inadvertently stumbling upon a century-old spiritual liquid instead, she attempted to present it to Xie Yunhe. But unfortunately, he refused to accept it. Despite her insistence, he could not decline her offer and instead returned other treasures to Ling Jiao, treating it as if he had purchased them at this juncture. This century-old spiritual liquid should have been delivered to Xie Yunhe. How could it have ended up in his hands while bearing the name of the sect leader Ling? Just as Xie Yunhe was about to inquire further, the person before him abruptly stood up, causing the wooden chair to creak loudly under her sudden movement. I was wrong for slapping you earlier. I've delivered the items, so I shall take my leave now. With that, Ling Jiao swiftly uttered a sentence, drew her sword, and soared away on her blade. What slap? Wait, I cannot accept these. Xie Yunhe's protest went unvoiced as she vanished from sight once more. Standing before the barren entrance of the cave dwelling, he gazed at the distant mountain peaks, feeling a tumult of confusion within. Why did everything seem so peculiar? Moreover, she had brought up that earlier incident of the slap. Truth be told, if she hadn't mentioned it, he might have completely forgotten. Was she just apologizing? Xie Yunhe found it amusing. How could anyone apologize in such an awkward manner? Turning around, he noticed the items left on the table and fell into a momentary daze. However, since the items were already left behind, it would be inappropriate to refuse them again that he indeed needed these. Xie Yunhe picked up the FAE and the century-old spiritual liquid left by Ling Jiao, reaffirming in his heart that she was a good person. Having received such a significant favor from her, he resolved to create an opportunity for her to interact with Xie Yunhe next time. There was no need for her to thank him. It was merely the duty of a supportive ally. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. During this month, Xie Yunhe lived a life of serene monotony. Each day was filled with cultivation, tending to the spiritual fields, practicing swordsmanship, and meditative breathing in an unending cycle. The system marveled at his progress, believing that Xie Yunhe was destined to be born in the realm of cultivation. Xie Yunhe, however, remarked, "What do you understand? For a die-hard gamer, what could be more exhilarating than leveling up?" Feeling the increasing spiritual energy within his body, the small pond of liquefied spiritual energy in his dantian gradually transformed into a small lake, providing him with a profound sense of achievement. During this period, several senior brothers and sisters, including Seng Qing and Xu Yuanzhou, visited Xie Yunhe, leaving behind various elixirs or talismans as tokens of gratitude. His modest purse swelled like never before, now containing over 100 spiritual stones, giving him the confidence to venture out shopping. Simultaneously, everyone shared the developments surrounding the Spider Lady incident. Feng Wei had been taken back to the Heavenly Sword sect's medical hall for treatment, where the sect's alchemists and healers diagnosed her condition. They discovered that Feng Wei had indeed been under someone's control, that a small seed was found at the back of her head, and upon its removal, she regained consciousness. According to the healer's deductions, this seed had been lodged in her head for many years, likely planted during the time of the Spider Lady's massacre of the village. As for the nature of this seed, research on it had yet to yield results. There were numerous methods in the realm of cultivation to control individuals, but none quite like this. Beyond that, Sang Qing and the others were unaware of any further details. Xie Yunhe had gleaned some understanding of the events that transpired. On this particular day, he continued his cultivation in the bedroom of his cave dwelling. Thanks to Ling Jiao's kindness, after using the century-old spiritual liquid, his accumulation of spiritual energy had accelerated. Merely 3 drops of the spiritual liquid had brought him close to mid-foundation establishment within just a month. This moment, he sensed he was nearing a bottleneck. The external spiritual energy absorbed was continuously circulating within him, and Xie Yunhe focused his mind to gradually compress this gaseous energy. The compressed spiritual energy transformed from misty clouds into droplet form. It accumulated in his dantian. The small lake within his dantian expanded significantly, yet it felt as though it encountered an obstacle, with the circulation of spiritual energy becoming sluggish, persistently operating the energy. Xie Yunhe recalled the techniques and secrets of his cultivation method. An hour passed, 2 hours passed, 3 hours passed. Xie Yunhe felt a clarity wash over him. The small lake in his dantian had officially transformed into a miniature ocean, expanding to more than 10 times its original size. Opening his eyes, Xie Yunhe's face radiated joy. I did it. Mid-foundation establishment. Congratulations to the host for breaking through to mid-foundation establishment, confetti and cheers. In just a few months, He had successfully transitioned from a Qi refinement disciple to a mid-foundation establishment disciple. A truly astonishing pace. It must be noted how many individuals remain stagnant at the foundation establishment stage throughout their lives, seeking elixirs to extend their lifespan in hopes of another chance to advance. Xie Yunhe felt that the progression, accumulation, comprehension, and perseverance required for advancement to mid-foundation establishment were all indispensable. He had once thought that forcing a breakthrough could lead to disastrous consequences, such as an explosion of his dantian. Yet, as he recalled the sensations from practicing swordsmanship and the flow of spiritual energy during combat, inexplicably, the previously obstructed energy began to flow once more. The dantian's spiritual lake, once thought to be unable to expand further, broke through its limits and transformed into a spiritual seed. He had successfully advanced from early to mid-foundation establishment. Unbeknownst to him, an entire night had slipped away. Xie Yunhe tidied himself up, preparing to practice swordsmanship. Even at mid-foundation establishment, the necessary exercises remained essential. However, as he touched his trusty iron sword, he realized that its strength was no longer sufficient. It would be best to seek a magical artifact. Otherwise, when utilizing techniques, he would typically need to channel spiritual energy into the sword, in the Qi refinement and early foundation establishment stages. It was manageable. But at mid-foundation establishment, the iron sword was beginning to hold him back. At that moment, Xie Yunhe felt something vibrating at his waist. He had become quite familiar with this sensation over the past few days. It was a message being sent to him. Taking out the communication jade pendant hanging at his waist, he noticed a faint white light flickering upon it. Focusing his mind, he saw that it was a message from Sister Shangqing. Shangqing, Xie Shidi, are you interested in taking on a sect task? It's not only simple, but also offers generous sect points from the employer. Sect points can be acquired through completing sect tasks, which can originate from the sect itself or be privately issued. The rewards for privately issued tasks typically come from the employer, who also provides the sect points. Having spent the last few days immersed in cultivation and not venturing out to undertake sect tasks, Xie Yunhe's sect points stood at a mere 250. He was eager to take on some tasks to increase his points and exchange them for a storage bag. Xie Yunhe felt intrigued. Was there truly a task that was both easy and offered substantial points? He replied to Shangqing. Xie Yunhe, Shangshiji, I happen to have some free time. May I inquire about the task? Are there any requirements for cultivation level? Shangqing. There are cultivation level requirements, along with other stipulations. Xie Shidi, are you aware of the upcoming Goddess Festival in Baiwa City? Goddess Festival? Chapter 34. The Goddess Festival, the Goddess Festival? Xie Yunhe was genuinely unaware. The perspective of the original novel was written from Qin Yu's viewpoint. Thus, events he had not participated in remained unknown to readers. This sounded like a festival, though. While unfamiliar with the Goddess Festival, Xie Yunhe was well aware of Baiwa City. Baiwa City is a large city under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Sword sect, and the Hua family within the city is one of the sect's affiliated families. One of Xie Yunhe's senior sisters hailed from the Hua family of Baiwa City, which had been mentioned in the book. This information circulated in Xie Yunhe's mind. Baiwa City even hosted a goddess festival. When reading, he had focused solely on the protagonist's journey, entirely disregarding the customs and traditions of the cultivation realm. Xie Yunhe, I am not familiar with it. Shangshiji, what is the goddess festival? Shangqing, the goddess festival is a ceremonial celebration in Baiwa City, held once every 5 years. Xie Yunhe understood. The goddess festival was akin to a grand festive celebration, which would undoubtedly attract a multitude of people. Thus, was the task to send disciples to maintain order during the festivities? Xie Yunhe, is it necessary for some disciples to maintain order during the celebration? Shangqing, the sect does have this task, but it has already been claimed by others. The task I mentioned is not related to that. It's difficult to explain through the communication jade pendant. Why don't you come over here and meet me? This is also a relatively private sect task. It's better for the employer to discuss it with you directly. Why so mysterious? Xie Yunhe felt an intense curiosity that he knew that Sister Shangqing would not lead him astray. First and foremost, the task's remuneration should indeed be substantial. Secondly, perhaps it was not suitable for too many people to know. Xie Yunhe speculated uncertainly. However, in pursuit of this sect task, Xie Yunhe resolved to make the trip. Xie Yunhe, Shangshiji, I will be there shortly. Shangqing. All right. The conversation had concluded. Xie Yunhe rose and stretched lazily. Having spent the entire previous day in cultivation, it felt akin to an all-nighter. Despite the nourishing essence of spiritual energy, his body was still somewhat unaccustomed to such exertion. Before stepping out, he did not forget to perform his daily ritual of watering the spiritual valley. His cultivation had progressed to the mid-foundation stage, and the effects of the little spiritual rain technique were now even more pronounced. As he silently chanted the incantation, a colossal cloud swiftly appeared overhead, far larger than the small clouds of the past, nearly enveloping the entire spiritual field. The cloud, laden with visible moisture, rolled and condensed rapidly before droplets cascaded down. Each droplet shimmered with a radiant glow as it struck the gently drooping spiritual valley, sliding off and into the spiritual field below, where the rainwater silently infused vitality and vigor into the earth. The spiritual valley visibly perked up, appearing more robust and full. Xie Yunhe nodded approvingly. It seemed that it would not be long before the spiritual valley would yield another harvest. After tending to the spiritual valley, he retrieved his fine iron sword and invoked the spell. Soaring away from little Yaofeng, Sister Shangqing did not reside in the dormitory for inner disciples, with her master being a venerable figure in the god transformation stage and herself already a golden core cultivator. She naturally possessed the privileges akin to Qinyu, allowing her to have her own cave dwelling. Her abode was established on her master's mountain, known as Moonjiang Peak, with Shangqing's cave situated halfway up the mountain. While her master, the revered Yue, resided at the summit, Xie Yunhe was already aware of this before his arrival and, following Shangqing's instructions, successfully reached Moonjiang Peak. As it happened, the distance between Little Yaofeng and Moonjiang Peak was not great, and he arrived in just the time it took to burn a stick of incense. From afar, he could see Moonjiang Peak shrouded in swirling mists, exuding an ethereal mountain ambience. The entire mountain was adorned with a riot of colorful flowers, rendering it akin to a fairyland. Xie Yunhe had initially presumed that, given Yo Yue's demeanor, Moonjiang Peak would reflect her serious and austere nature, yet it was brimming with life. He landed at the cave dwelling located halfway up the mountain, where the flowers were somewhat sparse, and Shangqing was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Xie Yunhe, she waved him over. Sister Sang, what mission is so shrouded in mystery? Xie Yunhe inquired curiously. The employer is a close friend of mine. She requested that I find a disciple proficient in rain-related spells for an in-person discussion regarding the task. When I thought of someone skilled in the little spiritual rain technique, you immediately came to mind. So I recommended you, Shangqing explained. Noticing the flourishing spiritual valley while visiting Xie Yunhe, she was deeply impressed. As a sword cultivator, she rarely concerned herself with anything beyond swordsmanship and knew little about the growth and nurturing of spiritual plants. Of course, this was also due to her upbringing. Shangqing had been taken as a disciple by revered Yue upon entering the sect, lacking for nothing, and only needing to focus on her cultivation. In contrast, Xie Yunhe hailed from a servant-disciple background, required to undertake daily tasks to remain in the sect. While performing menial duties might seem to waste their cultivation time, it was not without its benefits. Utilizing a single spell repeatedly could develop conditioned reflexes, allowing servant disciples to cultivate a particular technique proficiently. For Xie Yunhe, that technique was indeed the little spiritual rain technique. As they conversed, the two entered Shangqing's cave dwelling. In the hall, a figure was already seated. The person wore a pale pink gown, seemingly woven from clouds at dawn, the delicate sheen suggesting considerable craftsmanship. Adorning her hair was a lotus headdress, enhancing her elegant and gentle demeanor. Presenting the image of a refined beauty, Xie Yunhe was momentarily entranced by the sight, a thought flashing through his mind. Such a person, and yet you haven't applied a divine glow filter? He mused silently. This surpasses many modern celebrities. Host, this beauty's appearance has been rated at 79 points, which is not yet sufficient for a filter. What you perceive may well be the effect of her makeup. The system replied, suddenly recalling the illusionary beauty pill that Brother Chu had given him, which he had yet to sell. Xie Yunhe made a mental note of this detail. The woman in pink rose gracefully upon noticing Xie Yunhe. Pleasure to meet you. You must be Xie Shidi, as Sister Shangqing mentioned that I am the employer for this task. Hua Qinglian. Hua Qinglian. Xie Yunhe thought, searching his memory. This individual seemed to be the Hua clan disciple mentioned in the original novel, a character who appeared later in the story. Greetings, Sister Hua. I was introduced by Sister Shangqing, he said. Upon seeing the two engaged in conversation, Shangqing invited them to sit and began brewing tea. Now that everyone is here, you may discuss the task. Qinglian. Xie is quite proficient in the little spiritual rain technique, and the spiritual valley he tends is thriving, perfectly meeting your requirements, Shangqing remarked, having known Hua Qinglian for many years since their qi refinement days. She was eager to assist her friend. This was a rare occasion for Qinglian to seek her help in finding someone reliable and skilled in rain-related spells. Without hesitation, Shangqing thought of Xie Yunhe, who was not only dependable but also diligent and honest, making him an ideal candidate. However, she was equally curious about the nature of the task. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Hua Qinglian took her time sipping tea while appraising Xie Yunhe. Though she was the one who urgently sought him, she appeared remarkably unhurried. Maintaining the poise befitting her noble lineage, it seemed ingrained in her very being. After placing her cup down, she finally spoke. Xie, would you kindly demonstrate your little spiritual rain technique? Of course, I will not have you exhaust your spiritual energy without compensation. Should you agree to showcase your spell, I shall offer you 10 spirit stones as remuneration. Xie Yunhe felt as though he were in an interview. With Hua Qinglian acting as the examiner, he sensed her scrutinizing gaze from the moment they met, indicating that the employer wished to assess his capabilities before assigning the task. Naturally, he was more than willing to demonstrate. After all, earning 10 spirit stones for a simple display of his technique was an opportunity not to be missed. The three moved outside the cave dwelling. While Shangqing also had spiritual plants, they were located outside her cave, specifically her master's flora. The vibrant flowers covering the mountains were a type of low-level spiritual plant known as seven-colored flowers. Although they lacked medicinal properties, their aesthetic and craftsmanship value was substantial. Each seed of the seven-colored flower was identical, yet the resulting blossoms were unpredictable in color, offering delightful surprises with every planting, similar to modern blind boxes. Particularly favored by gamblers. Notably, these flowers could bloom in a myriad of mixed colors, with the realm of cultivation boasting over 100 color variations. Cultivators often used the fruits of the seven-colored flowers to dye fabrics, creating a plethora of vibrant materials. Female cultivators particularly cherished these flowers, as they could grow their preferred colors and then seek custom-made robes, ensuring their attire was uniquely theirs. They paused before a patch of seven-colored flowers, which were still in bud form, yet to fully bloom. Xie Yunhe skillfully formed the incantation, invoking the little spiritual rain technique. A massive cloud coalesced in the sky, as it floated closer. Both Shangqing and Hua Qinglian instinctively looked up in awe. That cloud is enormous, Shangqing murmured. I can't compete with you, Shitty. This is truly impressive, and you're only at the early foundation stage, Hua Qinglian remarked, turning to Shangqing. Xie Shitty is not at the early stage. He has already reached the mid-foundation stage. Shangqing sensed the shift in Xie Yunhe's cultivation level, realizing he had advanced again. Speaking of which, Qinglian, if you don't step up your game, he'll soon catch up to you. Shangqing playfully teased Hua Qinglian. Although the two had known each other for many years, Shangqing's cultivation was considerably superior. Due to the peculiarities of her family's techniques, Hua Qinglian's progress had been rather slow in the early stages. At present, Hua Qinglian had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage, yet she was still a step away from the golden course stage. Without uttering a word, she observed the small Lingyu technique of Xie Yunhe. As clouds had already drifted above the seven-colored flower, the gentle, drizzling spiritual rain began to fall, landing upon the flower buds of the seven-colored flower, which trembled under the nurturing droplets. The wondrous scene unfolded. The buds gradually expanded, blossoming slowly, one after another. Pink, white, purple, and orange flowers emerged as the buds unfurled, while the seeds of the seven-colored flower, still in their budding stage, broke through the soil. Some of the flowers had already entered the fruiting stage. As the clouds dispersed, the area transformed into a vast field of blooming seven-colored flowers. The once closed buds had blossomed into vibrant flowers, with some already bearing fruit. The expanse was remarkably broad, with the flourishing seven-colored flowers occupying every inch within sight of the three. The execution of a small Lingyu technique required little of Xie Yunhe's spiritual energy. Turning around, he was startled by the fierce gaze of his senior sister, Hua Qinglian, who approached with swift determination. Closing the distance between them, she grasped Xie Yunhe's hand and shook it exuberantly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Junior brother Xie, you are precisely the person I have been seeking. Your small Lingyu technique is simply magnificent. Sister Hua, just a moment ago, you were the epitome of a refined young lady from a prestigious family. What has become of your composure and grace? Xie Yunhe was taken aback by the fervor of Sister Hua. Yet, he felt a surge of happiness. The task was finally secured, and soon he could exchange sect points for a storage bag. Sang Qing, with a bemused expression, stepped forward to remind Hua Qinglian, realizing her behavior was somewhat inappropriate. Hua Qinglian cleared her throat, retracted her hand, and feigned a gesture of adjusting her dress, reverting to the image of the dignified young lady from a noble family. The three soon returned to Sang Qing's cave dwelling. Hua Qinglian's gaze towards Xie Yunhe was filled with satisfaction. Junior brother Xie, this task is actually my personal endeavor. I am willing to offer 300 sect points, and if you perform exceptionally well, I shall increase the reward 300 points. What a generous offer. Both Sang Qing and Xie Yunhe were taken aback. It should be noted that when Sang Qing led a team on a sect mission, tasks in the vicinity of Xiaoxi town typically yielded only 50 points, with the sect offering an additional 200 points at most. Yet, Sister Hua was offering 300 points right off the bat. Sang Qing couldn't help but marvel internally. Had she been eligible, she would have been tempted as well. This was equivalent to 6 sect missions. Sister Hua, what exactly needs to be done? While the generous reward was enticing, it also instilled a sense of apprehension. As the saying goes, one should not expect free pies to fall from the sky. Xie Yunhe felt that his luck couldn't be this extraordinary. Surely, such good fortune could not simply arrive unbidden. Indeed, it could not. Hua Qinglian smiled sheepishly, acknowledging that there were indeed some requirements. I wonder, Junior brother Xie, would you mind dressing as a woman? Chapter 36. Dressing as a woman? Dressing as a woman. Upon hearing Hua Qinglian's words, the other two were utterly astonished. The cup in Xie Yunhe's hand fell onto the table, leaving him dumbfounded. Sang Qing reacted even more dramatically. She had just taken a sip of tea when this astonishing revelation reached her ears, causing her to spew the liquid back out. Qinglian, you didn't mention anything about needing someone to dress as a woman. Hua Qinglian shot Sang Qing a sidelong glance. Originally, I intended for you to find a female cultivator. But when you hastily introduced Junior brother Xie, I felt it would be impolite to refuse. That I didn't anticipate that Junior brother Xie would be so capable, and thus I decided against seeking anyone else. Hua Qinglian reassured. After all, the attire of female cultivators is not vastly different from that of male cultivators. What is the harm? She then turned to Xie Yunhe, reiterating her inquiry. Junior brother Xie, do you mind dressing as a woman? This task requires you to don the garments of a female cultivator. Xie Yunhe fell silent, feeling his integrity teetering on the brink. In his mind, 2 versions of Xie Yunhe seemed to emerge. One on the left and one on the right, facing off against each other. The left version urged, agree to it, that as 300 sect points. The right version retorted, no way, absolutely not. How can a dignified man wear women's clothing? The left version, blinded by monetary allure, argued, what's the big deal? Just as Sister Hua said, the dresses of female cultivators are quite similar to the robes of male cultivators. You're already wearing ancient robes. Why not accept a female cultivator's dress? It's merely a change of outerwear. The right version, clinging to reason, insisted, no, this is a matter of principle. Regardless of the style, it's a matter of integrity. The left version, persuasively coaxing, pressed on, think about it. That as 300 sect points. If you do well, there could be additional points. The storage bag is beckoning to you. Do you wish to enter the ancient lawn secret realm, only to find your storage insufficient to claim the treasures? The right version, rationality wavering, stammered, I. The left version, pressing the advantage, continued, it's just a matter of wearing women's clothing once. With the storage bag, you can store all your belongings and take them wherever you go. Isn't that appealing? The right version, now devoid of logic, conceded, I like it. I think I can agree. The 2 versions of Xie Yunhe reached a consensus. Time seemed to elongate, though it was merely a fleeting moment. Sang Qing sensed something was amiss. She couldn't possibly lead Junior brother Xie astray. Tentatively, she interjected, Qinglian, why don't I find someone else? Junior brother Xie isn't quite suitable. No, I am suitable. I don't mind dressing as a woman. I agree. Xie Yunhe interrupted loudly, silencing Sang Qing, who was left in shock. Wait, Junior brother Xie, are you serious? Hua Qinglian, unfazed, quickly produced a contract, intent on formalizing the arrangement. It is wonderful that Junior brother Xie can agree. Not only is your small Lingyu technique exquisite, but you also seem to possess a genuine and earnest nature. You will undoubtedly assist me. After repeatedly confirming that Sister Hua's task requirements entailed merely dressing as a woman and executing the small Lingyu technique, and that the task posed no mortal danger, Xie Yunhe had little else to argue. The two straightforwardly signed the employment agreement, solidifying the task under the witness of the heavens. From this moment forth, Xie Yunhe was prohibited from divulging any details of the task to anyone outside of the three present. This was a stipulation set by Hua Qinglian. After much deliberation, the task contract was finally established. Both Xie Yunhe and Zhang Qing were eager to learn what Hua Qinglian's task entailed and looked at her with curiosity. Hua Qinglian remained silent for a moment before instructing Zhang Qing to open the cave's barrier. Then, she conjured several talismans to prevent eavesdropping, finally settling down. Witnessing this, the other two grew even more curious. This task requires you, junior brother Xie, to impersonate me as the goddess of flowers, participating in the rain offering segment of the goddess festival. Zhang Qing listened, sensing something was amiss. Isn't the goddess festival a significant event held every 5 years in your 100-flower city? If I recall correctly, the goddess of flowers is selected from among your clan's disciples each year, with you having been the goddess 5 years ago. You even told me how much effort you expended to secure that opportunity. Indeed, Hua Qinglian nodded. Zhang Qing pressed on. If that's the case, it should be a great honor. Why would you want junior brother Xie to impersonate you this year? Hua Qinglian sighed. You may not be aware. But this year, I originally had no intention of taking on the role of the goddess of flowers. I was coerced by my matriarch. She raised her teacup, took a sip of the tea to moisten her throat, and began to recount the tale in detail. The Hua family of Baiwa City is an ancient clan with a lineage stretching over a millennium. They are currently considered a subsidiary family of the Tianjian sect, which boasts numerous disciples from the Hua family. Their ancestors prospered in Baiwa City, and thus, the family has remained deeply rooted there. With a history of 1,000 years, the Hua clan is indeed regarded as a noble lineage, naturally harboring many untold stories. Hua Qinglian, the legitimate eldest daughter of the current head of the Hua family, is the daughter of a direct descendant of the Luo clan. Their families were united through marriage, and she was born to the Hua family head, with the two enjoying a relationship of mutual respect and harmony. However, this idyllic situation was short-lived, as Hua Qinglian's mother tragically passed away due to a failed promotion that caused a disruption in her meridians. The Hua family head swiftly brought home a stepmother along with his illegitimate daughter. Before long, this stepmother assumed the role of the household's matriarch. Consequently, Hua Qinglian became an eyesore to her. Without her presence, her daughter would rightfully claim the title of legitimate eldest daughter, rather than being labeled as an illegitimate child. Of course, this matriarch dared not confront Hua Qinglian openly, yet she employed numerous underhanded tactics in secret. Fortunately, Hua Qinglian had entered the Tianjian sect early on to pursue her studies, thus avoiding many of the covert schemes. She herself was no easy target, often creating trouble for them, whether warranted or not. The Goddess Festival is a significant event held by the Hua family every 5 years that is organized and presided over by them, with one of the most critical rituals being the selection of a Baiwa goddess to perform a rite that bestows rain upon the flora for the townspeople both within and beyond the city limits. In essence, it is a divine rain bestowed upon the common folk. This brings us to the reason why the Goddess Festival occurs every 5 years. According to legend, the Hua family claims to be the descendants of the Baiwa goddess, who left her bloodline in the realm of cultivation. The tale dates back many years to a time when a divine maiden descended to the mortal realm, bringing hope to a populace ravaged by famine. She taught the people how to cultivate, gifting them with beautiful flowers. Grateful, the people began to worship her, venerating her as the Baiwa goddess. One day, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky, and thereafter, the goddess vanished without a trace. She left nothing behind, not even a description of her appearance, which was instead passed down through word of mouth. However, the people knew that the goddess had a close connection with the Hua family, even gifting the family head a painting depicting a myriad of flowers. Eventually, the Hua family proclaimed themselves as descendants of the Baiwa goddess, and the worshippers congregated, forming a small village known as Baiwa Village. This village evolved over time into what is now Baiwa City. For many years, Baiwa City has not abandoned its worship. Every 5 years, strange phenomena manifest in the vicinity of the city, accompanied by a sudden increase in spiritual energy. The people believe that the Baiwa goddess watches over them, and that she has returned to her divine realm, just as she had come. During this time, the citizens of Baiwa City gather spontaneously to pray for blessings, bringing various offerings to present to the goddess. The Hua family is responsible for the rituals, and under the influence of these peculiar phenomena, They perform the rain spirit technique, often achieving remarkable effects during this period. Rain that usually falls lightly can transform into a moderate downpour, while those capable of summoning moderate rain can unleash a torrential downpour across the entire city. The spiritual rain that falls upon the flora and fauna within the city brings numerous benefits, and even those who are touched by it experience enhancements in their cultivation. Gradually, the goddess festival in Baiwa City became renowned, passing from one person to another until it became a well-known celebration among neighboring towns. Many cultivators travel from afar to witness the miraculous phenomena that occur every 5 years. This merely serves as an introduction to the festival. Hua Qinglian, feeling parched from her narration, paused to sip some water. Sang Qing, maintaining a neutral expression, had long been familiar with these tales. Her curiosity lay in understanding the predicament her friend faced regarding the matriarch's schemes. She reached for the long sword at her side, sensing that it would not be long before she could wield it once again. After all, Hua Qinglian was her friend, and she would not allow her to be bullied. Clearly, she had been too low-key. Xie Yunhe and the system in his mind listened with keen interest. He had not anticipated that Baiwa City held so many tales. Why had these details not been reflected in the novel? Host, this may be content that the world has autonomously filled in. After all, the author cannot document every meal the protagonist has or which foot they step through the door with. Such minutiae would bore the readers. The system replied. Indeed, Hua Qinglian continued, Sang Qing, do you remember our family's unique cultivation technique? Of course, I recall. Back when we both reached the Qi refinement stage, our talents were comparable. Yet now, I have advanced to the golden core stage while you remain in the foundation establishment stage. Is that not a result of your family's cultivation method? Sang Qing paused, pondering the implications. What? Is this related to your situation? Her tone carried a hint of disdain. The direct descendants of the Hua family are required to practice this technique, and the matriarch had exerted considerable effort to gain the elder's consent for her daughter to cultivate it. How had it become a burdensome method in your words? Hua Qinglian understood that her friend felt it was unfair but could not help but find the situation amusing. She offered a brief explanation to the puzzled Xie Yunhe. Although these were secrets of the Hua family, Xie had signed an agreement, thus he was considered one of their own and could be informed. The Hua family's cultivation method is derived from the legendary painting, the 100 Flowers chart, gifted to them by the Baiwa goddess. This chart is remarkable. Every child of appropriate age in the Hua family can meditate upon it. Through this visualization, one may obtain their own natal spiritual plant. Each Hua family member who acquires their natal spiritual plant becomes an exceptionally formidable cultivator. At the age of 10, I successfully visualized a lotus flower from the 100 Flowers chart, which became my natal spiritual plant, accompanying me through life and death. Xie Yunhe examined the attire and adornments of Hua Qing. In no wonder she wore so many items related to lotuses. It seemed she truly cherished them. Hua Qinglian smiled wryly at this point. Strength comes at a cost. Once a cultivator of the Hua family reaches the nascent soul stage, they become a nearly invincible presence among their peers. The price, however, is that their cultivation in the early stages is exceedingly slow. In the realm of cultivation, there are flowers that bloom once every 100 years and spiritual trees that bear fruit once every 1,000 years. Our Hua family follows this pattern as well. 10 years of Qi refinement, 20 years of foundation establishment, and 50 years to achieve the golden core. These durations are typical. The average person, this may not seem significant. But every generation of the Hua family possesses exceptional spiritual roots. Those among their peers with inferior talents often surpass them, a reality that can be difficult for anyone to accept. Thus, those who manage to endure and reach the nascent soul stage become prominent figures, while the majority abandon the technique in search of alternative paths. Indeed, it is no easy feat, especially when individuals who once lagged behind have now surpassed one's cultivation level. This truly tests one's patience, and many would have long since given up hope. Xie Yunhe mused inwardly, my talent is comparatively good. I have already achieved perfection in the foundation establishment stage, yet my natal lotus flower is now entering a transformative phase. Hua Qinglian elaborated. Before reaching a major realm, one's natal spiritual plant enters a transformation phase, consuming a significant amount of spiritual energy, which then returns to the cultivator to assist in ascension. This is also a reason for the slow cultivation pace of the Hua family. While ordinary cultivators need only focus on their own cultivation, Hua family members must account for the needs of their natal spiritual plants, effectively doubling their cultivation efforts. How could this not be slow? Each transformation phase is of paramount importance. While the exact timing of its onset remains elusive, one can generally sense the approximate time frame. Hua Qinglian feels that she is on the brink of her transformation phase. The matriarch of the Hua family, having somehow learned of this news, has been fervently promoting herself as the Hundred Flowers Goddess. Typically, this would be a commendable endeavor, as the Hundred Flowers Goddess is selected from within the Hua clan. Serving as a representation of the family on the day of the goddess ceremony, numerous cultivators attend to witness the event, presenting an undeniable opportunity for renown. Internal competition within the Hua family is always exceedingly fierce. 5 years ago, Hua Qinglian was bestowed this opportunity, marking her inaugural performance as the Hundred Flowers Goddess. That day's presentation catapulted her into the ranks of the esteemed young prodigies within the cultivation world, further earning her the title of Qinglian Fairy due to her elegant appearance, which was pure yet not alluring. She secured the 30th position on the fairy rankings of Yunlang continent, garnering a modest level of recognition. Her direct lineage also positioned her as a likely heir to the Hua family, inciting the envious ire of the matriarch, who felt overshadowed by Hua Qinglian's brilliance. This time, however, circumstances differ. The transformation phase ideally requires thorough preparation, necessitating a serene and resource-rich environment for focused cultivation to assist her innate spirit plant's metamorphosis. Hua Qinglian had no intention of contesting for the title of Hundred Flowers Goddess this time, as she intended to pass the opportunity to a familiar younger cousin. Unexpectedly, the matriarch covertly intervened, sabotaging that cousin, who now bears the marks of acne while seeking treatment from the clan's esteemed healers. What then becomes of the position of the Hundred Flowers Goddess? Currently, the only contenders are Hua Qinglian and the matriarch's daughter, Huadingting. It must be acknowledged that Huadingting possesses some talent, having envisioned her innate spirit plant as a type of vine. While it may not be particularly attractive, its lethality is commendable. The elders of the Hua family lean towards allowing Hua Qinglian to retain her role as the Hundred Flowers Goddess. Her previous performance was exceptional, and this year's ceremony is expected to attract an even larger audience. It is imperative that this occasion does not fall short of expectations to maintain the Hua family's prestige. Having Hua Qinglian continue as the Hundred Flowers Goddess is undoubtedly the optimal choice. The matriarch, seething with jealousy, concocted a sinister plan upon hearing of Hua Qinglian's impending transformation phase. She suppressed this information and zealously recommended Hua Qinglian to the elders. This not only showcased her benevolence but also served as a covert strike against Hua Qinglian. The Hua family's cultivators in their transformation phase require ample spiritual energy to nourish their innate spirit plants. And during this period, the state of spiritual energy remains volatile. If that little wretch enters her transformation phase before or after the goddess ceremony, it would be most advantageous. In such a scenario, she would struggle to maintain the vast amount of spiritual energy required during the rain summoning, adversely affecting her transformation. Even if she were to gain fame, it would be inconsequential if her cultivation suffered. And ultimately, her daughter would surpass her. The brutal reality of the cultivation world is that the weak are devoured by the strong. The Hua family cannot afford to select an inept individual as their leader. The position of heir would surely fall into her daughter Tingting's grasp. Hua Qinglian is acutely aware of her matriarch's intentions. Yet, she finds herself unable to refuse, caught in a dilemma if she confides in the elders. The title of Hundred Flowers Goddess would undoubtedly pass to her sister, Huadingting, who has become a prominent candidate for the heir after years of careful cultivation. If she accepts the role of Hundred Flowers Goddess at the ceremony, she risks both a decline in her cultivation and the failure of her transformation phase. Neither option is desirable. After much contemplation, she resolves to accept the performance as the Hundred Flowers Goddess. She devises a plan to find a substitute to share the performance at the goddess ceremony. This way, she can represent the Hua family as the Hundred Flowers Goddess while furthering her own reputation, all the while conserving her internal spiritual energy for her breakthrough. This substitute must possess adept experience with rain summoning techniques and a certain level of cultivation. Most importantly, she must be utterly reliable. Thus, she considers her few close friends, Shangqing. Shangqing is earnest and sincere towards her friends. Perhaps it is this quality that has led her to form friendships with commendable individuals, despite Hua Qinglian's considerable fame. There are few female cultivators who view her favorably. Many from other sects envy her beauty and reputation. After all, being listed on the fairy rankings is an enviable achievement. the Fairy and Young Master rankings are published by Qianli Pavilion. Renowned for their authenticity, Qianli Pavilion is the largest information merchant in Yunlang continent, thriving on the sale of intelligence, with branches in every major town. The location of their headquarters remains a mystery. However, this is of little consequence. What matters is that each edition of the Fairy and Young Master rankings is disseminated through the Qianli report, reaching far and wide, ensuring widespread awareness. Daily life is often mundane, primarily consisting of cultivation, treasure hunting, and seclusion. Consequently, these reports, which provide both entertainment and information about other prodigies, are eagerly welcomed by the populace. That it is evident that even though being ranked 30th on the Fairy rankings is not particularly high, achieving such a position still signifies a measure of fame. Many female cultivators from other sects, believing themselves to be far more attractive than Hua Qinglian, resent her for being able to attain such recognition while they cannot. They regard her with disdain. Meanwhile, the female cultivators within her own sect largely focus on their cultivation and pay little heed to such matters. However, they also find it challenging to connect with Hua Qinglian, who is not a sword cultivator, resulting in a lack of camaraderie. Only Sang Qing, a longtime acquaintance, can be considered a true friend. At this critical juncture, Hua Qinglian feels compelled to seek Sang Qing's assistance. After hearing the full account from Sister Hua, Xie Yunhe understands why she is exercising such caution. If this information were to become public, it would lead to significant trouble. However, after absorbing all the clan gossip, Xie Yunhe cannot help but marvel at the challenges faced by the scions of aristocratic families, where treachery lurks at every turn. The thought is quite alarming. Sizzle, sizzle, Sister Sang Qing is already sharpening her sword. With a serious expression, she suggests, Qinglian, why not eliminate your matriarch? Xie Yunhe breaks into a cold sweat, finding Sister Sang Qing somewhat intimidating. Meanwhile, Hua Qinglian, calmly sipping tea, responds, eliminating her would not change the fact that I still need to participate in the goddess ceremony. We can discuss this matter later. Is that so? Sister Hua, do you genuinely entertain such thoughts? Xie Yunhe feels a disconnect with the mindset of those in the cultivation world. What should I do then? Xie Yunhe inquires, shifting the conversation back to the task at hand. Upon hearing Sister Hua's request, he breathes a sigh of relief. This time, he is to disguise himself as Sister Hua's substitute, meaning that as long as the three of them keep the secret, no one will know he ever donned women's attire. The precarious balance of his principles seems to stabilize. The task at hand does not appear overly daunting. Unbeknownst to the young man, there are only two states of cross-dressing: 0 instances and countless instances. The whims of fate subtly indicate the stakes involved. First, you need to try on my clothes. Hua Qinglian states with a beaming smile. Our figures are quite similar. As for height, I can wear platform shoes that day, and it should work out. Hua Qinglian stands and compares her height with Xie Yunhe's. Previously, Xie Yunhe stood around 1.75 meters tall, but it seems he has grown slightly due to recent cultivation, estimating himself to be around 1.78 meters now. Hua Qinglian, not significantly shorter, is approximately 1.74 meters tall, making it feasible for her to wear thick-soled shoes. What about my face? We are obviously two different people. Xie Yunhe suddenly realizes, suspecting he might have to disguise his appearance. The face won't be an issue. During the performance at the goddess ceremony, the 100 Flowers goddess wears a mask during the rain summoning segment and only removes it at the end. We can switch back then, Hua Qinglian explains. Xie Yunhe exhales in relief, dispelling his final doubts. This is definitely a sweet deal. I won't even have to show my face, yet I can earn 300 points. How wonderful. Junior brother Xie, come quickly and try on this dress. Even though Hua Qinglian typically maintained an air of reserve, she could not help but reveal a triumphant smile at this moment. The attire for the 100 Flowers festival could either be provided by the Hua family or prepared independently. As long as it was presented to the elders for their approval, Hua Qinglian opted to create her own garment, recalling how she had commissioned a bespoke outfit for the previous festival, which had left the audience in awe. Should the family supply the attire, it would certainly be subject to the matriarch's scrutiny. Sang Qing stood nearby, holding the trailing hem of the gown. The back of this dress was notably long, dragging along the ground when standing. Yet since the performances of the 100 Flowers goddess occurred in midair, this was not a concern, allowing for an extended hemline. Sang Qing brushed her hand along the side of the hem, revealing a small sparrow-like emblem intricately embroidered upon it. Is this the work of the Sparrow Master? Sang Qing inquired uncertainly. Indeed, Hua Qinglian chuckled that I had to wait quite a while for this. She was immensely proud. Ever since the appearance of this enchanting gown, Xie Yunhe had remained in a state of stiff awkwardness. Although he thought there was nothing wrong with wearing women's clothing, after all, it was merely a robe. Seeing the actual garment invoked a peculiar sensation. Ultimately, it was the system's persistent urging that restored his composure. Just as he regained his senses, he overheard the mention of the Sparrow Master. Who is the Sparrow Master? He couldn't help but ask. His understanding of the cultivation world was somewhat limited, falling short of that of a native inhabitant. He was not well acquainted with many renowned figures, aside from the protagonists typically featured in novels. The Sparrow Master is the chief artisan at the Fairy Garment Pavilion, specializing in the creation of magical robes. Despite its delicate and lavish appearance, this garment is indeed a piece of high-grade magical attire. Hua Qinglian raised the dress in her hands. Although called the Sparrow Master, it was merely a title bestowed upon them since every item they crafted bore a small sparrow emblem. However, the true identity, whether male or female, and their origins, remained a mystery to all. Hua Qinglian continued, yes, although they are the head of the Fairy Garment Pavilion, even the pavilion's own members have never seen the Sparrow Master. Communication occurs solely through specific tools to convey customer requests. Sang Qing added, though I rarely follow updates on clothing and attire, Hua Qinglian is quite invested in these matters, so I've picked up a bit of knowledge. Xie Shidi, why are you just standing there in a daze? Come and try it on. Hua Qinglian approached Xie Yunhe, holding the gown. As the dress drew nearer, he felt his body weaken, his legs trembling slightly. Sister Hua, I'll change by myself. Where can I find a room to change? He reassured himself that he would have to wear it sooner or later. After inquiring with Sang Qing about the location of the guest room, he took the 100 Flowers Goddess attire and headed there. Host, I've detected significant fluctuations in your emotions. Would you like me to play the calming heart chant? You have that function? Play it. He requested the system to play the calming music while he changed clothes. Muttering under his breath, 300 points, 300 points, 300 points, storage bag, storage bag, storage bag. Fortunately, Xie Yunhe's inner robe required no change. He merely had to swap out the outer layers. He encountered no issues with wearing the clothes, which resembled traditional male attire quite closely. Thankfully, it was not one of those strapless gowns. Although it appeared lightweight, it enveloped him securely. As the guest room door swung open, two eagerly awaiting sisters stood at the threshold. Grasping the gown's extended hem, Xie Yunhe cautiously stepped over the threshold. He lifted his gaze, glancing awkwardly at the two sisters. What do you think? Do I look strange? Feeling a mix of embarrassment and irritation at the antics of Sister Hua and Sister Sang, he pondered whether he should persuade Sister Hua to reconsider this plan. After a moment of contemplation, he realized how eerily quiet it had become. Why was no one responding to him? Hua Qinglian and Sang Qing were already transfixed in astonishment. Despite knowing that Xie Shidi had a commendable appearance and a slender figure that suited the gown, she was taken aback by just how perfectly it fit him. Just look at that bashful expression. That delicate waist and long legs, that ethereal face. Hua Qinglian's eyes sparkled. Sang Qing, meanwhile, felt her cheeks flush as she watched, unsure of why. Xie Yunhe, catching sight of the glowing eyes of Sister Hua and the blushing face of Sister Sang, was startled. Is it really that odd? Hua Qinglian stepped forward, circling him twice. What's wrong, Sister Hua? Do I appear peculiar? Xie Yunhe felt disheartened. Perhaps you should choose someone else for this plan. I think cross-dressing is still somewhat forced. No. You look splendid, but there's still something missing. Hua Qinglian's gaze fixated on Xie Yunhe's hair and face. You need a different hairstyle and some makeup. She wore a mischievous grin. Xie Yunhe shivered, sensing an inexplicable chill. Looking around, he wondered if Sang Qing's cave abode had a draft. Hua Qinglian pushed him back into the guest room, where a dressing mirror awaited. She rummaged through her storage bag, retrieving an array of hairpins, clips, and various containers. Xie Shidi, relax, there's no need to be nervous. She reached for his hair crown. Typically, Xie Yunhe was too lazy to manage his hair, opting instead for a high ponytail secured with a crown. Hua Qinglian swiftly released his hair, letting it cascade down like a waterfall, flowing over his shoulders. The beauty was so striking that Hua Qinglian couldn't help but cup her face in awe. It was well known that Miss Hua typically would not lose her composure so easily. It must be a testament to Xie Shidi's enchanting beauty. Sang Qing, hold him down. Seeing Xie Yunhe attempt to retreat from Hua Qinglian's makeup brush, she issued a devilish command. I apologize, Xie Shidi. Sang Qing, Her face flushed, nonetheless held him firmly in place before the vanity. Xie Yunhe could only watch helplessly as the eyebrow pencil and powder puff drew nearer. Help? Chapter 40. The ethereal beauty. After enduring the relentless ministrations of the two sisters, Xie Yunhe was finally released. Half an hour had passed. He could only feel Hua Qinglian applying layer after layer of unknown substances to his face. As if it were a wall being painted by a master craftsman. Resigned to his fate, he lay back. What else could he do? It was his own choice. He could only blame his own greed for agreeing to this task. The sisters fussed over his face for a while longer before shifting their focus to his hair. He had become a compliant doll, lying still as they styled his hair and face. Eventually, everything fell silent. The atmosphere grew unnervingly quiet. Then, he heard Hua Qinglian's stifled scream and Sang Qing's gasp. Had it finally come to an end? Xie Yunhe opened his eyes and turned toward the sound. A woman adorned in a resplendent gown of floral fabric turned her head. The beads of her hairpin swaying gently with her movement, the delicate red adorned her brow, contrasting beautifully with her fair skin, making her appear even more striking. Yet, her expression remained aloof, her eyes as cold as snow, gazing over with an ethereal detachment, as if she were a goddess untouched by the mortal realm. Her features were exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a jade sculpture, evoking both awe and an irresistible urge to draw closer. She embodied an otherworldly beauty, captivating yet intimidating, as if any impure thought would be a profound disrespect to her. Both Hua Qinglian and Sang Qing held their breaths, fearing that the enchanting figure before them was merely a fleeting illusion, destined to vanish with a single breath. Xie Yunhe felt a sense of strangeness. The two sisters beside him remained silent, simply staring at him. He tugged at the somewhat lengthy hem and adjusted his hair, turning back toward the mirror with a sense of unease. Then, Xie Yunhe too held his breath. Who was this ethereal beauty reflected in the mirror? Like a flower blooming atop a snow-capped mountain, she was breathtakingly beautiful. He found himself leaning closer. The beauty in the mirror leaned closer as well. Then it dawned on him. This ethereal, otherworldly beauty was none other than himself. The world shattered around him. Ah, host, you are so beautiful, truly exquisite. I feel like I might overheat. Beep, beep, beep. Xie Yunhe continued to gaze in disbelief at his reflection. Amazing, amazing, amazing. It's simply too wonderful. Hua Qinglian finally regained her composure and stepped forward. I never imagined that one day I could create such a stunning beauty with my own hands. Xie Shidi. You are truly magnificent. Hua Qinglian circled around Xie Yunhe, her movements animated, completely shedding the poise and calm expected of a noble young lady. Xie Shimi. It looks great. Beside her, Sang Qing's cheeks flushed as she mustered the courage to utter those words. Xie Yunhe, I am your junior brother, he exclaimed, his tone tinged with disbelief. Is it truly that absurd? Sang Shiji, have I lost my status as your junior brother in your eyes? The slightly melancholic voice of the youth struck Sang Qing like a hammer, awakening her from her reverie. The figure before her was indeed male. It seemed she had just emerged from a dream, and she hurriedly offered her apologies. I misspoke in the moment. I am truly sorry. Xie Shidi. This incident clearly illustrated the captivating allure of Xie Yunhe's female attire, driving two of the senior sisters to madness. Hua Qinglian gazed at Xie Yunhe, nodding while shaking her head in a peculiar manner. Xie Shidi, you are far more perfect when you remain silent. What a pity that such beauty is only visible to us. She then retrieved a wooden mask from her storage pouch, its grotesque features and sharp fangs rendering it both fearsome and terrifying. Hua Qinglian presented the mask before Xie Yunhe, illustrating how the menacing guise obscured the ethereal beauty of the female cultivator, adding an air of mystery and eeriness. Xie Yunhe felt a sense of dissonance and finally recalled something. Hua Shiji, if wearing a mask is essential for your portrayal, why have you applied makeup on me? The veins on his forehead throbbed. What is the purpose of all this makeup if I must don a mask? Is it merely to indulge your twisted whims? Hua Qinglian, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. She hadn't intended for it to unfold this way. It was simply that upon seeing the exquisite Xie Shidi, she couldn't resist the urge to embellish him. Believing that true beauty should be flawless, clearing her throat awkwardly, she shifted the topic. Xie Shidi, it appears that this outfit suits you remarkably. Let us discuss the details of the goddess ceremony. Xie Yunhe, fully aware of her attempt to change the subject, felt powerless. After all, those who spent the money were the ones in charge. The trio reconvened in the main hall to deliberate on the ceremonial details for the day of the goddess ceremony. According to Hua Qinglian, her performance would take place last, directly following the ceremonial proceedings, which could be divided into 3 parts. The first involved music and welcoming the deity, during which the other performers from the Hua clan would participate. The second part entailed incense offerings, where the actress portraying the 100 Flowers goddess would don ritual attire to pay homage to the true 100 Flowers goddess. The third segment would be the rain distribution, where the actress would discreetly remove her ritual garment to reveal her splendid attire, embodying the 100 Flowers goddess, or rather, becoming the vessel through which the townsfolk perceived the goddess, commencing the rain distribution segment. Hua Qinglian suggested that during this segment, they could switch roles, allowing Xie Yunhe to exchange costumes while in the shadows, achieving their aim seamlessly. Shangqing would serve as a third party, providing cover. After Xie Yunhe concluded the rain distribution, Hua Qinglian would reclaim her attire from the shadows, striking a pose before finally removing her mask at a perfect masquerade indeed. The trio debated the plan until evening, ultimately reaching a consensus. As Hua Qinglian observed Xie Yunhe, she noticed how he had transitioned from initially being distracted to appearing entirely composed. The moment Xie Yunhe spoke, however, he inadvertently revealed his male identity, shattering the enchanting illusion. Nonetheless, she felt a twinge of regret, wanting to preserve a memory of this moment. Xie Shidi, may I capture this with a recording stone? Hua Qinglian couldn't help but inquire. Absolutely not. Xie Yunhe coldly refused. The thought of being captured on a recording stone and potentially exposed was intolerable. I could offer you a bonus. Would you prefer points or spirit stones? Hua Qinglian, with her ample wealth, was eager to negotiate. How do you wish to take the picture? Xie Yunhe found himself acquiescing. Half an hour later, utterly exhausted, Xie Yunhe was finally permitted to change back into his own attire. Do not worry, Xie Shidi. I shall keep these precious recording stones solely for my own enjoyment. They will not be disclosed, Hua Qinglian assured him. When you don male attire, you were a striking sword cultivator. But in female garb, you are even more stunning. A true ethereal beauty. When you strike the desired pose, it is simply breathtaking. Hua Qinglian mused, convinced that Xie Yunhe's feminine guise outshone all the female cultivators on the celestial rankings. Lost in thought, she absent-mindedly touched the pouch containing the recording stone, planning to admire it again when alone. If there are no further matters, Shijis, I shall take my leave, Xie Yunhe announced, cupping his hands in farewell. Goodbye, Xie Shidi. Hua Qinglian nodded nonchalantly. Xie Yunhe dashed away as if chased by unseen pursuers. Is it truly necessary? Hua Qinglian wondered, feeling slightly offended, for she was not some monstrous fiend at that moment. She sensed something amiss. The cave was unusually quiet. She glanced at Shangqing, puzzled. Since the recording stone incident, Shangqing had stood there like a statue. What is the matter? Have you nothing to say? Shangqing, Xie Shidi has departed. Why are you still standing there? Hua Qinglian playfully slapped Shangqing's shoulder and moved to face her directly, only to widen her eyes in shock. Shangqing, you are bleeding from your nose. Shangqing's expression remained impassive, seemingly detached from reality, but the blood trickling down her face betrayed her. Hua Qinglian, flustered, grabbed Shangqing's sleeve, attempting to wipe the blood away, inadvertently smearing it across her face, rendering her appearance even more alarming. What has happened to you? Is it merely from seeing Xie Shidi with the recording stone? Huh? Finally, Shangqing offered a slight reaction, her gaze shifting momentarily as her lips moved to form a few words. Xie shimmy, the attire, and with that, her eyes fluttered shut as she collapsed to the ground. Hey, Shangqing, pull yourself together. Is this how you give up? Perhaps I should take you out to see the world. Poor Shangqing. Xie Yunhe remained oblivious to the aftermath of the events. Upon exiting Shangqing's cave, he swiftly drew his iron sword, as if fleeing from an unseen pursuer, and flew away from Yujiang Peak. It wasn't until he returned to Shaoyao Peak that he could finally catch his breath. How terrifying! Despite the consolation of sect points, the experiences he had just endured were overwhelming. Xie Yunhe wished to banish these thoughts, burying them deep within his memory. Who could have foreseen that when he initially sought out Shangqing, he believed he had merely stumbled upon a promising sect mission? Now, it felt as if he had escaped from a den of dragons and tigers. No, upon reflection, he found Hua Qinglian even more daunting than a dragon's lair that he realized he needed to take a moment to recuperate. Rarely, Xie Yunhe did not engage in cultivation upon returning to his cave dwelling. System, why are you silent? Beep, beep, beep. Self-check in progress. Oh no. The system has crashed. Xie Yunhe sighed. He lay on his bed, pulling up the covers, and closed his eyes to sleep. No cultivation today. The stimulation has been too overwhelming. As Elder Yue returned to Yujiang Peak, she happened to catch a glimpse of a streak of sword light soaring through the sky. Is there a visitor? Based on the trajectory of the sword light, it appears to originate from Sang Qing's dwelling. The esteemed Elder Yue is well aware of her disciples' habits. She seldom ventures out and maintains a close-knit circle of merely 3 or 5 friends. Primarily communicating through jade talismans to it is quite unexpected that someone would visit her disciple today. Without further contemplation, Elder Yue returned to the summit of Yuejiang Peak, entering her cave abode, recalling the meeting held in the main hall of the sect earlier. Her expression turned grave. Alas, the abyss is stirring with malevolent creatures. After a month of investigations, they unearthed a plethora of troubling revelations. The disappearance case from the small town of Xiaoxi, in which Sang Qing was inadvertently embroiled, was merely the tip of the iceberg in this grand scheme. Fortunately, they had discovered these matters in a timely manner. Elder Yue's thoughts drifted to the examination results concerning the Spider Lady, which left her feeling perturbed. She wondered how long peace could possibly last from the potions and other items left behind by the Spider Lady. The disciples of the Tianjin sect uncovered the reason for her sudden progression from the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage to the early stages of the nascent soul phase. The substances extracted from her corpse bore a striking resemblance to those contained in a vial of her elixirs. That a multitude of individuals in the medical hall conducted experiments and discovered that such potions could temporarily elevate one's realm and grant them explosive power for a brief period. However, this would render them susceptible to the corrupting influence of abyssal demonic energy, transforming them into puppets of malevolence that walk among mortals. It is likely that the Spider Lady consumed this elixir, achieving a temporary breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, only to have her reason eroded by the abyssal energy, leading her puppets to suffer the same fate. Theoretically, the Spider Lady's puppets could be considered her avatars. However, when her consciousness did not descend upon them, they retained a fragment of their awareness from their former lives. Consequently, when the Spider Lady fell victim to the demonic energy, all her puppets became tainted as well. The origins of this potion remain a mystery, as do the seeds discovered on Feng Wei. The disciples of the Tianjin sect have provisionally designated them as soul seeds. This insidious entity is nearly impossible to detect. Those afflicted by the soul seeds remain oblivious, exhibiting behavior indistinguishable from ordinary individuals, until they are suddenly activated at pivotal moments, just like Feng Wei, who inadvertently led others into peril at a critical juncture. Being completely unaware and believing it to be mere coincidence, the soul seed is even more terrifying than the previously encountered potion. The latter's effects are overt, while the former lurks in the shadows. How many cultivators in the realm have unknowingly been implanted with soul seeds? The answer remains elusive. The Tianjin sect has dispatched several elite disciples to conduct investigations in the villages traversed by the Spider Lady over the years. The current progress is uncertain. As Elder Yue pondered these matters, she stepped into her grand hall. Unlike Sang Qing, who had excavated a cave at the mountainside for her dwelling, Elder Yue's abode was a masterpiece of intricate design, featuring layers of formations, barriers, and an array of elemental and trigrams interwoven seamlessly. Anyone who dared to intrude would surely face dire consequences. Upon entering the grand hall and settling down, she brewed herself a pot of tea. Just as she did, her jade talisman began to resonate. Someone was seeking her. Elder Yue retrieved the talisman and glanced at it. Chun Laodao, what could he possibly want? Chapter 42. Chun Laodao. Elder Yue immersed her consciousness into the jade talisman. Moments later, a mirror-like projection appeared before her, revealing the image of an elderly man. Chun Laodao, what brings you here uninvited? Elder Yue greeted the old man in the mirror. If Xie Yunhe had been present, he would undoubtedly be astonished. Why is your jade talisman different from mine? Moreover, has the cultivation world progressed to video calls? This is rather advanced. It is not so simple that in fact, upon reaching the transformation stage, one can transmit their visage and consciousness through the jade talisman to the other party. Video communication via jade talisman is a privilege reserved for those at the transformation stage. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators can manage only voice communication, as video requires both cultivation and spiritual energy, which most cannot afford. The old man in the mirror, Chen Laodao, chuckled. What are you saying? Haven't we been friends for centuries? Why does it sound like you think I have no business visiting? Indeed, if one were to tally the years, Elder Yue and Chun Laodao had known each other for over 200 years. Nonetheless, every encounter with Chun Laodao had never boded well. Even now, as a transformation stage elder, Elder Yue still felt a sense of foreboding in his presence. She recalled the last time he had predicted that her disciple would face a fatal calamity, and the thought left her feeling uneasy. This current incident did bear some resemblance to the dire calamity Chun Laodao had foretold. To be on the safe side, she resolved to remain involved in the unfolding events to grasp the entire situation. You mentioned last time that Xie would encounter a fatal calamity during the Golden Course stage. Could you check again if this calamity is past? Elder Yue could not help but inquire. I sought you out for this very reason. Congratulations, your disciple Xie has indeed overcome her fatal calamity, Chun Laodao said, stroking his beard with a grin. Upon hearing this, Elder Yue immediately straightened in her seat. Are you serious? But according to Xie, although this time was perilous, she did not encounter any life-threatening issues. Aside from some damage to her meridians from excessive use of spiritual energy, nothing else occurred. Many of the Tianjin sect disciples rescued were severely injured, yet my Shang-Qing emerged unscathed. How could anyone pass through a fatal calamity so easily? It is true, I initially thought your disciple was doomed. But unexpectedly, there was a twist of fate. Chun Laodao began, but was immediately interrupted. How dare you speak so casually? It's no wonder you have been perpetually targeted with bounties. Elder Yue interjected without hesitation. Did Chun Laodao possess no sense of propriety? She found the conversation increasingly vexing. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Spare me the unnecessary chatter. Based on her understanding of Chun Laodao, it seemed that Xie truly had passed her fatal calamity, leaving them with little else to discuss. Any matter connected to him was bound to lead to misfortune. Chun Laodao was notoriously accurate when it came to foretelling doom. This very reason had led to him being hunted for bounties. Those who sought his counsel invariably found their fortunes grim, while his predictions of calamities invariably came true, if one survived the aftermath. It was only natural for them to seek retribution from Chun Laodao. Many were eager to settle scores with him. Don't hang up just yet. Recently, I've divined something concerning you. Don't you want to hear it? Chun Laodao, realizing the call was about to end, hastily interjected. Upon hearing that it pertained to her, Elder Yue felt a headache coming on. No, I do not wish to hear it. Chun Laodao, seeing her reluctance, wasted no time in revealing. Do you remember when I once foretold that you might have 3 disciples? His words stirred a memory within Elder Yue, for it was indeed the case. Years ago, when they were both younger, Chun Laodao had conducted a reading for her. The outcome had not been particularly auspicious, but which cultivator could truly claim a favorable ending? They either perished in conflict or met their demise in the pursuit of immortality. Both had brushed the matter aside. Simultaneously, the divination had indicated that Elder Yue might have 3 disciples in her lifetime. However, such matters were inherently uncertain. It was merely a possibility, after accepting Shang-Qing as her disciple. Many years had elapsed without encountering another suitable candidate. Numerous noble families had recommended their offspring to her. Determined not to miss the opportunity for a 3rd disciple, she had assessed them one by one. Most were mere wastrels, seeking her out solely for her reputation as a transformation stage elder. She found them lacking. Of course, there were some talented youths among them. Unfortunately, none had ignited that spark of connection. She had turned them all down. Recently, however, she had encountered a disciple from a sect whom she greatly admired. From the very first glance, she found him exceptionally pleasing. In recent days, during her leisure, she had quietly observed the young man at Xiaoyao Peak. His daily life was marked by discipline and routine. Aside from fulfilling his duties, he devoted himself to sword practice. Elder Yue had witnessed his training sessions and felt disheartened at the wastefulness exhibited by the sect. How could such a talent have initially been relegated to the role of a menial disciple? Were those responsible for assessing potential blind? In truth, he surpassed her in her youth. His aptitude rivaled that of Qin Yu and Jiang Han. If nurtured properly, he would undoubtedly become a figure of great renown in the future. Elder Yue had resolved to take the young man as her disciple, sensing that he was the 3rd disciple she had long awaited. You needn't say a word. I believe I have already found my final disciple. In a few days, I shall accept him as my apprentice, Elder Yue declared. You have already encountered him? Just the other day. I dreamt of your 3rd disciple and even divined the location of your meeting. It seems that was not your first encounter. Chen Laodao responded. You dreamed of it. Yue Zunzhang's ears twitched slightly. Chen Laodao, who typically relied on divination and fortune-telling to guide others, was well aware, due to their long-standing friendship, that he possessed a secret technique enabling him to glimpse into the future through his dreams. Such knowledge was not to be disclosed. However, whatever he dreamt would most likely come to pass, especially in the near term. What was the scene like at that time? Yue Zunzhang casually probed for information. Oh, it was quite thrilling. You were fleeing with your third disciple at that moment. It was clear that associating with Chen Laodao brought no good fortune. Can you be more specific? Yue Zunzhang inquired. As for specifics, I'm afraid my memory is a bit hazy. Age does diminish one's recollection. Chen Laodao began to bargain, sensing the conversation was veering in his desired direction. Yue Zunzhang was poised to end the communication. Wait. I have a matter for which I need your assistance. Chen Laodao hastily interjected. Chapter 43. The past speak. What is it you require? Yue Zunzhang paused in her intent to disconnect and turned her attention back to Chen Laodao. She had always known that he came with ulterior motives. How unfortunate that they had become friends all those years ago. Reflecting on her youthful experiences, she sighed internally. Well, I have a nephew, who is also my disciple. And he may need to stay with you for a while. Chen Laodao stated his purpose directly. Your nephew, Chen Qixing. Yue Zunzhang mentally recalled the name. Indeed, she recognized it. Chen Laodao treasured his nephew, having taken him as a disciple and often scouring the land for rare medicinal treasures to aid his frail health. While Chen Laodao was often despised, many admired him and sought to become his apprentice, all of whom he graciously declined. Soon after, he accepted his brother's child and declared he would take no more disciples. Yue Zunzhang enjoyed a good relationship with Chen Laodao, but she had only heard of his disciple and never met him in person. Finally willing to let your disciple emerge. But what has transpired that necessitates sending him to me? Yue Zunzhang leisurely sipped her tea. After all, she was not the one in need. Why should she rush? Isn't the ancient Lan's secret realm about to open? I thought it would be beneficial for Qixing to venture forth. As you know, the ancient Lan's secret realm is quite close to your Tianjin sect, so when your sect enters the realm, you can simply take him along that I have matters to attend to and cannot look after Qixing. Once the realm concludes, please return him to Tianjin sect, and I shall collect him in due time. Chen Laodao explained his reasoning for sending his disciple. Yet, Yue Zunzhang felt something amiss. What sort of troublesome matter would require sending a disciple to seek refuge with an old acquaintance? Indeed, it is for refuge, Chen Laodao confessed, though unspoken. Yue Zunzhang understood he sought to place his disciple under her protection. The Tianjin sect was one of the 5 great sects on Yunlin continent, possessing substantial influence over minor factions and a formidable collective strength, housing numerous powerful cultivators that in contrast, Feishing Valley was once a third-rate sect, likely to have been forgotten had it not been for Chen Laodao's extraordinary talents. Thanks to him, when people spoke of Feishing Valley now, it was not as a forgotten third-rate sect, but rather a mysterious sect boasting a revered transformation stage master. Yue Zunzhang could only speculate whether he had offended some formidable entity once more. Speak plainly, what transpired on your end? Yue Zunzhang's demeanor shifted to seriousness as she set her teacup down. Then I shall be forthright. The reason for sending Qixing is quite specific, Chen Laodao responded, his expression turning grave upon seeing Yue Zunzhang's seriousness. As you know, my disciple Qixing has health issues, but most assume it to be mere physical weakness. The truth is, Qixing is rather unfortunate. He suffers from an affliction of the eyes. As he spoke, Chen Laodao's face contorted into a pained expression, and he produced a handkerchief from nowhere, dabbing at his face. While such a display might evoke sympathy from a beautiful woman, it was rather grotesque coming from Chen Laodao's wrinkled visage. Yue Zunzhang averted her gaze, taking a sip of tea to steady herself. Poor Qixing. Yet he is a remarkably gifted child that I cannot bear to see him languish in Feishing Valley. Hence I have resolved to have him marry into your sect. Yue Zunzhang sputtered, tea spilling from her mouth. Marry into? I have already identified a suitable match. Your third disciple. The compatibility between them is truly remarkable. Moreover, I have observed the celestial signs. These two are destined for one another. They simply need to spend some time together before the wedding, which is why I am sending Qixing to you. What do you think? Chen Laodao's demeanor shifted back to his usual jovial self, enthusiastically discussing the marriage of his disciple as though it were a grand adventure. Yue Zunzhang felt herself growing dizzy. Something felt decidedly off. What had she been asking? How had the conversation shifted to matrimony? She seized upon a crucial point. On what grounds should my disciple be bound to your disciple as partners? Yue Zunjiang interrupted Chun Laodao. Isn't this what we agreed upon back then? Have you forgotten? Chun Laodao momentarily faltered but quickly produced a recording stone, as if anticipating her disbelief that I knew you would forget. Fortunately, I have it documented. The recording stone illuminated, projecting a scene before them. 3 figures appeared, 2 young women and a young man, all appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. One of the young women bore a striking resemblance to Yue Zunjiang and was, in fact, a youthful version of her. The young man bore a slight resemblance to Chun Laodao, indicating he was a younger version of himself. The scene unfolded in a dilapidated temple. The trio raised incense sticks before a feast of roast chicken, fragrant pears, and sesame cakes, solemnly bowing their heads in reverence. Heaven above, earth below, we 3 hereby form a bond as sworn siblings, sharing honor and fortune, facing adversity together. We do not seek to be born on the same day, but rather to depart this world on the same day. It was clear they were concluding a solemn oath. Following the ceremony, the atmosphere lightened as the trio exchanged mischievous glances and burst into laughter that I've seen in tales how such oaths are made. And now we are sworn siblings. I shall protect you 2 sisters henceforth, the young man declared with a slap to his chest. The most beautiful girl among them, however, chimed in, slightly indignant, I am the eldest. And I shall be the protector. The youthful Yue Zunjiang, eager to assert herself, interjected, I draw my sword the fastest. I am the leader. The harmonious scene of their oaths swiftly devolved into a childish squabble over leadership. On the other end of the communication talisman, Yue Zunjiang watched in disbelief. This ancient history is being dredged up? Chun Laodao actually recorded it with a crystal stone. Skip ahead, quickly, as the scene unfolded in the recording. Yue Zunjiang felt a surge of anger. Black history, undeniably black history. Noticing the fierce expression on Yue Zunjiang's face, as if she wished to strike him down, Chun Laodao wisely adjusted the imagery with his spiritual energy. The recording quickly fast-forwarded, pausing on the final moments. The 3 youths had seemingly called a truce, seated on the temple steps as they gazed into the future. If only our children could be as close as we are. The most beautiful girl mused, resting her chin on her hand. Chapter 44. The betrothal. The strikingly cold-eyed girl leaned against a pillar, sword in hand. That I have no intention of taking a partner. I shall not bear children, she declared. The boy beside her chimed in. Nor do I seek a partner. I detest children. The beautiful girl, witnessing this, quickly amended. Then I shall also not take a partner. Let me rephrase that. She tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. What if we arranged for our disciples instead? Why worry? Our disciples will surely be the best of friends. The boy spoke with a carefree attitude. That's not guaranteed. A disciple is a disciple, and a master is a master, the sword-bearing girl replied thoughtfully. The beautiful girl clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Then let us arrange their engagement. I assent. It said in tales that marriage is arranged by the parents. As their masters, we are like half their parents. Let's make an engagement. The boy perked up, standing with excitement, the coins at his waist jingling as he moved. I shall calculate their birth dates and determine an auspicious time. He declared eagerly. Xiu, what do you think? The lovely maiden gazed with a radiant smile at the sword-bearing girl, who nonchalantly nodded in response. After all, these matters were far in the future. Who could predict what lay ahead? Moreover, their disciples were bound to be exceptional, and arranging a betrothal seemed inconsequential. The image within the recording stone abruptly ceased. Elder Chen pointed at the sword-bearing girl in the image. You acknowledged it yourself. You are to arrange a marriage for our disciples. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving the esteemed Yue at a loss for words. This event dated back over 2 centuries, yet Elder Chun had the audacity to dredge it up. Yue regarded the recently displayed image with a sense of exasperation. Elder Chun had always been a persistent thorn. Yet, gazing upon the trio of youths, she felt a pang of nostalgia in their youth. They had been inseparable companions, filled with fervent ambition to become the strongest cultivators in the realm. Alas, time had wrought its changes. Yue sighed inwardly. Send your disciple over. We can discuss the betrothal then. After all, it has been many years. Do you truly take it to heart? She accepted this troublesome matter, yet dismissed the idea of a betrothal for her disciple. Furthermore, the 3rd disciple she wished to take under her wing was a male. What sort of union could there be between 2 males? However, I have consulted the stars for the two children, and it is evident that your third disciple is destined to be the one for our family. With a remarkably thick red thread binding them, Elder Chun declared solemnly. What he withheld was that, aside from the connection to his own disciple, the unknown third disciple was entangled with dozens of other red threads. Some visible, others hidden from sight. It was Elder Chen's first encounter with such a fate chart. The intensity of this individual's romantic prospects was astonishing. He possessed a natural charisma that drew attention. And if his cherished disciple did not act swiftly, even a simple hand-holding would become unattainable. Yet, reflecting on the scenes from his dreams, he found solace. It was only natural for a beauty to have many suitors. Surely, you have miscalculated, Yue scoffed. When it came to unfortunate predictions, no one in the cultivation world rivaled Elder Chun, yet in other matters, he was rather ordinary than a red thread. What connection could two men possibly share? Yue, known for her integrity and diligence, held a rather stubborn belief in the balance of yin and yang. Her world primarily revolved around becoming stronger and mastering the sword, which made her particularly fond of Xie Yunhe. Her naive perspective had yet to be tainted by the convoluted tales of the world, knowing little of concepts like interrupted sleeves that I have not aired. But let me share what I saw a few days ago. Elder Chen said, returning to the matter at hand, that he still needed to assist Yue in taking on disciples. If her current apprentice were to perish, the betrothal would become moot. What I discerned was that you were in a desolate place. With a few fragments reminiscent of the Divine Maiden Festival in Baohua City, Yue lowered her gaze in contemplation. A barren location, the upcoming Divine Maiden Festival. She calculated the date with her fingers. Indeed, the Divine Maiden Festival in Baohua City was imminent. She resolved to attend. Yue committed the date to memory, taking a sip of her now cool tea. Your third disciple, I caught a glimpse in my dream. He possesses remarkable handsomeness. Elder Chun, having completed his explanations and secured promises, shifted to a more casual conversation. Yue nodded in agreement while sipping her tea. Indeed, he is quite a striking young man. What a splendid youth. Unmatched in beauty, captivating enough to enthrall nations. Puffed. Yue spat her tea in surprise. What did you just say? This peculiar video communication concluded in an atmosphere of bewilderment. Elder Chen exited the room, scratching his head in confusion. Was it merely a compliment directed at her future disciple? Why did she appear so shocked? Dismissing the thought, Elder Chen stepped out of his grand hall. Feishing Valley, true to its name, was a sect nestled within a small valley. Unlike the affluent Tianjin sect, which boasted countless peaks and cities, Feishing Valley comprised only one vast gorge. Yet, the mystery of Feishing Valley lay in its elusive location. Few could ever find it. This was because Feishing Valley was in a constant state of movement. It sounded incredible, yet it was not uncommon in the cultivation world. The ancestors of Feishing Valley had once produced formidable beings who crafted the valley as if it were a weapon, creating a space where it could remain concealed. Thus, Feishing Valley operated as an independent entity, existing in another realm beyond the skies. In essence, it resembled a secret realm. One could say Feishing Valley itself was a sect within a hidden domain. At this moment, the valley was alive with the sounds of spring. Little rabbits scurried about, and birds chirped melodiously, their harmonies merging into a grand chorus. The mountains were adorned with various uniquely shaped wildflowers, stretching gracefully in the sunlight, swaying in delight. While the outside world was shrouded in night, here it was already dawn. The sect's pavilions were scattered throughout the valley, bestowing an enchanting beauty upon the landscape. Bang! Elder Chen forcefully pushed open the door to his side hall study. Qixing, Master has found you a bride. The abrupt knocking rattled the books within the study. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the dust that danced in the air like tiny motes. A small speck of dust settled upon a tome held in someone's hands. The individual, poised to turn the page, paused momentarily. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned his head slightly. Chapter 45. Qin Qixing. Following the elegant, slender hand upwards, one beheld a figure clad in a vibrant green robe, reminiscent of spring bamboo, exuding vitality. The long sleeves cascaded elegantly across the writing desk. In stark contrast, the individual's expression remained aloof. Yet, such demeanor could not overshadow their exquisite beauty, marked by an air of grace and warmth. Particularly striking were the white silk wrappings around their eyes, evoking a sense of pity. This refined and gentle young man was, in fact, blind. Hearing the noise at the entrance, Chen Qixing glanced toward the door. Master, what nonsensical things are you spouting now? He placed his book down and rose from behind the desk. The jingling of copper coins and a compass echoed from his waist. A closer inspection would reveal that his attire was not entirely green. Golden patterns shimmered amidst the fabric, reminiscent of a mysterious constellation woven from stars that flickered as he moved in the sunlight. Elder Chun regarded his disciple with great satisfaction. What a sight to behold! Truly splendid. A dashing young gentleman indeed. Humph, that girl from the Xie Yunhe family should be easily won over by my disciple. Perhaps next time, I shall adorn him in pink. It would be festive. Chen Qixing remained oblivious to his master's unsettling thoughts. Having grown accustomed to his master's eccentricities, he had initially intended to study celestial charts in peace while the sunlight was still bright and undisturbed. With a silent sigh, Chen Qixing pondered, Master, the ancient Luan secret realm is set to open in 3 months, is it not? I plan to have you travel with the disciples of Tianjian sect. I have already made arrangements with an old friend. You shall depart for Tianjian sect tomorrow. Elder Chen exited the study, beginning to prepare his disciples' luggage. Master, I do not wish to leave Feishing Valley. Chen Qixing expressed his reluctance to venture out. Staying cooped up here all day will only lead to stagnation. Young people ought to explore the world. When I was your age, I had already made a name for myself. How can you sleep at night with such complacency? Elder Chen felt exasperated, witnessing how spoiled this boy had become. Furthermore, I have planned to arrange for you to be wed to Tianjian sect. I have already found a fiancée for you. Your future will be secure. Fear not. Master will not lead you astray. She is a beauty. You two are fated, bound by a red thread. Elder Chen began to pack provisions into his storage ring. Contemplating whether he should include a dowry, Chen Qixing's eyes widened slightly behind the white silk. He sensed his master's sincerity. His master was genuinely intent on marrying him off. Master, did you not say that my life would be fraught with hardships and that it would be best for me to remain indoors? What are you doing now? Chen Qixing was perplexed. He had always been different from others, and his master had predicted that his fate was riddled with obstacles and that his destiny was particularly difficult. He did not know the specifics, only that his master's expression appeared grave. Elder Chen opened his storeroom, beginning to fill his storage ring with magical items and talismans. Hearing his disciple's inquiry, he offered an explanation. Hasn't your fiancée appeared? I thought your fate as a solitary star had no turning point. Who would have thought change would come so swiftly? The celestial signs indicate that as long as you remain with your fiancée, your unfortunate fate will naturally be resolved. As he spoke, he stroked his beard with a sense of paternal concern. For your sake, I have spent 50 years of my life to discern this turning point. You must seize it. Upon the utterance of those words, Chen Qixing fell silent. He understood the extent of his master's concern for his unfortunate fate. He opened his mouth, but ultimately closed it again. Chen Qixing was the nephew of the old Taoist Chun, yet his uncle had passed away prematurely. Since he became aware of his surroundings, he had resided in Qixing Valley, raised solely by the old Taoist Chun. Despite the old Taoist's often eccentric demeanor, his affection for Chen Qixing was akin to that of a father. Chen Qixing. The old Taoist was not merely a father figure, but rather someone who surpassed the role of a father. Thus, he found himself unable to utter any words of refusal. Consequently, Chen Qixing did not deter the old Taoist from rummaging through the warehouse. Instead, he assisted by tidying up, restoring the disarrayed items to their rightful places. The old Taoist seemed to be searching for something, stuffing items into his storage bag while overturning boxes and cabinets. Chen Qixing quietly organized the clutter. The mention of a fiancée stirred his imagination. A fiancée? He had once believed he would live his life as a solitary figure, planning to discreetly leave the sect during a quiet moment and find a secluded place to fade away. To his astonishment, fate had taken an unexpected turn, offering a glimmer of hope for the so-called cursed star. What kind of person would she be? Would she accept a blind man like him? Just as Chen Qixing was lost in contemplation, the old Taoist interrupted his thoughts. Qixing, I have found a treasure. He exclaimed gleefully that I knew it should be here. I finally located it. This is one of my cherished collections. And you must study it diligently. The old Taoist mysteriously thrust a book into Chen Qixing's embrace. Upon flipping it open, Chen Qixing discovered it was titled 18 Techniques of Palace Intrigue. Rest assured. My disciple, I shall assist you, the old Taoist continued. Your fiancé possesses quite the charm. We must take the initiative. Allow me to elucidate this book for you. After awakening from his slumber, Xie Yunhe felt considerably revitalized. Stretching languidly in bed, he reflected on how, since entering the narrative, he had never slept so soundly. The thought of his task, finding a partner for the protagonist, Xie Yunhe, caused him a headache. Xie Yunhe had not returned to his cave dwelling for over a month. As a minor supporting character, Xie Yunhe had no opportunity to inquire about Xie Yunhe's whereabouts and could only wait in the cave. He decided to address the task assigned by Senior Sister Hua first. According to her, the Divine Maiden Festival would take place the evening after tomorrow, so he needed to set out for Baihua City today. Fortunately, Senior Sister Hua remembered that he was merely an outer sect disciple without a flying artifact. They had arranged to meet at noon at the entrance of the Tianjin sect. As was his custom, Xie Yunhe performed the minor spiritual rain technique on the spiritual valley within his cave. Familiar clouds gathered, and under the nourishing rain, the spiritual valley flourished, with its ears seemingly poised to touch the ground. Upon closer inspection, Xie Yunhe noted that the spiritual valley had matured. This month, he had already harvested several batches. With practiced ease, he retrieved a sickle and began the harvest. The spiritual valley was cheerfully reaped. Half an hour later, he had completed the harvesting of a vast expanse and even planted new seeds. The harvested spiritual valley gleamed like gold, piling up in heaps on the adjacent ground. Xie Yunhe transported the spiritual valley into Xie Yunhe's cave. Aside from a living room, a master bedroom, a guest room, and a cultivation chamber, there were no other rooms in Xie Yunhe's dwelling. Although Xie Yunhe possessed a storage bag, he had not established a warehouse. Xie Yunhe could not enter the master bedroom. And while he could access the cultivation chamber, the spiritual valley could not be stored there. As for the guest room, it was his own bedroom, and thus, the spiritual valley could not be placed there either. Xie Yunhe had no choice but to stack all the spiritual valley in the living room. Over the past month, he had accumulated quite a substantial amount, and if Xie Yunhe did not return soon, the living room would be unable to accommodate it all. If an outsider were to behold Xie Yunhe's cave, they would undoubtedly find it both amusing and bewildering. The entire hall would resemble a golden ocean, with spiritual valley piled up to the ceiling. Chapter 46. Departure. After organizing his belongings and ensuring he had all the essentials, Xie Yunhe departed from the cave, grasping his fine iron sword. He soared towards the sect's entrance. Upon his arrival, he found that 2 senior sisters had already gathered and were awaiting him. Perhaps due to the time spent harvesting the spiritual valley, he had arrived a tad late, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, the senior sisters appeared unconcerned. "Xie Shidi, you're here. Come quickly." Senior Sister Hua Qinglian greeted him with a warm smile. Senior Sister Sang Qing merely glanced at him briefly before quickly diverting her gaze. Why did it feel as though Senior Sister Sang Qing was being somewhat distant? Was it because he was late? He recalled the first time he had set out on a sect mission when Senior Brother Zhu had been tardy. And Senior Sister Sang Qing's displeased expression had left a lasting impression on him. "I apologize for my lateness." Xie Yunhe offered his apologies. "No worries. We arrived early, and there's still plenty of time. The journey to Baihua City will only take 3 hours. We can arrive before dark at that time. I will treat you to the finest delicacies at the renowned Fanhu Lu in Baihua City." Hua Qinglian enthusiastically spoke about her hometown, Baihua City, and became quite animated. She produced her flying artifact, a small pink lotus. This was Xie Yunhe's first encounter with a flying artifact other than a flying boat, and he found it quite fascinating. The petite lotus lifted from Senior Sister Hua's palm and took to the sky. Xie Yunhe observed as it expanded mid-air, eventually descending as large as a flying boat. One of its petals drooped, forming a slope that allowed one to ascend. Xie Yunhe silently marveled. This flying artifact must be of considerable quality. The 3 of them boarded the lotus artifact, which was surprisingly spacious inside. Appearing even larger than it looked from the outside, this artifact utilized principles similar to those of a storage bag, expanding its internal space. Xie Yunhe quietly elevated his opinion of this artifact even further. Senior Sister Hua truly was wealthy. Inside the lotus, various petal-shaped chairs and tables were arranged, even featuring a small compartment. Once seated, the lotus, under Hua Qinglian's guidance, gently ascended, heading toward Baihua City. Along the way, she introduced many customs and culinary delights of Baihua City. Ensuring the journey remained engaging, Xie Yunhe nodded along, as this was his first visit to a populated city, not counting the puppet-filled Xiaoxi town. That moment, His communication jade pendant vibrated. Had someone sent him a message? Xie Yunhe retrieved the pendant, discovering it was a message from Li Yi. Xie brother, I heard there's a celebration happening in Baiwa City near your Tianjin sect. Would you like to join me? I am really looking forward to having fun with you. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, but Xie Yunhe felt as though a small dog was wagging its tail excitedly before him. Shaking his head, he dispelled the peculiar association at the Divine Maiden Festival in Baiwa City. I'm already en route, having been invited by Senior Sister Hua, so it would be inconvenient to accompany you. Li brothered he was on a mission, making it impractical to meet with Li Yi, and thus, he declined the invitation. Xie Yunhe subtly conveyed his current situation, hoping that Li Yi would temporarily refrain from insisting on their outing. Over the past month, Li Yi had reportedly been recuperating from the swelling on his face caused by the sting of a 1,000-flower bee, diligently applying facial masks in hopes of reducing the inflammation. Consequently, he had not sought Xie Yunhe's company. However, he still managed to send several messages daily, sharing anecdotes from his stay in the guest room at the Tianjin sect or lamenting the lack of interesting items available at the sect's market. Xie Yunhe could not fathom how the sect leader, Ling, tolerated Li Yi's presence, allowing him to recuperate at the Tianjin sect for such an extended period. Recently, Li Yi had mentioned that his elders had visited, and he might soon depart the Tianjin sect to return to Zixiao sect. Today, he finally invited Xie Yunhe to join him, likely indicating that his face had healed. I see that I'm a bit disappointed. Just as the swelling on my face has diminished, I wanted to show you my refined appearance. Xie brother, the mental image of a small dog's tail drooped, reflecting his dejection. Focus. No more associations. He quickly admonished himself, dispelling the lingering thoughts. Xie Yunhe replied to the message, I recall you mentioning your return to Zixiao sect. When do you plan to depart? Perhaps in a few days. Remember to come see me off. Xie brother. Of course, just let me know the time, and I will be sure to see you off. Xie Yunhe reflected on the bond he shared with Li Yi, which could indeed be characterized as a friendship forged through adversity. They had previously faced challenges together, troubling the Spider Lady and rescuing their senior brother from the sect. He realized he had yet to present Li Yi with a gift. In the vast realm of cultivation, where practitioners enjoyed long lifespans, many would choose to venture out into the world, seeking opportunities for breakthroughs. Even the closest comrades, those who had fought side by side, might fade into mere ripples of memory after several decades. Ultimately, his connection with Li Yi was but a fleeting encounter. The likelihood of them crossing paths again seemed slim. In a few decades, they might very well become strangers to each other. Moreover, Xie Yunhe bore the weight of a mission he was determined to fulfill. He believed that when he returned to the modern world, everything in the realm of cultivation would merely be a beautiful dream. Once he arrived in Baiwa City, he intended to purchase a memento for Li Yi. Xie Yunhe felt a twinge of sadness at the thought that this farewell might be their last. Lost in contemplation, he was unaware of the passage of time. The trio soon reached Baiwa City. Even from a distance, Xie Yunhe was struck by the imposing walls of the city. Unlike the unassuming Xiaoxi town, Baiwa City exuded opulence and grandeur. The walls were remarkably thick, and after his advancement to mid-foundation establishment, Xie Yunhe's vision had sharpened considerably, allowing him to see clearly within 100 meters. Peering out from his lotus-shaped artifact, he gazed at the city walls, noting the bricks adorned with gold-threaded patterns. These intricate designs flowed seamlessly across the surface of the towering walls, which rose to a height of 100 meters, creating a mesmerizing ripple effect. Such patterns he had only ever seen on certain magical artifacts. Was it possible that these walls were themselves a magical tool? Surely, the construction of these walls had involved hundreds of master craftsmen. Shangqing also gazed at the city walls, which encircled the entire city and stretched into the horizon. She had visited before, but, out of respect, had always stopped nearby to disembark from her flying vessel before entering through the city gate. She had never viewed Baiwa City from this angle. Generally, larger cities in the cultivation realm imposed flight bans, prohibiting practitioners from flying within the city limits, lest chaos ensue. Such regulations were necessary to maintain order and ease the burden on the enforcers. Consequently, these cities often employed array masters to establish simple restrictions. While controlling the descent of the flying artifact towards the city walls, Hua Qinglian addressed Shangqing's inquiry. Indeed, hundreds of master craftsmen had been commissioned to forge the bricks, which had cost a fortune. Chapter 47. The Flourishing Tower. Hundreds of master craftsmen forging bricks. Xie Yunhe questioned his own ears. Shangqing nodded in understanding. It is no wonder that such a prominent family would have walls crafted from magical tools. Observing Xie Yunhe's astonished expression, Hua Qinglian proceeded to explain that this method of constructing city walls was quite common. Given the unique nature of the cultivation realm, many high-level practitioners possess the ability to summon wind and rain. Hence, for the defense against enemies and beast tides, traditional methods of wall construction were inadequate. Numerous craftsmen had dedicated themselves to researching this aspect. Naturally, the sturdier the walls, the better they could withstand attacks. However, forging an entire wall into a magical artifact was a formidable challenge. Thus, they opted to break the task down. A genius craftsman devised a method to first forge bricks and then assemble them, simplifying the monumental task into manageable parts. This innovation proved successful and led to the development of various wall formation techniques. Xie Yunhe, though lacking deep knowledge of artifact crafting, grasped the essence of the explanation and found it impressive. Yet, one thing resonated clearly with him. The very bricks of the city's walls were magical tools. The impoverished shed tears of financial despair, for he was a man unable to afford even the most basic magical artifact costing 300 spirit stones. The lotus-shaped flying artifact had now landed atop the towering walls, and the three disembarked. The guard approached and respectfully greeted Hua Qinglian. "Miss," she acknowledged with a nod, retracting the artifact before leading Seng Qing and Xie Yunhe down from the walls. "The spot where I parked the flying artifact is reserved for the Hua family's disciples and relatives, allowing us to bypass the lines at the city gates," Hua Qinglian explained. "What a privilege." Xie Yunhe mused, feeling the benefits of his association with the young lady. As dusk settled, the city's lights began to twinkle. Descending from the walls, Xie Yunhe beheld the interior of Baiwa City. As darkness fell, the citizens ignited lanterns, their flickering glow scattered throughout the city, creating a captivating sight from above. Though it was dinner time, the streets bustled with activity, teeming with people, including many practitioners of varying cultivation levels, from chi refinement to foundation establishment, and even golden core and nascent soul realms. Perhaps they had gathered to witness the Divine Maiden's festival. The streets were lined with various shops and food stalls. It was only upon entering the city that he noticed the lanterns were all shaped like flowers, and the shop decorations were adorned with floral motifs. Observing the treats at the stalls, flower cakes, Baiwa candy, osmanthus pastries, all products were infused with floral themes. The city's floral essence was undeniably abundant. "Do you wish to try something, junior brother Xie?" Hua Qinglian inquired. Noticing his gaze linger on the small shops, she considered that, despite his composed exterior, he was merely a youth who had recently come of age. Having spent all his time cultivating at the Tianjin sect, he likely lacked experience in the outside world. He probably had never even tasted candied hawthorn before. Hua Qinglian cast a sympathetic glance in his direction. "Sister Hua, I'm merely curious," Xie Yunhe responded, quickly raising his hands in denial. "No need to explain. I understand," Hua Qinglian replied with a knowing expression as she retrieved a communication jade from her waist. "What is Sister Hua doing?" Xie Yunhe asked. "Just a moment," she replied. Before long, a middle-aged man approached at a jog, jade pendant in hand, clearly summoned by Hua Qinglian. "You manage this street, correct? Please have all the street food packaged up and delivered to the Flourishing Tower. I am hosting some friends," she instructed. "Of course, I'll prepare it right away," the man replied, promptly summoning a few young assistants to gather the food. "Sister Hua, is this really necessary?" Xie Yunhe marveled at her extravagant display. "Sister invites you, junior brother Xie. This is your first visit, right? We shall dine at the most renowned establishment in Baiwa City, the Flourishing Tower," Hua Qinglian announced cheerfully. Sang Qing had no objections, as it was Hua Qinglian's treat. As for Xie Yunhe, the two sisters assumed his acquiescence. Hua Qinglian led them to the Flourishing Tower, which was easy to locate, being the most resplendent establishment on the street, contrary to Xie Yunhe's expectations of a place overflowing with blossoms. The Flourishing Tower was adorned with golden carvings and jade embellishments, radiating opulence akin to Baiwa City itself. Upon their arrival, the doorman, spotting Hua Qinglian, called out loudly, "Manager, an esteemed guest has arrived." The manager rushed to greet her. "Miss, is it the usual private room?" "Yes, and please serve all your signature dishes. I wish to entertain my guests tonight," Hua Qinglian instructed, revealing a jade token as identification. The manager did not dare to take it directly. Instead, he inspected it with his eyes, recognizing it as a unique family token, and promptly escorted them upstairs. The interior of the flourishing tower was spacious, with intricately carved wooden windows that offered a view of the inner river of Baiwa City. The trio settled into a private room on the third floor. As Xie Yunhe gazed out the ornately designed window, he observed numerous flower boats gliding along the river, creating a lively and prosperous scene. The flourishing tower is owned by our Hua family, so feel free to indulge as if you were at home, Hua Qinglian proclaimed extravagantly, in no wonder. The decor and ambience of the flourishing tower reflected the lavishness of the Hua family. After all, a family that could invest heavily in the construction of city walls would undoubtedly not hesitate to spend on their business endeavors though, and I just ordered some Baiwa brew from the manager. It's a fine delicacy. Junior brother Xie, make sure to enjoy it. Hua Qinglian added, at that moment. A knock sounded at the door, signaling the arrival of the dishes. As the door opened, a procession of elegantly dressed attendants entered, each gracefully carrying trays of food, wafting delightful aromas. Was this truly a conventional tavern, whose shop assistant is so remarkably handsome? Xie Yunhe gazed as dish after dish was placed upon the table, filling it to the brim. The proprietor even approached personally, presenting a jade pot. Miss, here is the latest Baiwa wine. Please enjoy. Once the proprietor had finished arranging the items, a multitude of beautiful men and women withdrew together. Chapter 48. The proud young man, don't be shy, come and taste it. The three began to eat. Although the table appeared laden with an abundance of dishes, they were actually served in small portions. In front of Xie Yunhe lay a small plate containing 3 delicate pastries, each quickly devoured. He picked up a pastry resembling a flower and took a bite. The texture was fine, infused with an elusive floral fragrance that was quite delightful. After consuming a piece, Xie Yunhe sensed something unusual. It was spiritual energy. The pastry contained spiritual essence. He felt the spiritual energy within him circulating more rapidly, suddenly halting his movements. His 2 senior sisters noticed at once. Shangqing, perceiving his confusion, spoke to clarify. The pastries and dishes here are made from ingredients imbued with spiritual energy, far superior to ordinary treasures of heaven and earth, and can assist in cultivation. So that is how it is. Although Xie Yunhe had cultivated plenty of spiritual grains, he had not consumed much. Since his arrival in this cultivation world, he had primarily relied on elixirs. Generally, established cultivators rarely consumed mundane food. But food made from ingredients containing spiritual energy was different. Consuming such fare was akin to indulging in a lower-grade treasure, while also satisfying one's palate. Why not enjoy it? Good food. I shall partake. Xie Yunhe began to voraciously devour the dishes on the table. During this period, he felt a slight movement from the communication jade pendant at his waist, yet it did not distract him from his meal. This is delicious. Wow, this one is spicy. TSK, this one is a bit greasy. Opposite him, Shangqing looked at Xie Yunhe with a mixture of exasperation and amusement as he elegantly consumed more than half of the dishes. Raising her hand, she took a nearby bell and rang it for more food. Her perception of Xie Shimi began to shatter. The inner turmoil she had felt over the past days also settled. Xie Shidi was simply Xie Shidi. She could not let his enchanting appearance in female attire confuse her. After about 2 incense sticks worth of time, everyone had their fill. The meal concluded swiftly, as they adhered to the adage of eating without speaking and resting without conversing. Xie Yunhe felt a warm sensation coursing through his meridians, certain that he would gain from his cultivation upon returning. Hua Qinglian nibbled a bit before setting down her chopsticks. I am entering a transformation period soon. I must be cautious with these spiritually infused items, so I won't partake too much. There is still Baiwa wine left. You two can share it. Hua Qinglian beckoned to the others. Shangqing produced 2 jade vials, dividing the Baiwa wine into 2 portions, one for Xie Yunhe. This jade vial preserves the Baiwa wine. Shidi, you can drink it whenever you wish. Thank you, Sang Shiji. Xie Yunhe accepted the vial, while Shangqing placed hers into her storage bag. He felt a surge of curiosity regarding the Baiwa wine. If all the food held spiritual energy, what of the wine? He took a cup and poured some out. Seeing that his senior sisters showed no intention of stopping him, he took a sip. Xie Yunhe's eyes sparkled. Delicious. He had anticipated a taste akin to alcohol, yet it resembled sweet soda more than anything. He downed the small cup he had poured, savoring the flavor. He found himself nostalgic for his beloved fizzy drinks. He poured several more cups, indulging heartily as the Baiwa wine flowed down. A more potent surge of spiritual energy erupted within him. The energy swept through his meridians, seamlessly blending with his own spiritual essence, and he felt his dantian expand slightly. How is it, Shitty? This Baohua wine is a special concoction from the Hua family, aiding cultivators in their training, comparable to spiritual liquid, gentle and non-irritating. With only a slight aftereffect, Xie Yunhe nodded as he listened, indeed feeling a slight elevation in his cultivation, and it was indeed mild. Wait, a slight aftereffect? It was then that Xie Yunhe realized his head felt a bit dizzy. Hua Shiji chuckled mischievously. Shitty, be mindful not to overindulge this time. But no worries, meditating for an hour will easily dispel the effects. Sang Shiji raised her hand, attempting to mask the smile tugging at her lips. Shitty, after all, this Baohua wine is still alcoholic. You mustn't drink so much next time. Xie Yunhe felt a sense of despair. The Baohua wine hardly tasted like alcohol at all. The it was undeniably reminiscent of fizzy drinks. And he could still recall the effervescence. You call this wine? After lingering a while longer to allow their food to settle and to help Xie Yunhe sober up, they prepared to depart. Shitty, look outside. That is the altar for the goddess festival that I will need your assistance then. Hua Qinglian pointed toward a spot outside the window. Xie Yunhe raised his slightly dizzy head and squinted to look outside. The Fragrant Blossom Tower was quite a tall structure, each floor towering 7 to 8 meters high, and now on the third floor, they could see buildings below them. Yet, even then, it paled in comparison to the altar in the distance. Unfamiliar branches twisted together to form a lofty altar, surrounded by bright lights, with numerous cultivators gathered nearby, seemingly constructing something, and he could already see offerings placed upon the altar. Do not worry. Tomorrow, I will take you to scout the area. Our plan will surely succeed, Hua Qinglian reassured them. The other two nodded in agreement. After sitting for a while longer, the trio decided it was time to leave. Xie Yunhe shook his head and followed his two senior sisters out of the private room. Let us go. I will take you to the Hua family's guest quarters. There is no need to stay at an inn. With the goddess festival approaching, many guests have arrived, and the inns are likely full. Hua Qinglian led the way. Xie Yunhe then retrieved his communication jade pendant. Had someone been trying to reach him? Yet he had been too engrossed in his meal to check the messages. The jade pendant seemed to malfunction, revealing numerous missed messages. What has happened? Xie Yunhe stared at the pendant, feeling somewhat at a loss. The three had descended to the first floor of the Fragrant Blossom Tower when he suddenly heard Hua Qinglian gasp in surprise. Xie Yunhe too sensed the sudden stillness that enveloped the first floor. It should have been bustling with activity, yet it felt as though time had been frozen. What had occurred? He forgot about the communication jade pendant. Curiosity prompting him to look ahead, as Hua Qinglian stepped onto the first floor. She spotted two individuals entering through the door. The foremost youth was clad in a flowing purple robe, shimmering faintly as he moved. Obviously crafted from fine materials. Most striking, however, was the youth's appearance. Hua Qinglian was momentarily entranced. The youth was extraordinarily handsome, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, radiating the fervor of a blazing sun, as if a golden crow had descended. He exuded an air of unrestrained exuberance and youthful bravado, akin to the sun blazing in the sky. With 3 parts of the sun, he possessed 9 parts of brilliance. Truly, he was a dashing young man. Hua Qinglian could not help but reflect internally. Even though the cultivation world was replete with beauties, she had scarcely encountered anyone like this youth, who seemed to tread upon the very heavens with bold arrogance. At that moment, the exceptionally handsome youth was preoccupied with his communication jade pendant, looking rather troubled. Qian Shishu, I have sent so many messages. Why hasn't he replied? Chapter 49. Young Master Li Qianbuqiu rolled his eyes. This sentiment had been voiced by Li Yi over 100 times during their journey to Baohua City. His ears were nearly worn thin. Are you a lovesick maiden? Why are you so eagerly awaiting a reply? Yet what could he do? He had been hired at great expense by the Zixiao sect, and, in name, was a guest elder, but in reality, he was merely a bodyguard. The distinguished Yuanian cultivator, Qianbuqiu, now found himself reduced to guarding a mere child who had yet to grow fully. Gazing at the golden nugget from the Zixiao sect, he sighed, oh well, I might as well respond that it truly was difficult to earn money, and even harder to endure such a situation. Young master, he is likely preoccupied. Not everyone has the luxury to constantly check their communication jade pendant, as he finished. Qianbuqiu could not help but let out a sardonic remark. Yet it was evident that the one being mocked did not catch on at all. You are right. Perhaps Brother Xie is busy. Li Yi nodded in agreement. Qian Buchio's sarcasm felt as though it had struck a pillow. Observing Li Ye's earnest gaze, he reassured himself, thinking it was not the boy's fault for being naive. Rather, it was his own lack of capability that forced him to seek the Zixiao sect's protection and accept this bodyguard role. Is this Fragrant Blossom Tower truly the largest tavern in Baohua City? Li Yi turned his attention from the communication jade pendant to the interior of the Fragrant Blossom Tower, fixing his gaze on a particular spot. Indeed, I visited here when I was younger. The Baohua. Qian Buchio's words were abruptly cut short as he noticed the young man darting forward as if he had spotted someone. Brother Xie, Li Yi called out as he dashed into the depths of the Fragrant Blossom Tower. Wait, don't run so fast. Wealth is no longer a concern behind. Hua Qinglian gazed as the radiant youth, akin to the blazing sun, sprinted towards their direction. Was he approaching them? Was it Brother Xie? Was he searching for his junior brother Xie? The staircase was situated within the flower pavilion, at least 200 meters from the entrance. The patrons seated on the first floor turned their astonished gazes towards the unfolding spectacle. Previously, they had been taken aback by the youth's striking appearance, involuntarily silencing their conversations. Now, witnessing the youth seemingly rushing towards someone, their curiosity was piqued. Who could possibly elicit such excitement in a lad like him? Li Yi dashed before Xie Yunhe, intending to embrace him. He had never anticipated such a fortuitous encounter with Brother Xie. After Brother Xie had graciously declined his previous invitation, he had felt disheartened. However, Master Qian had advised him that since he was already there, he might as well visit Baohua City to witness the Divine Maiden ceremony, thus making his journey to the Heavenly Sword sect worthwhile. It was with this motivation that he had accompanied Master Qian to Baohua City. Throughout the journey, he had messaged Brother Xie about his arrival, yet curiously, Brother Xie had not responded, unbeknownst to him. He had sent numerous messages in the meantime to his surprise. He had indeed encountered Brother Xie at the Flower Pavilion. He believed that fate had intertwined their paths, and that they should be lifelong brothers. He had yet to forge such a meaningful friendship. Moreover, he had taken great care of his appearance, and was eager for Brother Xie to admire his now lauded visage. Li Yi was no longer the same boy with a face full of blemishes. As Li Yi approached with enthusiasm, ready to embrace the long-absent Brother Xie, Xie Yunhe's reaction was starkly different from his expectations. Xie Yunhe stepped back, revealing a look of discomfort. Who are you? Li Ye's expression froze in place. Surely it was his dashing appearance that rendered Brother Xie unrecognizable to him. It must be. Li Yi quickly composed himself. It's me. I'm Li Yi. Ah, Brother Xie, look, my facial injuries have healed, and I can now face the world. Am I not handsome? I believe you were more attractive before, Xie Yunhe candidly replied. Astonishing. A bolt from the blue. In a corner where no one paid attention, Li Yi felt his spirit shatter. From Xie Yunhe's perspective, the situation appeared rather peculiar. After consuming the Baohua brew and feeling slightly dizzy, he descended to the first floor, where the atmosphere was quiet. The stillness hinted at a lively scene, prompting him to lift his gaze to seek the source of the commotion. To his astonishment, he beheld a figure radiating holy light rushing towards him. Brother Xie. Xie Yunhe was filled with confusion. Was this person looking for him? The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Upon noticing the holy light upon the person's face, Xie Yunhe recognized it as a sign of having an appearance score of 80 or above. The IT was a rarity. He had not encountered such blinding radiance in many days. Xie Yunhe recalled the individuals he had seen adorned in holy light, the protagonist Qin Yu and the protagonist's elder brother Jiang Han. Yet, this person did not resemble them at all. Those two would never approach him with such fervor. Could this be someone he knew? As the holy light drew nearer, Xie Yunhe instinctively took a step back. Feeling a bit overwhelmed, it's me. I'm Li Yi. Ah, now that he was closer, Xie Yunhe could discern that the individual indeed wore purple robes, aligning perfectly with Li Ye's established aesthetic system. Does your holy light filter still apply to those with an appearance score above 80? It hasn't suddenly dropped to 50 or anything? Not at all, host. This Li Yi has unexpectedly transformed into a handsome young man that I too am quite surprised, but the holy light filter is based on current appearance scores. Perhaps he simply did not meet the standards before, thus the filter did not activate. Xie Yunhe recalled his first encounter with Li Yi, when the latter had sported a rather pig-like visage. Now juxtaposed against his current radiant appearance, his feelings were complex. How could Li Yi ask if he looked more handsome now? What could Xie Yunhe possibly say? He could not see. His response slipped out before he could stop himself. I think you were better looking before, at least then. One could still discern your features. Yet, upon witnessing the dejection that even the holy light could not conceal, he began to regret his words. This remark seemed somewhat hurtful. What I meant was, brotherly, you were always handsome, and now you look even better. Xie Yunhe hurriedly rectified his statement. Lie's expression appeared to brighten slightly. Meanwhile, Sang Qing regarded Xie Yunhe with a peculiar look. Junior brother Xie, are you truly certain that the previous pig-like appearance was more attractive? Sang Qing had encountered Li Yi before, during their brief meeting in Xiaoxi town. Her impression had been of a boy with a swollen, pig-like face. She had not anticipated that, after healing, he would emerge as such a striking youth. As she observed junior brother Xie maintaining an impassive facade while spinning tales, she began to believe the rumors circulating within the Heavenly Sword sect. Junior brother Xie, it seems you truly cannot distinguish between beauty and ugliness. Really? Then where was I most attractive? Li Yi inquired eagerly. As they witnessed brother Xie's hesitance, Li Yi's expression fell. Was he truly so unattractive? So much so that brother Xie could not bear to look at him? He did not overlook brother Xie's aversion when he had leaned in closer. His heart felt heavy, and tears welled in his eyes. Am I really that ugly? Li Yi could no longer contain himself, stifling sobs that, oh dear, the sun is crying. Hua Qinglian thought to herself, her mind consumed by this singular idea. How remarkable it was to witness such a spectacle in her lifetime. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, Qian Buqiu felt a sense of disarray. What had transpired? Just moments ago, the young master had been all smiles, and now he was clutching someone's sleeve, tears streaming down his face. He cast an inquiring glance at the person beside him. A sword cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage, appearing decent enough, nothing particularly unusual about him. Young master, what troubles you now? Younger master, Xie Yunhe caught that term. Feeling a strange familiarity. Host, I have a bold hypothesis. Look, the Zixiao sect, bearing the surname Li, addressed as young master, fond of purple attire. This must be the protagonist Qin Yu's sworn enemy, young master Li Yi. One of our supportive targets. A light bulb moment dawned upon Xie Yunhe. He had previously found the name Li Yi familiar, yet as a character capable of rivaling Qin Yu, the young master of the Zixiao sect always made grand entrances, accompanied by a retinue of dozens of servants. Furthermore, according to the narrative, Li Yi was exceptionally handsome. If Qin Yu's looks could captivate others for a full minute, then Li Yi's could do so for 30 seconds. He had not immediately associated the boy he had found in the spider mistress's residence with the renowned Li Yi, merely thinking it a coincidence of names. After all, it was quite normal in a fantasy world for people to share names. Yet, who would have thought it could be this coincidental? This individual was indeed one of the protagonists in the original story. The young master of the Zixiao sect, the sole heir, Li Yi, was initially Qin Yu's nemesis, often challenging him and seeking to undermine his prominence. It was not until he suffered a defeat at Qin Yu's hands that he began to recognize his inferiority. Eventually, he became one of Qin Yu's subordinates, along with the entire Zixiao sect, serving as a crucial support in the unfolding narrative. From the perspective of book fans and shipping enthusiasts, this was the classic frenemies to lovers trope, with fans imagining their progression from adversaries to allies, and ultimately to lovers. Alas, the author had not indulged in such a narrative, leaving the shippers in a state of longing and frustration. They asked for assisting Li Yi. Xie Yunhe contemplated Li Yi's character and doubted that such a naive fellow could ever pursue Qin Yu successfully. He believed Zhang Han and Ling Jiaojiao had far better chances. Don't worry, host. You can select any suitable assistant you deem fit, as long as the objective is achieved. Xie Yunhe felt a drop of moisture on his hand. Where did that come from? Due to the holy light filter, he remained oblivious to Li Yi's tears. Those around them regarded Xie Yunhe with expressions of disdain, as if to say, "You heartless scoundrel." How could he remain unresponsive while the other wept before him? Xie Yunhe. By the time he realized Li Yi was shedding tears, he began to fumble in his attempts to comfort him. Just then, the system alerted him. Host, danger detected concerning Li Yi. What? Xie Yunhe unsheathed his iron sword. It's that butterfly. Host, defend yourself. The system could only offer a hasty warning. It appeared to be an unremarkable butterfly, common in Baihua City, which abounded with various blooms. The only extraordinary aspect was that it was currently fluttering inside the flower pavilion, heading directly towards them, or rather, towards Li Yi. Xie Yunhe had no doubt about the system's judgment. It had no reason to deceive him that he directed his sword towards the butterfly, employing a defensive sword technique from the 13 swords of Asking Heaven. The iron sword whirled swiftly in his grip, forming a protective net. Xie Yunhe brandished his sword. Those nearby were rendered perplexed. Qian Bucho's gaze sharpened as he spotted the butterfly approaching. Damn it, he had just failed to notice, darting towards the two individuals. The butterfly might have already been aware of its exposure. As it neared Li Yi, it suddenly detonated with a resounding bang. Upon its explosion, it released a dazzling cloud of phosphorescent powder that floated gracefully through the air, creating a somewhat dreamlike spectacle from a distance. However, it was obstructed by Xie Yunhe's sword net. Unfortunately, nearby diners were not so fortunate. They failed to react in time, and the phosphorescent powder settled upon them, revealing its sinister nature. Ah, my hand! One diner cried out in agony as the enchanting powder corroded a significant portion of his hand. But I can no longer use my spiritual energy. The powder is blocking my meridians. Another diner, evidently of slightly higher cultivation, was also affected by the powder, yet it merely left a few scars on his skin before vanishing beneath the surface. Initially, he thought the powder was merely corrosive, believing that as a golden core stage cultivator, it posed little threat to him, only significant harm to those at the foundation establishment stage. However, he soon sensed something amiss as the failing corrosion of the powder diminished. It inexplicably disappeared from the surface of his skin, integrating itself into his body. He quickly turned his focus inward, only to discover the powder had infiltrated his meridians. The realization struck him with horror. The meridians were the fundamental pathway for a cultivator's practice. How could he cultivate with his meridians obstructed? Alarmed, he could not help but scream. Chaos erupted around him as people hastily distanced themselves from the source of the powder. Those near Xie Yunhe were temporarily shielded by his sword net, avoiding contact with the phosphorescent powder. Upon hearing the diner's cries, several individuals hastily enveloped themselves in protective spiritual barriers to ward off the encroaching powder. Qian Bucho swiftly darted past, managing only to toss a protective talisman to a few of them before rapidly turning to face the danger. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Qian Bucho intercepted a sword strike from the shadows. Both combatants were forced to retreat a few steps, evenly matched in their prowess. The hidden assailant, perhaps recognizing that the butterfly had been forced into the open, could no longer afford to wait. Seizing the opportunity, he emerged from the shadows, transforming his assassination into a blatant attack with a singular, murderous intent aimed directly at Li Yi. Qian Bucho cursed inwardly. He had just separated from the young master when the ambush occurred. That it seemed all too calculated, leaving him little time to react. He nearly lost his livelihood. Dark Soul Pavilion. The specter of vengeance lingered on. Chapter 51. The man in black. Qian Bucho engaged in combat once more with the figure cloaked in black. This assassin, true to his craft, was entirely shrouded in darkness, devoid of any distinguishing features. Should he change his attire, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to identify him. The assassin's swordsmanship was imbued with a chilling aura, a fierce wind accompanying each strike, laden with intent to kill. In stark contrast, Qian Bucho's swordplay leaned towards a bold and forthright style. Although Qian Bucho was somewhat reckless, known to resort to any means for the sake of wealth, the essence of his swordsmanship could not be disguised. Each move radiated a righteous vigor that clashed against the assassin's malevolence, ultimately resulting in mutual nullification. In terms of swordplay, Qian Bucho found himself at a disadvantage. His opponent had a singular focus and a clear objective. Meanwhile, Qian Bucho bore the weight of his own responsibilities and the well-being of his friends. He was not only tasked with finding an opportunity to strike against the assassin, but also with defending himself against the residual sword energy. Thus, he found himself in a precarious position. However, in terms of cultivation, Qian Bucho held the upper hand. As a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he could not ascertain the level of his opponent's cultivation, which was not surprising. For the assassins of Dark Soul Pavilion possessed techniques for concealing their true strength and movement. Yet, from the sword techniques employed, he surmised that the opponent was likely at the early stages of the nascent soul realm. With a slight advantage in cultivation, Qian Bucho was confident that in a battle of attrition, he would emerge victorious. As the two continued their duel, a sudden exclamation pierced the chaos. Butterflies, so many butterflies. From the intricately carved wooden windows on the first floor of the flower pavilion, as well as the entrance to the grand hall, a multitude of butterflies emerged. Diners scattered in panic. and chaos ensued. These butterflies bore an uncanny resemblance to the one that had just self-destructed. There were two assassins. The individual controlling the butterflies was not the one currently engaged in battle with Qianbuqiu. Another hidden figure lurked in the shadows. Xie Yunhe felt a wave of frustration. What made Li Yi such a coveted target? Why were there so many seeking his life? How dare they disrupt my territory? He seethed, nearly forgetting about the furious flower Qinglian behind him. Enraged, she produced a communication jade talisman. Summoning assistance, I must capture these two. Flower Qinglian declared through gritted teeth. The flower pavilion was the property of the flower family. And now, diners, regardless of whether they had paid or not, were showcasing their abilities in a frantic escape. Terrified of the phosphorescent powder, the grim spectacle of those already afflicted lay strewn upon the ground. Wailing in anguish, they had merely come for a meal, not to endure such torment. Reinforcements arrived swiftly. Several law enforcement cultivators in official garb rushed in, among them 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. The assassin, perhaps sensing the tide was turning against him, made a split-second decision to withdraw from his confrontation with Qianbuqiu. You think escaping is that simple? Qianbuqiu exclaimed, invigorated by the arrival of reinforcements. No longer concerned about conserving his spiritual energy for a war of attrition, he unleashed his full strength. With a single strike, his sword surged forth, its power magnified several times over compared to previous attacks. The assassin, seemingly possessing eyes in the back of his head, smoothly sidestepped the majority of the assault, yet a fraction still struck his arm. Remarkably, he appeared unaffected, with blood seeping through his dark attire. Yet he exhibited no signs of distress as he retreated at an astonishing speed. He sliced through the window of the flower pavilion, making his escape. As Qianbuqiu attempted to pursue, he witnessed the assassin at the street corner. Seizing a tightly bound figure cloaked in black, realization dawned upon him. This was the second assassin. They were both retreating. The smaller of the two suddenly scattered something, and a thick cloud of white mist enveloped the area. Fearing it was akin to the phosphorescent powder, Qianbuqiu instinctively took a step back. By the time he recognized the mist as flour, the two assassins had already made their getaway. How dare they toy with me? Qianbuqiu fumed, frustrated that he had almost captured both. However, during his battle with the swordsman, he had gleaned some information. Pensive, Qianbuqiu decided it was imperative to return to the flower pavilion. He had pursued the assassins only because he had seen the flower family's reinforcements arriving. Otherwise, he might have fallen for a diversion tactic. Nevertheless, he trusted the flower family, especially since he had spotted the flower family's young lady among the reinforcements. Even if they did not protect the young master, they would surely safeguard their own. Thus, he had pursued with confidence, believing he would surely apprehend the black-clad figures. Little did he expect to be outmaneuvered by a simple trick. Infuriated, Qianbuqiu made his way back to the flower pavilion, which now lay in disarray. The manager stood to the side, heartbroken as he calculated the repair costs. Once the flower family's law enforcement team arrived, they swiftly regained control of the situation, utilizing magical artifacts. They ensnared the fluttering butterflies, ensuring the safety of the patrons while exterminating the remaining threats within the confines of their artifacts. The subsequent swarm of butterflies caused minimal casualties. Li, no longer in tears, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xie Yunhe. Brother Xie, thank you for saving my life. Though somewhat naive, Li Yi was no fool. He understood that those individuals were after him, as the young master of the Zixiao sect. He was frequently targeted. He could never fathom why so many wished to take his life. Was it jealousy over his handsome visage? To avert genuine assassination attempts, his family had repeatedly cautioned him. Providing a plethora of servants and bodyguards, he was always accompanied by a large entourage when he ventured out. The last time he had managed to slip away alone, he had been taught a harsh lesson by the 1,000 flower bees. Yet, perhaps due to his previously unremarkable appearance, that period had been remarkably peaceful. Now that he had regained his looks, it seemed the assassination attempts were returning. Could he truly be the fabled handsome calamity? Li Yi pondered, stroking his face. If Qianbuqiu were aware of Li Ye's thoughts, he would scoff at his naivety. The reasons behind Li Ye's frequent assassination attempts had nothing to do with his looks. It was purely because he was the young master of the Zixiao sect. Should Li Yi relinquish that title, the assassins would swiftly shift their focus to another target. But why was that? Due to the fact that the Zixiao sect stands as the wealthiest sect across the entire Yunlin continent. Indeed, the wealthiest without even a single rival. It has flourished beyond measure. The exact founding date of the Xie sect has become obscure over time. Yet its remarkable financial resources are undoubtedly the cornerstone of its prosperity. The sect possesses thousands of spiritual veins and is strategically located at the heart of Yunhe continent, sprawling across vast territories. With numerous nearby cities, facilitating convenient trade. What are spiritual veins, you may ask? They are the very sources from which spiritual stones are mined, akin to gold mines. Just as gold mines yield gold, spiritual veins produce spiritual stones. The Tianjin sect also boasts spiritual veins, numbering in the hundreds, thus categorizing it as a moderately affluent sect. Many smaller sects possess not a single spiritual vein, with only the Immortal sects having any. While some veins remain under the control of other factions and families, however, none rival the Xie sect in quantity. Moreover, spiritual veins are not inexhaustible. The spiritual stones within are not produced indefinitely. Scholars have deduced that these veins are formed from the accumulation of spiritual energy present in the air. Should a vein be fully exploited, it will cease to exist, while partial extraction allows it to rejuvenate over the decades. The Xie sect's ability to maintain such an abundance of veins is attributed to its unique expertise. It is rumored that the sect possesses a secret technique that accelerates the recovery of veins and enables the condensation of even more. This has stirred envy among many, though they can only covet from afar. In addition to its immense wealth, the Xie sect is formidable in strength. Assailants dare not target the prominent figures within the sect and instead set their sights on the young master in his foundational stage. Whether through kidnapping for ransom, coercing for secrets, or extracting memories post-mortem, these methods are deemed effective, leading to a relentless wave of assassination attempts. Qian Buqiu, upon witnessing the situation, felt a wave of relief as he noted that everyone appeared unharmed. Hu Qinglian, visibly agitated, radiated spiritual energy. "Greetings, Taoist Hua," Qian Buqiu said, returning to Li Ye's side while acknowledging Hu Qinglian. Hu Qinglian regarded the young man before her with a hint of recognition. They had crossed paths at various gatherings. "Senior Qian, you are too kind. Are you aware of the current situation? Have there been any leads on the assailants?" Despite her anger, she maintained the dignified composure befitting the eldest daughter of the Hua family. Calming her aura and tidying her hair before inquiring, Qian Buqiu then relayed Li Ye's identity, clarifying that the two cloaked figures were indeed after him, acknowledging his role in embroiling the flourishing flower tower in this predicament. Li Yi assured, "Taoist Hua, I shall compensate for the damages incurred here." Seeing that the burden would not rest solely on the Hua family's shoulders lightened Hu Qinglian's expression considerably, restoring her rationality. "Young Master Li, you need not feel obliged. The troubles that have befallen Baiwa City are due to our lax enforcement, which allowed these ruffians to infiltrate." As she spoke, her teeth clenched in frustration. The Divine Maiden Festival was a significant affair for the Hua family, and the occurrence of such a scandal prior to the event was nothing short of disgraceful. "Taoist Hua, I previously inflicted a wound on one of the black-clad assailants. Perhaps this could serve as a lead in tracking them down," Qian Buqiu mentioned, adding, "Those two individuals are likely assassins from the Dark Soul Pavilion. The one wielding the sword seems to hold a considerable rank within their ranks. As I have only seen such attire on the more elite assassins, when injured, they possess the ability to seal their wounds, leaving no trace of blood at the scene. The absence of blood is a precaution against skilled diviners or seekers who might uncover the identity of the assailants. So, it's the Dark Soul Pavilion." Hu Qinglian's prior suspicions were confirmed by Qian Buqiu's words, and she recognized that their elusive tactics mirrored those of the Dark Soul Pavilion. The Dark Soul Pavilion? Xie Yunhe, who had been eavesdropping, perked up at the mention of the name that he was aware of this organization from the original narrative. The Dark Soul Pavilion is a malignant entity within the cultivation world. Often referred to as the assassination organization of the realm, they train numerous assassins and adhere to no moral principles. For the right price, they would kill anyone. This organization had once pursued the protagonist Xie Yunhe. Though their presence dwindled in later chapters, those two black-clad figures were indeed assassins from the Dark Soul Pavilion. Xie Yunhe glanced at Li Yi, feeling a pang of discomfort, and quickly turned away. "They were here to eliminate Li Yi, system. Thank goodness you alerted me in time. Otherwise, everyone would be in peril." Host, the system detected a life-threatening situation for a key character, but if possible, the host should strive to ensure their survival. As they are the cornerstone of this world, any misfortune could complicate the unfolding events. The system, evidently facing such a scenario for the first time, was puzzled as to how a key character could be in danger. It could only conclude that this was a realistic world, where many factors lie beyond control. Xie Yunhe, too, felt an unsettling sense that events were veering off course. Originally, he had been following a script, akin to having received spoilers, yet his very existence disrupted the narrative, and who could predict the ensuing butterfly effect? He sensed that things were gradually unraveling. For instance, Li Yi, who should have made his entrance in the ancient Lan secret realm, was unexpectedly encountered now. After a moment's contemplation, Xie Yunhe decided to abandon the thought. He was not particularly astute and found it challenging to comprehend many aspects that it seemed prudent to take each step as it came. If everything were to unfold according to the script, Shangqing and her companions would have long since perished alongside the Spider Lady, leaving no chance for them to witness the divine maiden festival alive. The tug on his sleeve by Li Yi brought Xie Yunhe back from his reverie. "Brother Xie, have you seen the messages I sent you? Why haven't you replied?" Li Yi's voice carried a note of plaintiveness. "So those incessant messages that nearly caused my communication jade to malfunction were all from you?" Xie Yunhe could not help but scoff internally. He retrieved the communication jade from his garments, where he had hastily stashed it during the scuffle, eager to peruse Li Yi's messages. "Here are the messages from Li Yi. Li, Brother Xie, Uncle Qian, and I are en route to Baiwa City." "Li Yi, Brother Xie, where are you now? Have you set off? Would you like me to give you a lift?" "Li Yi, seeing that you haven't replied, and Uncle Qian is urging me, we are departing now. We are using the latest flying artifact, which is incredibly swift." "Li Yi, this flying artifact is shaped like a barrel, yet it moves quickly. Uncle Qian mentioned we should arrive in about an hour." And so forth, many more messages omitted. "Li Yi, Brother Xie, what are you doing? Why haven't you responded?" "Li Yi, we have already arrived in Baiwa City. That I heard the food at the Flourishing Flower Tower is excellent, and we intend to check it out. Li, what a pity you are not here. My face is just healed, and I wanted to show you that I must say, I am quite handsome." Xie Yunhe read the messages with a sense of exasperation, pondering whether Li Yi was simply bored during the flight. Just moments later, a curious voice interrupted his thoughts. "What did he send you?" Xie Yunhe was about to respond when he suddenly realized that the voice was unfamiliar. Turning, he found a stranger leaning in closely, fixated on the communication jade in his hand. "Who are you?" Chapter 53. Xie Lang refuses to answer. Standing beside him was a youth, holding a book in his left hand and a pen in his right. Xie Yunhe noted that the pen was not a brush, but rather a long piece made of charcoal for swift notation. The boy wore a drab robe, blending into the crowd, and with his bland features, he resembled an ordinary passerby. However, his actions were anything but mundane. Inside the Flourishing Flower Tower, chaos reigned. Tables and chairs lay askew, food was strewn about, and the innkeeper wore a troubled expression while tallying the fleeing patrons. Some unfortunate diners writhed on the ground, clutching areas burned by phosphorus dust. The boy stood in a rare clean spot behind Xie Yunhe, furiously scribbling, his eyes sparkling with excitement, creating a stark contrast to those around him. Upon hearing Xie Yunhe's inquiry, he paused his writing. "Are you talking to me? My surname is Jiang, and I am the 9th child in my family. You may call me Jiang Jiao." He then pressed. "What did he send you?" Xie Yunhe raised an eyebrow. "Why should I tell you? When had this stranger appeared behind him? How is it that he feels nothing at all?" Xie Yunhe cautiously stepped back a few paces, positioning himself protectively behind Li Yi, that if this individual were indeed an assassin, he could strike with deadly efficiency in a heartbeat. Jiang Jiao, disregarding Xie Yunhe's actions, redirected his focus to the tome in his hands, continuing to inscribe fervently, muttering to himself as he wrote. Xie Yunhe perked up his ears to listen to the fragrant Blossom Pavilion. The young master of the Zixiao sect, Li Shaozhu, brazenly threw himself at a young swordsman amidst the glaring gaze of the crowd. The youth, taken aback, recoiled in surprise as Li Shaozhu bashfully inquired, "Xie Lang, am I not beautiful?" To which Xie Lang replied, "No," causing Li Shaozhu to shed tears. Subsequently, when Li Shaozhu was attacked, Xie Lang heroically came to the rescue. Although Xie Lang possessed solid foundational skills, he was woefully impoverished, wielding merely a sword made of refined iron. In the aftermath, the two exchanged tearful glances, with Li Shaozhu, eyes brimming with tears, accusing Xie Lang of neglecting the messages on the jade talisman. The author inquired what the messages were, but Xie Lang refused to answer, leading the author to speculate that they were merely the sweet nothings exchanged between a young couple. How could the esteemed young master of the Zixiao sect fall for a down-and-out male swordsman? Was this a sign of moral decay? Xie Yunhe could no longer bear to listen, his veins bulging with indignation. Enough? What nonsense are you spouting? He stepped forward, intent on halting Jiang Jiu's incessant writing. In a swift motion, Jiang Jiu evaded Xie Yunhe's grasp, disappearing to a distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. The swordsman, furious and humiliated, aimed to prevent the author from penning such blatant truths. Jiang Jiu continued his writing. You are insufferable. What is this so-called truth? Do not tarnish the pure brotherly bond one share with Brother Xie with your tales of romance. Li Yi, perceptive as ever, caught wind of Jiang Jiu's murmurs that he had never been so slandered in his life. He countered loudly. Jiang Jiu, undeterred by Li Yi's outburst, kept writing. Li Xiaozhu proclaimed that their relationship transcended mere affection. Adamantly insisting that they were brothers, the author speculated that this was merely an affectionate term used in intimacy, truly playful. While still writing, Jiang Jiu suddenly felt a weight on his arm. He looked up to see the beaming face of Qian Buqiu. Why have you stopped writing? Qian Buqiu inquired with keen interest. Indeed, why have you ceased? Glancing left, he encountered Xie Yunhe's darkened visage. To the right, he noticed Li Ye's face, a mix of green and red. Jiang Jiu, sensing the atmosphere, raised his notebook and pen high. It's all a misunderstanding. I am a member of the Huang division of the Qianli Pavilion, with a jade talisman to prove it. I am merely documenting the events occurring here, without embellishment. Jiang Jiu cautiously lowered one hand and retrieved a tattered and worn jade talisman from his pocket. The surface bore the inscription of Qianli Pavilion, while the reverse was marked with Huang Division Jiang Jiu. Qian Buqiu took a glance at it. Xie Yunhe also cast a doubtful eye upon it. He was familiar with the Qianli Pavilion. Known for its tedious rankings of individuals, Qin Yu still held the third position on the young master's list of Yunlin continent. The Qianli Pavilion was also the largest information merchant on the continent. Was their identification so rudimentary? Qian Buqiu produced a card from his person and placed it over the jade talisman. The area where the card touched the talisman began to change. The inscription of Qianli Pavilion morphed into Qianli Information Shop. How astonishing! What was the principle behind this? Xie Yunhe's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing his ignorance. Qian Buqiu tucked the card away, and before Jiang Jiu's eager gaze, also pocketed the jade talisman. Verified. You truly are Jiang Jiu, the Huang Division's secret agent from the Qianli Pavilion, Qian Buqiu stated flatly. Then, esteemed senior, may I have my talisman back? Jiang Jiu, sensing that the crisis had seemingly passed, tentatively requested the return of his identity talisman. You shall receive it back once you finish revising your manuscript. I am thoroughly vexed by your Huang Division's fabrications, inundated with your nonsensical drivel. Qian Buqiu evidently remained unyielding. The mere mention of this ignited his ire. It was merely during one assignment, at the behest of the employer, that he had to conceal himself in a place entirely unseen. Not in the rafters, not in the shadows, not under the eaves. Otherwise, the effect of drawing out the snake would be compromised. Yes, the employer even employed the tactic of drawing out the snake, successfully capturing the assailant in the garden. Naturally, he had to endure an entire hour in the employer's latrine. For the sake of the mission, it was nothing. Just as he was about to relish his reward with a hearty meal of spiritual cuisine, comforting himself after an hour of ambush in the latrine. He had no inkling of the storm that awaited him. When friends cautiously inquired about the matter, he was utterly perplexed, until he received a copy of the Qianli report. The gossip stated, the gallant swordsman Qian Buqiu allegedly faced adverse circumstances. I witnessed with my own eyes that he spent over an hour in the latrine, after which he stormed out with a ghastly expression, presumably due to the aforementioned adverse circumstances. That it is well known that Qian Buqiu has a penchant for spiritual cuisine. Could this be a case of indigestion? Upon consulting a medical practitioner, the latter advised that while spiritual cuisine is indeed delightful, one should not overindulge. Should symptoms of constipation or dryness appear, one might consider consuming Qianhua honey. This Qianli report, unbeknownst to him, had circulated throughout the entire Yunlin continent. Qian Buqiu felt the world fade to black before his eyes. He meticulously recalled his emergence from the latrine. Only one servant had passed by. At that moment, the servant's expression had indeed been one of shock. Yet, he had thought little of it. Who could have known that he was a secret agent from the Huang Division of the Qianli Pavilion? Chapter 54. The Flower Clan's cultivators reflecting on this. Qian Buqiu felt as if he had unearthed a trove of Qianli Pavilion spies. His appetite waned. He had been infuriated at the time, smashing the Qianli Pavilion's branch office. They were then compelled to publish a clarification bulletin. Their official statement read, according to the words of the gallant swordsman Qian Buqiu, the previous gossip was purely the author's speculation. His hour spent in the latrine was a necessity of the mission. He did not experience adverse circumstances. Absolutely not. He had no idea what others thought upon reading it. In any case, he felt the clarification had little effect. Ever since that incident, people tended to pat his shoulder twice before presenting him with various remedies for constipation. All thanks to the Qianli Pavilion. Qian Buqiu now regarded those from the Qianli Pavilion with a distinct lack of cordiality. Xie Yunhe, having been angry for a while, eventually calmed down. Were not the spies of the Qianli Pavilion merely petty journalists? He had gained some insight. However, the news had yet to be published, observing the youth's pallid face. He gradually let go of his anger. Let it be. Let it be. One should spare others when possible. The naive Xie Yunhe had never experienced the terror of being at the mercy of the Qianli report. At that moment, he glanced at Qian Buqiu, who seemed to emanate dark energy, and wondered why Qian Sr. appeared angrier than both him and Li Yi combined. This had nothing to do with him. Qian Buqiu took Jiang Jiu by the collar, claiming he needed to supervise his revisions. Hearing that there was a member of the Qianli Pavilion nearby, Hua Qinglian approached. Regarding the Qianli Pavilion, did you take note of the features and appearance of those two men in black? She was aware that the spies of the Qianli Pavilion routinely gathered information and had their own methods of recognizing individuals. Jiang Jiu, being dragged along by Qian Buqiu, nodded obediently. Perfect. Let us go and sketch the portraits of the thieves. I intend to post the wanted notices at the city gate. Hua Qinglian, along with Qian Buqiu, proceeded to deal with the matter of the thieves. Inside the fragrant blossom pavilion, a procession of individuals from the Hua clan entered, all clad in matching attire, easily recognizable. Leading them was a young female cultivator in a light blue dress. Upon entering, she wasted no time greeting those present and immediately rushed to the aid of the injured. The patrons on the floor, upon seeing members of the Hua clan, were filled with a glimmer of hope. Who was unaware that the Hua clan of Baihua City was renowned for their unique life spirit plants? They possessed various miraculous effects, most notably their healing properties. The female cultivator in the blue dress halted before a patron whose arm had been corroded beyond recognition. She crouched down, placing her hand over the wound. A wave of blue spiritual energy surged forth. Miraculously, the patroness' hand, which had seemed to vanish, began to grow back slowly. All eyes were irresistibly drawn to the scene. Moments later, the arm had regrown, albeit appearing somewhat delicate. The healing prowess of the Hua clan cultivators was astonishing. They could regenerate severed limbs. The crowd's gaze toward the Hua clan cultivators grew fervent. Xie Yunhe, witnessing the spectacle, felt it was utterly wondrous. Was this not akin to the ultimate healer in a game? Having a cultivator from the Hua clan by one's side would be more effective than any elixir in times of peril. This was the ability to regenerate severed limbs. He pondered the cost of such treatment and whether those brothers rescued from the lair of the spider matron might seek healing from the Hua clan. However, with such incredible capabilities, why had the Hua clan not been elaborated upon in the original narrative? Xie Yunhe carefully pondered the situation that in the original plot, the mention of Sister Hua was only made around the mid to later parts of the story. If the Hua family were truly that formidable, the author ought to have included a cultivator from the Hua family among the main characters. It seemed that Sister Sangqing had noticed Xie Yunhe's astonishment and, in order to prevent him from harboring any unrealistic fantasies, spoke up. Take a closer look. Not every cultivator from the Hua family possesses such capabilities. There are no more than 10 individuals with this talent within the Hua family. Xie Yunhe observed one by one as members of the Hua family showcased their extraordinary abilities, healing the unfortunate patrons who had suffered calamities at the Blossom Pavilion. Some produced a massive honeysuckle, while others utilized it to sweep over the wounds, causing the redness and swelling to diminish instantaneously before passing the task to the next cultivator. Another practitioner retrieved a plant with multiple leaves. Upon closer inspection, it was a sanchi. The sanchi was then used to brush over an already reduced swelling, halting the bleeding and visibly accelerating the healing process. Wow, this is truly remarkable, Xie Yunhe thought. These must be their life-bound spiritual plants. His previous understanding had been misguided. He once believed that everyone was capable of reviving the deceased, but it turned out that the efficacy of their healing was contingent upon each individual's life-bound spiritual plant. In terms of his rudimentary knowledge of medicine, the Sanchi is known for its ability to stop bleeding and promote wound healing, a fact reflected in the cultivator's treatment techniques. Even if it was merely this, it was still incredibly impressive that at last, Xie Yunhe understood why the Hua family encouraged their children to visualize the 100 flowers diagram. Wasn't this akin to equipping each individual with a healing skill? He felt a profound sense of envy. Meanwhile, Hua Qinglian and her companions had finished their discussions. Jiang Jiao, looking forlorn, was returned to them. Upon witnessing the healing scene, he instantly revived, producing paper and pen from somewhere to begin recording everything. Truly, a spy from the Thousandly Pavilion, never missing an opportunity to document. Xie Yunhe couldn't help but marvel internally. Let us proceed. I shall take you back to the Hua family for some rest. Hua Qinglian pinched her nose, evidently troubled by the sudden turn of events, yet she remembered she had brought 2 companions along. She led the way out to Lie, and Qian Bucho expressed that they had already reserved rooms at the inn. Thus there was no need to trouble the Hua family. They intended to remain at the Blossom Pavilion to lend a hand, keeping an eye on Jiang Jiao from the Thousandly Pavilion. The journey to the Hua family was remarkably smooth. The Hua family was situated in the heart of 100 Flower City, also serving as the city lord's residence. Its location was the finest along the entire street. Boasting a lavish entrance point, 2 stone lions adorned with mystical patterns stood guard, leading Xie Yunhe to suspect the presence of a formation. Upon recognizing Hua Qinglian, the guards promptly swung open the heavy vermilion doors. Hua Qinglian guided her companions through the main entrance. Along the way, they were greeted by various pavilions and towers, red walls with dark tiles, and abundant greenery. The lush trees provided shade, flowers bloomed vibrantly, and the place was resplendent with lights. Hua Qinglian navigated through the corridors, leading them to a spacious courtyard. You shall stay here. This is the guest room nearest to my bedroom. The courtyard was expansive, housing at least dozens of rooms. Xie Yunhe and Sangqing each chose a room to rest in. Once inside, Xie Yunhe sat down on a chair and let out a sigh. So much has transpired in just one day. Chapter 55. Site inspection of the altar. Although they had arrived at 100 Flower City, daily cultivation could not be neglected. Xie Yunhe sat cross-legged as usual, beginning his practice. The assassination incident they had encountered today had once again rattled him. Aside from initially blocking the phosphorescent powder from the butterfly, he had not contributed in any significant way afterward. This time, he had managed to remain unscathed under the protection of others. But what if he were to face a similar situation next time? Without any seniors to assist him, Xie Yunhe was fervently eager to enhance his strength. System, is there anything beyond playing music in my head and striking a wooden fish daily? Host, I can assist you in formulating a support plan to help Qin Yu in the heart of his beloved. I can also analyze the potential developments of various CPs. And, is there no method to increase strength? Host, cultivation must be pursued step by step. There are no shortcuts. If I perish, who would you turn to for tasks? It seemed there was some truth to that. Xie Yunhe pondered for a moment, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the heat. The familiar sound of drip drip indicated that the system was overheating, although it was quite unbelievable. The system indeed could overheat. The last time it happened was when he had seen himself in female attire. Xie Yunhe mused, relying on the system is not as dependable as relying on oneself. He considered that today's events were likely an anomaly. What other unexpected occurrences could arise in 100 Flower City? He resolved not to be overly anxious. Once he completed this substitute task, he would return to the sect to prepare for matters concerning the secret realm. Xie Yunhe seized the opportunity to cultivate. Spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, ultimately converging into a droplet within his dantians, merging into the small ocean there. Before he realized it, morning had arrived. After tidying himself up, he stepped outside. As he opened the door, he found Sister Sangqing emerging at the same moment. The two decided to seek out Hua Qinglian together. Hua Qinglian's courtyard was merely a few meters away, making it easy to locate. The Hua family appeared even more beautiful by day. With an array of flower species, they approached the courtyard entrance. The gates suddenly swung open with a bang, and a figure dashed out from Hua Qinglian's courtyard. Caught off guard, Xie Yunhe and Sangqing narrowly avoided a collision. Are you blind? Can't you see this lady standing here? The figure, a girl clad in a pink dress, halted abruptly, her appearance quite charming. though her tone was rather overbearing. "Are you asking a question? Which courtyard do you belong to?" Seeing no one respond, the pink-clad girl fumed further, producing a whip from seemingly nowhere and striking it against the ground with a resounding crack. Xie Yunhe and Shangqing exchanged bewildered glances, having never encountered such a situation before. My esteemed guest. "What is the matter? Are you looking for a fight, Huatingting?" Just as they were about to speak, Hua Qinglian emerged from the courtyard, her expression dark as thunder. Upon witnessing her countenance, Huatingting felt a tremor of fear. Every time Hua Qinglian wore such an expression, it never boded well for her, and she had genuinely grown fearful of this woman's cunning nature. Shaking off her initial bravado, Hua Tingting attempted to salvage her pride. "Mind your people. If you dare to offend me again, it won't be so simple next time." After delivering her warning, she shot a wary glance at Shangqing, who appeared relatively refined, before huffing and departing. Shangqing found the scrutiny perplexing. While Xie Yunhe was entirely overlooked, the two entered the courtyard and sat down with Hua Qing. "Is that your sister? Why was she looking at me like that?" Shangqing inquired. "That is my maternal uncle's daughter, Hua Tingting. This morning, she even came to ask if I would relinquish the position of the 100 Flowers goddess to her," Hua Qinglian replied as she sipped water. "Why should I concern myself with that?" Shangqing recalled the piercing gaze that "She's worried you might become her stepmother," Hua Qinglian replied calmly. Puffed. Cough. Shangqing was taken aback, nearly choking on her water. My father has long desired a son, but has only managed to produce 2 daughters. Despite marrying one concubine after another, he is yet to succeed. However, the Hua family's residence keeps filling up, and Hua Tingting has been displeased with these concubines for quite some time, taking it upon herself to deal with them. Xie Yunhe shook his head in disbelief. It was evident that navigating the intricacies of such aristocratic families was no easy feat, given the complex familial relationships involved. These matters pertained to their family affairs, and Xie Yunhe and Shangqing felt it prudent not to pry further. Having grasped the general situation, they moved on. Hua Qinglian led the two outside, intending to scout the altar for the goddess ceremony and discuss important considerations for the event. As they exited the Hua family's grounds, the trio encountered numerous enchanting women, each possessing their own unique charm. Without exception, upon seeing Hua Qinglian, they lowered their heads respectfully and made way. Goodness, what a sight! Xie Yunhe thought, estimating there were at least 100 of them. Their attire did not resemble that of maids, and coupled with what Sister Hua had just mentioned, it left little room for doubt. All of them are concubines married by her father. For a moment, he was at a loss whether to sympathize with Sister Hua or the matriarch of the Hua family she mentioned. Having such a father and such a partner must indeed be a source of great distress. As the 3 of them stepped out of the Hua residence, they soon found themselves before the altar prepared by the Hua family. Approaching it, they felt it loomed even higher than when they observed it from the blossoming flower pavilion the day before. Numerous cultivators from the Hua family were bustling about, preparing various items. Unknown vines coiled upwards, enveloping the entire altar, and up close, it exuded an ancient charm, as if they had stepped into a wild era from a millennium ago. This altar, if nothing else, certainly possessed an overwhelming atmosphere. In the shadows of the altar, there was a staircase leading upwards. Upon seeing Hua Qinglian approach, no one uttered a word. They all assumed that the young lady was merely inspecting the venue, which was perfectly normal. Hua Qinglian led the 2 of them smoothly up to the top of the altar. The altar was vast, with a diameter of at least 100 meters. Atop it stood a large sacrificial platform, surrounded by various livestock and offerings. Xie Yunhe hesitated for a moment, feeling an indescribable solemnity. It seemed that even a mere sneeze here would be a desecration to the deities. Hua Qinglian beckoned Xie Yunhe to the side of the altar. "Sister Hua, what is it?" Xie Yunhe inquired as she approached. "I brought you here to scout the location. Remember the position of this mechanism. The hidden chamber is right here. When it's time to switch places, you can hide here first, and once I enter, you can come out," Hua Qinglian explained while feeling along the stone blocks of the altar. She pointed to one slightly left of the center, signaling Xie Yunhe to take a look. Then, with a firm press, the sides of the altar retracted inward, revealing a door. Light burst forth from within, illuminating a small chamber. Chapter 56. Young Master. When beneath such a solemn and serious altar lay a hidden chamber, the sense of sacrilege immediately dissipated as Xie Yunhe stepped inside. Hua Qinglian explained how to operate the items in the room. It turned out that this had been a tradition of the Hua family for many years. During the sacrifices to the goddess, the third step required the performer to embody the Baihua goddess, and this was the Hua family's traditional changing room. Xie Yunhe had a question that had lingered in her mind. Sister Hua, is there really a legendary Baihua goddess? If not, what purpose does the Hua family's sacrificial ceremony serve every 5 years? If there is, then where has the true goddess gone? Who knows? The people of Baihua City believe in her existence, and thus she exists in their eyes. However, according to the historical records within the Hua family, I lean towards the belief that the Baihua goddess was a cultivator, likely a very powerful one. Hua Qinglian replied with growing enthusiasm. I believe she might have ascended as for the legends of the Baihua goddess and the goddess sacrifice. They serve as a source of faith for the citizens of Baihua City, for many commoners without the talent for cultivation. Having favorable weather and being well-fed is the greatest happiness, something that the Baihua goddess bestowed upon them a millennium ago. Coincidentally, every 5 years, strange phenomena occur in Baihua City to alleviate panic and stabilize the populace. It is best for them to feel that the Baihua goddess is manifesting, she continued, revealing a well-kept secret among the Hua family. Hua Qinglian smiled. Xie Yunhe understood. The Hua family was merely putting on a grand performance. The goddess sacrifice was meant to soothe the citizens while also capitalizing on the oddities occurring every 5 years. In no wonder it felt both solemn and casual. Then, do your sacrifices and offerings truly reach the Baihua goddess? Xie Yunhe curiously asked. This sacrificial process has been passed down for generations. It was created by the earliest members of the Hua family. Whether it holds any significance, we do not know. That we simply follow the instructions of our ancestors. However, over time, the goddess sacrifice has evolved from a mere ritual into one of the Hua family's prominent events. We will strive to incorporate more splendid performances to delight the guests who come to witness it. Hua Qinglian explained. After examining the hidden chamber, the three of them stepped back outside. This altar was, in fact, a large spirit-gathering array. When the time came, the spiritual energy from the surrounding area would converge here, aiding the Baihua goddess in replenishing her power for the rain-making ritual. After discussing some precautions, their reconnaissance concluded, and it wasn't overly complicated. Seizing the rare opportunity, Hua Qinglian took on the role of a local guide, leading the two of them on a tour of Baihua City. Once again, they found themselves on the bustling streets. During the day, Baihua City appeared even more enchanting. Having missed the chance to see the river the previous day, they happened upon the riverside by. The river was filled with boats, with many young masters and young ladies taking advantage of the fine weather to enjoy boat rides. Along the riverbank, various shops were selling flowers. Numerous children, clutching bouquets, would approach passers-by, urging them to purchase flowers. However, most of those stopped simply waved their hands and hurried past, clearly familiar with the children's sales tactics. Only a few tourists or kind-hearted individuals would be successfully approached. Just then, a young master ahead was intercepted. Clad in dark robes, he was confronted by the flower-selling child, yet he merely smiled good-naturedly. "Young master, would you buy a bouquet? These are 9 fragrance orchids, so delightful. Just 3 spirit stones for a large bunch." 3 spirit stones, clearly a rip-off. Xie Yunhe and her companions were close enough to overhear. With 3 spirit stones, one could buy a talisman instead, which would surely be of greater value. I recognize him. "Let us go over," Hua Qinglian said. Having only glanced briefly but now spotting an acquaintance, the 3 approached. Accompanying the young master in dark robes was a round-faced attendant, who was conversing with the child. 3 spirit stones? That's outrageous. You're overcharging," the attendant exclaimed. "Young master, let us leave," he said, rolling his eyes. "Tang Yuan, don't be so rude," the young master replied with a frown. "Young master Wen, it's been a while." The young master in dark robes turned at the sound of the voice. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, with an upright posture and handsome features. What was most unforgettable was the refined aura he exuded, reminiscent of a fragrant orchid in a jade tree. Gentle, cultured, and inherently elegant. Xie Yunhe sensed that this young master Wen must belong to a scholarly family. Friend Hua, and 2 other friends. Young master Wen smiled at Hua Qinglian and bowed slightly to the trio. "Allow me to introduce. This is young master Wen Lingze, the eldest son of the Zhaixing Tower. The Hua family and Zhaixing Tower have numerous business dealings, so we can consider ourselves friends." Hua Qinglian introduced him to Xie Yunhe and Sang Qing. After some casual greetings, they became acquainted. Xie Yunhe had misjudged. This was not a scion of a scholarly family, but rather of the Jiaxing Tower. How surprising. What is the Jiaxing Tower, you ask? It is the largest commercial establishment on Yunlin continent. With auction houses in nearly every major city, its primary business is auctioning, while also operating various weapon shops and more. Previously, it was mentioned that Zixiao sect is the wealthiest in Yunlin continent. Thus, the Wen family of Jiaxing Tower is the second richest family on the continent. Hua Qinglian, of course, recognized young Master Wen. Are you here for the goddess sacrifice as well? Hua Qinglian inquired. I originally came to inspect the situation at the branch, but I happened to encounter the goddess sacrifice, so I decided to stay a few more days. When Lingza replied, you still want the 9 fragrance orchids? They're on sale now, 2 spirit stones for a bunch. The child tugged at Wen Lingza's robe, gazing eagerly at this potential big spender. Hey, you little brat, go away. The round-faced attendant attempted to shoo the child away. Tang Yuan, Wen Lingza halted him, squatting down to face the child. I'll take this bouquet. Here you go. He pulled out 2 spirit stones and handed them to the child. The child beamed, shoving the 9 fragrance orchids into the young master's hands. Thank you, young master. May you have peace and prosperity for a lifetime. The child, as if having completed a task, tucked the spirit stones into his waistband and dashed away joyfully. Clearly, he's overcharging, and you actually went along with it. Hua Qinglian remarked, crossing her arms, somewhat displeased. What a disgrace for the Wen family. It seems they need to establish some rules to rein in these unscrupulous flower vendors. No matter, it's just 2 spirit stones. When Lingza chuckled, flowers should be paired with beauties. A young master holding 9 fragrance orchids looks even more charming. However, Xie Yunhe felt an odd sense of incongruity. The 9 fragrance orchids were indeed beautiful, but their fragrance was overwhelming and didn't quite suit him. Ah, yes, perhaps the floral scent is too strong. It strangely clashes with your gentle and noble demeanor, Hua Qinglian stated candidly. I don't mind that. When Lingza chuckled, appearing unconcerned. Well then, I came merely to say hello. I must take my leave as I have guests to attend to. Hua Qinglian concluded her greetings and prepared to depart, bidding farewell to Wen Lingza. Farewell, fellow friends. Wen Lingza bid farewell with an effortless grace. 2 groups of individuals brushed past each other. Xie Yunhe sensed an underlying dissonance and turned to glance back. Just in time, he caught sight of young Master Wen also looking back at them. Upon noticing Xie Yunhe's gaze, young Master Wen was momentarily taken aback, then bestowed a gentle smile upon him, before turning away, cradling Jiu Xianglan, and departing with his attendant. Chapter 57. The Mask of the Shaman and the Beauty. Although it was their first encounter with Wen Lingza, Xie Yunhe felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. It was as if they had met before, creating an unsettling familiarity. Xie Yunhe chuckled internally, realizing that if he were to voice this thought, it might be dismissed as a cliché pickup line. He swiftly dismissed the peculiar notion from his mind and turned back to observe his peers, Senior Sister Hua and Senior Sister Sang. Hastily catching up with them, the trio meandered through the flower city once more. To their surprise, a child approached, offering flowers to Hua Qinglian, exclaiming, "Beautiful lady, I shall marry you when I grow up." The innocent declaration elicited laughter from all 3. Before the child scampered away, they had intended to continue their exploration, yet suddenly, Hua Qinglian's aura fluctuated, causing her to slow her pace. Are you unwell? Sang Qing immediately noticed the shift in the once vibrant Hua Qinglian, who now resembled a wilting flower. It may be that I am nearing my transformation period. I should return to cultivate and assist my natal lotus in its metamorphosis. I apologize, but it seems we cannot continue our outing today. After the shamanist festival concludes and I have successfully navigated my transformation, we shall return to explore the flower city together, Hua Qinglian said, a hint of embarrassment evident, for it was she who had suggested the outing. There's no need to apologize, Sang Qing replied. Senior Sister Hua, your breakthrough is of utmost importance. Xie Yunhe regarded the matter as trivial, appreciating Hua Qinglian's thoughtfulness, as she remembered even the smallest details as he observed the townsfolk around him. He pondered whether this was the reason so many held her in high esteem despite her infrequent visits to Flower City. The trio returned to the Hua residence. Hua Qinglian retreated to her cultivation chamber, stating that her transformation period was imminent and she needed to prepare adequately. Xie Yunhe and Sang Qing each returned to their quarters. With nothing else to occupy his time, Xie Yunhe decided to continue his cultivation. After all, There was never a wrong moment to hone one's skills. He felt his power steadily increasing, gradually progressing towards the latter stages of foundation establishment. The sense of fulfillment enveloped him, for someone who had once been a recluse. It felt akin to leveling up in a game, an addictive pursuit. As the night passed in the blink of an eye, Xie Yunhe yearned to continue his practice. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door. "Xie Shidi, are you awake?" came Hua Qinglian's voice from outside. Xie Shidi might be in deep meditation, causing his awareness of the outside world to wane. Sang Qing's voice drifted in. Curiously, Hua Qinglian inquired, "How do you know?" Xie Shidi's cultivation progresses swiftly. He must be practicing diligently, as I often do through the night. Sang Qing replied calmly, "Is this the norm among sword cultivators?" Hua Qinglian mused, astonished at the dedication of sword cultivators. It was remarkable that Sang Qing could casually mention such a daunting commitment. "You mean to say you don't sleep at night, just to cultivate?" Hua Qinglian cast a curious glance at Sang Qing. "Isn't that the way of every cultivator? My master sister taught me so," Sang Qing asserted. Hua Qinglian rolled her eyes. "Your master sister is not even human. We cannot compare. While cultivating through the night may be sustainable. Don't you ever feel exhausted? Such fatigue cannot be mitigated by spiritual energy." Sang Qing replied earnestly. "A cultivator must endure the hardships of cultivation." At that moment, the door swung open, and Xie Yunhe emerged, interrupting the conversation. Hearing the knocks, he had awakened from his meditation, quickly preparing himself before stepping outside. "Senior sisters, you've come quite early," Xie Yunhe greeted, feeling refreshed. "It's not early at all. The hour is approaching the SI hour. We must prepare for the shamanist festival. There is clothing to change into, makeup to apply, and I must also adorn myself. Time is of the essence. We must also sneak you into the altar while everyone is busy." Hua Qinglian explained as they walked. As they approached the altar, Xie Yunhe observed that Hua Qinglian's assertions were accurate. The area was bustling with activity. The altar, which had appeared rather barren the previous day, was now adorned with an array of peculiar items: jade-carved sunflowers, a bronze pig's head, and blood-stained vines. "What are these?" Xie Yunhe inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. These oddly themed items are offerings based on ancestral customs. During the shamanist festival, one must place their most cherished belongings upon the altar, as sincerity begets spiritual response. But fret not, after the festival concludes, they can be reclaimed, Hua Qinglian explained, casting a glance at the altar. "One could say the Hua family possesses quite eclectic tastes," Xie Yunhe remarked. Hua Qinglian led them into the secret chamber beneath the altar, which, despite its modest size, was well equipped with mirrors and other essentials. "Xie Shidi, it's time to change," Hua Qinglian exclaimed excitedly. "We shall witness the beauty once more. How delightful." Xie Yunhe watched as Hua Qinglian produced an array of bottles and jars, attempting to make her case. "Senior sister, we will be wearing masks. Surely makeup is unnecessary." Hua Qinglian raised an eyebrow. "Xie Shidi, if you are to disguise yourself as a woman, it must be done flawlessly. In the event, hypothetically speaking, that someone glimpses your face, we cannot risk recognition." Sang Qing nodded in agreement. However, in that moment, Xie Yunhe found himself swayed by Hua Qinglian's reasoning, caught in a dilemma. "Xie Shidi, I can increase the payment," Hua Qinglian whispered temptingly. Could one truly oppose money? Xie Yunhe acquiesced. With the combined efforts of Hua Qinglian and Sang Qing, the ethereal beauty re-emerged. Hua Qinglian gazed at her handiwork, then at the transformed figure before her, murmuring, "Could it be that I am truly a genius?" Once again, she had successfully transformed a handsome youth into a transcendent beauty. Pleased with her work, Hua Qinglian put away her array of cosmetics. Presenting Xie Yunhe with a mask and a vial of spiritual liquid, "You may leave a small gap to observe the festivities outside. The shamanist festival will commence around the U hour. So keep an eye on the time. During the third segment, I will slip into the chamber. At that moment, Xie Shidi, you will replace me as instructed, beginning the rain pattern from within the city and then extending beyond. Starting from the west to the east, be ready to adapt as needed. After the rain is concluded, return to the chamber. This vial of spiritual liquid is for replenishing your energy, while pills are effective. The liquid is more direct. If you have any left over, consider it one of my rewards. The mask is an artifact. Its sole function is to draw spiritual energy from the formation, connecting to the altar's gathering formation, ensuring a steady flow of energy during the rain pattern." Hua Qinglian meticulously imparted a multitude of instructions. Finally, She turned to Xie Yunhe with solemnity. Xie Shidi, I entrust this to you. Xie Yunhe slowly donned the mask, the grotesque visage gradually obscuring the beauty beneath. The juxtaposition of beauty and demon was both resplendent and eerie. Rest assured, senior sister. Chapter 58. Guests of the ceremony Tianjin sect. The day was bright and clear. A perfect occasion. Umo, the esteemed elder, awoke from her meditation. Today marked the shamanist festival, and she intended to visit Flower City. Yet, she had recently experienced an unsettling feeling. What could it be? Umo pondered. Was it possible that Qinger was in trouble again? She retrieved her communication jade pendant to check for messages. The invention of the communication jade pendant had significantly enhanced interaction among cultivators. Yet it possessed its share of drawbacks. One such issue was the sheer volume of contacts. To locate a specific individual, one had to sift through numerous names. Furthermore, the order of messages was determined by the strength of spiritual energy, meaning that to find Sangqing's message, Umo had to scroll through countless notifications. The first message was from sect leader Ling, another meeting? How bothersome. The second was from old Taoist Chen. Not worth my attention. Umo selectively disregarded old Taoist Chen's message. The third was from her treasured disciple. Another breakthrough? Excellent. Umo felt a swell of pride, sending words of encouragement. After perusing through at least 100 messages, she finally located one from Sangqing. Master, I am in Flower City these days to witness Hua Qinglian's shamanist festival performance. All is well. Qinger is also in Flower City. Oh, right. She is close friends with that Hua Qinglian. Since all is well, and she is in Flower City, what could be the source of my inexplicable unease? Umo pondered, unable to comprehend, and ultimately decided to dismiss the thought. She set off to prepare for her journey to Flower City and arrived at the sect's entrance. As a cultivator in the transformation stage, if she flew at full capacity, she would surpass most ordinary flying artifacts. However, not wishing to rush, Umo took out her flying artifact, a rather unremarkable flying boat. Umo. What a coincidence. Who called her? The esteemed Yue turned to glance back. It was a stunningly beautiful female cultivator clad in a gradient orange fairy dress. She happened to arrive at the entrance of the sect just in time. And upon spotting Yue, she cheerfully greeted her. What a coincidence, Jiwu. Yuen nodded in acknowledgement. Where are you headed? Jiwu inquired with curiosity. That I'm off to Baihuiqing. If there's nothing to conceal, Yue replied candidly. Baihuiqing is hosting the goddess festival, which many are aware of. Attending to witness the event is entirely normal. How fortuitous. I too am bound for Baihuiqing to check on my disciple, who has been so engrossed in researching that demonic soul seed that she nearly lost track of time. Would you be so kind as to give me a ride? Jiwu playfully smiled at Yi. An inexplicable shiver ran down Yue's spine at her smile. Goosebumps prickled across her skin. There was no harm in it. Despite Jiwu's peculiar temperament, she was an exceptionally formidable medical cultivator. Why offend her for no reason? Yue nodded. I knew you would be the best, Yue. Jiwu grasped Yue's hand and waved it about. A radiant smile graced Jiwu's face, reminiscent of a quintessential young maiden. Ugh, at several centuries old, must you behave like this? Yue struggled to maintain a composed expression. She said nothing and merely gestured towards the flying vessel. How annoying. Yue, you are always so serious. Jiwu pouted playfully. Ugh, it feels as though something is rising in my throat. Hold it back. Yue remained expressionless as they both boarded the flying vessel, setting it toward Baihuiqing at the swiftest speed possible. On the bustling street, an odd trio was making their way. The flamboyant young master in purple led the way, followed closely by two figures resembling guards. The smaller of the two was being scrutinized intently by the larger. Did I not revise the manuscript as you instructed? Why are you still dissatisfied? Is it necessary to stare at me so intently? The smaller figure, Jiang Jiao, muttered quietly. Look at what you have revised. What do you mean? By young master Li's eyes shimmer with autumn waters, rendered speechless. Is that how you altered it? Qian Buqiu, the larger figure, was growing increasingly exasperated. I deleted my previous conjectures. I wrote based on facts. Young Master Li truly wept. That is the reality. If you want me to change it, I refuse. Jiang Jiao had his own principles. I am Jiang Jiao, a covert investigator from Qianli Pavilion. I only speak the truth. Li was largely indifferent to the bickering behind him. Having strolled the streets for so long, he had yet to encounter Brother Xie again. Was that reasonable? Uncle Qian, today is the goddess festival. Where shall we go to watch it? Li asked his uncle Qian Buqiu, who was trailing behind. He had been here before and should possess some experience. The top floor of the Fragrant Flower Pavilion is the best vantage point. Shall we not go there? Another visit to the Fragrant Flower Pavilion. After causing a disturbance last time, must we return? Li rubbed his nose, hoping he wouldn't be ejected by the proprietor again. Fortunately, such an occurrence did not transpire. Upon seeing the affluent patron, the proprietor immediately welcomed them in, personally selecting the finest private room on the top floor for Li. Last time, they had barely tasted the exquisite delicacies of the Fragrant Flower Pavilion. This time, the three finally had the opportunity to indulge. Uncle Qian, I heard you enjoy Qianhua honey. I have some left. Would you like it? Halfway through their meal, Li recalled something and casually asked Qian Bucho. Qian Bucho swallowed his frustration, suppressing the urge to retort. The young master is considerate. I do not require it, he replied with a sour expression. That wretched Qianli Pavilion. Why did you snatch my roasted chicken? Zhang Jiao was perplexed as the individual before him abruptly seized the roasted chicken he had prepared to eat. It seems Qian Bucho truly relishes spiritual food. He would make a note of that. Uncle Qian, do not snatch. There is plenty more. I will have someone bring more. Li began to ring the bell for service. In the inn. Young master, the goddess festival is about to commence. Shall we not take a look? Though posed as a question, it was evident from Tang Yuan's eager eyes that she wished to attend. If you wish to go, then by all means, I shall remain here, responded Wenlingzi disinterestedly. Young master, we have come all this way. The goddess festival occurs only once every 5 years. I have heard it features extraordinary phenomena and spiritual rain. Let us go see. Tang Yuan insisted, attempting to coax the young master to accompany her. After a moment of contemplation, Wenlingzi conceded, it matters not. A brief visit will suffice. Afterward, we shall return to the Zhaixing Tower. There is little worth lingering for in Baihuiqing. Wenlingzi spoke coolly, very well. Young master, by the way, do you still want this bundle of 9 fragrance orchids? Tang Yuan inquired, glancing at the 9 fragrance orchids leaning against the corner, their fragrance too overwhelming for the young master, who had placed them as far from himself as possible. He had even scrubbed his hands repeatedly upon returning yesterday. It appears the young master's penchant for cleanliness is unyielding. Dispose of it. It serves no purpose now. Very well, young master. Chapter 59. The sacrifice at the hour of you. The goddess festival commenced in earnest. Dong dong dong. The bells of Baihuiqing rang out, beneath the towering altar. The citizens of Baihuiqing awaited in eager anticipation. They had emerged from their homes and shops, converging onto the streets. In an instant, the streets became a bustling throng, shoulder to shoulder. Those unable to secure a position peered out from their wooden windows. If anyone stood by the window on the street, they could glimpse the offerings arrayed upon the altars within each household, an assortment of meats, fruits, and flowers. They were paying homage to a small deity statue, depicting an indistinct woman, surrounded by blossoms, imbued with a mystical air. In Baihuiqing, the worship of the flower goddess had become as commonplace as eating and drinking. Although the streets were teeming with people, a profound silence enveloped them, lest they disturb the sacred proceedings of the festival. From the top floor of the Fragrant Flower Pavilion, Li could observe everything with greater clarity. As twilight approached, the sky dimmed, dark clouds gathering overhead. The faces of the people reflected a mixture of reverence and anticipation, reverence for the goddess and hope for the forthcoming spiritual rain. The once every 5 years festival promised to enhance the growth of crops and flowers, leading to bountiful harvests and greater prosperity. The air was thick with a solemn and somber atmosphere. The people gazed devoutly at the altar, which was entwined with unknown plants, spiraling upward. Blossoms bloomed atop it, lending a touch of approachability to the otherwise daunting flora. Suddenly, the ethereal sound of a guzheng echoed, as if resonating from ancient times. Gradually, the sound of bronze bells joined the melody. A grand and enigmatic symphony began to reverberate throughout Baihuiqing. The performance commenced at a group of individuals clad in black ceremonial robes emerged upon the altar, their faces masked, bells strapped to their ankles, and barefoot, stepping forth from the shadows. They began to dance, their movements both bizarre and sacred. Should anyone be at the edge of the heavens, a celestial female voice resonated. A figure adorned in a more elaborate and opulent black ceremonial robe appeared, also masked, with bells upon her feet. It was evident her mask was more intricate, the malevolent spirits depicted upon it appearing even more ferocious. The black-robed priests began to chant softly in harmony with her. Offer the bounties of agriculture. The citizens gathered below the altar closed their eyes in unison, bowing their heads in prayer. The gifts of agriculture. Xie Yunhe peered through the crack in the door alongside Sang Qing, hearing this line. The voice was ethereal, sending chills down their spines. The lyrics recounted the history of the flower goddess, who appeared one day on the horizon, bringing hope to the struggling populace. The people learned to sow seeds and cultivate crops, reaping grains and bountiful harvests. Suddenly, the drumbeats became pronounced, rumbling. The sound resembled thunder rolling in the depths of darkness. The day is obscured. The priestess sang passionately, holding 3 lit incense sticks, which had appeared in her hands unbeknownst to anyone. She ceased the sacrificial dance, meticulously rearranging her attire, smoothing out the wrinkles caused by her movements. No longer barefoot, she donned shoes, her demeanor transforming into one of immaculate precision. The scent of burning incense wafted subtly through the air. Xie Yunhe sensed that the external world seemed to dim, as if a dark cloud had swept over by watching. If perceiving Xie Yunhe's confusion, Sang Qing spoke. This is a unique phenomenon that accompanies the goddess festival. Every year, at this hour, strange wonders manifest in the skies above Baihuiqing. There is no need for alarm. Xie Yunhe nodded, continuing to focus intently on the situation outside. The east wind wafts, and divine rain descends. The female priestess raised 3 incense sticks high, as if in prayer, or perhaps guiding the way. She arrived at the incense altar before the sacrificial altar, holding the 3 sticks aloft above her head. Then bowed in reverence. Her movements were as graceful as flowing clouds, embodying a beauty akin to divinity. Before the altar, the citizens below also spontaneously began to bow in worship. This was indeed a sacrificial rite. The thunder rumbles, and the rain falls gloomily. The sound of drums grew louder, deafening. The priestess bowed once more, and the people followed suit. The larks chirp, and the nightingale sings. The priestess bent in a third bow, and the citizens mirrored her third gesture. The sky darkened increasingly. A gust of wind swept through, and it began to drizzle lightly. The priestess inserted the 3 incense sticks into the altar. O goddess of blossoms, we pay homage. May the divine protect our city of blossoms, granting bountiful harvests and favorable weather. The priestess began to recite the sacrificial words. The citizens echoed her in unison. O goddess of blossoms, we pay homage. May the divine protect our city of blossoms, granting bountiful harvests and favorable weather. The priestess continued her incantation. Please accept our offerings, bless this land, and bestow abundance upon the people. The citizens echoed, their voices resonating throughout the city of blossoms, strikingly moving. Please accept our offerings, bless this land, and bestow abundance upon the people. The citizens bowed their heads in worship. The priestess ascended the altar step by step, radiating an aura of divinity. The pinnacle, she suddenly vanished. After Hua Qinglian finished the sacrificial words, she triggered a mechanism on the altar, causing the entire structure to descend into a dark chamber. She removed her mask, revealing a somewhat weary face. Xie Yunhe and Sang Qing stared, dumbfounded, at the figure that had fallen from above. You never mentioned you were dropping down from the ceiling, Xie Shidi. Go. Hua Qinglian steadied her internal energy and pointed upward at Xie Yunhe. The once divine priestess had vanished, replaced by Hua Qinglian in the dark chamber. Sang Qing grasped Xie Yunhe's belt, hurling the still-dazed individual upward. Go, Xie Yunhe. In a flash, Xie Yunhe's figure disappeared into the depths of the dark chamber, and the skylight above was closed once more. Sang Qing, protect me. The transformation period has arrived. Hua Qinglian's voice grew pained. Sang Qing nodded. All right. Then she watched as a massive lotus phantom materialized around Hua Qinglian. The lotus spun rhythmically, gradually syncing with the rhythm of Hua Qinglian's breath as she meditated. It was as if the lotus embodied Hua Qinglian, and she, in turn, was the lotus. The sound of thumping heartbeats echoed in the dark chamber. Sang Qing observed Hua Qinglian, standing by with her sword in embrace, ready to fulfill her protective duty. Chapter 60. The omen having been thrown out of the dark chamber by Sang Qing. Xie Yunhe quickly regained his wits. Following the teachings of Sister Hua, he soared skyward. The priestess on the altar had vanished, replaced by a beautiful figure in a floral dress in the eyes of the citizens. She was the priestess possessed by the goddess of blossoms. Did you not notice how her attire changed in an instant? Who but a divine being could achieve such a miracle? Moreover, The previous priestess had exuded solemnity and gravity, while this one, even with a mask, radiated an ethereal, otherworldly presence, distinctly not of mortal origin. Surely, a divine spirit had descended upon the priestess. The citizens gazed reverently, bowing their heads once more in prayer. The goddess of blossoms floated gracefully into the air, summoning winds and rains to blanket the city of blossoms. Yet, this was but an illusion. Concealed beneath her skirt was a finely crafted iron sword, a miniature version meant for sword flight, now standing upon the blade. With a vial of spiritual liquid at her side, she was brimming with spiritual energy. Simultaneously, she sensed the surges of energy emanating from the mask, knowing that she could summon the energy from the gathering formation at will. She began to conjure rain from the eastern part of the city. Ascending above the eastern district, she was struck by the oppressive atmosphere of the dark clouds looming overhead. Xie Yunhe furrowed his brow, gazing at the distant storm clouds. Was this the omen sister said to expect? Are you sure this isn't some calamity? It certainly looked rather ominous. The last rays of the setting sun were completely obscured by the dark clouds, and the city of blossoms seemed to plunge into night. Xie Yunhe commenced the invocation of his most familiar minor rain spell. Familiar clouds began to form, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy as they materialized. The dark clouds above also began to dissolve into wisps of spiritual energy, merging into the burgeoning clouds. The clouds grew larger, enveloping half of the eastern district. It appeared that the omen indeed enhanced rain-related spells. Xie Yunhe regarded the enormous cloud he had conjured, one he estimated he could not have summoned even at the Golden Core stage, and silently nodded in approval. This enhancement was remarkably potent. Perhaps he had been overly concerned. The omen merely appeared fearsome, but was it merely a mass of spiritual energy? Xie Yunhe cast a second minor rain spell. The oversized cloud expanded to a certain extent before ceasing to grow, beginning to drizzle gently. Time was of the essence. After releasing several minor rain spells, Xie Yunhe began to move toward the western district, following Sister Hua's guidance to disperse the rain. During this process, the consumption of spiritual energy was not excessively intense, remaining at a manageable level. Drawing from the spiritual energy linked to the gathering formation through the mask, he replenished his reserves, based on his estimates. By relying on the gathering formation's energy, he might not even need to utilize the spiritual liquid to complete the rain distribution throughout the city of blossoms. This task truly resembled what Sister Hua had described, both challenging yet manageable. The goddess of blossoms, adorned in a white dress embellished with floral patterns, began to disperse rain throughout the city. As the spiritual rain began to fall, the people excitedly knelt, closing their eyes and murmuring words of gratitude to the goddess of blossoms. In the areas of the city where flowers were cultivated, they bloomed more vibrantly than ever. Buds began to unfurl one by one. The crops within the city surged in growth, as if a month had passed in an instant. The plump ears of grain bent low, gleaming with a delightful golden hue. Some cultivators also emerged from their observation points. This spiritual rain is truly miraculous. I can feel the pain from my hidden injuries lessening. A cultivator exclaimed joyfully, standing beneath the spiritual rain and allowing the droplets to soak his garments. That I heard that during the appearance of the omen, the spiritual rain undergoes mutations, not only significantly promoting the growth of spiritual plants, but also possessing healing properties. It appears this is indeed true. Another cultivator marveled. I thought it was mere hearsay. I never expected it to be so wondrous. Another voice chimed in. On a rooftop, two figures stood, Yue Zun and Zhu Zun, observing the goddess of blossoms amidst the rain. Yue Zun turned to her companion, who was also gazing at the divine figure. Your disciple is quite impressive. She wields the minor rain spell adeptly. Both venerable figures were well versed in the rituals of the goddess, having witnessed them before. Thus they were not taken aback by the throngs of kneeling citizens. Zhu Zun chuckled in a curious manner. That is not my disciple. Didn't you notice it's someone else? Yue Zun replied. Is that so? Her familiarity with Hua Qinglian was limited, unlike Zhu Zun's deep understanding. This person's waist is much slimmer than my disciple's, but her bosom is smaller. And she seems slightly taller. If Hua Qinglian were to realize this oversight, she would surely lament, wondering how she had forgotten to enhance her figure. Zhu Zun shrugged, disinterested, turning her gaze away. Not my disciple, anyway. The one who just sang the sacrificial words is. Yue Zun was not concerned about such trivial details. Her gaze swept across the rooftop of the flourishing flower pavilion, spotting a group of exuberant young men. Yet, she did not find Shang-Qing among the crowd of spectators. How strange. If she was invited by Hua Qinglian to witness the goddess's ritual, then the top of the flourishing flower pavilion would be the optimal vantage point. Why is Shang-Qing not there? Moreover, Elder Qin mentioned she must attend the goddess's ritual, otherwise she might miss her third disciple. Yue Zun's eyes roamed, seeking something amiss. Finally, her attention shifted to the figure of the goddess of blossoms in the sky. In truth, she felt a flicker of familiarity regarding this person's form. Who could it be? Just then, both Yue Zun and Zhu Zun sensed something amiss as they gazed at the ominous clouds above. A rift in space? Xie Yunhe sensed a peculiar shift as he noticed the dark clouds shrinking rapidly. Drawing upon the energy of the clouds, their diminishment was to be expected. However, he felt the clouds were dissipating at an alarming rate. Moreover, colorful rays of light began to emerge between the clouds, reminiscent of a prism refracting sunlight. Within the clouds, it seemed as if a colossal diamond existed, immediately following the disappearance of the vibrant colors. A terrifying silence enveloped the dark clouds. The music from the altar continued to play, the drums resonating with thunderous intensity. Yet, Xie Yunhe felt as though he were becoming frozen in the sky. Something was about to emerge from the depths of the ominous clouds. He sensed an intangible pressure, a presence that he knew he could not contend with, at least at a level beyond the yuanying stage. How could such a thing exist? Mere seconds felt like an eternity. A dark hand tore through the clouds, revealing itself to the onlookers. This creature seemed to exist in another realm, as it not only rent the clouds, but also the very fabric of space itself. Its enormous eyes gazed through the fissure, and a hint of insatiable greed flickered within the swirling dark energy that it scrutinized the people below, as if they were nothing more than a sumptuous feast awaiting its arrival. The gap was widening. Chapter 61. The demon siege. Xie Yunhe hovered in the sky, closest to the colossal eye, his sensations more acute than he had anticipated. It was far more dreadful than he had initially imagined. It was not merely at the yuanying stage, but at least at the Huashan stage. Just a glance from the demonic eye left him feeling as though he would be paralyzed with fear. How could such a monster appear in Baihua City? The dark energy emanating from that enormous eye felt eerily familiar. He had witnessed something similar on the Spider Matriarch. Thus, it dawned on him that this was indeed a demon. If the respected Yue knew what Xie Yunhe was contemplating, she would certainly affirm his suspicions. This was not just any demon. It was a deep-sea abyssal creature on the verge of merging with the Huashan stage. She felt as though she might vomit blood. She had merely intended to recruit a disciple and witness a divine maiden's ritual. How had she become embroiled in such chaos? The crux of the matter was, how had this realm come under the gaze of abyssal demons? Many had studied the anomalies in Baihua City, confirming they were remnants of spatial fissures. Yet, this was a fissure nearing self-restoration. Put it simply. Did the Baihua divine maiden truly remain unaware? Years ago, someone had indeed torn apart the space to depart, leaving behind a minor spatial rift. What lay beyond that rift remained a mystery. However, the annual benefits it brought, enhanced spiritual energy and the efficacy of spiritual rain, suggested that the corresponding realm was likely a paradise. If this were the case, there was no need to address the spatial rift. If it were to widen, it could merely manifest a secret realm, adding yet another sanctuary to the world of cultivation. If left unaddressed, in a few centuries, the rift would heal itself. Managing spatial fissures was time-consuming and labor-intensive, rendering it unnecessary. Of course, this information was known only to cultivators at the Huashan stage, who had begun to grasp the fundamentals of spatial exploration. Yet, how could it possibly connect to the abyss, who had dared to provide the abyssal demons with such coordinates? This demon was forcefully bridging their cultivation realm, intent on making its entrance. She wished to eliminate that person. Respected Yue ascended rapidly, approaching the giant eye without uttering a word. A longsword manifested in her hand, and she unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy directed at the colossal eye. She knew all too well that Chun Lao Dao had a knack for attracting such unfortunate events. Had she not arrived, would there have been any survivors left in Baihua City, let alone recruit a disciple? There would be no bodies left to collect. Demons devour their prey without leaving a trace. With a single strike, the giant eye suffered a grievous blow. A howl of agony echoed through the sky from the unknown creature. It was indeed its misfortune, regardless of how formidable a being might be. Its eyes would always be its Achilles heel. Seizing the opportunity, respected Yue relentlessly pursued. unleashing a flurry of merciless sword strikes aimed directly at the giant eye. Beside her, Jiwu was equally unyielding, hurling vial after vial of unknown potions at the colossal eye, resulting in explosions and corrosive effects. The giant eye was not foolish. It cast a venomous glare at the two, retreating from the fissure. Suddenly, numerous black orbs materialized at the breach. Respected Yue and Jiwu remained vigilant. One must never let their guard down against demons. A sweeping strike dispatched the orbs, which released cries of distress, some meeting their demise while others sustained injuries. The orbs transformed in midair, revealing their true form. They were not mere orbs of coal, but rather small demons that had compacted themselves for transit. These diminutive demons resembled apes, standing 3 meters tall when upright, with robust limbs, dark gray skin, and covered in black fur. Their eyes gleaming with a ghostly light, exuding the essence of the abyss. Some demons had already been slain mid-air by respected Yue and Jiwu, yet the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, comprising not only those at the Yuanying stage, but many at the Jindan stage as well. It was as if they were endless. Inevitably, some slipped through the cracks. The demons sought to descend upon Baiwa City, but were thwarted by the city's protective formations. Upon witnessing the giant eye, apart from the swift reactions of the two esteemed figures, the cultivators of the Hua clan also responded promptly. The heavily fortified city walls and protective formations displayed their efficacy. Enemy attack. The law enforcement cultivators immediately activated the formation. Activate the formation. A shimmering wave rapidly enveloped both the interior and exterior of Baiwa City. The city was encased within a protective barrier. Upon contact with the barrier, the demons were as if struck by a surge of electricity, emitting anguished cries. As they slid down the barrier, they were reduced to mere dust. Please return to your residences. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A booming voice resonated from atop the city wall. A middle-aged cultivator clad in armor amplified his words using spiritual energy, reaching every corner of Baiwa City. Shortly thereafter, he led a squad of law enforcement cultivators to the outskirts, assisting the two esteemed figures in intercepting the demons. The citizens, who had been kneeling in fear, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. They looked up and were immediately struck with terror at the sight of the battle above. Sword energy crisscrossed, lightning flashed, and the sounds of explosions reverberated. The conflict was fierce. Chaos ensued. What is this? Monsters! Monsters! Could it be divine retribution? Baiwa Divine Maiden, protect us, Mother! I am afraid. The crowd surged, jostling together. Many were trampled, sustaining injuries in the process. The overseer, Huayuan, along with a dozen others, worked to maintain order. Everyone, do not push. Spread out, spread out. Remain calm, remain calm. Do not trample. The dancers accompanying the ritual at the altar halted their movements. The music ceased. What is happening? Why is there such chaos? Is that a demon? How could this be happening? Guardians, prepare to mobilize. Activate the city's main formation. Quickly, seek assistance from the Tianjin sect and nearby cities. After a brief moment of confusion, the Hua clan cultivators reacted swiftly, forming different teams to manage the situation within the city. The masked ritualists removed their masks, armed themselves, and joined the frayed eye in the face of a life-and-death crisis. Who cared for the performance of the Divine Maiden? Those capable of fighting rushed out to slay the demons, while those unable to fight remained behind to maintain order. The citizens, under organized evacuation, returned to their homes. They closed their doors, and the flower bells at the entrances swayed of their own accord. Waves of spiritual energy emanated from the flower bells. Tiny protective barriers enveloped the houses and the streets, forming a second layer of defense for Baiwa City. With a roar, the colossal eye in the sky saw its minions being slaughtered. Enraged, it let out a furious bellow. It was not a mindless, lowly demon. It recognized that the issue lay not only with the two slightly more powerful cultivators, but also with the protective barrier resembling an eggshell. Its gaze shifted toward the barrier, an eyesore. Then let us shatter the barrier. The giant eye closed its eyes in concentration, and upon reopening them, it unleashed a beam of dark energy. In a mere second, or perhaps less, even though the two esteemed figures reacted swiftly to intercept, a substantial attack surged toward the barrier. It was a strike near the level of a merging cultivator, and an attack from an abyssal demon. What would become of the barrier? The onlookers held their breath, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Chapter 62. Various situations. The barrier rippled violently, struggling to withstand the onslaught. It barely managed to absorb the attack, just as the crowd began to exhale in relief. Another assault from the giant eye came hurtling toward the barrier, a second wave of dark energy. The barrier shimmered, but dimmed slightly. The second attack was also absorbed. The third wave of attack followed closely behind. Numerous cultivators strained to uphold the defense, yet the residual shockwaves still battered against the barrier. The barrier trembled violently, a small breach forming. The descending demons, akin to flies drawn to a crack, twisted in midair. Plunging toward the breach, they successfully slipped through the small opening and descended into the city. Demons had infiltrated Baiwa City. Even though the breach was rapidly healing, over 100 demons had already entered. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. A fissure appeared in the sky, from which a gigantic eye emerged, followed by the incursion of demonic creatures into the city. In reality, only a brief moment had passed, merely a quarter of an hour. As Xie Yunhe found himself momentarily paralyzed by the oppressive aura of the colossal eye. He was fortunate that Elder Yue and another unidentified elder arrived just in time to confront the entity. Alleviating the suffocating pressure that had enveloped him, he ceased his rain-weaving and descended to assist the townsfolk in their evacuation. The moment he appeared, his presence proved far more effective than that of the enforcement squad. The people gazed at him with reverence, promptly following his directives to exit in an orderly fashion. The Hua family members harbored no doubts, assuming that the figure beneath the mask was their esteemed young lady, and thus joined in the effort to aid the populace's retreat. Unable to utter a word lest he reveal himself, the Hua goddess, clad in her floral attire, exuded an air of aloofness, just as the crowd was nearing a semblance of safety and began to breathe easier. Demonic creatures descended from the heavens. There was no recourse. Battle was imminent. Xie Yunhe seized his refined iron sword and plunged into the fray. Some cultivators in the city chose to hide, while others resolved to join the combat. How could they turn a blind eye to the plight of Baohua City? Forward they charged. Let the battle commence. Li Yi unsheathed his formidable long knife, its blade gleaming with lethal intent. Qian Buqiu coldly restrained him, asserting, "I shall go. You, young master, remain in this safe haven." The Fanhua Tower, the most opulent establishment in Baohua City, was well fortified. Its protective barrier appeared sturdier than that of ordinary structures. Moreover, those who had gathered at the Fanhua Tower were predominantly influential figures, all of whom were being well protected. Li, exasperated, protested, "I am also a cultivator. Why should I be denied the chance to assist?" Qian Buqiu retorted, "You have yet to reach the golden core stage, while I have already attained the nascent soul realm. But those outside are merely at the qi refining stage." Li Yi exclaimed, gesturing towards the flower family stewards and their subordinates who were outside. Qian Buqiu found himself momentarily speechless. If they are all out there, how could I possibly hide within these walls? Fear not. I possess a multitude of life-preserving artifacts, Li Yi declared, thumping his chest with a radiant smile. Seeing his determination, Qian Buqiu acquiesced, for the demonic creatures posed no greater threat than the nascent soul stage. Surely, he could safeguard the young master. "I too shall fight," Jiang Jiu chimed in, raising his hand. The charcoal pencil he had been wielding had mysteriously transformed into a brush imbued with a hint of Taoist essence, indicating his desire to engage in battle as well. Qian Buqiu coldly replied, "If you wish to go, then go. No one shall stop you from meeting your demise." Li patted Jiang Jiu on the shoulder, approvingly saying, "Brother Jiang Jiu, well said." The three stepped beyond the protective barrier of the Fanhua Tower, advancing towards the direction from which the demonic creatures were falling. "Young master, the demons are assaulting the city. We must hasten back to the inn and take refuge," Tang Yuan lamented, feeling a tinge of guilt. The master and servant found themselves on the streets of Baohua City, still some distance from their lodgings, when Ling shifted his gaze from the main battlefield beyond the city walls back to the branch of the Jiaxing Tower. As the eldest scion of the Wen family, how could he hide in such a situation? What would others think of him? When Ling made a swift decision that aligned with his current identity, recognizing that this could also be a fortuitous opportunity, that he contemplated the demonic creatures in the distance, realizing that, when wielded wisely, they could serve as powerful assets. Tang Yuan, ever obedient to his master, raised no objections. With a light step, Wen Ling moved as if he were an ethereal being, covering a significant distance in an instant. Tang Yuan followed closely, matching his nimble footwork as they sped toward the Jiaxing Tower. Xie Yunhe's current predicament was dire. Just days prior, while cultivating, He had pondered what unforeseen events could transpire in Baohua City. Today, that unexpected calamity had arrived. He vowed never to tempt fate again. Fortunately, Xie Yunhe had the unceasing spiritual energy provided by the mask and a reserve of spiritual liquid on hand, enabling him to endure the prolonged battle. Yet, he lamented the inadequacy of his cultivation level at such a critical juncture. The multitude of demonic entities descending from the light barrier comprised primarily foundational stage creatures, along with numerous golden core and nascent soul beings. The cultivators throughout the city sprang into action, with nascent soul practitioners confronting their counterparts, while those at the golden core level engaged the golden core demons. The remaining fighters, like Xie Yunhe, who were foundational stage cultivators, and a few at the Qi refining stage, banded together to combat the threat. These demonic creatures, resembling monstrous apes, possessed two primary skills: a deafening roar and a wave of dark energy. The roar served to intimidate, momentarily freezing the movements of weaker cultivators. Only those with a robust spiritual sense could maintain clarity amidst the cacophony. Xie Yunhe belonged to this latter group. Perhaps his otherworldly origin granted him a stronger spirit and consciousness than typical cultivators. In addition to the roar, these creatures unleashed waves of dark energy from their mouths, capable of devastating destruction, having already obliterated the garments of several cultivators. The scene was one of chaos and disarray. Beyond their two forms of attack, these beasts were endowed with considerable physical strength, their powerful limbs capable of creating craters in the ground with a single blow. Their dark fur appeared to possess innate defensive properties, akin to being clad in a layer of protective garments, rendering them impervious to spells lacking sufficient force. In simple terms, they were tough-skinned, resilient, and possessed a formidable melee capability along with a modicum of magical offense. Xie Yunhe employed the 13 swords of Wenyang to successfully behead several foundational stage demon apes. What initially repulsed him had become a grim familiarity within the span of less than half an hour. With a stoic expression, Xie Yunhe continued to slay the beasts, though his sword strikes began to slow despite his persistent reservoir of spiritual energy. Even as his power remained, his mind and body grew weary. Thankfully, he was not alone. Numerous cultivators from the Hua family fought alongside him. Just as his strikes began to falter, an ominous chill coursed through him. Danger! Caution! Out of nowhere, a golden core demon materialized. Its claws lunged unexpectedly from behind Xie Yunhe. By the time he reacted, the assault was too close to evade. Was he destined to perish? A wearied thought flitted through his mind. Having dispatched several demons, he was acutely aware of their formidable might. A foundational stage cultivator's physical resilience was no match against such powerful claws. Several cultivators had already sustained grievous injuries. Striving to heal within the protective circle, would he soon join their ranks? To his astonishment, the attack did not land upon him. Xie Yunhe turned, witnessing a fellow cultivator being doused in blood. The crimson liquid streamed down the mask, dripping onto the already blood-soaked floral attire. The once white fabric now bore the marks of slaughter, splattered with fresh blood. Time seemed to slow, each moment unfolding like frames in a slow-motion reel. Blood splattered through the air, and Xie Yunhe observed the anguished words of the injured cultivator. "Young lady, run." Behind him, the demon revealed a grotesque grin, grasping a fresh, severed arm, which it was bringing to its mouth, the arm belonging to the very cultivator who had shielded him. "Young master, flee." The identity of this valiant, yet nameless enforcement cultivator was known to Xie Yunhe. He had been the first to greet Hua Qinglian upon their entry into the city. Unbeknownst to Xie Yunhe, the cultivator had not sought to save him, but rather the Hua goddess in his eyes. Mistaking Xie Yunhe for Hua Qinglian, he had selflessly leapt into danger in the world of cultivation. Such acts were not uncommon. As a Hua family cultivator saving the family's young lady, he might have felt immense pride in his sacrifice. If he perished, the Hua family would surely honor him with a grand burial and provide substantial compensation to his family. Even if Hua Qinglian learned of it afterward, she would undoubtedly show no resentment towards him. After all, he was but an enforcement cultivator who had to accept the reality of death from the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation. Moreover, was this not a world akin to a novel, where characters were fated to die as the plot unfolded? The spiritual rain continued to fall gently. Xie Yunhe could feel the mingling of rainwater and blood upon his masked visage. It was as if he had become one with the deluge. Something trickled down his cheek. Was it rain? Or was it blood? A searing sensation ignited within his chest. A fierce, unyielding anger. An unquenchable fury surged from the depths of his being at that moment. A singular thought consumed his mind: annihilate the demon before him. Kill, 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 kill. There was no option. The demon could not be allowed to escape alive. Within him, a beast roared in defiance, unwillingness, grief, rage, the intent to kill. The once smiling visage hidden beneath the mask transformed into a mask of cold resolve. His spiritual energy surged as it whirled rapidly. The energy from the mask was being fervently drawn in. The surrounding spiritual rain was drawn towards him, converting into raw power. His cultivation level surged. Breaking through, late foundational stage, achieved effortlessly. And still, his momentum continued to rise. Meanwhile, a terrifying entity was being birthed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, yet it was but a fleeting moment that instant. The words of the enforcing cultivator had barely escaped his lips. The other cultivators nearby, witnessing the golden core beast, initially intended to drag Xie Yunhe away in flight. The highest cultivation level present was merely foundation establishment, rendering them incapable of contending with a golden core creature. Was staying merely a prelude to death? Yet, just as he took a step, he found himself frozen in place. It was not only him. Several nearby cultivators felt a bone-chilling coldness that emanated from the enchanting figure clad in a dress of 100 flowers. An invisible force coiled around the sword in her hand. The sword moved. A seemingly mundane strike was unleashed. Yet the beast before Xie Yunhe felt utterly exposed. The golden core creature was perplexed. Why? Just moments ago, it had torn a human apart, preparing to devour its hand. Its original target had now swung a sword at it recognized with a glance that this human was far weaker. It scoffed, dismissing it as the futile struggle of a mere insect. Attempting to evade the strike, it found itself unable to move. A terrifying force had firmly ensnared it. The sword swept across its body. It made scarcely a sound. The creature was bewildered. The world seemed to invert before its eyes. It appeared to see its own body and limbs. Why? It could never comprehend. The Crete in the latter stages of the golden core cultivation. One could remarkably confront Yuaning-level demons with formidable swordsmanship, causing significant trouble for these malevolent entities. The sword chi carved deep gashes upon the demon's body, yet astonishingly, the wounds continued to bleed profusely. Ordinarily, such injuries would at least scab over, but they remained unceasingly gory. Beside the gentleman in the dark robe, his companions hurled spells at the demon, specifically targeting the bleeding wounds, inflicting further suffering upon the creature. With a furious roar, the demon, besieged by two adversaries, shook the very ground beneath them, momentarily halting their fierce battle. To make matters worse, the demon's body suddenly expanded, its strength visibly surging. Just moments ago, the gentleman's sword could leave marks on the demon's hide, yet now it barely managed to create a faint scratch. The two cultivators exchanged solemn glances. The demon was proving to be more formidable than they had anticipated. If only Xie Yunhe had been slightly more aware, he would have recognized the two individuals before him, Wen Lingze and his servant Tang Yuan, whom he had encountered previously. Regardless of their reasons for being here, they were audaciously confronting a Yuaning-level demon, with one at the golden core and the other at the foundation establishment level. Yet, Xie Yunhe was not particularly concerned with this. His gaze drifted to the side. Beyond the battlefield, in the corner of the ruins, a trembling child was cautiously peering towards the fight. An ordinary little boy. He was, without a doubt, noticed by the demon as well, with its mouth agape. It gathered dark energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack in the child's direction. Chapter 65. Unleashing power. Yuaning-level demons are notably more cunning than their golden core counterparts. They understand the art of diversion. As the attention of those present was drawn to the child, the demon swiftly pivoted, directing its dark energy toward the two humans before it. Its initial target was never the distant, spiritually weak child, but rather the two potent humans standing right before it. The black energy struck Wen Lingze and Tang Yuan with great force. Despite Wen Lingze's defensive artifacts, the power of a Yuaning-level attack was not easily thwarted. Both were sent flying several meters, crashing against the wall before coming to a halt. The elegant and composed Wen Lingze found himself in disarray, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his garments muddied by the rain. Tang Yuan fared even worse. Being of a lower cultivation level, he suffered a grievous injury, his leg shattered and unable to rise. Strangely, from his wound emerged small, beetle-like creatures, hastily attempting to mend the damage. A master and servant, both in a rare state of vulnerability. Xie Yunhe pulled a stone from his robes, recalling a lesson from a pig-faced boy who had once instructed him, by channeling spiritual energy into it and striking it twice. This stone would transform from a tool for concealment into a small protective shield against attacks. He infused the stone with energy, struck it twice, and hurled it towards the child. The stone unfurled into a small shield, enveloping the child and his unconscious mother in its protective embrace. The child, stifling a fearful sob, gasped and looked up at the shimmering barrier surrounding him and his mother. Suddenly, he noticed a figure darting past, Xie Yunhe, brandishing his iron sword, charging towards the demon. Don't, host. That demon is at the Yuanying level. You cannot defeat it. The system screamed within Xie Yunhe's mind. It had been stunned ever since the upheaval in Baiwa City. The little system couldn't comprehend the sudden surge of strength its host had displayed while slaughtering foes. How had he transformed so dramatically? It could accept the host's ability to slay golden core demons. But the moment Xie Yunhe aimed to confront a Yuanying demon single-handedly, the system could no longer contain its panic. Host, open your eyes. That's a Yuanying demon, not one of those easily dispatched Foundation establishment fiends. Flee at once. Xie Yunhe felt a cacophony in his mind, shaking his head to clear it. Upon spotting the demon, his eyes burned with murderous intent. An intangible sword aura enveloped him, and his iron sword hung at his side. He quickened his pace, charging towards the demon with the intent to slay. This was a strike capable of cutting down golden core foes. The air crackled with killing intent as he swung, the sword crashing down upon the demon, forcing it back several steps and leaving a deep gash upon its form. Roaring in fury, the demon's wounds, which had begun to heal amidst its frenzy, tore open once more. It redirected its greedy gaze from the two injured humans back to this newcomer, a being whose aura was even weaker than those who had come before. The demon scoffed in disdain, underestimating Xie Yunhe's audacity. Nonetheless, it resolved to proceed with caution, for the previous two had inflicted considerable harm. With a powerful swing, it hurled a fist towards Xie Yunhe while gathering dark energy. The blow was met by Xie Yunhe's sword. The demon felt a sharp pain as it swiftly countered with another strike of dark energy. Although Xie Yunhe attempted to evade, he was still propelled into the ruins, blood spilling from his lips. Yet he struggled to rise, driven solely by the urge to kill, slay the demon, his thoughts fixated on nothing but murder. Host, can you still hear me? It's too loud, the system observed helplessly as Xie Yunhe charged at the demon once more, only to be sent flying yet again. Despite the apparent resilience Xie Yunhe displayed, enough for onlookers to believe he might escape unscathed, the system was acutely aware of the reality. Battling a Yuanying demon with Foundation establishment strength was far too ambitious. While his attack power could rival that of a typical golden core cultivator, his physical resilience remained that of a Foundation establishment practitioner. Sword intent could amplify his offensive capabilities and provide some defense, but it could not fortify his bodily strength. On the third occasion he was launched away, he coughed up internal blood. Initially, the demon remained cautious, exerting all its strength. However, after several encounters, it recognized that while the human's offensive power was not to be underestimated, ascending into the air were not only sacrificial livestock, but also precious offerings utilized by the Hua clan's priests for their rituals. These items ascended, radiating a brilliant white light. Then, suddenly, the offerings shattered into fragments. The white light lingered in the air, expanding rapidly as the offerings disintegrated. By the time the altar stood completely devoid of anything, the white light had become dazzlingly bright. As if sated, the luminous orb vanished with a whoosh, darting towards a direction within the city. Shangqing's gaze followed the trajectory of the light. Xie Yunhe rose to his feet, uncertain of what had transpired. He felt his wounds healing swiftly within him, and his spiritual energy circulating rapidly, his momentum escalating. Out of nowhere, a white orb descended from the heavens, hurtling towards Xie Yunhe. The man and the luminous orb merged seamlessly. The injuries that had been healing vanished in an instant. Xie Yunhe felt as though he had been rejuvenated, restored to the pinnacle of his physical and spiritual prowess. Moreover, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surged into him. Under normal circumstances, this would have resulted in his instant demise, yet at that moment, he seemed to possess an insatiable capacity to absorb it. leading to a significant enhancement of his cultivation level. The spiritual energy whirled violently. Foundation establishment at great perfection, early golden core, and even beyond. When the spiritual energy within him finally settled, it had ascended to late nascent soul. In the blink of an eye, a practitioner at the late foundation establishment stage had transformed into one at the late nascent soul stage. Xie Yunhe's intuition warned him that this was a temporary boon. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity and eliminate several more demons. As he raised his sword once more, its power far surpassed that of his previous strikes. Moreover, Xie Yunhe sensed that his swordplay had become even more instinctual. Should an expert have witnessed this scene, they would recognize that Xie Yunhe's intent to kill had evolved from the initial stage of entry to a proficient level, indicating a growing trend towards mastery alongside his cultivation enhancement. Different stages and attributes of sword intent wield varying degrees of power. The proficiency attained at this level significantly augments combat effectiveness, far surpassing the capabilities of one at the entry level. The demon, initially poised to deliver a final blow to the small treat before it, suddenly sensed an ominous presence as a white object soared towards it, and the human's aura transformed into something distinctly terrifying, no less formidable than its own. The demon's bristling black fur stood on end as it instinctively entered a defensive stance. Yet, even in this posture, it was utterly powerless against that strike, which bore an inexorable intent to kill. In that moment, the demon seemed to hear a cacophony of voices urging it to slay, slay, slay. For the first time, it felt true terror. Then, it beheld two figures of itself, one to the left and one to the right. With a swift thrust, the sword cleaved the demon in twain. A nascent soul demon had met its demise. When the sword was retracted, not a drop of blood was shed, with the demon before him vanquished. Xie Yunhe sought the next target. Gathering spiritual energy beneath his feet, he intuitively learned to fly through the air at the nascent soul leveled at that moment. A gentle male voice resounded from the corner. When Lingzi struggled to rise. "Thank you, Senior, for your rescue. May I inquire your name?" Before he could finish, the bloodied, flower-adorned nascent soul female cultivator soared away, not even casting a glance in his direction, despite his disheveled state. The refined and dignified Lingzi couldn't help but smile ruefully. After all, why would a senior pause for him? To be saved at all was a stroke of good fortune. Yet, he pondered, who was she? Lingzi and Tang Yuan had originally planned to return to the star-picking tower first, then devise a strategy. Initially, he intended to exploit the demons to lure them to the blooming flower tower, diverting the calamity for his own purposes. However, on their journey, they encountered a nascent soul demon. Though Lingzi was merely at the late golden core stage, his swordsmanship was exceptional, allowing him to contend with the nascent soul demon. Moreover, he possessed an even more cunning sword technique, one that might outshine the average early nascent soul practitioner. Initially, he intended to retreat with Tang Yuan, avoiding a direct confrontation with the nascent soul demon. It was not worth the risk. Yet, he spotted a large adult and a small child hiding amidst the ruins of a house that had been smashed by the demon. The adult had already fainted, while the child, cradled in the adult's arms, appeared to be well protected, albeit terrified and crying. He knew he ought not to intervene. Preserving his own life was paramount in the face of the demon. No-one understood this better than Lingzi. However, by the time he realized it, he was already engaged in battle. Upon seeing the adult and child, he sighed. Very well, if it comes to battle, then let it be. A twinge of envy stirred within him for the child, whose mother remembered to protect him in times of peril. Were all mothers in the world like this? He momentarily lost focus. As the gentleman clashed with the demon, Tang Yuan sought to assist. Yet, once engaged, they discovered the demon was far more formidable than they had anticipated. If they continued to hold their ground, it would be their demise. Then came the moment when Xie Yunhe arrived. Witnessing the scene, upon noticing someone approaching, Lingzi, who had been sent crashing into the wall, looked up. It was a sword-wielding female cultivator. She advanced through the rain, slender and ethereal, her white dress stained crimson with blood. Her face concealed behind a mask, she appeared cold and aloof, yet radiated an aura of lethal intent that was chillingly fearsome. Who was she? Lingzi felt a flicker of joy at the sight of another. For every additional ally brought a glimmer of hope. Yet, upon sensing her cultivation at the late foundation establishment stage, disappointment washed over him. What purpose did she serve here against a nascent soul demon, if not to bolster its strength? Then he watched as the female cultivator was struck down repeatedly, yet she rose time and again. Just as he was about to urge her to flee, her aura surged steadily, ascending to the nascent soul stage. Was she concealing her true power? He could not fathom the thoughts of such a formidable being that in an instant, the once mighty demon was obliterated by a single strike from the female cultivator. The atmosphere was thick with killing intent, both when Lingzi and Tang Yuan stood in stunned silence. The image of the female cultivator vanquishing the demon was indelibly etched in Lingzi's mind. It was difficult to articulate the feelings that coursed through him. Admiration, respect, gratitude, perhaps all at once. His heart raced wildly as the female cultivator prepared to depart. He hastily struggled to his feet, trying to steady his thumping heart. He longed to inquire about her name. Yet before he could finish his sentence, she had already soared away. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Young master, have we been saved? Tang Yuan too felt the surreal nature of their situation. Just as they faced imminent peril, a senior had descended from the heavens. She was magnificent, striking down that demon with a single sword. When Lingzi remained silent, slowly rising to approach the child. How much for that stone? He inquired, pointing to the child's hand, which now held a stone devoid of spiritual energy, having reverted from its shield form. The child, who had just caught the fallen shield, looked up in confusion. Isn't this the big fat sheep I encountered? Sniffling, without hesitation, the child declared, 1,000 spirit stones. Deal. When Lingzi replied, casting a deep glance at the child who had once sold him flowers, reflecting on the serendipitous encounters in life. Once again, he had been swindled. That stone was certainly not worth 1,000 spirit stones. Yet, this time, he accepted it willingly, with one hand delivering the payment and the other receiving the item. When Lingzi departed contentedly. Meanwhile, the child, clutching the bag of spirit stones tossed over, felt a pang of regret that oh no, I asked for too little. Chapter 67. Sangqing shattered after vanquishing a demon. Xie Yunhe continued his search for the next target. While soaring through the skies, he heard the roar of a demon emanating from the southeast. With a speed he had never possessed in his waking moments, he darted toward the source. Upon arrival, without hesitation, he unleashed his sword upon the demon. The first strike obliterated the nascent soul demon. The second strike dispatched a golden core demon. The third strike eradicated the remaining demons. The surrounding cultivators were left in stunned silence, once they confirmed the absence of threats. Xie Yunhe pressed forward without pause to the next location. As the cultivators began to process what had transpired, chaos erupted. What just happened? A terrifying sword cultivator annihilated all the demons with 3 strikes. Am I dreaming? Was that sword intent? I don't know. I'm a spell cultivator. Who asked you? Why does that woman's dress seem familiar? Isn't she the flower goddess who had previously scattered rain? Didn't they say the flower goddess is portrayed by Hua clan cultivators? 5 years ago, it was the Qinglian fairy. Could that have been her? You're mistaken. The Qinglian fairy is a spell cultivator, not a sword cultivator. Oh, who is she? Xie Yunhe dashed through several locations, diligently vanquishing the demonic creatures. If one strike failed to slay, he would deliver another. The iron sword, imbued with his sword intent, seemed to be shrouded in an invincible aura, cleaving through the monsters as if they were mere clay. Its sharpness unparalleled. With each kill, Xie Yunhe perceived the enigmatic power within him. The sword intent, becoming increasingly manageable. What had once felt like a force driving him now transformed into a mutual influence. As both he and the sword intent guided one another, the murderous aura of his sword intent became more instinctive under his control. This was the essence of the sword of slaughter. Combat remained the foremost method for nurturing the sword intent. With the relentless slaying of demonic entities, his insights during battle multiplied. The aura of slaughter surrounding Xie Yunhe intensified, and his sword intent grew stronger. Yet the palpable menace he exuded began to wane. Consciously, he sought to temper the overwhelming aura of death emanating from him. Though the reason eluded him, the cultivators who beheld him wore expressions of terror and reverence. Xie Yunhe understood that his aura of slaughter was likely too terrifying, driving those around him to maintain their distance in a blend of awe and fear, with a somewhat muddled mind. He thought it might be unwise to continue this way and decided to rein in his aura. Gradually, the murderous intent and sword energy within him were contained, not extinguished, but restrained. An observer. He appeared less menacing, yet somehow more dangerous. The sword intent flowed effortlessly, its brilliance subdued. He had reached the mastery stage. the third phase of comprehending sword intent. As the initial victims, the demonic creatures had their own thoughts. A rather unremarkable human approached them. The monsters rejoiced, anticipating a feast. The closer the human drew, the more bewildered they became as he effortlessly cleaved them in twain with a single stroke, devoid of any discernible malice. The demons exclaimed in unison, "Is this reasonable?" The slain creatures could only roar helplessly in their final moments. Meanwhile, another individual silently screamed within, "Is this reasonable?" Standing upon the altar, Shang-Qing was left in a daze. Her hair tousled by the wind, no one could fathom the tumultuous emotions that surged within her. The altar now stood as the highest point in the city of 100 flowers, affording a view of every corner of the town. Shang-Qing closed her eyes, then reopened them, yet the scene before her remained unchanged in the distance. A female cultivator donned in a flower-patterned robe withdrew her sword from the body of a demonic creature. Her demeanor icy and relentless, before soaring to the next target. She was astonished to witness her junior brother, Xie, dispatching a nascent soul-stage demon with a single strike, when he had only recently been at the Foundation establishment stage. Now, one stroke, one nascent soul demon. Shang-Qing's pupils trembled, nearly shattering under the weight of this revelation. This reasonable? As a sword cultivator, she was acutely aware of the significance of sword intent. It was the aspiration of every sword practitioner to grasp sword intent was a coveted dream, leading cultivators to employ various extraordinary methods. Many would stand beneath waterfalls, enduring relentless torrents in hopes of perceiving the water's sword intent, an ancient training technique. Yet, most emerged drenched and defeated, with little to show for their efforts. Others would leap from cliffs, attempting to comprehend the wind's sword intent without the aid of spiritual energy. The medical hall of the Heavenly Sword sect was often filled with sword cultivators nursing broken legs, those undeterred by setbacks. In truth, by the time one reached the nascent soul stage, sword intent was typically within reach of all sword cultivators. The tribulations of the Thunder Tribulation refined their comprehension and insights into the sword path, allowing most nascent soul cultivators to glean sword intent from their techniques. Thus, sword intent became one of the nascent soul cultivators' trump cards. While Golden Core sword cultivators might seem unremarkable, they experienced a meteoric rise in combat prowess upon reaching the nascent soul stage. The question of how to perceive sword intent had become a millennia-old conundrum within the realm of cultivation. Each individual who had independently grasped sword intent offered varying answers, rendering their insights largely unhelpful. What remained certain was that upon comprehending sword intent, a sword cultivator could experience a dramatic turnaround in their fortunes. It was also possible to perceive sword intent below the nascent soul stage. And indeed, achieving it at the Golden Core stage would result in an even more formidable sword intent upon reaching the nascent soul stage. Thus, many sword cultivators endeavored to unlock sword intent through a myriad of elusive methods. The broken-legged cultivators had much to say on the matter. Shang-Qing, having once shared their plight, reflected on her own youthful days while observing her junior brother Xie. She could not help but lament the disparity between individuals, the chasm that separated the foolish from the extraordinary. Despite having reached the Golden Core stage, she had yet to master sword intent. After receiving a scolding from her master for her reckless cliff leaps, she had refrained from such daring attempts. Yet here was Xie, still at the Foundation establishment stage, already wielding a form of sword intent. The thought of achieving sword intent at the Foundation establishment stage was beyond her wildest imagination. When would she, too, possess such power? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she drew the sword she had been clutching in a swift motion. She struck down a Golden Core demon that had ascended the altar. This particular demon, possessing strength akin to that of a mid-Golden Core entity, had not been an ordinary creature. It sensed the powerful waves of spiritual energy emanating from the altar and had expended considerable effort to ascend. However, upon reaching the top, it was met with the swift blade of a human. The blow carved a deep gash across the demon's eye, eliciting a pained cry. With 2 swift strokes, Shang-Qing unleashed her sword once more. The demon's cries ceased. With 3 strikes, the demon lay dead. To any onlooker, it would be evident that each of those 3 strikes had targeted the creature's vulnerabilities with precision, though the force seemed light. Each blow was lethal, an embodiment of soft, overpowering hard, one force countering 10. Remarkable. Yet, the sorrow buried deep within Shang-Qing's heart remained unnoticed. Her junior brother Xie had dispatched a golden core demon with a single stroke. While she had required 3, she felt utterly inadequate. Alas. Chapter 68. A ball into embrace unbeknownst to Xie Yunhe. Another individual had quietly shattered due to his actions at this moment. He was consumed by the thrill of slaughtering demonic beasts. He sensed that the white light orb's assistance was beginning to wane. Time was of the essence. He needed to cleanse the city of its demonic presence. Within the city, he soared and swept through. His mask still connected to the spirit-gathering platform at the altar, rapidly channeling spiritual energy towards him. However, the intense output of spiritual energy was evidently pushing the mask to its limits. Emitting faint cracking sounds, when Hua Qinglian had bestowed this mask upon Xie Yunhe, she had never imagined he would ascend to the nascent soul stage so abruptly. The energy consumption of a foundation establishment cultivator was incomparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator. If one were to quantify it numerically, the energy consumed by a foundation establishment practitioner would be 1 unit, while a nascent soul cultivator could expend hundreds of units with a mere strike. Should sword intent be employed in an attack, it could consume thousands of units of energy. That the spirit-gathering array could endure for such a duration was already remarkable. The mask now teetered on the brink of collapse. Xie Yunhe sensed 3 nascent soul demons ahead. Perfect. Slay, slay, slay. He was eager for a thorough slaughter. Facing the trio of nascent soul entities were 3 unfortunate cultivators that a long blade was drawn from the body of a golden core demon, splattering blood across its wielder. Ordinarily, the blade's protective robe should have shielded him from the spray, yet the sword cultivator chose to activate its defensive properties over its cleaning function. Thus, despite being drenched in blood and appearing disheveled, he remained unharmed. In this world, the joys and sorrows of cultivators were seldom shared. The sword cultivator's companion, wielding a brush, found himself in a much graver situation. Under the same assault, he not only looked bedraggled, but was also covered in wounds. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators had successfully vanquished a golden core demon. This was no small feat. It was akin to the divide between sword cultivators who wielded sword intent and those who did not. The chasm between foundation establishment and golden core stages was equally pronounced, particularly when facing the resilient golden core demons. 2 youthful cultivators, seemingly in their 20s, managing to defeat a golden core entity. Who would not marvel at such youthful brilliance? The 2 prodigies now gasped for breath, one using his blade for support while the other lay sprawled on the ground. "I'm exhausted, utterly drained," lamented the one on the ground. "Get up. Help out your master uncle." The one leaning on his blade urged, regaining a modicum of strength. He retrieved a spirit-replenishing pill from his storage bag and consumed it, rapidly restoring his depleted spiritual energy. He then beckoned to the prostrate cultivator. Resigned, the latter scrambled to his feet, pulling out his own spirit-replenishing pill to recover. Once he felt sufficiently restored, he wielded his brush to inscribe a character in midair, the ink shimmering with golden light. "Go." The brush-wielding cultivator directed the inscribed character towards the weakest of the 3 nascent soul demons nearby. The nascent soul demon, in its initial phase, was struck by the glowing ink character, which vanished upon contact. Yet, the demon suddenly faltered, its previously fierce attacks now decelerating as if caught in a slow-motion frame. Slowed. The ink character had successfully hindered the nascent soul demon. However, the constraining effect that the foundation-building cultivators can exert on the Yuaning level demons is relatively limited. The demons seem on the verge of breaking free from the influence of the ink characters. Suddenly, a massive blade cleaves towards the Yuaning level demon. The blade crackles with lightning, the very force that demons dread most. The strike lands upon the demon, causing lightning to flicker. Howl. The early-stage Yuaning demon is rendered numb from the electric assault. Astonishingly, the attacks from the 2 foundation-building cultivators have indeed managed to control the demon for a few seconds. 1 Yuaning-level demon has been restrained, significantly alleviating the pressure on the cultivator, who is battling 3 other Yuaning-level demons. Nearby, 2 more Yuaning demons are engaged in combat with a swordsman. This unfortunate swordsman is Qian Buqiu. Originally, he believed that as a mid-stage Yuaning cultivator, protecting 2 foundation builders in this city of 100 flowers would pose no challenge. Who could have anticipated that he would soon be beset by 3 Yuaning demons? The trio is being chased by the Yuaning demons. What merit does Qian Buqiu possess to attract the attention of 3 Yuaning demons? It is also true that the fewer demons he has killed, The more oblivious he remains to the fact that demons are particularly fond of prey brimming with spiritual energy, that a mid-stage Yuanian cultivator, like Qian Buqiu, is evidently more appetizing than others. Akin to a platter of lobsters compared to a bowl of pancakes. Who would choose pancakes when lobsters are available? Why pursue anyone other than Qian Buqiu? Fortunately, he is no pushover. His reputation as a chivalrous swordsman is well-deserved. With a single strike, his sword emits righteous energy, one of the things that demons detest most. This righteous energy also exerts a certain suppressive effect on demonic energy. Leveraging this, Qian Buqiu surprisingly manages to hold his ground against 3 demons. Achieving a stalemate, the demon's attacks are weakened upon striking him, while his attacks gain potency against the demons. Now, with 1 demon temporarily restrained, Qian Buqiu faces 1 less Yuanian demon. An opportunity presents itself. With a low shout, a terrifying aura surges from him. The intent of his sword erupts suddenly, unleashing an even stronger wave of righteous energy. Sword Qi surges forth. He directs a strike towards a mid-stage Yuanian demon. The sword Qi pierces the heavens, tearing through half of the demon's body. Seizing the moment, he follows up with another strike infused with sword intent against the already grievously injured demon. Qian Buqiu abandons defense and opts for an all-out assault. While this is undoubtedly a risk, should he manage to eliminate 1 Yuanian demon, he would no longer be at the mercy of 3 demons. 2 would be far easier to contend with than 3. The mid-stage Yuanian demon falls beneath the weight of his sword intent. However, the other demon's attack lands squarely on Qian Buqiu. He is sent flying like a ball, propelled 100 meters away by the enraged demon's strike. Rather than soaring gracefully like a golf ball, Qian Buqiu collides with something mid-flight that, he has crashed into someone's chest. A Yuanian-level cultivator. He is saved. Joy fills Qian Buqiu's heart. Thank you, brother. Yet, before he could finish his words, it felt as if something had gripped his throat, halting his speech. Looking up, he realizes that the figure before him is not a brother but a female cultivator wearing a mask. Darkness clouds Qian Buqiu's vision. He just crashed into a fairies. Chapter 69. Heart racing as Xie Yunhe flew towards the demons, a figure suddenly collided into his embrace. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around the person, glancing down at the individual in his arms. He felt a sense of familiarity, seeing himself in the embrace of a female cultivator. Qian Buqiu's face flushed with embarrassment. He stammered, unable to continue speaking. Her hand rested on his waist. Good heavens, when did he ever find himself in such close proximity to a female cultivator? He had just crashed into her chest, but it felt so flat. Why was it not as he had imagined? Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. This wouldn't mean he had flattened her, would it? What a sin. His mother always said one must take responsibility for their actions. My lady, I will take responsibility for you. As he noticed the female cultivator looking down at him, her gaze fixed on him, he inexplicably grew anxious. He had heard that the fairies of the cultivation world favored male cultivators with an air of elegance. How could a rough individual like him possibly showcase any refined charm? His mind went blank. When the time comes to use knowledge, one laments their lack. Rummaging through his thoughts, he finally managed to utter a line. My lady, this humble one is Qian Buqiu, and I am honored to meet you. Cautiously, he extended both hands in greeting, ensuring they did not touch the fairy, keeping them tucked before his chest. His sword, which had been in his hand, was now discarded, floating nearby and emitting a buzzing sound. When Xie Yunhe arrived, he had just witnessed Qian Buqiu slay 2 demons with his swords. This person is formidable. Thus, Xie Yunhe cast a glance at Qian Buqiu, but her attention was swiftly drawn to the 2 remaining demons in the distance. Yuanian-level demons. Only 2 left. Excellent. Let us slay them. Grasping Qian Buqiu's belt, she accelerated her descent. My lady, this humble one is merely... Qian Buqiu intended to introduce himself further, but was abruptly interrupted by the sudden dive. Unprepared, he found himself filled with AI in the blink of an eye. They reached the ground. Qian Buqiu was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground, rolling 2 meters away. When he got up, he discovered that the fairy was already engaged in battle with the demons. In the brief moment of his flight, the battlefield had shifted dramatically. One of the 3 Yuanian demons had been slain. The demon that had sent Qian Buqiu flying shifted its attention to the other 2 humans. Li Yi and Zhang Jiu had just subdued an early-stage Yuanian demon when they realized their bodyguard had been knocked away. Before they could react, The demon's attack followed swiftly, facing the onslaught of a Yuanying-level demon. Would the two foundation builders stand idle and await death? Each displayed their prowess to evade the attacks. Before Xie Yunhe and Qian Buqiu descended, they had already struggled to dodge for quite some time. The previously restrained demon had regained its normal speed, now furious and seeking revenge on the two humans. The attacks from both sides converged simultaneously. Li Yi shattered another protective barrier. Jiang Jiu conjured a shield that floated in the air. Yet the anticipated attacks did not come. Bang, bang, a figure wielding a sword intercepted the attacks of the two demons. Not only that, but this person also retaliated against the demons, after blocking the attacks. Xie Yunhe propelled herself forward, her figure flashing like lightning, ethereal and swift. In an instant, she stood before the early-stage Yuanying demon. Sword intent surged. One strike unleashed. With a swift thrust, the demon's head fell to the ground. As the demon behind attempted a sneak attack, Qian Buqiu called out, "My lady, be careful." He rushed forward to assist. Xie Yunhe remained calm, redirecting the sword's momentum to block. Bang! The attack was intercepted. However, Xie Yunhe was pushed back 2 steps. This Yuanying-level demon was the strongest among the three, likely equivalent to a late-stage Yuanying cultivator. Its strength was considerable, and even Xie Yunhe struggled against it. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If one sword could not slay the demon, then 2 swords would suffice. Any demon could certainly be slain. Xie Yunhe's eyes fixated on the formidable demon before her. This demon was stronger than those encountered previously. The murderous intent that she had previously restrained surged forth. Spiritual energy whirled violently within her, drawing upon her reserves. The sound of cracking echoed beneath the mask. Xie Yunhe swung her sword at the demon. The face beneath the mask was ice cold. How? A strike imbued with the intent to kill landed upon the demon. It severed one of its hands. The demon roared in fury, releasing an aura of pressure, not merely dizzying and intimidating. This demon emanated a palpable force. Those with weaker consciousness were rendered immobilized by an unseen weight. Li Yi and Jiang Jiu both felt a sense of discomfort, as if something were pinning them down, rendering their bodies unresponsive. Xie Yunhe, however, found that this only ignited her killing intent. Crack. The mask could no longer withstand the strain of such spiritual energy consumption and shattered. Simultaneously, Xie Yunhe darted back towards the demon. With a swing of her sword, the demon had realized that this human was not easy to deal with. Unlike the usual demons, it boasted a lineage of higher nobility. Its bloodline was closer to that of the beings that had opened the spatial passage for them. As such, its defenses were formidable. It was not something the 2 foolish demons beside it could compare to. Crossing its arms in front, it attempted to block the incoming strike. Bang! Both the demon and the human staggered back 2 steps. A deep gash appeared on the demon's hands, while Xie Yunhe's fine iron sword bore cracks. The mask upon the face, precariously hanging by a thread, shattered in the tumult of battle, leaving only the upper half stubbornly clinging to its owner's visage. The exposed portion revealed a profile of exquisite contours. Skin pale as frost, and lips thin yet crimson. The upper half bore the visage of a malevolent spirit, while the lower half manifested the features of a classic beauty, inciting an irresistible curiosity to glimpse the face hidden beneath the mask. The fresh blood of the demon splattered against the sword cultivator's mask, trickling downward, staining the cold white with a hue reminiscent of red plum blossoms amidst a blanket of snow, pure yet beguiling. In the gentle rain, a lone figure stood wielding a sword, ink-black hair billowing like a banner, half of their face a demonic visage, the other half ethereal and enchanting. The 3 onlookers were momentarily transfixed. With a swish, the beautiful sword cultivator surged forward once more, drawing a jade vial from their waist, tilting their head back to consume its contents in a single gulp. A portion of the spiritual liquid cascaded down their neck, vanishing into the folds of their attire, evoking a peculiar dryness in the throats of those who beheld it. The trio felt their pulses quicken in unison. Chapter 70. The rift in space as Xie Yunhe's mask shattered. The spirit-gathering formation could no longer supply him with spiritual energy. He retrieved the vial of spiritual liquid prepared by Senior Sister Hua and drained it in one swift motion. The liquid flowed down his throat, instantly transforming into spiritual energy that surged through his meridians, replenishing his strength. Fortunately, he temporarily possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, allowing him to assimilate such a vast amount of energy at once. Had it been his former self in the Foundation establishment stage, his meridians would have surely burst. The overwhelming intent of the sword once again spread across the iron blade. The intangible sword intent reinforced the sword's body, stabilizing the previously cracked weapon as its master continued to engage in combat. If one strike proved ineffective, then two would suffice. If two were still lacking, then three. The consumption of spiritual energy by the sword intent was significant. After just a couple of strikes, a small portion of his energy had already diminished. That it was only due to Xie Yunhe's copious intake of spiritual liquid that he could wield the sword intent for an extended period without depleting his energy. The demon had never encountered such a fierce human before. After barely fending off one sword strike with its hand, it was immediately met with the subsequent second and third strikes. Qian Bucho aided from the side, thrusting toward the demon's other hand. The demon struggled to defend against the duo's relentless assault. At last, Xie Yunhe seized upon a fleeting opportunity, directing his sword toward the demon's eye. A roar erupted as the demon's eye was pierced, rendering it blind to its surroundings. Xie Yunhe's lethal strike followed swiftly. The sword intent, fluid and commanding, attached itself to the blade and lunged toward the demon above. Simultaneously, Qian Bucho struck from below. The demon found itself ensnared between the two assaults. The mid-stage nascent soul demon met its demise. Xie Yunhe sensed his cultivation beginning to wane. He was unwilling to relent. There were still demons left to slay. Time was of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Yunhe soared skyward, sword in hand, heading toward the remaining demons, leaving the three stunned onlookers behind. Who was that female cultivator just now? Li clutched at his chest, bewildered by the rapid beating of his heart. The mere thought of that individual sent his heart racing uncontrollably. This overwhelming reaction left Li Yi at a loss, questioning his own state. She is the destined partner of Qian Bucho. Qian Bucho declared with utmost seriousness. I just flirted with that female cultivator. My mother taught me to be a responsible person, and I must take responsibility for her, he added earnestly. Jiang Jiu suppressed the astonishment he had felt moments ago, rolling his eyes at Qian Bucho's declaration. Pray tell, what is the name of your future partner? Jiang Jiu inquired. Ahem, I do not know. Qian Bucho's previously exuberant demeanor faded. I only knew that she didn't spare me a glance, clearly indicating our unfamiliarity. I do not even know her name, so do not rush to forge a connection. What does that have to do with you? I will find out in due time. I merely spoke the truth. Since receiving news from the esteemed Yue of Baiwa City, Master Ling hastened to the city with utmost urgency. With his high cultivation, he possessed the speed to outpace the rescue team, trailing behind. What on earth had caused a rift in space to manifest in Baiwa City? Was the rift connected to the realm of abyssal demons? Who was behind this mischief? Master Ling seethed with anger. The sect had already been beset with numerous issues. He never expected such an incident to unfold on the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect. Was this not tantamount to trampling on his dignity? Although his presence was not strictly necessary, he had still come that he was determined to uncover the truth. The rift in space required at least 3 cultivators at the transformation stage to seal it. The presence of only Yue and Zhiwu was insufficient. The head of the Hua family in Baiwa City was merely at the late nascent soul stage and could not suffice either. Apart from the family head, the most formidable member of the Hua family was the Grand Elder, who had only reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, falling short of the transformation stage. Yue and Jiwu could only hold off the giant eye here, awaiting reinforcements. Another strike from a sword was aimed at the giant eye. The colossal eye had already been cowed by the 2 cultivators before it. Witnessing the heavy casualties among its subordinates and disciples only fueled its fury. However, the rift remained too small for it to pass through. As Yue attacked the giant eye, she cast her gaze into the distance. A streak of red sword light swiftly approached. That sword light was familiar. Master Ling had arrived. The cultivators engaged in battle outside the barrier rejoiced at the sight of reinforcements. Yue breathed a sigh of relief internally. They could finally seal the rift in space. They exerted more force in their attacks. Previously uncertain of how long it would take, they had retained some of their strength. Now, Yue and Zhiwu began to unleash their ultimate techniques upon the giant eye. Master Ling arrived and, without a word, joined forces with the 2 esteemed cultivators, intending to close the rift in space. Xie Yunhe had already dealt with the demons within the city and had made his way to the exterior of the barrier. Upon seeing the giant eye that had once instilled fear within him, He now felt no trepidation, only a burgeoning eagerness to engage. The sword intent was indeed formidable, yet it easily led one to lose their rationality. Perhaps it was the depth of his obsession when channeling the sword intent. Xie Yunhe's mind was consumed solely with the desire to slay demons, indifferent to their strength. In his heart, he harbored a vague notion. One day, such demons would also fall beneath his blade. Unbeknownst to him, he drew ever closer to the giant eye. Master Ling and the other two had successfully cast their spells. The rift in space began to shrink, and the giant eye cast a reluctant glance in their direction. Ultimately, it resolved to retreat. Just then, an enchanting chant echoed through the air, and the rift suddenly expanded. Who could it be? The three of them immediately realized that the orchestrator of the chaos had emerged. Their sharp gazes turned toward a corner outside the city. There stood an individual clad in a black robe, their hood obscuring their face, their figure slightly plump. Jiwu reacted swiftly, lunging toward the figure. Expecting a prolonged struggle, she was surprised when she captured them with ease. Before she could uncover the identity of the cloaked individual, she heard a sudden gasp. Jiwu looked up to see that the widening rift had inexplicably developed a gravitational pull. Drawing in a nearby cultivator, clad in a blood-stained Baiwa dress, the figure appeared oddly familiar. The Hua family cultivators recognized the dress and gasped in unison. The eldest young lady, the young master. Good heavens! Save her. The closest to the rift was Yue, who, upon witnessing a cultivator being sucked into the rift, immediately grasped the person's arm. Yet, she too was drawn into the rift by an unknown force. Both individuals plummeted into the depths of the rift. Jiwu watched as both vanished into the void. Master Ling, possessing superior cultivation, was momentarily unaffected. He commanded the surrounding cultivators to retreat. Everyone, fall back. Jiwu seized the cloaked figure and ascended. Determined to unveil the identity of this mysterious individual, the hood was thrown back, revealing the face beneath. Is it really you? Chapter 71. The Spatial Galaxy. Upon witnessing a cultivator being drawn into the rift, Yue instinctively grasped the individual. She could not allow anyone to fall into the chasm of space. However, upon seizing the person, she felt an abrupt force tugging her toward the rift as well. Unless she relinquished her hold on the cultivator, she would inevitably be pulled into the void alongside them. Yet, as a cultivator of the transformation stage, was she truly to be daunted by a mere rift in space? She did not let go, and together they were drawn into the rift of space. As they fell into the spatial fissure, they beheld a magnificent galaxy of stars in the expanse of darkness. Countless twinkling stars were scattered, forming a grand river of light. Behind the spatial tear lay not the abyss inhabited by the great eye monster, but an infinite cosmic river of stars. Indeed, this is the characteristic of spatial rifts. Generally, spaces are not tightly interconnected. According to the research conducted by practitioners in the realm of cultivation, spaces are separate, dispersed throughout the vastness of space and time. Therefore, falling into a spatial rift is a perilous affair. One cannot predict from which space they will emerge, nor can they retain the coordinates of their original location, risking becoming lost within the cosmic river. Moreover, the very nature of the cosmic river is fraught with danger. Filled with incomprehensible elements, those with insufficient cultivation will be crushed into fragments by the pressure of space upon their entry. Point 1. Must at least reach the nascent soul stage to traverse the cosmic river of stars. When Yue Zhenjiang discovered that the woman she was holding had reached the nascent soul stage, she felt a sense of relief, knowing that she need not fear for her being crushed by the spatial pressure. However, her relief was premature. Suddenly, Yue Zhenjiang felt the practitioner she grasped trembling, and to her astonishment, the woman's cultivation was actually regressing. What was happening? She had never heard of individuals experiencing such a phenomenon within the cosmic river of space. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Yue Zhenjiang swiftly cast a protective shield around her, enveloping the woman in a bubble-like barrier. The trembling in her hand subsided slightly, though she still quivered, watching as the woman's cultivation plummeted from the nascent soul stage to the golden core stage. Yue Zhenjiang began to search for a corresponding space to escape the spatial rift, determined to reach solid ground. As mentioned earlier, the spatial rift in Baiwa City was once speculated to correspond to a paradise. And this was not without merit. Yue Zhenjiang began to assess her surroundings. Beneath their feet lay a cosmic river of stars, which extended in two distinct directions. This was the guiding function of the cosmic river. If left undisturbed, the spaces connected by the star river would eventually collide. Yue Zhuanzhang meticulously discerned the two corresponding spaces. One was slightly farther away, while the other was somewhat closer. However, the stars in the more distant space were denser. Accompanied by waves of pulling force, after a moment's thought, she decisively chose the nearer space. Grasping the practitioner's hand, she soared towards that space. Flying through the cosmic river required far more effort than flying within the realm of cultivation. The consumption of spiritual energy was immense. Even Yue Zhuanzhang found herself struggling. Finally, after much effort, they reached the vicinity of the chosen space. With a forceful thrust, Yue Zhuanzhang propelled them both into that realm. A whirlwind of chaos engulfed them, and they landed upon a barren stretch of land. The spiritual energy in this place was exceedingly scarce, and for Yue Zhuanzhang, who was accustomed to thriving in energy-abundant environments, it felt quite disconcerting. Fortunately, she had not made a poor choice. This was not the space of the abyssal monsters, at least she had managed to return from the drifting state of the cosmic river to solid ground. The reason Yue Zhuanzhang did not opt for the more distant space was that she suspected it to be the domain of the Great Eye. The spaces within the cosmic river were close enough to possess the potential for collision. And the tighter the connection, the denser the distribution of the star river. Strangely, however, upon emerging from the space near Baihua City, the distribution of the star rivers in the two corresponding spaces was entirely reversed. The more distant space had a dense star river, while the closer space exhibited a sparse distribution. This seemed quite peculiar. She surmised that the recent turmoil in Baihua City was influenced by external factors, artificially intertwining two spaces that should not have been connected. This made sense. Human interference was at play. Thus, in retrospect, she should not have chosen the space with the denser star river. The space she selected was likely the one originally corresponding to Baihua City, which was speculated to be a paradise by the practitioners of the cultivation realm. However, the conditions in this space deviated from her expectations. Why was the spiritual energy so thin? This contradicted the common belief about paradises. These questions would have to be set aside for later consideration. Yue Zhuanzhang noticed that the practitioner she held had regressed from the golden core stage to the foundation establishment stage. Thankfully, the decline had halted at the late foundation establishment stage. Nevertheless, the individual appeared to be on the brink of death. Was this some secret technique that consumed one's life force to exchange for temporary cultivation? At that moment, Yue Zhuanzhang felt that something was amiss. Wasn't this person's attire somewhat familiar? Or had she seen it before? After a moment of reflection, Yue Zhuanzhang recalled this was the flower dress worn by the actress portraying the flower goddess. Wasn't it? Although the dress was now stained with blood, she still remembered its appearance. Who was this person? Hu Qinglian? No. Yue Zhuanzhang had mentioned that the actress was not her disciple, thus could not be Hu Qinglian. Then who was she? Moreover, Yue Zhuanzhang noticed that the woman had comprehended the sword intent, specifically the most challenging form of sword intent, the sword intent of killing at that moment. She radiated a potent murderous aura, which may have affected her sanity if she were at the nascent soul stage. This would pose no surprise, but if she were truly a foundation establishment practitioner, she would be a prodigy. Coincidentally, Yue Zhuanzhang was quite familiar with the sword intent of killing. Simply observing the state of the individual before her revealed that she had been briefly overwhelmed by the sword intent. Such is the nature of sword intent. If one does not master it, it will master you. Hence, every sword cultivator must possess a strong spirit and resilient heart. Otherwise, they risk falling under the sway of the very sword intent they seek to comprehend. Yue Zhuanzhang skillfully retrieved a string of prayer beads from her storage space. She placed them on the hand of the woman before her, as if recalling a similar action from the past, exhibiting remarkable proficiency. Visibly, the murderous intent emanating from her was suppressed by the prayer beads, and the ferocity in her eyes began to fade. Yue Zhuanzhang scrutinized the half-exposed face of the woman, noting that she was quite a striking beauty. Suddenly, Yue Zhuanzhang recalled the prophetic dream of Elder Chen. Chapter 72. A familiar face. Yue Zhuanzhang reflected. Elder Chen had foretold that she would encounter her third disciple, who would accompany her in fleeing through desolate lands. Yue Zhuanzhang examined their surroundings, indeed confirming their desolation. This aligned with one aspect of the prophecy, the third disciple, but besides the woman before her, there was no one else present. Could it be that the disciple he spoke of was this unknown woman? Yet, her heart had previously belonged to Xie Yunhe, not this unfamiliar stranger. Even though this one appeared to possess considerable talent in the sword arts, Yue Zhuanzhang once more appraised the individual before her. Simultaneously, an odd sense of dissonance lingered in her mind. Something felt off. What exactly was amiss? Then she met the startled gaze of the woman as she regained her senses. Yue Zhuanzhang, are you afraid of her? Is she truly that terrifying? No one could fathom the multitude of thoughts racing through Xie Yunhe's mind at that moment that he wished to scream, yet he dared not do so in front of Yue Zhuanzhang. He recalled how furious he had been after witnessing someone intercept an attack from a monster on his behalf. That anger and unwillingness seemed to have awakened something peculiar within him. All he could think about was becoming stronger, to eradicate all monsters from the world that in that moment. He grasped an unknown power. Coupled with the storylines he had read in novels, he suspected he had comprehended sword intent in that instant. However, the memories that followed became somewhat hazy. After delivering the injured practitioner for treatment, it felt as if he had set down the last burden in his heart. Following that, he relaxed his mind, and his thoughts were consumed by the urge to slay monsters, overtaken by a murderous intent. Xie Yunhe could only recall that he had been fervently battling monsters, recalling the gruesome scenes of the monsters he had cleaved apart. Xie Yunhe's lips twitched. This was not normal. He was not a bloodthirsty person. When in his right mind, he typically refrained from overexerting himself against monsters, ensuring his own survival. He meticulously scoured his memories. He pondered who that frenzied killer of monsters had been. Was it really him? How could he be so powerful? Xie Yunhe felt an intense headache. Oh, my body. What have you done behind my back? As for the fact that he seemed to have saved a few acquaintances along the way, those were trivial matters. Then, Xie Yunhe finally recalled that during a confrontation with a nascent soul monster, his foundation establishment stage cultivation, combined with his sword intent, had proven insufficient. Just as he was on the verge of being slain, it seemed that his internal system had mentioned some kind of backup plan. Suddenly, his cultivation soared to the nascent soul stage. Was his system truly that formidable? Could it really grant him such advantages? Was this still the same weak system he had remembered? Xie Yunhe silently called out to the system in his mind. However, there was no response from within his head. Only a profound silence, an inexplicable worry began to gnaw at him concerning his small, feeble system. Yet, the intense gaze before him rendered him unable to ignore the moment. He lifted his eyes to behold the cultivator standing before him. Shangqing's master, the esteemed Yue Zhuns. He had encountered Yue Zhuns once before, thus he recognized her. He recalled how she had saved him from being drawn into the unknown by that rift. Otherwise, he would not be standing here unscathed. Moreover, Xie Yunhe cast a glance at the prayer beads adorning his hand. It was Yue Zhuns who had placed them upon him, restoring his consciousness and alleviating the murderous intent that had clouded his mind. Leaving him in a state of tranquility, these prayer beads were undoubtedly a magical artifact, likely possessing the ability to clear the mind and calm one's thoughts. He felt a surge of gratitude. Yet he wondered if Yue Zhuns might not recognize him. Surely she couldn't. Could she? After all, he was currently dressed as a woman. The thought sent a shiver of terror through Xie Yunhe's eyes. If there was one thing he felt fortunate about throughout this ordeal, it was that the half-mask he wore had remained precariously intact, concealing his expression and visage. It was likely that, during his battle with the demonic creatures, few could ascertain his identity. This was indeed an unexpected stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Before Xie Yunhe could dwell on his good fortune any longer, he felt something surge in his throat. Yue Zhuns wished to inquire about the name of the cultivator before her. She was somewhat concerned about Chun Laodao's prophetic dream. At the very least, she needed to ascertain the identity of this potential disciple. Before she could finish her thought, the individual before her suddenly expelled a great volume of blood. Taken by surprise, Yue Zhuns found herself splattered with the blood of this person. Yue Zhuns. Weakened Xie Yunhe. Yue Zhuns was momentarily at a loss, her composure shaken by the unexpected turn of events. Yet, she quickly regained her senses, applying pressure to the individual's acupoints to staunch the bleeding. She retrieved a medicinal pill from her possession and placed it in his mouth. Perhaps the backlash from some secret technique had taken its toll. Yue Zhuns grasped the person's hand, her spiritual energy probing into his body, where she discovered that he was in a dire state, his meridians severely damaged and his body bearing multiple injuries. Xie Yunhe felt the intensity of his pain escalate, as if every fiber of his being was aflame with agony. Particularly in his meridians, The fatigue and injuries from the battle surged forth all at once. He knew, without a doubt, that one does not gain power without consequence. Every boon comes with a price. Xie Yunhe collapsed weakly to the ground, blood seeping from his skin, staining his flower-patterned dress a deeper crimson. As he fell, the already fragile mass could no longer hold together, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. His exquisite visage was laid bare, yet Xie Yunhe found himself indifferent to the revelation. He felt as though he were on the brink of death. Upon witnessing the female cultivator collapse, Yue Zun's was struck with alarm. What had happened? Was she dead? She hurriedly knelt to inspect her dada. She was not dead, merely suffering from severe internal injuries. Yue Zun's produced more medicinal pills to treat the young cultivator before her. After all, she was merely a young practitioner. She could not allow her to perish here. Yue Zun's caught sight of the face beneath the mask and couldn't help but marvel at how strikingly beautiful the girl was. Truly breathtaking, she must have captivated countless young talents outside. Yet, why did she seem increasingly familiar? How odd. She should not have encountered such a stunning girl before. If she had, how could she possibly forget? Yue Zun's carefully pressed several acupoints on Xie Yunhe, and miraculously, the pain subsided. Though his body remained weak, he felt significantly better. Xie Yunhe gazed gratefully at Yue Zun's, feeling compelled to express his gratitude. Thank you. As the raspy voice escaped his lips, both individuals present were momentarily stunned. The moment Xie Yunhe spoke, he abruptly realized the discrepancy and halted his words. He was, after all, dressed as a woman. And he had not disguised his voice. He could not simply speak freely. How could he have forgotten? He had only uttered 2 words. Xie Yunhe anxiously glanced at Yue Zun's. She surely wouldn't detect anything amiss. Would she? Chapter 73. He is not who he seems. Yue Zun's had heard the girl speak. The voice, raspy and androgynous, was remarkably reminiscent of a male-est, yet there was something oddly familiar about it. Yue Zun's mind began to whirl. She had heard such a voice before. Where could it have been? Her gaze turned inquisitive as she scrutinized Xie Yunhe, her expression deepening with contemplation. Then, she observed the girl lying on the ground, subtly shielding her face with her sleeve. Yue Zun's, is this not a classic case of there is no silver here, yet you still find it? Before long, Yue Zun's recalled where she had encountered a similar voice. She looked once more at the figure sprawled on the ground. Even with only her brows and eyes visible, she had previously seen what the girl looked like. She compared the person before her with the image in her mind. Upon closer inspection, the facial contours and features bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. Since reaching the transformation stage, Yue Zun's had developed an extraordinary memory. She did not believe she could be mistaken. Eliminating all impossibilities, the only remaining possibility was the answer. Xie Yunhe? Yue Zun's inquired tentatively. The person on the ground gazed at her in terror. Yue Zun's. No one knew what was transpiring within Yue Zun's heart, though she appeared calm and dignified, seemingly inscrutable to others. Internally, a tempest was brewing. She had merely posed a casual question, a mere conjecture. Just moments ago, she had pondered whether Xie Yunhe might have a sister or someone resembling him, yet the individual's self-betraying reaction confirmed her suspicions. Was this not Xie Yunhe himself? Yue Zun's mind began to falter as she wrestled with the implications. Was this not a girl, but rather a boy? Yet why was he garbed in feminine attire? Did he perhaps have a penchant for cross-dressing? Should she still consider taking him on as a disciple? Chen Laodao's claims had proven true. She was to accept a female disciple. Was it truly her place to interfere with one's personal preferences in dress? What if her future disciple was dissatisfied with his gender? Should she utilize rare treasures to alter his very essence? Xie Yunhe watched as Yue Zun's regarded him from above, her expression shifting dramatically. An unsettling sight. Finally, Yue Zun's, with a measured tone, uttered, "Do you enjoy wearing women's clothing?" "No, I do not." "I am not." Xie Yunhe fervently shook his head. Even abandoning all pretense of concealment, he realized Yue Zun's had already discerned his identity. Xie Yunhe's heart ached, tears threatening to spill. Why did Yue Zun's remember him, the stranger she had met only once? Why did she recall his name? Yet, in this moment, preserving his reputation was paramount. He truly was not a pervert, esteemed Zun's. This matter is rather convoluted. I am merely acting on someone else's behalf, Xie Yunhe lamented, his expression a portrait of distress. Yue Zun's cast a sidelong glance at him. Withholding her judgment of belief or disbelief, Her healing incantation did not waver. Before long, Xie Yunhe's bleeding ceased, his body momentarily stabilizing in a precarious balance. Yue Zun's furrowed her brow. He needed to be taken back to the Tianjin sect for proper treatment. Suddenly, both sensed the ground tremble. Something was approaching from afar. Yue Zun's extended her senses, decisively scooping Xie Yunhe into her arms, fleeing with haste, detecting a host of demonic beasts with energies akin to her own. Interspersed with the presence of a powerful beast, she knew remaining there was tantamount to courting death. Xie Yunhe had no opportunity to react, finding himself cradled under Yue Zun's arm, akin to a mere ornament as she sped away. The abrupt shift from lying comfortably to being face down against the ground nearly induced him to vomit. The contrast was jarring. Esteemed Zuns, you were not like this before. Is this how you treat me now that you know I am male? You had just provided me with pain relief moments ago. Amidst the jolting of the run, he felt as though he was on the verge of spitting blood once more. Life in the realm of cultivation was undeniably exhilarating. Yet he found it somewhat overwhelming. The esteemed revered Yue pondered within her heart. Fleeing through desolate lands, another coincidence aligned perfectly. Regarding Master Chen's successful prediction about her disciple, her emotions were indeed complex. Xie Yunhe was a young man she had been observing and greatly admired. She had entertained the thought of taking him as her apprentice. However, Master Chen had indicated that the disciple she would take would be a stunning young lady, which left her perplexed. Now, all doubts had been dispelled. After all the twists and turns, it turned out to be Xie Yunhe, the very one she had initially set her sights upon. Revered Yue, it contemplated deeply. In this guessing game, neither she nor Master Chen had erred. They simply had not anticipated Xie Yunhe's peculiar preferences in attire. Alas, perhaps she was growing old and could not keep pace with the fashions of the youth. Indeed, she found it hard to believe Xie Yunhe's explanation to her. Any claim of entrustment was no different from a veil of concealment. In any case, he ultimately donned women's clothing. Surely that could not be dismissed as mere indifference. Revered Yue furrowed her brow. As a practitioner of the path, one must confront their innermost desires directly. There is nothing shameful in enjoying wearing women's clothing. However, to harbor such preferences without acknowledgement could tarnish one's resolve. Upon returning, she must have a serious discussion with Xie Yunhe regarding this matter. Perhaps she could arrange for the young man from Master Ling's household to interact with Xie Yunhe. They would undoubtedly find common ground. Unbeknownst to Xie Yunhe, a social calamity awaited him upon his return, while he was presently being carried away in peaceful ignorance like a mere ornament. The oppressive presence of the demonic beasts behind him was terrifying. Even though revered Yue had mitigated much of it, Xie Yunhe still felt as if his very soul was being shaken. Where were they now? What kind of demonic beasts could even compel revered Yue to retreat? Surely, they must possess cultivation levels above the transformation stage, perhaps even the integration stage. In the original storyline, those at the integration stage were considered high-tier combatants, with only a handful residing within each sect. Rarely revealing themselves, such encounters were matters for the future Qinyu. Had they inadvertently fallen into a high-level dungeon? Xie Yunhe mused. Through the relentless efforts of revered Yue, the two finally evaded the pursuing unknown demonic beasts and found refuge in a concealed cave. Revered Yue set up a barrier, then produced a communication jade pendant to assess their situation, frowning in concern. This appeared to be a small secret realm, beyond the range of the communication pendant. Oddly enough, the spatial rift corresponding to Baihua City should have led to a place abundant in spiritual energy. Why was the energy here so sparse? Revered Yue retrieved a compass and engaged in a series of operations that Xie Yunhe could not comprehend. He thought to himself that he ought to study formation knowledge when he had the chance, that he felt as though, aside from wielding a sword, he was no different from an illiterate. Chapter 74. Lingyi sword. The compass in revered Yue's hand pointed towards a certain direction within the cave, indicating the exit of the small secret realm. Upon noticing Xie Yunhe's eager gaze, she offered a brief explanation. However, she too was astonished to discover a path within this cave. The next steps were straightforward. Revered Yue guided Xie Yunhe through a series of twists and turns, and they successfully emerged from the cave. Arriving at another opening, as they stepped out, both paused momentarily. The azure sky, white clouds, and lush green grass greeted them, accompanied by a gentle breeze, a scene of sheer beauty. They had exited the cave into a picturesque small valley. Emerging from the side of the valley's cliff, they beheld a place that resembled a paradise. Strangely, there was a small bamboo cottage present, suggesting it was inhabited. The arrow on the compass pointed directly at the cottage. There was no turning back now. To leave this small secret realm, they had to investigate the bamboo cottage. Revered Yue cautiously pushed open the bamboo door, her hand already forming a spell gesture. Yet, contrary to their expectations, no traps or hidden weapons were triggered. Inside, a tranquil atmosphere prevailed, devoid of any mechanisms, resembling an ordinary bedroom filled with the essence of daily life. The bed was adorned with bright red cotton quilts, appearing rather down-to-earth. Revered Yue led Xie Yunhe to the desk at the center of the room, where the compass's arrow pointed. Upon it lay a sword. Thin as a cicada's wing, and seemingly light and ethereal, Revered Yue attempted to nudge the sword, but it did not budge. After a moment's wait, aside from the sword remaining in place, nothing dangerous occurred. You try, she urged, setting Xie Yunhe down. Finally, he could stand on his own. Revered Yue, what is this? Xie Yunhe inquired. This place must belong to a predecessor in seclusion. Perhaps it is a fortuitous encounter, Revered Yue explained. Based on her experiences in secret realms, this indeed resembled a blessed land. Upon entering the bamboo cottage, they could distinctly feel the spiritual energy rising, contrasting sharply with the outside scarcity, indicating that the cottage's owner had arranged it meticulously. The strong aura of daily life suggested that someone had once dwelled here. The absence of traps and prohibitions implied that the owner welcomed visitors. Revered Yue was familiar with such circumstances. The owner likely intended to leave something for those of fate. Since the two of them had arrived here, they must indeed be those fated individuals that in her youth, she too had encountered good fortune in a secret realm, acquiring treasures that enabled her to become the Revered Yue of today. Xie Yunhe reached out towards the sword. Upon touching it, the scabs from the wounds on his hand caused the sword to emit a peculiar glow. Startled, he attempted to retract his hand, only to find it inexplicably stuck to the sword. While his internal spiritual energy began to flow toward it, he cast a pleading glance at Revered Yue. Observing that the sword was merely absorbing Xie Yunhe's energy to recognize its master, she retrieved some nourishing pills and offered a few to him. The sword is recognizing its master. You share a connection with it. Xie Yunhe consumed the pills to replenish his energy, but with his meridians severely damaged, the flow of energy brought him pain rather than comfort. Blood seeped from his body. Fortunately, the process of recognizing a master was not lengthy. Otherwise, it would have been too taxing for Xie Yunhe. When he finally managed to lift the sword, he noticed a few characters flash across the hilt. Lingyi sword? Xie Yunhe murmured. Revered Yue's attention was then drawn to a disturbance on the desk. After the sword was removed, it seemed as though a layer of illusion had been lifted, revealing what lay beneath. It was a translucent, elongated object resembling a spirit stone, yet appearing far more saturated with spiritual energy. This object rested atop a sheet of paper, and through its clarity, 3 large characters could be discerned. Baiwa City. While Xie Yunhe was still examining the inexplicable sword that had accepted him as its master, he heard Revered Yue's astonished voice. A spiritual vein. What? What kind of spiritual vein? Are we about to strike it rich? Xie Yunhe turned to gaze at the crystalline object that resembled crystal, his heart filled with confusion. Was this palm-sized object truly a spiritual vein? Why was it resting on this paper, which bore the name Baiwa City? He wondered how Baiwa City was faring now. Had the demonic creatures been driven away? Shangqing returned to the hidden chamber beneath the altar after clearing the demonic creatures from the sacrificial platform. The colossal lotus still enveloped the Hua Qinglian. Those outside could not discern the situation within. She sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy. Could Hua Qinglian be emerging from within? This was also Shangqing's first time witnessing the metamorphosis of a cultivator from the Hua family. Previously, she had only a vague understanding of what this transformation entailed. The metamorphosis stage seemed to consume a considerable amount of spiritual energy, along with something else. A rumble of thunder echoed. Shangqing opened the skylight of the hidden chamber to take a glance outside. Unbeknownst to her, dark clouds had gathered in the sky. Lightning rumbled within, poised to strike. After observing for a moment, Shangqing numbly glanced at the massive lotus once more. Then, she fled the hidden chamber with the speed of her life. Only when she reached the altar did she finally exhale in relief. She recalled that Hua Qinglian had once mentioned that if a cultivator from the Hua family with exceptional talent were to undergo transformation in the Golden Core stage, it would attract the Thunder Tribulation. She had just been inside. Was that not akin to courting death? The thunder tribulation would not care whether she was the one meant to face it, standing beside the one undergoing tribulation. The heavenly laws would presume her to be part of it and would strike without hesitation. Shang-Qing was not keen on being struck down without reason. The lightning in the sky grew increasingly brilliant. Suddenly, a bolt struck towards the altar. The thunder tribulation had commenced at this moment. Master Ling and revered Zhiwu, who were outside the city, also turned their gazes toward the interior. This thunder tribulation? Is someone about to break through to the nascent soul stage? Master Ling sensed the energy, but soon dismissed his speculation. No, it's someone about to break through to the golden core stage. This thunder tribulation is somewhat smaller than the typical one encountered during the nascent soul stage. The esteemed Zhigo Zuns also turned his gaze in that direction, recalling something, and a smile crept upon his lips, hinting at a conjecture. Perhaps my disciple is undergoing the tribulation. Master, I shall take a look. This individual shall be entrusted to your care. Zhigo Zuns handed over the black-robed figure, who had been bound by restrictions, to Master Ling, before soaring towards the site of the thunder tribulation. Master Ling, reluctantly shouldering the responsibility for the black-robed individual, regarded him with a grave expression, realizing that the situation was more intricate than he had anticipated. Chapter 75. 9 Heaven's Blue Lotus in Baohua City. All cultivators bore witness to the spectacle that a multitude of dark clouds congregated in the direction of the altar, where lightning danced among the layers of clouds, producing deafening roars of thunder. Before long, the first bolt of thunder tribulation descended. Boom! The tribulation struck towards the altar, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. With the demonic creatures in the city having been eradicated, the small protective barrier had also been retracted by the cultivators of the Hua family. Every moment was a treasure of spirit stones. Now that the city was safe, the small barrier could indeed be taken down. Upon sensing the barrier outside had been retracted and the roars of the demonic beasts had vanished, some of the bolder citizens ventured out of their homes, while others discreetly observed the unfolding events from behind their doors. Thus, they all witnessed the thunderous display. Terrible luck! Have we offended the divine maiden of flowers? Incurring divine wrath, divine maiden, bless us. We beseech you, do not hold our transgressions against us. Offerings are presented, surely. This is divine retribution. Shang-Qing watched in trepidation. She had yet to experience a thunder tribulation herself. Typically, cultivators encounter such trials upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Although only a select few with exceptional talents face tribulations during the golden core stage, not every cultivator of the Hua family would face a tribulation at this level. On a positive note, it signifies the heavenly Tao's recognition of one's aptitude. Conversely, if one cannot endure, death may come sooner than for the average person. Perhaps this is the balance of the cultivation world. Those with greater talents endure greater trials. Though many assert that one should follow the heavenly Tao, cultivation relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is not inexhaustible. The more one consumes, the scarcer it becomes that a mere mortal's desire for immortality and transcendence over their own kind is, in essence, a rebellious act against fate. Thus, those particularly prodigious individuals are often the first to encounter thunder tribulations. Soon, the second bolt of tribulation struck. It continued to surge towards the altar. Shang-Qing, observing from the sidelines, noticed someone approaching her. Upon seeing the female cultivator clad in an orange Xiaoxian gown, she immediately became reserved, offering a polite salute. Tianjin sects, Shang-Qing pays respects to the esteemed Zhigo Zuns. Zhigo Zuns waved a hand dismissively, signaling her not to stand on ceremony, and then appraised Shang-Qing. You must be the little Shang-Qing. How you've grown after all these years. Is your leg fully healed now? Shang-Qing felt a bit intimidated by this renowned healer within the Tianjin sect. Yes, I am forever grateful for your treatment, esteemed Zuns. The memories of her time under Zhigo Zun's care filled her with pain. It was all due to her youthful recklessness, attempting to leap off a cliff to comprehend sword intent. She failed to grasp the intent and ended up with a broken leg. The concerned Yue Zuns sought out the best healer in the Tianjin sect, Zhigo Zuns, to treat her. Although her leg was healed, the experience left an indelible psychological scar on Shang-Qing. That is merely my duty as a healer. Saving lives has always been my personal creed. Zhigo Zuns laughed, cupping her face with a smile. Shang-Qing responded, Is the one undergoing the thunder tribulation my disciple? Zhigo Zun's turned her gaze towards Sang Qing. Indeed, it is Qing Lian, faced with Zhigo Zun's. Sang Qing dared not conceal anything. The thunderclouds roiled, and the lightning brewed. The third bolt of tribulation descended. This third bolt was significantly thicker than the previous two, leaping toward the altar like a thunder dragon, aimed at the colossal lotus within. Sang Qing and Zhigo Zun stood at the altar's edge, watching intently. Sang Qing discreetly observed Zhigo Zun's. Was she not worried about her disciple undergoing the tribulation? Fate dictates life and death. I believe little Qing Lian will endure. The more participants in the tribulation, the more fearsome it becomes. It is best we refrain from interfering, Zhigo Zun's remarked, noticing Sang Qing's subtle gestures with an amused smile. Though her words seemed somewhat callous, they held a kernel of truth. Sang Qing nodded, only to hear Zhigo Zun's add, "If little Qing Lian does not survive, I shall collect her remains." Collecting remains. Sang Qing felt a wave of dread wash over her. After the third bolt of tribulation struck, the thunderclouds gradually dispersed. Was it over? Sang Qing looked towards the altar, wondering how Hua Qing Lian fared. There seemed to be no further movement. Just as she pondered this, the altar suddenly radiated a golden light. The golden glow transformed into a brilliant glow, dyeing the sky in hues of dawn. As the radiance intensified, ethereal lotus blossoms unfurled in the air, carpeting a significant portion of Baohua City. This scene was breathtaking, resembling a celestial realm. The citizens of the city gazed up in awe at a natural phenomenon. How remarkable, my little disciple. Zhigo Zun's looked skyward, a smile gracing her features. Such manifestations occur when a gifted individual survives a thunder tribulation, indicating their extraordinary aptitude. More prodigious talents within the sect often experience such phenomena during their breakthroughs. Sang Qing gazed up enviously. How she wished she too could experience a natural phenomenon, though her cultivation speed surpassed that of Hua Qing Lian. In terms of innate talent, she likely fell short. Suddenly, a figure soared from the altar, exuding an abundance of spiritual energy. Whatever she had accomplished, the ethereal lotus blossoms in the sky had transformed from illusion to reality. The sky was now truly adorned with lotus flowers. As the blossoms multiplied, they intertwined to form a sea of lotuses. Then, the lotuses began to swirl, transforming into smaller blooms that drifted downward. Each lotus that landed upon injured cultivators immediately healed their wounds. When they fell upon the citizens, many found their limbs rejuvenated and their bodies revitalized. Strikingly, those with severed arms and legs saw their lost limbs begin to regenerate. The wounded cultivators of the Hua family stared in disbelief at the altar, as their injuries were mended by the lotus flowers. Additionally, some cultivators, who had been tainted by demonic energy in battles, found the malevolent essence purged under the healing influence of the small lotuses. In an eye, the steward of the star-picking tower, an astute and capable elder, stroked his beard and sighed, engaged in a discussion with the eldest son of the tower regarding the recent incident. Young Master Wen was known for his meticulous approach to tasks, managing the star-picking tower with great skill. For those in subordinate positions, it sufficed to offer him some ideas, as he would undoubtedly make his own decisions regarding other matters. Wen Ling had already prepared himself. Once again embodying the aura of a distinguished nobleman, he gazed at the small lotus that drifted in through the door and landed on the severed leg of the Tang Yuan. The little lotus was swiftly mending the broken limb, nurturing it back to life. Tang Yuan looked at his leg in astonishment. In the distance, a figure floated above the altar, surrounded by blossoming lotuses. Many onlookers in the streets beside the star-picking tower witnessed this marvel. The common folk knelt in reverence. The goddess of 100 flowers had manifested. The divine maiden had descended. My long-standing ailment has miraculously healed. Ha ha ha. Thank you, goddess of 100 flowers. My child's illness is cured. Amidst the clamor and the sounds of blessings, Wen Ling lowered his gaze, observing the reflection of himself in his tea, while his mind wandered far from the steward's mention of fostering relations with the Hua family. He was not even contemplating that. Instead, his thoughts were consumed by the image of a graceful figure wielding a sword in the rain. Had that person healed from their injuries? Surely, he must have appeared quite unappealing in her eyes. As she had not even spared him a glance before departing, Wen Ling gazed into the distance, lost in reverie, his eyes concealing an unspoken sense of regret. Had he known, he would have dressed more attractively. What was her name? What did she look like? She must have been a paragon of beauty. Would they ever cross paths again? lost in thought, when Ling retrieved a small stone from his sleeve, gently caressing it as if that person were still by his side, causing the young master to blush subtly. "Young master, I believe it is imperative that we pay a visit to the young lady of the Hua family. With her manifesting such a remarkable life essence, many will undoubtedly seek her out, and if we delay, it may not bode well for us. The Nine Heavens Blue Lotus is a life-saving treasure. Should any misfortune arise in the future, we could still call upon the young lady for assistance." The steward inquired about when Ling's thoughts. "Indeed, time is of the essence. Hua Qinglian will surely recognize her." When Ling replied, not forgetting the exquisite flower dress the other had worn upon their first meeting, the same attire donned by the goddess of 100 flowers when she summoned rain from the skies. Thus, Hua Qinglian must know who that person was. The steward's words jolted him. He indeed ought to visit Hua Qinglian to inquire about that individual. "Steward? Young Master One, what are you saying? Are we discussing the same matter? Why do you seem to be blushing?" The steward was left utterly perplexed at that moment. The person being pondered upon happened to appear within Baiwa City, several small lotuses since the injured one, and floated towards him. Xie Yunhe felt the influx of the little lotuses into his body, significantly alleviating his wounds. The once ruptured meridians gradually began to heal. Xie Yunhe was taken aback. What had transpired in Baiwa City during his absence with the esteemed Yue? He beheld the sea of lotuses that obscured the sky and moon, and the common folk kneeling in prayer on the streets. Suddenly, he recalled his senior sister Hua Qinglian during her metamorphosis period, and he felt a twinge of guilt as he touched his nose. Wasn't the invasion of demonic creatures far too sudden? He had been caught up in his own affairs and had almost forgotten that his senior sister was still undergoing her transformation. It now appeared that the metamorphosis had been quite successful, and she had likely reaped considerable benefits from it, giving rise to so many small lotuses. Yue glanced at the altar, then at the fluttering little lotuses. She lifted Xie Yunhe and headed towards the altar, having spotted the Zhiwu elder in that direction, who had called upon her to heal Xie for how they had arrived in Baiwa City. The tale began a tea session prior. The two had been in a small secret realm, where they discovered a spirit vein resting upon a desk. Yue was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. After employing several secret techniques, the crystalline spirit vein soared towards her and was safely stored away. Xie Yunhe did not see where Yue had placed it, but he presumed it was in a storage space or something similar. He felt envious. He still lacked a storage bag. However, upon returning, he should be able to exchange points for one. With this thought, Xie Yunhe's spirits lifted, and the pain from his reopened wounds felt less unbearable. Once the spirit vein was taken, the desk underwent another transformation, sprouting a handle that resembled a door handle. Xie Yunhe observed the desk, pondering this development. Yue readjusted her hold on Xie Yunhe, cradling him protectively under her arm, and reached for the desk's handle.